Chapter 128. Oh my heavens, he's going to be hung up and beaten again. Many people had become numb to what was happening. They had finally witnessed how awesome this guy was. Now even if Zhou Xian said he was going to hang the sect chief up and beat him up, they would still believe him. In this world, was there anything Zhou Xian didn't dare to do? Kaka, young man sure is domineering, I like it. The Huang dog had an evil smile on his face as he jumped up and down excitedly. Zhou Xian was ruthless and decisive, and he was extremely domineering. Not only that, he was meticulous, brave and smart. A man like this would definitely become someone great in the future, and his achievements would be limitless. Not long after that, 2 outer circle disciples carried over 2 more wooden stakes. These wooden stakes were originally used to support the war drums during competitions, but now they were being used by Zhou Xian to hang people up. Without saying anything, Zhou Xian sealed Kai Dong and Wang Heng's Qi Si, then he tied them up on the wooden stakes. Up until now, including Li Hui and Kai Dong, 7 men had been hung up, and each of them was in a miserable state. Carry the wooden stakes and move them to the training ground. Zhou Xian shouted at the disciples behind him, then he took the lead and walked towards the training ground. Everyone's expressions changed once again. Even those disciples who followed Zhou Xian were looking at each other in confusion. They had no idea what Zhou Xian was going to do. Things had escalated to a point where it couldn't be cleaned up anymore. Guolei had been beaten up and Elixir was back. Even inner circle disciples like Kai Dong and Wang Heng were hung up. Their revenge was considered complete, and it was time for them to stop. However, Zhou Xian had no intention of stopping, and he was going to hang these men up and bring them to the training ground. The training ground was the center of the entire outer circle. What Zhou Xian was doing would definitely cause a huge commotion within the sect, and everyone would know about it. What is he trying to do? Isn't this enough? That's right, is he really going to destroy the Black Sect? This matter is already big enough. I'm afraid it will attract the attention of the higher-ups. Not only does Zhou Xian not stop, but he also wants to continue to make trouble. I really don't know if he is crazy. I don't think Zhou Xian is crazy. Seems like he has some kind of purpose for doing this. These 2 days there has been a rumor that Zhou Xian died in the Wanyao mountain. This rumor came from the inner sect. It is very possible that Zhou Xian is continuing to cause trouble because of this. Many people were discussing amongst themselves. They had no idea what Zhou Xian was going to do, but they knew that Zhou Xian was going to cause a huge commotion today. Once he moved the wooden dummies to the training ground, the entire Black Sect would be alerted. All the sect elders from the outer circle would show up, and some people from the inner circle would come as well. As for what would happen next, no one dared to guess. What should we do? Someone asked. What do you mean? Listen to senior martial brother Zhou Xian. Move the wooden stakes to the martial arts practice field. A few men carried the wooden stakes and followed behind Zhou Xian, striding towards the outer circle martial arts practice field. The outer circle was in chaos. Not long after that, all the outer circle disciples had gathered on the martial arts practice field. The 2-meter-tall wooden stakes were blinding under the sunlight, and what was even more blinding was the few men who were hung on top of them with bruises and swollen faces. They were still wailing in pain. There were too many people, and they had surrounded the entire martial arts practice field. Even some novice disciples had come to inquire about what had happened. When they saw the men who were hung on the wooden stakes and knew what had happened, they were all shocked. More and more people came, and the matter was getting more and more serious. Since Zhou Xian didn't want to stop today, there was no way this could end peacefully. The news spread quickly, and soon it reached the inner circle. Some inner circle disciples came out to watch the show, but since they didn't have any grudges with Zhou Xian, they didn't step forward to stop him. This is too presumptuous. A little outer circle disciple dares to be so disrespectful to an inner circle disciple? He even hung someone up. How dare he do this? An inner circle disciple who thought that he was very powerful said, Zhou Xian, let go of the inner circle disciple. Who are you? How dare you disrespect an inner circle disciple? The man flew to the martial arts practice field and said in an arrogant tone. There was a saying that the bird that pokes its head out will be shot. If you don't ask for trouble, you won't die. So many people didn't say anything, but you did. Aren't you just asking for trouble? Humph. Zhou Xian let out a cold snort. With lightning speed he punched the man's head. The inner circle disciple let out a muffled groan and fainted in an instant. Zhou Xian quickly tied him up with a rope and threw him onto a wooden pillar. Another one was hung up. Many people were speechless. Looking at Jiang Chen's posture, he was going to tie them up one by one and hang them up. Presumptuous. At this moment, another shout was heard. 3 old men wearing the same clothes flew down from the sky, and all of them were furious. They had been in charge of the outer circle for a long time, and this had never happened before. 4 great elders of the outer circle. One is tied up and the other 3 are here. Things are getting worse. Do you think that Jiang Chen will hang these 3 elders up as well? It can't be. If the 4 great elders of the outer circle are hung up, then things will get really bad. I don't think there's anything that Jiang Chen doesn't dare to do. The appearance of the 3 outer circle elders had once again raised a wave of commotion. Everyone were guessing whether Jiang Chen would dare tie them up and hang them up as well. Jiang Chen, what are you doing? Are you going to rebel? One of them shouted. As the outer circle elders, they had to show up when such a big thing happened in the outer circle. You 3 can go somewhere else. I advise you not to poke your nose into my business. Jiang Chen said impolitely. As a person who had lived 2 lives, he knew very well that a kind person would be bullied. When it was time to be strong, he had to be strong. Jiang Chen, do you think that you are the boss of the outer circle? We are the elders of the outer circle. If you dare to disrespect us, we can report this to the leader and punish you. One of them shouted angrily. Jiang Chen, hurry up and let them go. Haven't you caused enough trouble today? Another elder shouted. Stop talking nonsense. Tell Jiang Wei of the inner circle to come out. Jiang Chen's attitude was tough and he didn't give face to anyone. Inner circle. What happened? Didn't you kill him? How did you come back alive? Is this how you do things? In the courtyard, Fan Kuan's face was filled with anger, and he was scolding Jiang Wei, who was standing in front of him. I was the one who injected the silent poison needle into his body. There's no way he's still alive. Jiang Wei felt really gloomy. He had seen everything clearly, and with his mid-heavenly core cultivation, there was no way he could have made a mistake. Jiang Chen had indeed been hit by the silent poison needle, and he was lying on De Huang Dog's back. But now, not only had Jiang Chen come back alive, he had also caused such a huge commotion in the outer circle. You can't even handle a small outer circle disciple. What's the point of having you around? Fan Kuan was really angry. Don't be angry, senior disciple Fan. I'll go to the outer circle and have a look. Jiang Chen has caused such a huge commotion, I think he is trying to lure me out. I'll find a way to lure him onto the deathmatch stage and kill him fair and square. Jiang Wei said in a vicious manner. Remember this, don't let him know that you were the one who chased him that day. Assassinating a fellow disciple is a capital offense. If you ruin Big Brother Nanbei's plan, you know the consequences. Fan Kuan said with a cold expression. Don't worry, senior disciple Fan. Even if I'm recognized, I won't tell anyone about you. After saying that, Jiang Wei walked towards the outer circle with a murderous look on his face. Outer circle training ground. Jiang Chen was using ropes to tie up the other 3 outer circle sect elders. Then he hung them up. Obviously, none of them wanted to give in to the other, and with Jiang Chen's temper, he would definitely hang them up. Oh my god, all 4 outer circle sect elders are hung up. This is so exciting. Jiang Chen is too daring. I'm afraid the sect chief will be alerted by what happened today. This is outrageous. But this scene is really spectacular. It's something that only happens once in 100 years. Everyone in the training ground felt their hearts racing as they looked at the men who were hung up one by one. In the past, any one of them would be a powerful man, but now they were all hung up like dead dogs by Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, you've offended your superior. The sect chief will definitely punish you. The sect elder who was hung up was not seriously injured, he was still yelling loudly. Right at this moment, a cold grunt resounded from afar, and then a figure shot out from the inner court like a bolt of lightning. It didn't take long for the figure to arrive at the practice grounds. This person had a tall figure and an extremely ordinary appearance. He was the type of person that couldn't be found in a crowd, but the aura he casually emanated caused others to not dare underestimate him. Jiang Chen's gaze fell on the person who had just arrived. His originally cold eyes became even colder. This person's body shape and aura were exactly the same as the person who had tried to kill him that night. Although Jiang Wei had disguised himself very well that day, that kind of disguise might be able to fool ordinary people, but it couldn't fool Jiang Chen. It's really him. Jiang Chen humphed coldly in his heart. instantly sentencing Jiang Wei to death. Jiang Chen, you're just a small outer circle sect disciple. How dare you blaspheme the dignity of the sect elders and the nobility of the inner circle disciples. You deserve to die 10,000 times. I want you to let them go immediately. Jiang Wei stared at Jiang Chen angrily. Jiang Chen was indifferent towards Jiang Wei's scolding. He just said with an indifferent tone, I'm not dead, are you surprised? That's right, I really want to know, why are you still alive? This was indeed the answer that Jiang Wei wanted to know the most. He really couldn't think of a reason why Jiang Chen could survive. He knew how strong the silent and colorless poisonous needle was. With Jiang Chen's mortal core cultivation level, there was no way he could have survived. Everyone heard it, this man spread the news of my death because he tried to assassinate me when I was training in the Myriad Demon Mountain. If I wasn't lucky, I would have died in the Myriad Demon Mountain by now. Jiang Chen's voice was loud. Everyone could hear him clearly. What? Assassinating a fellow disciple, that's a capital crime. From what Jiang Wei said just now, the news of Jiang Chen's death was spread by him, and Kai Dong also confirmed it just now. But how did he know that Jiang Chen died in the Myriad Demon Mountain? Could it really be like what Jiang Chen said, that it was Jiang Wei who tried to assassinate him? No wonder Jiang Chen was so angry, it was because of this. If it's true, then Jiang Wei is the one who has committed a capital crime. Chapter 129. Jiang Chen, you're talking nonsense. When did I assassinate you? Jiang Wei was furious, but his expression didn't look natural. Although his voice was loud, he couldn't hide his guilty conscience. Compared to Jiang Chen, this cunning old fox, Jiang Wei was still too young. No matter if it was in terms of temperament or strategy, there was a huge gap between them. If he didn't ask why Jiang Chen was still alive, he wouldn't have been dragged into this mess by Jiang Chen. Is that so? If you didn't assassinate me, then how do you know I died in the Myriad Demon Mountain? Jiang Chen sneered. He had finally recognized Jiang Wei as the one who tried to assassinate him that night. Today he had lured Jiang Wei out with Guo Lei and Kai Dong's help, and he was going to kill him and even find out who was behind Jiang Wei. Jiang Chen hated the feeling of being targeted by someone. Anyone who wanted to kill him, Jiang Chen would find a way to kill them. Jiang Wei was speechless. Only now did he realize that Jiang Chen had dragged him into this mess. However, he couldn't admit to assassinating a fellow disciple. If he did, he would immediately become the target of public criticism, and he would be severely punished by the sect. Jiang Chen, don't talk nonsense. You're standing right here alive and well, why would I assassinate you? If I did, would you still be alive? Today you've offended your superiors, bullied your fellow disciple, and ruined the reputation of the inner circle. On behalf of the inner circle, I'm going to teach you a heavy lesson. Jiang Wei's yuan energy was shaking violently. His energy was soaring and he was filled with killing intent. The outer circle training field was in a complete mess. Today's incident had become so serious, and no one had expected that all 4 sect elders would be hung up. Now, a mid-heavenly core warrior from the inner circle was here to suppress Jiang Chen. No one knew how Jiang Chen was going to deal with this. Haha, teaching me a lesson. You think you're worthy? Believe it or not, I'll hang you up too. Jiang Chen laughed out loud. He didn't take Jiang Wei seriously at all. The current Jiang Chen was a completely different person from that night. Back then he was only at the mid-mortal core realm and he was no match for Jiang Wei. But now it was hard to say. With 80 dragon marks, not only did Jiang Chen have the strength to fight Jiang Wei, he even had a great chance of winning. Hang me up. I think you've really gone mad and don't know what's good for you. Jiang Chen, since you're so lawless and arrogant, do you dare to have a life and death battle with me in the life and death arena? Jiang Wei said loudly. This was the purpose of his trip. As long as he and Jiang Chen entered the life and death stage, he would be able to justifiably kill him. What? He wants to fight on the life and death stage. Isn't that too ruthless? It's rare for disciples from the same sect to fight on the life and death stage. Once they're on the life and death stage, it's all up to fate. This Jiang Wei has such a deep hatred for Jiang Chen that he wants to fight on the life and death stage no matter what. Jiang Wei is a mid-heavenly core warrior and he's also an inner circle genius. He's not someone an early heavenly core warrior can compare with. Although Jiang Chen can easily defeat an early heavenly core warrior, I don't think he'll be a match for a mid-heavenly core genius. Many people were shocked. Jiang Chen wanted to fight on the life and death stage as soon as he appeared. Everyone threw their gazes onto Jiang Chen, wondering what decision he would make. The life and death stage was not a joke. It was up to one's own decision, and no one could force him to do anything. Although Jiang Wei really wanted to kill Zhou Xian, as long as Zhou Xian didn't agree, there was nothing he could do. Fine, I'll fight you on the life and death stage, we'll fight to the death. What was even more surprising was that Zhou Xian didn't hesitate at all, he immediately agreed. With a leap, he landed on the highest fighting stage in the middle of the training ground. That was the life and death stage. Fine, Zhou Xian, you've disregarded the law and you've offended your superiors. Today I'll kill you on the life and death stage, getting rid of a pest like you for the Black Sect. Jiang Wei's voice was loud and clear. He flew up and landed on the life and death stage. He stood in front of Zhou Xian with a faint smile on his face. Although this guy is a genius, he's not smart enough. How dare he challenge me to the life and death stage? He's just courting death. As long as I kill him on the life and death stage, senior disciple Fan's future troubles will be solved. Jiang Wei coldly harumphed in his mind. He didn't take Zhou Xian seriously at all. 2 days ago when he chased after Zhou Xian, besides Zhou Qian's speed, Zhou Qian's combat strength couldn't even withstand a single strike from Jiang Wei. It had only been 2 days, even if Zhou Xian continued cultivating, how strong could he be? Therefore in Jiang Wei's mind Zhou Xian was dead meat. On the other side, Zhou Xian had a sneer on his face as well. He sent his divine sense into Jiang Wei's mind and said, Jiang Wei, tell me who is trying to kill me and I'll give you a quick death, a painless death. Ah, this is so funny, this is the funniest joke I've ever heard. Zhou Xian, I can kill you with just a wave of my hand, and when you die I'll tell you the truth so you can die with peace of mind. Jiang Wei responded with his divine sense as well. He was laughing out loud. Zhou Xian saying he would give him a quick death made him laugh. If that's the case, bring it on. Zhou Xian had an indifferent expression on his face. He stood on the fighting stage with his hands behind his back. His eyes were filled with an arrogant expression and he looked like a mighty king. His body was glowing in a golden light. They're going to fight soon. Zhou Xian really agreed to a life and death duel with Jiang Wei. He is too careless. Jiang Wei is a mid-heavenly core warrior. Even among the inner circle disciples he is one of the strongest. Although Zhou Xian is strong, I don't think he can defeat Jiang Wei. Let's see, Zhou Xian is a ruthless and cunning man, and he never does anything he isn't confident about. Since he agreed to a life and death duel with Jiang Wei, he must have some hidden cards up his sleeves. Everyone were discussing amongst themselves and they were all staring at the fighting stage. Those disciples who followed Zhou Xian all had worried expressions on their faces. This was a battle that everyone was paying attention to, and it had attracted a lot of people. An outer circle disciple fighting an inner circle disciple in a life and death duel. This was the first time something like this had ever happened in the Black Sect. No matter what the outcome of this battle was, no matter who lived or died, Zhou Xian had created a miracle. Zhou Xian, face your death. Jiang Wei shouted out loudly. With a wave of his hand he unleashed a bright beam towards Zhou Xian like a waterfall. This was a powerful combat skill. Not only did it look gorgeous, it also carried a powerful attack. On the opposite side, Zhou Qian's eyes lit up. Facing Jiang Wei he didn't dare be careless. He immediately unleashed the 6 solar fingers. Bang! The 6 profound solar fingers collided with Jiang Wei's radiance, resulting in an earth-shattering explosion. This time both of them were forced to take a step back. Surprisingly, they were evenly matched. What? Jiang Wei was shocked. He looked at Zhou Xian with a shocked expression. There was no way he wouldn't be shocked. 2 days ago when he was chasing after Zhou Xian, his combat strength wasn't this strong. It had only been 2 days and he had grown to this level. This was unbelievable. A draw. Heavens, is he still a human? Is he really just a mortal core warrior? This is terrifying. Zhou Xian can actually fight Jiang Wei face to face without being defeated. If I didn't see this with my own eyes, I would never believe it. Haha, mighty senior disciple Jiang. Kill him, kill him. The crowd became restless. The fight that everyone thought was going to be one-sided didn't happen. It was a draw. At the border between the inner circle and outer circle, a man was standing there with a serious expression. This man was Fan Kuan. He had seen the fight between Jiang Wei and Zhou Xian clearly, and his face immediately became gloomy. This guy's growth is too fast. He can fight a mid-heavenly core warrior face to face with just a late mortal core warrior. Even Big Brother Nanbei can't do this. We can't let this guy live. Fan Kun thought to himself. A vicious look emerged in his eyes. Bam bam bam. On the fighting stage, Jiang Wei kept attacking with his strongest combat skills, and Jiang Chen was also using his 6 solar fingers and sonic hawk cry. Both men were fighting fiercely, but in the end, neither of them could do anything to the other, neither of them had the upper hand. Although it was a draw, everyone was still shocked. The strength that Jiang Chen had shown was really frightening. Guo Lei and the other men were regretting their decision. They could have offended anyone, but they had to offend this devil. Jiang Wei became even angrier. His face turned red and he was furious. With his status and cultivation level, it was shameful for him to be unable to defeat an outer circle disciple after such a long time. On the opposite side, Jiang Chen had a gloomy expression as well. After the fight just now, he knew that if he continued to fight with Jiang Wei like this, there would be no result. I'm done playing with you. A cold smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. He jumped forward and shouted, 9 phantom wolves. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. As soon as Jiang Chen's voice faded, 9 identical Jiang Chens suddenly appeared on the fighting stage and surrounded Jiang Wei. This scene immediately caused a huge commotion. Everyone was so shocked that their mouths were wide open. Even Fan Kun, who was watching the fight from afar, was shocked. Even with his eyesight, he couldn't tell which one of the 9 Jiang Chens was the real one. Heavens, there are 9 Jiang Chens. What kind of movement skill is this? It's so rare. This is too terrifying. It's so heaven-defying. This kind of movement skill can't even be described with the word terrifying. Everyone was shocked. The most shocked one would be Jiang Wei, who was fighting against Jiang Chen. He had already taken out his combat weapon, but the 9 Jiang Chens in front of him had completely confused him. He couldn't tell which one was the real Jiang Chen. Jiang Wei, prepare to die. 9 Jiang Chens shouted at the same time. Break. Jiang Wei locked onto one of Jiang Chen's bodies. He swung his long sword and fiercely stabbed towards it. Pop. The Jiang Chen's body that was stabbed by Jiang Chen's sword shattered into pieces. Jiang Wei's attack had missed, and he immediately felt a strong sense of danger coming from behind him. He quickly turned around and found that the real Jiang Chen was already in front of him. Swoosh. Chapter 130. Arg. Jiang Wei let out a mournful scream as he coughed out a mouthful of blood. The powerful sound wave had not only injured his body, it had also damaged his knowledge sea and soul to a certain extent. His entire body instantly became dispirited. Bang. Without giving Jiang Wei any chance to react, Jiang Chen's fist landed on Jiang Wei's face. Everyone could hear a cracking sound and Jiang Wei's nose was broken. His face was covered in blood and it was a horrifying scene. Plop. Jiang Wei fell to the ground with his face facing up. With the help of Jiang Chen's 9 phantom wolves, Jiang Wei was caught off guard, and he had completely lost his ability to fight. Swoosh. With a thought in his mind, all 8 doppelgangers returned to Jiang Chen's body and disappeared. Jiang Chen took a step forward and arrived in front of Jiang Wei. He looked down at Jiang Wei with a sneer on his face. How could this happen? Jiang Wei was defeated and he was completely defeated. Jiang Chen's movement skill is really frightening. With so many doppelgangers, Jiang Wei couldn't even tell which one was the real one. It's over. I wonder if Jiang Chen will kill Jiang Wei. I think Jiang Chen is in danger now. With Jiang Chen's personality and methods, it's going to be hard for him to survive. Besides, this is a death match and life and death are decided by fate. Even if Jiang Chen kills him, he won't be breaking the rules. Besides, with Jiang Wei's cultivation level and status, losing to an outer circle disciple is a shameful thing. Everyone was shocked. Who would have thought that a heavenly core warrior like Jiang Wei would be defeated, and in such a sudden and thorough manner? Just a moment ago both of them were fighting fiercely and it was hard to tell who was the winner. But in the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen had used a mighty movement skill and defeated Jiang Wei with just a single strike. Trash. In the distance, Fan Kun had a gloomy expression. Although he was cursing Jiang Wei for being useless, he had to admit that Jiang Chen was really strong. If he continued to grow, it would be extremely difficult for him to deal with him. Fan Kun could tell that Jiang Chen's existence was a hidden threat to the northern and southern dynasties. Impossible, this is impossible. It's only been 2 days, how could you grow to such a level? Jiang Wei shook his head. He couldn't accept the fact that he was defeated by Zhang Chen. Just 2 days ago he was chasing Zhang Chen around the myriad demon mountain, and Zhang Chen couldn't even withstand a single strike of his. Only 2 days had passed and he had such terrifying growth. Was he still a human? Tell me, why did you want to kill me? I have no enmity with you, so someone must have ordered you to do this. Tell me who it is and I might spare your life. Zhang Chen said with a deep voice. He and Jiang Wei didn't know each other and there was no hatred between them. Jiang Wei had no reason to kill Zhang Chen. Most likely, there was someone even stronger in the inner circle who wanted to kill Zhang Chen. Alright, I'll tell you, said Jiang Wei. However, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes as a black poisonous needle suddenly appeared in his hand. Go to hell. Gnashing his teeth, Jiang Wei abruptly swung his arm, and the Poison King needle silently shot out. At such a close distance, Jiang Wei had absolute confidence that he could stab Zhang Chen. He wanted to see how Zhang Chen was able to resist the poison contained within the Poison King needle. That day he had personally witnessed Zhang Chen being struck by the Poison King needle, yet he was able to return unscathed. This made him very puzzled. Playing. Jiang Wei's speed was very fast, but Zhang Chen was even faster. Although Jiang Wei's small movements were subtle, they couldn't hide from Zhang Chen's sharp eyes. Like lightning, he stretched out 2 fingers and caught the silent Poison King needle. Humph. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. If you don't want to say it, I will draw it out myself. Don't you like to use poison? Then I will let you have a taste of it. Zhang Chen coldly snorted. His patience was limited. Jiang Wei still wanted to use the Poison King needle to kill him at the last moment. Such a person, Zhang Chen, wouldn't be merciful. Zhang Chen's killing intent was overflowing. With a flip of his palm, the Poison King needle in his hand pierced towards Jiang Wei's forehead. Stop. At this moment, a loud shout came from the direction of the inner sect. Everyone saw Fan Kun flying out from the inner sect, and the one who shouted was Fan Kun. However, Zhang Chen completely ignored Fan Kun's words. His hands moved extremely fast and the Poison King needle pierced into Jiang Wei's forehead. A shrill scream came out from Jiang Wei's mouth. That kind of scream made people's hair stand on end. It didn't sound like it came from a human. Everyone could see black lines spreading from Jiang Wei's forehead to his entire body. The poison started to corrode his body, his flesh and blood. His face started to distort and a sizzling sound came out from his body. The scene was extremely horrifying. Senior disciple Fan, save me, save me. Jiang Wei looked at Fan Kun in fear and his voice had become hoarse. He was a genius from the inner sect and he had a bright future ahead of him. He didn't want to die and Fan Kun was his only chance. The silent Poison King needle was given to him by Fan Kun, and only Fan Kun could give him the antidote. Fan Kun shook his head in pity. Only he knew that there was no antidote for the silent Poison King needle. The poison was too strong and there was no cure for it. If a heavenly core warrior was hit by the needle, he would definitely die. Plop! Jiang Wei's body laid on the ground and he didn't move anymore. The poison of the silent Poison King needle was too strong, and the moment the poison reached the heart, it meant death. I'll give him a taste of his own medicine. Jiang Chen had an indifferent expression on his face. Towards Jiang Wei's death, his eyes didn't show any emotion and he didn't show any mercy. Especially after seeing how strong the poison of the needle was, Jiang Chen felt that Jiang Wei deserved to die. If he wasn't cultivating the dragon transformation skill, and if he didn't have the green hellish python's poison in his body, he would have ended up like Jiang Wei. Jiang Wei is dead and he died in such a miserable way. That needle was too terrifying, there must be an unimaginable poison on it, and it could even kill a mid-heavenly core warrior in an instant. This is really unimaginable. This is too cruel. Jiang Chen is too cruel and the way Jiang Wei died is really tragic. Can you blame anyone else for this? Didn't you see? It was Jiang Wei who took out the needle. He wanted to kill Jiang Chen with it and Jiang Chen just gave him a taste of his own medicine. He deserved it. Jiang Wei was dead and everyone was shocked. However, no one felt pity for him because everyone had clearly seen what happened just now. It was Jiang Wei who took out the needle, and if anyone were to say that Jiang Chen was evil, it was Jiang Wei who did it first. Jiang Chen, you're so cruel, and you use such a deadly poison on your fellow disciple. This is the style of those from the evil path and you're not a righteous man. I, Fan Kun, am going to punish you on behalf of the heavens. I will kill you, I will get rid of you. Fan Kun said righteously. Without saying anything, he immediately unleashed an illusionary giant hand and slapped towards Zhou Xian. Fan Kun had used all his strength right from the start. With his cultivation level, Zhou Xian was no match for him. Luckily, Zhou Xian had reacted in advance. Right when Fan Kun attacked, he had unleashed his blood wings and dodged the attack. Even so, the force of Fan Kun's attack had still caused his blood to boil. Heavens, even senior disciple Fan Kun has attacked. Zhou Xian is finished. Senior disciple Fan Kun is ranked number 2 in the inner circle. Besides senior disciple Guan Yiyun, no one can suppress him. Ordinary late heavenly core warriors are no match for him. I never thought he would personally attack and kill Zhou Xian. Why do I feel like Fan Kun and Zhou Xian have a deep grudge? Besides, Zhou Xian and Jiang Wei were going to fight a life and death battle. Fan Kun's intervention doesn't seem to be in line with the rules. Many people shouted out in shock. Today's incident had become too big, and it had reached a point where it could no longer be resolved. Originally, it was just a small matter between outer circle disciples, but now even a big shot like Fan Kun had gotten involved. It looked like only a high-ranking sect elder could solve this problem. Fan Kun, are you blind? That poison needle was obviously used by Jiang Wei first. Zhou Xian was furious. This Fan Kun just wanted to kill him, and he didn't leave any room for negotiation. How could he not be angry? Besides, Zhou Xian could feel that Fan Kun really wanted to kill him, and his determination was even greater than senior disciple Jiang Wei's. Also, Jiang Wei had asked Fan Kun for help at the last moment of his death. All these signs showed that Fan Kun was the one who wanted to kill him. I only saw you kill Jiang Wei with a poison needle. Zhou Xian, you bullied your fellow disciple, ignored your elders and killed your senior disciple. You are an evil man and you are an evil man. Today I will kill you. Fan Kun's energy was unparalleled. His eyes were sharp and his killing intent was extremely high. Today was a great opportunity for him to kill Zhou Xian, and he could pin a few crimes on Zhou Xian. He couldn't miss this opportunity. Bang! Fan Kun's peak heavenly core energy was completely unleashed. The powerful shockwaves collided with each other and produced a loud explosion. His Yuan energy was like a tsunami, and it locked onto Zhou Xian's energy. Bang! Another loud explosion sounded out. Fan Kun attacked again. He unleashed a powerful combat skill that transformed into a huge golden palm, and he forcefully smashed it towards Zhou Xian. Everyone's expressions changed. Fan Kun's skills were too powerful, and he had used a deadly skill right from the start. No matter how strong Zhou Xian was, he was only a late mortal core warrior, and the gap between them was too huge. There was no way he could defend himself. Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A bright beam of light descended from the sky. That beam of light was like a dazzling sword, and it shattered Fan Kun's giant palm print into pieces. Fan Kun was shaken by the force of the attack, and he was forced to retreat 2 to 3 meters before he could stabilize his body. Swoosh! A light flashed and a fat old man appeared in the sky. In the blink of an eye, he arrived next to Zhou Xian and stood side by side with him. When the crowd saw who it was, they immediately shouted out in shock. Sect Elder Guishan, he is here as well. Alchemist Guishan, he is the most respected sect elder in the Black Sect, and he has reached the divine core realm. However, he only focuses on concocting pills, and he has never asked anything about the Black Sect. I didn't expect him to show up here today. No matter if it's Sect Elder Guishan's status or position in the Black Sect, no ordinary sect elder can compare with him. Even the sect chief has to show him some respect. Chapter 131. Once again something unexpected happened. Guishan's appearance had caused everyone to quieten down. In the Black Sect, Sect Elder Guishan's influence was huge. With his status and identity, no matter where he went, he would be respected by everyone. An excellent alchemist would be respected no matter where he went, and he would have a bright future. This was the reason why even Daoist Black had to give Guishan some face. Not only Daoist Black, even those high-ranking sect elders of the Black Sect had to be polite when they saw Guishan. To put it bluntly, most of the divine core sect elders of the Black Sect had received help from Guishan, and most of them had asked Guishan to concoct pills for them. Even if they didn't have any dealings with each other, They wouldn't offend a powerful alchemist for no reason. Therefore, even though Guishan had never interfered with the internal affairs of the martial arts sect, and had always lived in his own mountain, and had never interfered with the fights between the disciples of the martial arts sect, as long as he stood there, he would be a strong deterrent force and no one would dare to slight him. Even the arrogant and despotic Fan Kun had to be respectful when he saw Guishan. However, no one had expected that sect elder Guishan, who had never interfered with the matters of the Black Sect, would stand beside Jiang Qin today. Guishan had blocked Fan Kun's attack and stood beside Jiang Qin. This had clearly shown his intention. Greetings, sect elder Gua. Fan Kun cupped his fist toward Guishan. Although his attitude was respectful, he didn't show any fear. Fan Kun, what are you doing? Killing a fellow disciple? As the leader of the inner circle disciples, how could you attack an outer circle disciple? Don't you feel ashamed? Guishan let out a cold snort. Sect elder Gua, what do you mean by killing a fellow disciple? Jiang Qin just killed Jiang Wei with a deadly poison, isn't that killing a fellow disciple? Today Jiang Qin created a huge disturbance in the outer circle, burned down the courtyards, brutally beat his fellow disciples, and even hung up 4 outer circle sect elders. Shouldn't we get rid of a man who walks the path of evil? I'm just helping the Black Sect to get rid of this malignant tumor. Fan Kun's attitude was still as arrogant as ever. His murderous aura filled the air. He had not given up on killing Jiang Qin yet. Jiang Qin furrowed his brows, he was shocked. Putting aside Guishan's status as an alchemist, just his divine core cultivation level alone was more than enough to shock anyone. But this Fan Kun actually dared to talk back to Guishan like this? Wasn't he afraid that Guishan would kill him in a fit of rage? With Guishan's status, killing an inner circle disciple who disrespected him wouldn't bring him any trouble. Jiang Qin didn't know, but the others were very clear about it. Because everyone knew that Fan Kun, other than being an inner disciple, had another identity that was enough for him to be arrogant, and that was Fan Kun's grandfather. Fan Kun was disrespectful to Elder Gua. Didn't he offend Elder Gua? Fan Kun has a strong backing. His grandfather Fan Zhongtang is a high-ranking sect elder and he is a mid-divine core sect elder. His cultivation level is higher than sect elder Guishan's, that's why he isn't afraid. That's right. He has a powerful backer. Of course he is arrogant. Looking at Fan Kun's expression, he will only be satisfied after he kills Jiang Qin today. Many people were discussing amongst themselves. Everyone could tell that today's incident wasn't over yet. Even sect elder Guishan had shown up, and perhaps other divine core sect elders would show up as well. Fan Kun, Jiang Qin and Jiang Wei had a death match, and that means life and death are determined by fate. Jiang Wei was killed because of his weak cultivation level, he can't blame it on Jiang Qin. As for being poisoned, I believe you know about it, so I don't need to explain it to you, Guishan said. Obviously he wanted to protect Jiang Qin. Sect Elder Gua, this is a matter between disciples. I hope Sect Elder Gua can stay out of it. Let us settle it ourselves. Fan Kun didn't back down. He had made up his mind to kill Jiang Qin today. If he didn't kill Jiang Qin today, it would be very difficult for him to do so in the future. And it would be very difficult for him to find a legitimate opportunity like today. Besides, Jiang Qin's performance today was too strong. If he wasn't killed as soon as possible, once he grew stronger, he would be very difficult to handle. Damn it, Fan Kun is too shameless. What gives him the right to interfere in a deathmatch? He didn't allow Sect Elder Guishan to interfere in a fight between disciples, and he is the leader of the inner circle disciples, and he is a peak heavenly core warrior. Isn't it shameful for him to kill an outer circle disciple? Shameless. Sect Elder Guishan will definitely protect senior disciple Jiang. This matter has become too big and it's going to be hard to deal with. Fan Kun has a powerful backer behind him, he won't let this go easily. Many outer circle disciples started cursing. Jiang Qin had indeed caused a huge commotion today. He had hung up so many people, and although it was a lawless act, that was because he had the ability to do so. Fan Kun, a peak heavenly core warrior, wanted to kill a mortal core outer circle disciple? What a shameless act. How dare you? I, the sect elder, want to interfere? How dare you, a junior, talk like this in front of me? Get the hell out of here. Guishan shouted out loudly as he unleashed his divine core energy. Sensing the powerful energy, Fan Kun's face immediately turned pale and he was terrified. He thought to himself that it was really hard to fight a divine core warrior. Only when he reached the divine core realm would he be a match for Guishan. Even a clay figurine would get angry, let alone Guishan. He had a high status and he had just been insulted by an inner circle disciple. If it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid of Fan Zhongtang, Guishan would have already slapped him. Who is so arrogant? How dare you ask my grandson to get the hell out of here? Right at this moment, another dignified voice sounded out from within the black sect. After that, an old man wearing a gray robe appeared next to Fan Kun in the blink of an eye. This man looked to be about the same age as Guishan, and he had a domineering expression on his face. He carried himself with the aura of a mighty warrior. Jiang Qin was startled. He immediately understood why Fan Kun dared to disrespect Guishan. It was because he had such a powerful grandfather. Jiang Qin gazed at Fan Zhongtang, and with just one glance he could tell that Fan Zhongtang was a mid-divine core warrior, one stage higher than Guishan. Guishan was at the peak of the early divine core realm. He had yet to break through to the mid-divine core realm. Grandfather. Fan Kun bowed towards Fan Zhongtang when he saw him. Oh my, even Fan Zhongtang is here. He is one of the higher-ups in the black sect. His status and position are only below the sect chiefs. I never thought this would become such a big mess. Now that two divine core warriors are here, I wonder how this is going to end. I'm afraid it won't be easy. If Fan Zhongtang and Guishan are going to fight, I'm afraid only the sect chief can solve this problem. Too many shocking things had happened today and they had become numb to it. Originally, it was just a small fight between outer circle disciples, and only a few dozen disciples were forced to take the elixir pill. But no one had expected things to escalate to this point. 4 outer circle sect elders were still hanging, and an inner circle genius was killed on the fighting stage. And now 2 divine core warriors had appeared. Fan Zhongtang, even you are here. Are you 2 sons and grandsons going to bully an outer circle disciple together? Let me tell you, Guishan will be the first one to disagree. Guishan's attitude was extremely forceful. Since he was here today, he was going to protect Jiang Qin no matter what. Perhaps in the eyes of outsiders, Jiang Qin was just an outer circle disciple, a genius. But in Guishan's eyes, Jiang Qin was a peerless genius that could only be found once every 10,000 years. Besides, Jiang Qin had given him a lot of help in alchemy, and both of them had been brothers for a long time. Now that his brother was in trouble as the older brother, how could he just stand by and do nothing? Besides, other people might be afraid of Fan Zhongtang, but Guishan wasn't. Although his cultivation level was lower than Fan Zhongtang's in terms of status, he wasn't any weaker than Fan Zhongtang. Jiang Qin, who stood aside, had a gloomy expression. He didn't say anything. He had basically concluded that the one who wanted to kill him was Fan Kun. As for whether or not it was related to his grandfather, he wasn't sure. This was the reason why Jiang Qin wanted to cause trouble today. He wanted to find out who was the one who wanted to kill him. But what he didn't understand was why Fan Kun wanted to kill him. But this wasn't important anymore. Kun, what's going on? Fan Zhongtang turned around and looked at his grandson Fan Kun. Grandpa, it's like this. Fan Kun told Fan Zhongtang everything that had happened today through his divine sense. Fan Zhongtang immediately looked at Jiang Qin, who was standing beside Guishan. Underneath his calm eyes, there was a hint of killing intent. Although he hid it very well, he couldn't hide it from Jiang Qin. Even he wants to kill me. Jiang Qin's heart was filled with anger. There was no reason for this hatred. Even with the wisdom of a saint, he couldn't figure out why this grandfather and grandson duo wanted to kill him. Guishan, look at this training field. This kid has no respect for his elders. He even hung up a sect elder and beat him, and he even killed a fellow disciple. He's an evil cultivator, and people like this should be put to death immediately. Fan Zhongtang let out a cold snort. Using the same tone as Fan Kun, he immediately accused Jiang Qin of being an evil cultivator, and he pointed the spearhead at Jiang Qin. On the training field, those disciples and sect elders who were hung up and beaten were still screaming in pain. When they heard Fan Zhongtang's words, they were so touched that tears almost flowed down their faces. Fan Zhongtang, Jiang Qin has his reasons for doing what he did today. He killed Jiang Wei because both of them fought in a death match, and a mid-heavenly core inner circle disciple was killed by an outer circle disciple. I believe there's no need to say anything else. Guishan said with an indifferent expression. Guishan, You and I are both divine core sect elders. We shouldn't interfere in the fights between disciples. In my opinion, in order to avoid hurting our relationship, let's both step back and let him and Fan Kun deal with Zhang Chen. What do you think? Fan Zhongtang said. Pui. Fan Zhongtang, don't you have any shame? Asking your grandson to kill an outer circle disciple? Do you really have the face to say that? I, your father, will protect Zhang Chen today. Whoever dares to touch him can have a try. Chapter 132. Guishan, don't think you can yell in front of me just because you're an alchemist. If you want to protect this evil man, don't tell me you're going to turn into an evil cultivator as well. Fan Zhongtong was furious as well. With his status, being scolded as shameless in front of so many people made him angry. Besides, he was determined to help his grandson get rid of Zhang Chen. Cut the crap. If anyone dares to touch Zhang Chen today, I'll be the first one to stop them. With a sway of his body, Guishan stood in front of Zhang Chen. It looked like if Fan Zhongtong decided to attack, Guishan would have to fight him. Zhang Chen remained expressionless. Although today's situation had exceeded his expectations, it wasn't beyond his control. If Guishan and Fan Zhongtong couldn't win, Daoist Black would definitely step in. Enough. Indeed, just like what Zhang Chen had expected, right after Guishan's words left his mouth, a stern voice sounded out from within the Black Sect. After that, a golden beam shot out from Palace Black's direction. The golden beam arrived at the outer circle training field and swept across all the wooden stakes. In an instant, all the wooden stakes were shattered along with the ropes. All the people who were tied to the wooden stakes fell down from the sky. Not only did the golden beam shatter the wooden stakes, it even unsealed Zhang Chen's Qi. Sect Chief. At the same time, Fan Zhongtang bowed towards the direction of Palace Black. The cold shout and the golden beam just now were all done by Daoist Black. As the leader of the Black Sect, one of the 4 most powerful men in the Qi province, no one dared show any disrespect to Daoist Black. Oh heavens, even the sect chief is here. It was just a small matter in the outer circle, but now even the sect chief is here. The situation is getting out of control. If the sect chief doesn't show up now, we won't be able to suppress it anymore. Zhang Chen has really turned the Black Sect upside down today. He has created a huge storm. Everyone was shocked. In the eyes of everyone in the Black Sect, Daoist Black was a supreme existence, and he was respected by countless people. After that, a middle-aged man wearing a Daoist robe arrived from the sky. He stood in the sky with his hands behind his back. His black hair was fluttering in the wind, and a dignified expression could be seen on his face. He was Daoist Black, the old great emperor of the Black Sect. Greetings, Sect Master. All the disciples on the training ground bowed and greeted Daoist Black. From Fan Zhongtang and Guishan to the ordinary novitiate disciples, all of them were showing their respect towards Daoist Black. If one were to ask who was the most mysterious person in the Black Sect, Daoist Black would definitely be the most mysterious. He rarely showed himself in all the matters that happened in the Black Sect, so perhaps only Zhang Chen had the ability to do so. Speak. I'll give you a chance to explain. Daoist Black said with a cruel expression. He glanced at Fan Zhongtang and Guishan and more importantly at Fan Kun and Zhang Chen. Alliance Chief Zhang Chen bullied the Outer Circle disciples, and he even hung up an Outer Circle sect elder. This is an audacious act that has never happened before in the history of the Black Sect. He is insane and lawless, and everyone here has witnessed this. Besides, Zhang Chen killed his fellow disciples and he used deadly poison to kill Jiang Wei. This is a cruel and brutal way of doing things. It is exactly what an evil man would do. If we don't get rid of this man, it will damage the dignity of the Black Sect, and it will make it harder for the people to calm down. Fan Kun's words were righteous and logical. He had completely described Zhang Chen as an evil man. Daoist Black remained expressionless as he stared at Zhang Chen. Zhang Chen, how are you going to explain this? Daoist Black asked. I don't want to explain. I believe Sect Chief will make a fair decision. Zhang Chen cupped his fist. There was no point in trying to explain anything like this. It all depended on Daoist Black's decision. If Daoist Black wanted to punish him, no matter how he tried to explain himself, it would be useless. If Daoist Black didn't want to pursue this matter, he could do the same. Besides, Zhang Chen didn't need to explain himself, because the crowd's explanation was more convincing than his. The truth is right in front of us, what else is there to explain? Disciple requests Alliance Chief to punish Zhou Xian. Fan Kun said with a sneer on his face. Sect Chief, Senior Disciple Zhou Xian is innocent. Right after Fan Kun finished speaking, an Outer Circle disciple immediately spoke out. That's right, Sect Chief. 2 days ago, an Outer Circle disciple, Guo Lei, spread fake news about Senior Disciple Zhou Qian's death in the Myriad Demon Mountain. He was ordered by an Inner Circle disciple, Kai Dong, to bully us. He took 100 human elixir pills from each of us, and he even severely injured Wang Yun and Huang Zheng. Many people can testify that we are the victims. Sect Chief, Senior Disciple Zhou Qian only came back to seek justice for us. If we are talking about who violated the rules, it was Guo Lei and the others who violated the rules first. Jiang Wei's death was his own fault. He and Senior Disciple Zhou Qian fought in a death match, so he can't blame anyone for his death. As for the poison, it was Jiang Wei who took out the poison needles. It had nothing to do with Senior Disciple Zhou Qian. Those Outer Circle disciples who followed Zhou Qian were all fighting to be the first to speak. At this moment they had no choice but to stand out and express their opinions. If they didn't say anything, it would directly disappoint Zhou Qian. No matter what, Zhou Qian had stood up for them today. Between Zhou Qian and Fan Kun, they had to choose one. They could only help Zhou Qian and offend Fan Kun. Sect Chief, the words of these disciples can't be wrong. The root cause of this incident is not Zhou Qian's fault. In other words, Zhou Qian is also a victim. Guishan cupped his fist and said to Daoist Black with a smile on his face. Just now, when Zhou Qian didn't want to explain himself, he was still thinking of a way to save Zhou Qian. But he didn't expect so many disciples to stand out and speak for Zhou Qian. The effect was much better than having Zhou Qian explain himself. Looking at Zhou Qian's confident expression, Guishan couldn't help but praise him in his mind. Although Zhou Qian was young, he had a strong mentality, something that Guishan had never seen before. No matter what kind of situation he was facing, he could always remain calm. Besides, Zhou Qian was an extremely daring person. There was nothing he wouldn't do. If not, he wouldn't have caused all this trouble. Sect Chief, how can we judge the truth based on the words of a few Outer Circle disciples? Even if what they said is true, it is still a fact that Zhou Qian brutally beat up an Outer Circle sect elder, and he even hung up 4 Outer Circle sect elders. Sect elders represent the reputation of the sect. What Zhou Qian did is a slap to the sect's face. Fan Kun didn't want to give up. Fan Kun, do I need you to teach me what to do? Daoist Black glared at him. Disciple doesn't dare, please forgive me, Sect Chief. Seeing Daoist Black getting angry, Fan Kun's expression instantly changed. Alright, I've learned everything that happened today. Let's just let this matter rest. Don't let it happen again. After saying that, Daoist Black disappeared from where he stood, as if he had never appeared before. His speed was incredibly fast. With Daoist Black's strength, he was only 1 step away from the combat soul realm. His strength was not something that ordinary people could fathom. Daoist Black's words startled many people. Let this matter rest just like that. The sect chief had personally come here, and this was how he was going to handle this matter? Fan Kun's expression darkened. He really didn't want to accept this result. He had no idea why Daoist Black would be so biased towards Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian had caused such a huge commotion today, and even if he wasn't the cause, he should still be punished accordingly. But now Daoist Black just said it was over and this matter was over. Fan Kun wasn't the only one who was confused. Everyone who had witnessed what happened today had their mouths wide open in shock. No way. That's it? Sect Chief's way of handling this matter is really unique. That's right, I thought Sect Chief would make a big fuss about this, but I never thought he would just let this matter rest with just a few words. Isn't it obvious? Sect Chief is biased towards Zhou Qian. Based on Zhou Qian's performance today, even if he wasn't the cause, beating up an Outer Circle sect elder is more than enough for him to be punished. But now nothing has happened to him, it's obvious that Sect Chief doesn't want to punish him. Sect Chief has his reasons for doing this. Zhou Qian's growth is too fast, and his talent is extremely rare in the Qi province. His talent is comparable to the northern and southern dynasties of the Burning Sky Pavilion, and it won't be a problem for him to surpass Fan Kun in the future. A genius like this, of course Sect Chief won't punish him easily. This is what true strength is. Many people were shocked by this result, but at the same time they understood why. After all, Jiang Chen's performance was too outstanding, and a genius like this was not someone the Black Sect would easily offend. Besides, this matter was handled by the sect chief himself. No one dared to have any objections. As for whether it was fair or not, in this world where strength was everything, fairness was a luxury. In the Black Sect, Daoist Black's words were the only word that was fair. Those sect elders and disciples who were beaten and tied up by Jiang Chen wanted to cry, but no tears came out. They were hoping that the sect chief would come and give them some justice, but now it looked like they didn't even need to think about it anymore. Besides, the way the sect chief dealt with this matter was equivalent to telling everyone that he was biased towards Jiang Chen. After what happened today, many of them had warned themselves not to offend Jiang Chen in the future. If they offended this ruthless man, they would never have a good ending. Fan Kuan had an evil expression on his face. He stared at Jiang Chen like a poisonous snake and said, "Jiang Chen, I'll remember your life for now. Fan Kuan, I don't care why you want to kill me, but I'm warning you, you better not offend me. If not, you won't be able to bear the consequences." Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. He would never show mercy to his enemies. Besides, the truth had proven that those who offended Jiang Chen would never have a good ending. Humph. Fan Kuan let out a cold snort, then he turned around and left. Fan Zhongtang's body moved and disappeared as well. Originally, Fan Kuan wanted to kill Jiang Chen no matter what, but he didn't expect Daoist Black to personally intervene. If he continued to attack Jiang Chen, he would be violating Daoist Black's taboo, and the consequences were not something he could bear. Just like that, a huge incident that had shaken the entire Black Sect had been easily ended by Daoist Black. Everything that happened today would definitely be recorded in the Black Sect's history. The name Jiang Chen had once again resounded like thunder in everyone's ears. From today onwards, not only those outer circle disciples, even outer circle sect elders and some inner circle disciples wouldn't dare offend Jiang Chen anymore. Chapter 133. In the outer circle dormitory area, Wang Yun and Huang Zheng's courtyard was filled with people. Wang Dinyo carefully placed the 2 rejuvenation pills he got from sect elder Guishan into Jiang Chen's hand. He looked at Jiang Chen with a face filled with admiration. There was no way they wouldn't admire him. What Jiang Chen had done today had turned him into a godlike existence in their hearts. Besides, Wang Dinyo was just trying his luck when he went to sect elder Guishan. He didn't expect that after he mentioned Jiang Chen's name, sect elder Guishan would immediately give him 2 rejuvenation pills without hesitation. After learning about what happened, sect elder Guishan even helped Jiang Chen personally. Senior disciple Jiang Chen was a righteous man and he had stood up for them. Everyone felt grateful towards him. Besides, Jiang Chen had only been in the Black Sect for a few days, but he had managed to settle sect elder Guishan and even the sect chief. Not many people could do something like this. Everyone here was willing to follow Jiang Chen. Besides, Jiang Chen had brought back so many elixir pills, but Jiang Chen didn't take any of them, he had given them all to them. After I gave Wang Yun and Huang Zheng a rejuvenation pill, it won't take long for them to recover. Don't stand around here, leave now. In the future, if anyone dares to bully you in the Black Sect, just tell them my name, Jiang Chen. But let me tell you something, I can help you, but don't cause any trouble for me. Jiang Chen's voice wasn't loud, but it was very dignified. Everyone could hear it clearly and no one dared to neglect Jiang Chen's words. Don't worry, senior disciple Jiang, we'll work hard in our cultivation, we won't let you down. That's right, we'll follow senior disciple Jiang from now on. We won't offend those who don't offend us, but if someone offends us, we can't be afraid of them. That's right, that's right. We won't bully anyone and we won't let anyone bully us. Everyone said at the same time. Jiang Chen's domineering performance today had deeply affected them. Every action and every word Jiang Chen said made their blood boil. Unknowingly, Jiang Chen had become their idol, and a great image that could never be erased had been established in their hearts. Jiang Chen had become an idol in their hearts. In other words, there had been some changes in their temperament. Subconsciously, they had become stronger. This was the subtle effect of Jiang Chen's influence. In the world of cultivation, one could not be too weak. If one was not strong, one would suffer. If there were too many people, it would affect Wang Yun and Huang Zheng's recovery. Jiang Chen dispersed everyone, leaving only Wang Danyu and another disciple. I've already given them the rejuvenation pill. Wang Danyu, the two of you stay here and take care of them. If there's anything, come to my place to find me. Jiang Chen said. Senior brother Jiang, go ahead and do what you need to do. Leave this place to us. Wang Danyu said with a serious expression. Jiang Chen nodded and left with De Huang Dog. He walked out from the dormitory area and didn't fly. Along the way he met many outer court disciples. Each and every one of them greeted Jiang Chen. Greetings, senior brother Jiang. Greetings, senior brother Jiang. Everyone who saw Jiang Chen greeted him with a serious expression. Their faces were filled with fear, not daring to show any neglect towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen shook his head and increased his speed. Not long after he returned to his residence. Brat, you are so domineering today, Kaka. De Huang Dog laughed and danced excitedly. Following Jiang Chen had always made his blood boil. Kaka. Right at this moment a sound could be heard coming from the house on the left. Jiang Chen and Big Yellow felt a cold chill coming from the house. When they turned around they saw that the entire house was covered with frost, and the frost quickly turned into ice. The temperature of the entire courtyard and even the entire mountain peak had suddenly dropped. Little Yu has broken through. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The 9 meridians is too abnormal, I'm afraid this house is done for. Right after De Huang Dog finished his words, a loud crashing sound could be heard. The house had collapsed and the ground was filled with ice shards. A young man in white clothes walked out from the ice shards. His natural beauty made him look like an otherworldly beauty. Any man who saw him couldn't help but admire this kind of natural beauty. Big bro Jiang Chen. When Yan Qinyu saw Jiang Chen, a smile blossomed on her beautiful face. She jumped and bounced towards Jiang Chen. Little Yu, you've broken through to the late mortal core realm. Jiang Chen had a happy expression on his face as well. With his experience he could easily tell that although Yan Qinyu was only a late mortal core warrior, because of the terrifying 9 meridians, her real combat strength was comparable to an early heavenly core warrior. No ordinary early heavenly core warrior would be her match. That's right, I've absorbed half of the 10,000 years freezing crystal. I'll try to absorb the other half later. If I can absorb it all, I'll be able to break through to the heavenly core realm. Yan Qinyu said with a smile. And not bad, little Yu is getting stronger and stronger. Jiang Chen patted Yan Qinyu's head lovingly. Big bro Jiang Chen, I've destroyed the house again. Yan Qinyu looked at the messy courtyard and pouted her lips. Don't worry, if you didn't control it, I'm afraid the entire courtyard would have been destroyed. I'll ask someone to build a new one later. Jiang Chen didn't mind at all. Compared to Yan Qinyu's breakthrough, a house was nothing. Even if the entire courtyard was destroyed in an instant, it wouldn't be a big deal. Coincidentally, little Yu has finished her cultivation. Let's go find sect elder Guishan. Jiang Chen said. You're going to thank that old man, right? De Huang Dog said. Guishan had helped them today and it was necessary for them to thank him. Thanking him is just one of the reasons. I have something more important to do. I've reached the late mortal core realm now, and before I break through to the heavenly core realm, I need to find a way to concoct a pill that can strengthen my foundation and stabilize my foundation. At that time I'll be able to break through to the heavenly core realm without worrying about my foundation. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. Fuck, so that's what you're thinking about. De Huang Dog rolled his eyes. Big bro, who is Guishan? Alright, you've broken through to the late mortal core realm so quickly? Yan Qinyu had a surprised expression on her face. It seemed like a lot of things had happened while she was in secluded cultivation. Little Yu, this Chin Gij of yours has become a famous person in the Black Sect. Just today your Chin Gij almost pierced the sky of the Black Sect. De Huang Dog said while wagging his head. Ah, puppy dog, tell me quickly what happened. Yan Qinyu had a nervous expression on her face. Anything that was related to Jiang Chen would affect her heart. Along the way, De Huang Dog told Yan Qinyu everything that had happened in the past few days, including the assassination attempt in the Myriad Demon Mountain. The little girl's pretty face was filled with anger. This is so annoying. How dare they try to assassinate Chin Gij? They deserve to be killed by Chin Gij. Yan Qinyu said angrily. Hearing this, De Huang Dog became speechless. Was this still the pure and innocent girl he knew? Was this still the girl who would be scared when she heard about murder? If she stayed with Jiang Chen for a few more years, wouldn't she become a murderous monster like Jiang Chen? At the foot of Guishan's mountain peak, Xianxia appeared with Yan Qinyu and a Huang dog. Smelling the strong aroma of herbs and looking at the herbs that covered the entire mountain, the Huang dog's eyes lit up. Swoosh. With a swoosh, Big Yellow dashed out and bit off half of 100-years-old blood ginseng. With a single bite he swallowed the rest of the ginseng. Fuck. Xianxia rolled his eyes. He immediately regretted bringing the Huang dog with him. If he let this evil dog roam around the mountain, Guishan would definitely cry. Damn dog, stop right there. Xianxia hurriedly rushed forward, because in the blink of an eye, the Huang dog had already eaten 3 herbs. Xianxia grabbed the Huang dog's ear and said, "Damn it, can you be a little more obedient? These are Elder Guishan's herbs, how can you eat them like this? Damn it, let me go. There are so many herbs here, what's wrong with me eating a few?" The Huang dog's eyes turned green. With so many herbs in front of him, if he couldn't eat them it would be worse than being killed. Eat your father's leg. You can't eat these herbs here, I still need to ask Guishan for some pills later. You already ate them, how can I still ask for more? Xianxia grabbed a Huang dog's ear and refused to let go. Little brat, these herbs are not yours. I want to eat them, so why do you care? Just let me eat until I'm full. The Huang dog argued. What? Eat until I'm full? Fuck you. Without saying anything, Xianxia slapped Big Yellow's head with his palm. He knew how much this dog could eat, and if he wanted to let this dog eat his fill, then all the herbs on this mountain wouldn't be enough to fill his stomach. Who's making a ruckus at the foot of the mountain? A voice came from the top of the mountain. It was Guishan. Brother Gui, it's me. Xianxia said while dragging the Huang dog up the mountain. Hearing that it was Xianxia, Guishan also came down from the top of the mountain. He looked down and saw the scene of a man and a dog fighting each other. Brother Jiang, where did this dog come from? Guishan was startled. Brother Gui, this dog is eating the herbs on your mountain. I caught it for you, I'm going to cook it with wine. Xianxia said. Damn it, little brat, don't you have any shame? The Huang dog jumped up in anger. What? How dare he eat my herbs? I'm going to skin him alive. Guishan widened his eyes. Every single herb on this mountain was a rare treasure, but a dog had eaten them all. How could he not be angry? Looking at his expression, it looked like he really wanted to skin the Huang dog alive. But the Huang dog's expression changed. This old man was a divine core warrior. If he really attacked him, he wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Daddy doesn't want to eat anymore. Little brat, ask this old man to stop. The Huang dog immediately gave in. Xianxia's attack had hit his weak spot, and he immediately stopped talking about eating the herbs. Alright, this dog knows his mistake, Brother Guo will spare his life. Chapter 134. On top of Guishan's mountain peak, the scenery was beautiful and the fragrance of herbs was very strong. Just smelling it would make anyone feel relaxed. Cultivating in a place like this, 1 day of cultivation was equivalent to 10 days of cultivation in the outside world. Next to the herb garden, there was a table made entirely from crystal jade. 3 men and a dog were sitting on each side. The Huang dog was staring at the herb garden in front of him without blinking his eyes, and his saliva was dripping onto the table. Xianxia rubbed his head with his hand. This dog was here to embarrass him. If it wasn't for the fact that it was afraid of Guishan's divine core strength, the Huang dog would have already jumped into the herb garden and started eating. Jiang brother, this young girl should be Yan Qinyu, right? Guishan looked at Yan Qinyu. Even he couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Such a beautiful girl was rare in this world, and only a girl like her could match up to a genius like Xianxia. That's right, she is my fiancée Yan Qinyu. Xiaoyu, greetings, sect elder Guishan. Xianxia said. Yan Qinyu smiled, then she nodded at Guishan and said, Xiaoyu, greet sect elder Guishan. Xiaoyu, don't mention it. Your senior disciple Xianxia's fiancé, just like senior disciple Xianxia, just call me older brother. Guishan laughed out loudly. He was a straightforward person and he didn't care about trifles. He was the same kind of person as Xianxia, and this was also the reason why he and Xianxia could become good friends. If it was just because of Xianxia's skill in alchemy, their relationship wouldn't be like this. Older brother, Xianxia is very grateful for your help. Xianxia cupped his fist towards Guishan. His words of gratitude were from the bottom of his heart. If it wasn't for Guishan's help, things would have gotten really messy. Putting aside Fan Zhong Tang, Jiang Chen wouldn't even be able to defeat Fan Kun with his current strength. What are you talking about, younger brother? You and I are brothers, and when my brother is in trouble as your older brother, I can't just stand by and do nothing. Guishan waved his hand, signaling Jiang Chen not to be so courteous. However, it's all thanks to the sect chief for what happened today. I didn't expect the sect chief to be so biased towards you. Of course, I understand why the sect chief did this. A peerless genius like you has never appeared in the history of the Black Sect. Now Nan Beichao has appeared in the Burning Sky Pavilion, a monstrous genius who has appeared out of nowhere. I'm afraid it won't take long before Nan Beichao grows up, and the balance in the Qi province will be completely broken. The other three big sects will face the danger of being suppressed by the Burning Sky Pavilion, or even being wiped out. Your talent is not any weaker than Nan Beichao's. To be frank, you are the future hope of the Black Sect. Although Guishan didn't leave his mountain, he was able to observe the general situation in the Qi province. All along, the four big sects in the Qi province had been opposing each other, but they had maintained the balance in the Qi province. However, with the appearance of the northern and southern dynasties, this balance would soon be broken. Therefore, for the Black Sect, Jiang Chen was a variable. The northern and southern dynasties are indeed geniuses. He has a great destiny and he has the ability to control the universe. He's not an ordinary man. Once a man like him grows up, the small Qi province won't be able to trap him. Jiang Chen nodded his head. His judgment was much sharper than Guishan's. When he first met the northern and southern dynasties, he knew this wasn't an ordinary genius. The northern and southern dynasties were born with a great destiny, and together with their natural talents, they were more than enough to compete with those peerless geniuses in the divine continent. Besides, the northern and southern dynasties were ambitious men. For a man like this, not only the Qi province, even the entire eastern continent wouldn't be able to trap him. I didn't expect you to have such a high evaluation of the northern and southern dynasties. Guishan was a little surprised by Jiang Chen's evaluation. Although he hadn't known Jiang Chen for a long time, he knew Jiang Chen's temperament very well. All geniuses were proud, and a genius like Jiang Chen's pride was incomparable to ordinary people. Today, even Jiang Chen had said that he valued the northern and southern dynasties, which proved that the northern and southern dynasties were not ordinary people. Jiang Chen smiled and didn't say anything. The northern and southern dynasties were indeed talented men, but he, Jiang Chen, wasn't afraid of them at all. Even if they were from the northern and southern dynasties, if they chose to be his enemy, they wouldn't have a good ending. Brother, the trouble you've caused today is a little too big. You're simply too lawless. The sect leader is so biased towards you, I'm afraid the higher-ups will start to criticize you. Guishan said. Brother, do you know why I've caused trouble today? Jiang Chen sneered. Why? Guishan was startled. It seemed like there really was a reason that he didn't know, and it wasn't as simple as seeking justice for those outer court disciples. Last night I entered the Thousand Demon Mountain alone to train, and in the second sector of the Thousand Demon Mountain, I met someone who wanted to assassinate me. The person who wanted to kill me was Jiang Wei, who I had killed on the fighting stage. The reason why I've caused trouble today is to find out who wanted to kill me. Jiang Chen told Guishan everything he knew. Besides, it wouldn't do him any harm if he told Guishan everything. What? Jiang Wei wanted to kill you? Do you have any grudges against him? Guishan was shocked. He didn't expect this at all. I've never met Jiang Wei before, so there's no grudge between us. That night, Jiang Wei wanted to kill me. He said I had offended someone I shouldn't have, and offended someone I shouldn't have offended. Then Fan Kun came out of nowhere, and you've seen how determined he is to kill me. I'm guessing Jiang Wei was ordered by Fan Kun to kill me. After Jiang Wei was hit by the silent poisonous needle, he asked Fan Kun for help. Obviously, he thinks Fan Kun has the antidote. Jiang Chen said. He was a smart and meticulous man. He could easily see through any clues. So, Fan Kun wanted to kill you? That doesn't make sense. You've just arrived at the Black Sect a few days ago, and you haven't offended Fan Kun, so it's impossible for you to offend him. Guishan furrowed his brows. Brother, can you make a bold guess? Fan Kun is from the northern and southern dynasties, and even Fan Zhongtang might be one of them. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. What? Brother, you can't say something like that. Fan Zhongtang is an old man from the upper echelons of the Black Sect. He is a mid-divine core warrior, and he has always been loyal to the sect. Guishan cried out in shock. Brother, don't get too excited, I'm just guessing. In fact, I haven't been in the Black Sect for long and I haven't been in the Qi province for long either. The only people I've offended are from the northern and southern dynasties, that's why I made this guess. If not, I really can't think of a reason why Fan Kun would want to kill me. Jiang Chen said. This doesn't sound possible? Zhou Xian furrowed his brows. Although there were many talented young men in the northern and southern dynasties, it didn't mean that all of them wanted to join the Black Sect. Alright brother, let's not talk about this for now. I've killed Jiang Wei, and as for Fan Kun, it won't be easy for him to kill me. Alright, I've drunk brother's good wine last time, so today I've brought some good wine for you to taste. Jiang Chen said. Brother, when it comes to wine, you can't boast in front of me. I don't believe you can bring me wine that's better than mine. Zhou Xian laughed out loudly. He had great confidence in the wine he brewed with herbs. Jiang Chen didn't say anything. He simply waved his hand and 4 green jade wine cups appeared on the table, then they landed in front of the 3 men and 1 dog. The Huang dog seemed to have realized something. His eyes that were staring at the herb garden without blinking finally came back to his senses, and an excited expression emerged on his face. Jiang Chen flipped his palm, then a jade bottle appeared in his hand. With a flick of his finger, 4 clear streams flew out from the jade bottle and landed right in front of the 4 wine cups. Zhou Xian had an indifferent expression on his face, but when he smelled the rich energy coming out from the wine cups, the look of disdain on his face immediately disappeared. Zhou Xian hurriedly looked at the wine cups and saw that they were filled to the brim. The milky white liquid in the cups kept emitting streams of energy. Just by inhaling this energy, it could make one's body heat up and increase their yuan energy. What is this? Energy spring water? Zhou Xian's expression finally changed. The cup that was filled to the brim was actually filled with the rare energy spring water. How much would it cost? If it was used to concoct pills, it could be used to concoct countless high-quality pills. Brother, please. Jiang Chen raised his wine cup and made a gesture towards Zhou Xian. The Huang dog had already finished his cup, and was staring at the jade bottle in front of Jiang Chen. After that, Jiang Chen also finished his cup. Seeing these 2 idiots drinking the energy spring water like that, Zhou Xian almost vomited blood. Big brother, that's the energy spring water. How dare they drink it like it's wine? This is not just a waste of natural resources, this is a waste of the family's resources. What made Zhou Xian want to vomit blood even more was that after Jiang Chen and the Huang dog finished their cups, they poured another cup for themselves and drank 3 cups in a row. They drank the energy spring water as if it was water. What made Zhou Xian even more furious was that a dog was drinking the energy spring water like that. Damn it! Zhou Xian felt a strong blow in his heart. He suddenly felt that his life was worse than a dog's. If Zhou Xian knew that these 2 guys had drunk half of the energy spring water in the water curtain cave, he would probably vomit blood on the spot and die on the spot. Brother, why aren't you drinking? You must be thinking that my wine is not good enough. Fine, if you don't want to drink, you can give it to De Huang. Jiang Chen shook his head and said. De Huang dog was not polite at all. He stretched out his paw and tried to take Zhou Xian's wine cup. Zhoosh. Zhou Xian's reaction was extremely fast. With lightning speed, he grabbed the cup and drank it in 1 gulp. This was the energy spring water. It would be a waste if he didn't drink it. As soon as the energy spring water entered Zhou Xian's body, it immediately turned into a strong energy that rampaged through Zhou Xian's body. Zhou Xian's face turned red, and he immediately circulated his martial art to guide the energy. The energy spring water turned into strands of energy that flowed into his limbs and bones. It was an indescribable feeling of comfort. The energy of the energy spring water was so strong that when he looked at Jiang Chen and De Huang dog again, it was as if he was looking at a ghost. With his cultivation, he would need to guide the energy when he drank a cup of energy spring water. But these 2 guys drank 3 cups in a row and didn't have any reaction at all. It was as if they were drinking water. This was not infuriating, it was a waste. Of course, Zhou Xian didn't know that after Jiang Chen and De Huang dog drank half of the energy spring water, the energy spring water had no effect on them anymore. Chapter 135. Older brother, how's the taste of my wine? Jiang Chen asked with a smile on his face. What? How's the taste? Damn it, this is the energy spring water. Is the energy spring water supposed to be tasted? Is he really drinking the energy spring water like it's wine? You're doing this on purpose. Buddy, you're definitely trying to piss me off. Guishan really wanted to kick Jiang Chen's face with the sole of his shoe. Older brother, what are you talking about? I was kind enough to treat you to a drink, but not only are you not grateful, you even said that I'm trying to piss you off. Come, since older brother doesn't like our wine, De Huang Xiaoyu, let's drink together, let him drink his own. Jiang Qin raised the jade bottle and poured a cup for De Huang Dog and Yan Qinyu. He just ignored Guishan. Fuck. Guishan couldn't stand it anymore. He immediately snatched the jade bottle from Jiang Chen's hand and poured a cup for himself. But too bad, although Guishan was a divine core warrior when compared to Jiang Qin, De Huang Dog and Yan Qinyu, there was a huge gap between them. After drinking 3 cups of energy spring water, Guishan couldn't take it anymore. The energy in the energy spring water was too strong, and the skill he cultivated wasn't a high-level one. There was no way he could absorb all of it in a short period of time. Besides, Guishan's physique was just an ordinary physique, he couldn't compare with the other 3. We can't drink anymore. The way you guys are drinking is just a waste. Brother, do you know that a single drop of this energy spring water is worth tens of thousands of gold coins in the outside world? Why are we drinking it in cups here? Guishan had an impulse to slap his own face. This was too wasteful, it was a reckless waste of precious resources. When he saw Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog drinking the energy spring water cup after cup, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. At the same time, he felt a strong sense of failure. No matter what, he was a divine core warrior, but compared to these 3 freaks in front of him, he felt ashamed. Brother, where did you get so much spiritual spring water? Guishan asked curiously. The 3 cups of energy spring water he drank today had given him a lot of benefits. He was now at the peak of the early divine core realm, and he was just 1 step away from the mid-divine core realm. With the help of the 3 cups of energy spring water, he would be able to break through to the mid-divine core realm within a month or even less. When I went to the Wanyao mountain this time, I obtained it by chance. I know that this spiritual spring water is useful to you, so I specially prepared a bottle for you. As Jiang Qin said this, he took out a jade bottle from his cosmos ring and handed it to Guishan. Guishan's eyes immediately lit up. A bottle of energy spring water. This was a priceless treasure. What Jiang Qin said was right. This energy spring water was a great help to Guishan. Not only did it have great benefits, it could also help him concoct pills. When concocting a pill, if he could add some energy spring water into the pill, the quality of the pill and its healing effects would be greatly improved. This was something that was hard to come by. Brother, this energy spring water is too precious. I've already drunk 3 cups of it, how can I accept this bottle? Guishan said. This gift was too precious. Although he said that, he didn't even blink his eyes as he stared at the jade bottle. He rubbed his palms together as if he couldn't bear it anymore. Seeing this, Jiang Qin couldn't help but let out a laugh and said, since I'm too embarrassed to accept it, De Huang, let's drink it together. Hearing this, Guishan's reaction was extremely fast. Without anyone seeing how he moved, the jade bottle on the table disappeared. Guishan raised his head and stared at Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog. You 2 animals, don't let daddy see you drink any energy spring water in the future, you black sheep. Old man, look, we've drunk some wine and our relationship has been established. Since we're friends, why don't you take out a few dozen herbs from your herb garden and let me have a taste? De Huang Dog looked at Guishan and said shamelessly. This dog was still holding a grudge against the herbs in his herb garden. Get lost, you stupid dog. If you dare to take my herbs again, I'll skin you alive. Guishan scolded. De Huang Dog stuck out his tongue and didn't dare to say another word. This fat old man didn't look like someone to be trifled with. Brother, let's talk business. I'm here today to look for a few herbs. Jiang Qin said with a serious face. I knew you'd have some ideas. No wonder you're so kind as to give me the energy spring water. Tell me, what kind of herbs do you want? As long as I have it on this mountain, I won't be stingy. Guishan said in a generous manner. Then I won't be polite. Jiang Qin said, I want 5 herbs: golden ganoderma, black yellow wood, water lotus, flaming grass and yellow sand. Jiang Qin listed out the names of 5 herbs in a row. They were the herbs he needed to concoct a pill that could strengthen one's foundation. Guishan, who had a relaxed expression, suddenly became serious. Golden ganoderma, black yellow wood, water lotus, flaming grass, yellow sand, these are the herbs of 5 elements. Brother, are you trying to concoct the 5-elemental pill? That's right, I'm trying to concoct the 5-elemental pill. The 5-elemental pill is a pill that can strengthen one's foundation. Not only can it strengthen the 5 internal organs, it can also strengthen one's foundation. Before I break through to the heavenly core realm, I need the 5-elemental pill to strengthen my foundation. Zhou Xian said. The 5 internal organs of a human correspond to the 5 elements. Therefore, the 5-elemental pill is an extremely rare pill, and because it's rare, it means it's difficult to concoct. The 5 elements restrict each other, and it's extremely difficult to fuse 5 herbs with different elements together to concoct the 5-elemental pill. Any ordinary alchemist would have a hard time concocting the 5-elemental pill. I've been studying alchemy for dozens of years, but I still don't have the courage to concoct the 5-elemental pill. Guishan said in a serious tone. The 5-elemental pill was different from the other pills that could strengthen one's foundation. It was an extremely rare pill and ordinary alchemists couldn't concoct it. Even Guishan himself couldn't concoct the 5-elemental pill. Older brother, you just need to prepare the herbs for me. As for concocting the 5-elemental pill, I'll do it myself. Zhou Xian said with a smile on his face. What? You want to concoct the 5-elemental pill? Guishan looked at Zhou Xian with a shocked expression. Younger brother, even the worst 5-elemental pill is an earth-level pill. With my current abilities, I can only concoct a low-rank earth-level pill. Although you have a strong combat strength, you haven't even reached the heavenly core realm. Don't you think it's a bit unrealistic for you to concoct the 5-elemental pill? Guishan couldn't help but be shocked. He had no doubts about Zhou Xian's alchemy skills. He had witnessed Zhou Xian's talent in alchemy last time. But alchemy was closely related to one's cultivation level. Concocting an earth-level 5-elemental pill when he was only a late mortal core warrior was just too childish. Older brother, I'm not joking. You should have these 5 herbs, right? Zhou Xian said with a serious expression. Although these 5 herbs were precious, they weren't that rare. The Black Sect was one of the biggest sects in the Qi province, and Guishan was the #1 alchemist in the Black Sect. If he couldn't even provide these 5 herbs, then he would be too weak. I do. Younger brother, can I be there when you are concocting the 5-elemental pill? Guishan asked. He really wanted to see if Zhou Xian could really concoct the 5-elemental pill. He had always been curious about Zhou Xian's alchemy skills. No problem, I'll concoct it here. Zhou Xian nodded his head with a smile on his face. Concocting a pill was a very simple task for him. Concocting the 5-elemental pill was very difficult, and ordinary alchemists couldn't control the restraints between the 5 elements. But for Zhou Xian it was a piece of cake. All right. Guishan turned around and walked towards the herb garden. He picked the golden Ganoderma water lotus and lust sand, then returned to his own courtyard. Not long after that he came out with all 5 kinds of herbs and placed them on the table. Younger brother, these 5 herbs have a certain age, they are enough to concoct a low-rank earth-level 5-elemental pill. Guishan said. Alright, thank you older brother. Zhou Xian cupped his fist towards Guishan. This was the benefit of being friends with Guishan. If not, he would have to spend a lot of effort to find these 5 herbs to concoct the 5-elemental pill. Older brother, I'm going to start concocting the pill. Watch carefully, it might be helpful to you. After saying that, Zhou Xian waved his hand, and the 5 herbs on the table flew up by themselves. At the same time, a powerful soul energy rushed out from his body like a tidal wave. Sensing the soul energy, Guishan's expression changed. He's only a late mortal core warrior, but his soul energy is so strong. At least at the late heavenly core realm this is really frightening. Guishan was shocked, but this was just the beginning. 2 balls of flame shot out from Zhou Xian's palms at the same time, instantly turning into a sea of flames. Under Zhou Xian's control, all 5 herbs were thrown into the sea of flames. Seeing this, Guishan was shocked. All 5 elemental herbs had different elemental attributes, and it was very difficult to fuse them together. However, Zhou Xian was trying to fuse all 5 of them at the same time. This was unbelievable, and it required an alchemist to have a high level of control. If he wasn't careful, all 5 herbs would turn into ashes in an instant. Older brother, although the 5 elemental herbs are supposed to counter each other, they also support each other. As long as you can find the turning point, concocting the 5 elemental pill isn't difficult at all. Refining all 5 herbs at the same time is much easier than refining them one by one. Jiang Chen said. Guishan was even more shocked. Pill concocting was a process that required a high level of concentration, but Jiang Chen was able to chat with Guishan while he was concocting the pill. Most importantly, he was able to keep the herbs in a stable state without any signs of agitation. If Guishan hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. Besides, what Jiang Chen said had once again enlightened Guishan. Everyone knew that the 5 elemental herbs supported and countered each other, but they didn't know what it meant. Jiang Chen had used his actions to tell Guishan that it was actually easier to refine all 5 herbs at the same time than to refine them individually. This was a mistake many alchemists made, and it was the reason why concocting the 5 elemental pill was so difficult. Guishan held his breath and stared at Jiang Chen's hands without blinking his eyes. All he saw was Jiang Chen forming some mysterious hand seals. Under the burning of the flames, the 5 herbs were being refined at an incredible speed. The 5 herbs were rolling around in the sea of flames, and under Jiang Chen's precise control, there was no sign of agitation caused by the different elemental herbs. Chapter 136. Jiang Chen's entire process was as smooth as flowing water. He didn't stop even for a second. His face was always filled with a relaxed smile and no signs of nervousness could be seen on his face. Jiang Chen had found the balance between the 5 elements in an instant. Guishan was really shocked. He had never seen such a skillful alchemy technique before. The problem of the 5 elemental pills' properties, which had troubled countless alchemists, was solved by Jiang Chen so easily. Jiang Chen had completely ignored the principle of the 5 elements suppressing each other. He had used the 5 elemental pills' properties to perfectly connect the 5 elements together. With this, not only would the medicinal power of the 5 elements not be depleted, but because of the mutual support between the 5 elements, the medicinal power of the 5 elements would increase. Guishan's body was trembling. He stared at Jiang Chen's alchemy process without blinking. Compared to Jiang Chen, he suddenly felt like he had lived all these years like a dog. He never knew that alchemy could be so easy. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to disturb Jiang Chen's alchemy process, Guishan would have slapped the table and cheered. Pop! A slight trembling sound could be heard from within the sea of flames. Jiang Chen let out a light shout and a pill with 5 different colors jumped out from the sea of flames. Jiang Chen retracted his soul energy and flames, then he stretched his hand and grabbed the pill in his palm. 5 elemental pill completed. Guishan stared at the 5 elemental pill in Jiang Chen's hand in astonishment. His eyes were fixed on the 5 elemental pill. Half an hour. Jiang Chen had only used half an hour to successfully concoct the 5 elemental pill. The pill's body is smooth and round, clear and bright without any impurities. The 5 elements have merged together. This is a 100% effectiveness 5 elemental pill. Guishan murmured to himself. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed what had just happened. The 5 elemental pill, which had baffled countless alchemists, had been concocted by Jiang Chen with such ease. Guishan knew that if he was the one concocting the 5 elemental dan, even if he could successfully concoct it, he would at most be able to concoct a 5 elemental dan with 80 or 90% effectiveness. He would never be able to concoct a 5 elemental dan with 100% effectiveness. Besides, it would take him at least half a day to concoct a 5 elemental dan with 100% effectiveness. But Jiang Chen had only used half an hour to concoct a 5 elemental dan with 100% effectiveness. Brother, my 5 elements pill is not bad, right? Jiang Chen smiled. Brother, Guishan was speechless for a long time. Then he hugged Jiang Chen and started crying. His face was full of tears and his nose was full of tears. Brother, did you purposely come here to give me a hard time? Guishan felt depressed. Within the Qi province, Guishan had never bowed down to anyone when it came to alchemy. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that one day he would be completely convinced by an alchemist at the mortal core realm, and he would prostrate himself before him. Brother, I have a skill called soul training, I wonder if you're interested in it? After saying that, Jiang Chen immediately used his divine sense to transmit the first level of the Great Soul Derivation skill to Guishan. The Great Soul Derivation skill was Jiang Chen's foundation. There was a reason why he taught it to Guishan. Without a doubt, Guishan was someone he could befriend. In the future, Jiang Qin would need to build his own force, and within a force an alchemist was indispensable. Jiang Qin didn't want to spend too much time and effort on concocting pills. Therefore, if he wanted to train an alchemist, Guishan would be the first choice. The Great Soul Derivation skill was divided into 2 levels. Jiang Qin taught Guishan the first level, and he wanted to see if Guishan could break through it. The Great Soul Derivation skill was extremely profound, and not just anyone could cultivate it. If Guishan could master the first level of the Great Soul Derivation skill, then he would be able to concoct heavenly-level pills and become a heavenly-level alchemist. Guishan's expression changed drastically. The Great Soul Derivation skill in his divine sense was like a clear stream, and the abstruse skill made Guishan fall into deep thought. He was completely immersed in it and he couldn't pull himself out of it. Guishan's body trembled and his brows furrowed. It was obvious that he couldn't understand the profound and abstruse skill at first glance. Old brother, this soul refinement technique is called the Great Soul Derivation technique. I will teach you the first level, and after you master the first level I will teach you the second level. If you can master this soul refinement technique, you will definitely become an alchemy grandmaster. Jiang Qin said. Guishan finally regained his consciousness. In just 2 or 3 minutes his forehead was covered with sweat. At this moment the way he looked at Jiang Qin was completely different. There was shock, admiration, gratitude, and all kinds of complicated emotions. Who was this young man in front of him? How did he know such a profound soul derivation skill? Little brother, this gift is truly too precious. Guishan was rarely so serious. As an alchemist, no one knew better than him how important the soul derivation skill was to an alchemist. Something like the Great Soul Derivation skill was something that countless alchemists yearned for even in their dreams. The fact that Jiang Qin was willing to teach him such a profound soul derivation skill showed that Jiang Qin had truly treated him as a brother. Guishan couldn't help but feel touched. Let's skip the pleasantries, I don't like it. I've already obtained the 5 elemental pill, so I need to go back and cultivate now. Goodbye. Jiang Qin cupped his fist at Guishan, then he walked down the mountain with Yan Qingyu and a Huang dog. Staring at Jiang Qin's back, Guishan's eyes became blurred. Brother, oh brother, what kind of person are you? In the afternoon of the same day, Jiang Qin asked a few outer circle disciples to build a new house in the courtyard. At night he chose to go into secluded cultivation. The low-rank Earth 5 elemental pill was the biggest benefit for Jiang Qin right now. With Jiang Qin's dragon transformation skill he could absorb all the medicinal energy contained within the 5 elemental pill. If the level of the pill was too high he wouldn't be able to absorb all the medicinal energy, and that wasn't a good thing. In fact, with Jiang Qin's current foundation he could use the dragon transformation skill to break through to the heavenly core realm without any worries. It would be much easier for him to break through to the heavenly core realm than anyone else. For others, they would need to go through a huge obstacle to break through to the heavenly core realm, and they would need to control the natural yuan energy. But Jiang Qin had the cultivation experience of a saint. Being reborn was just walking the same path again, and there would be no bottlenecks during this process. As long as his energy reached a certain level and the number of dragon marks reached the requirement of the dragon transformation skill, he would be able to break through to the next realm. This was a unique advantage that no one else could compare with. But in order to strengthen his foundation, Jiang Qin decided to consume the 5 elemental pill first, and then break through to the heavenly core realm. With that he wouldn't have to worry about his foundation being shaken. The 5 elemental pill was the best pill for strengthening one's foundation. The 5 different medicinal energies contained in the pill could be absorbed by the 5 internal organs and strengthen one's foundation. Jiang Qin swallowed the 5 elemental pill straight away. Under the circulation of the dragon transformation skill, the medicinal energy from the 5 elemental pill instantly rushed into his limbs and bones, into the depths of his soul, and into his internal organs. Hiss, a comfortable feeling that came from the source made Jiang Qin's body tremble. This feeling was like a good rain after a long drought. It was wonderful. Jiang Qin took a very long time to absorb the 5 elemental pill. Strengthening one's foundation was a slow process and Jiang Qin wouldn't rush it. Therefore it took him a full day and night to absorb the 5 elemental pill. When Jiang Qin woke up, there was a blood-red shadow of a dragon floating around his body. As the dragon transformation skill became stronger, the powerful qi and blood in his body became stronger as well. After absorbing the 5-elemental pill, not only had his foundation become stronger, it had also allowed him to form another 5 dragon marks. After all, the energy contained within the 5-elemental pill was extremely rich, and a low-rank earth pill was comparable to a mid-heavenly core demon soul. Right now, there were 85 dragon marks in Jiang Chen's Qi, and he was one step closer to 100 dragon marks. Once he reached 100 dragon marks, he would be able to break through to the heavenly core realm, and at that point of time he would have the strength of 1,000,000. Jiang Chen, listen to my order. Right when Jiang Chen walked out from his secluded cultivation room, a deep voice sounded out from the skies above. The voice was loud and it resounded throughout the entire black sect, allowing all disciples to hear it clearly. Jiang Chen, listen to my order. This is the sect chief's voice. Don't tell me he's going to give Jiang Chen a mission? Don't talk, just listen carefully. Many people were shocked. This was the first time something like this had happened in the black sect. Even if the sect chief wanted to give a disciple a mission, it would usually be done in secret and they wouldn't make such a big fuss. Jiang Chen, listen to my order. Yesterday you caused a great disturbance in the outer circle, you offended your superiors and you were disrespectful to a sect elder. I'm going to punish you. Recently, blood devils have been roaming around Yellowstone, and they're slaughtering all living beings. I'm going to send you to Yellowstone City alone to kill these blood devils. Set out immediately, no delays. Daoist Black's voice was loud and clear. It sounded like a sudden clap of thunder as it hovered above the Black Mountain. The mighty aura of a peak divine core warrior was clearly displayed, and it caused everyone's heart to tremble. After finishing his words, Daoist Black's voice disappeared. However, the entire black sect was in an uproar. What? Killing these blood devils? Isn't that just sending Jiang Chen to his death? Didn't the sect chief say that yesterday's incident was over? Why did he suddenly punish Jiang Chen? Damn it, didn't those scum blood devils kill them all dozens of years ago? Blood Moon shamans slaughtered all living beings, and many places in the Qi province were plunged into misery and suffering. After that, the sect chief of the 4 big sects struck at the same time and killed Blood Moon shaman. I didn't expect blood devils to appear again after dozens of years. Blood devils have indeed appeared in Yellowstone City. I heard that there was a man who called himself Lord Blood Moon today, and he has an immeasurable cultivation level. Besides, these blood devils suck people's blood and they are extremely brutal. Asking Jiang Chen to kill these blood devils alone is no different than sending him to his death. Isn't this the same as sect chief pushing Jiang Chen into a pit of fire? Could it be that Fan Zhongtang and Fan Kun aren't willing to let Jiang Chen go, and that's why the sect chief is giving Jiang Chen such a mission? Chapter 137. Chen Gij, what is a blood devil? Yan Qinyu walked up to Jiang Chen and asked with a worried expression. Since the sect chief said this was a punishment, then this mission wouldn't be easy to complete. Blood devil, just from the name itself they knew it wouldn't be easy to deal with. Jiang Chen shook his head. The Qi province's blood devils, he had no idea what they were. Swoosh. Right at this moment, a figure descended from the sky and landed in Jiang Chen's courtyard. It was Guishan, who had a panicked expression on his face. Brother Jiang, you can't accept this mission. I'll go find the sect chief now and ask him to cancel this mission. Or I'll go with you, Guishan said. From his words, it seemed like he was afraid of the blood devils. Brother, what exactly is this blood devil? Could it be that in a place like the Qi province there are also devils? Jiang Chen asked. There were real devils in the divine continent. In his previous life, Jiang Chen had fought with many powerful devil kings, so he knew how terrifying they were. No, blood devils aren't real devils, but they are 100 times more brutal than real devils. Blood devils are actually humans as well, but because they cultivated the blood devil skill, they became brutal and brutal, losing their humanity and rationality. All they know is how to kill, that's why they are called blood devils. Guishan said. Brother, you seem to know a lot about blood devils. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. A few decades ago, a blood moon shaman appeared in the Qi province. This man was brutal and brutal, he drank human blood everywhere he went. He even created a blood moon sect and taught a lot of blood devils, causing a lot of suffering in the Qi province. In the end, it was the sect chief of the 4 big sects who worked together to kill Blood Moon Shaman and destroy the Blood Moon sect. However, after a few decades, another blood devil appeared. Guishan said. Hearing this, Zhou Xian nodded his head. A determined expression emerged on his face as he said, "This kind of scum, they are evil, they shouldn't exist in this world. I'll accept this mission, I really want to meet this Lord Blood Moon." "Brother, Yellowstone is within the Black Sect's territory. Killing these blood devils shouldn't be something you can do alone, we should send our disciples to do it together. If you go alone, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. Besides, since that Lord Blood Moon dared to stir up such a storm, I'm sure he has some abilities and he won't be easy to deal with." Wuxia was still against Zhou Xian accepting this mission. "I have to accept this mission. This is a test and training given to me by Daoist Black. The duel between me and the northern and southern dynasties will only last for a year. Like you said, the sect chief has placed all his hopes on me, so he won't let me die. But he also hopes that I can grow stronger as soon as possible. This mission to deal with these blood devils is a great opportunity for me to train myself," Zhou Xian said. He knew what Daoist Black was thinking. With his talent, Daoist Black wouldn't push him into a pit of fire. Although this mission seemed impossible, it actually gave Zhou Xian a chance to grow. Once Zhou Xian grew stronger during this mission, he would be able to complete this seemingly impossible mission. Secondly, Daoist Black could use this as an excuse to punish Zhou Xian. After all, Zhou Xian had caused a huge disturbance yesterday, and if he just let it go like this, the Black Sect's rules would be broken. This is indeed the sect chief's good intention, it's great that you can understand it. However, this mission is really dangerous, brother, are you sure you want to go alone? Wuxia showed an appreciative expression towards Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian could see things more clearly than anyone else. "That's right, I've decided to accept this mission." Zhou Xian nodded his head. In fact, this mission came at the right time. He had just absorbed the 5 elemental pill and his top priority now was to break through to the heavenly core realm. He couldn't do that in the Black Sect. Zhou Xian was planning to go to the Myriad Demon Mountain, but coincidentally Daoist Black gave him this mission. These blood devils were brutal, but the danger of dealing with them wasn't as great as going deeper into the Myriad Demon Mountain. Zhou Xian was the reincarnation of a saint, how could he be scared by a bunch of blood devils? "Alright, since you've made up your mind, I won't stop you. With your abilities, I believe ordinary blood devils are no match for you. You have to pay special attention to that Lord Blood Moon. I'm sure he is as cunning as Blood Moon Shaman, he won't be easy to deal with." Wuxia patted Zhou Qian's shoulder. "Older brother, before I leave, there's something I need to trouble you with," Zhou Qian said. "Please tell me, brother, as long as it's within my capabilities, I'll do my best," Wuxia said with a serious expression. "De Huang Dog and I will leave for Yellowstone tonight. Little you will stay here, I need older brother to take care of her. I'm afraid Fan Kun might do something bad to her," Zhou Qian said. The person he worried about the most was Yan Qinyu. Although Yan Qinyu's 9 meridians were very powerful, their enemies were even stronger. If Fan Kun came looking for trouble, Yan Qinyu wouldn't be able to handle it. "Qin Gij, I want to go with you," Yan Qinyu quickly said. "Little you, I don't know the details of this mission. If you follow me, I'll be distracted. You just stay here and focus on your cultivation. Once I'm done with these blood devils, I'll come back as soon as possible." Zhou Qian hugged Yan Qinyu in his arms and said with a gentle voice, "Alright, but Qin Gij, you have to be careful." Yan Qinyu nodded her head. Although she didn't want to be separated from Zhou Qian, she was a sensible person. She knew that if she followed Zhou Qian, not only would she not be able to help him, she would also become a burden. "Don't worry, brother, no one in the Black Sect dares to mess around. If Fan Kun wants to deal with little you, let alone me, even the sect chief won't allow it," Wuxia promised. "Alright, let's go." Zhou Qian flapped his blood wings and flew into the sky. Soon he disappeared from the Black Sect's sky. De Huang Dog spread his wings and followed behind Zhou Qian. Many people saw Zhou Qian flying far away and they were all shocked. Zhou Qian really accepted the mission and is heading towards Yellowstone? Doesn't he know how dangerous this mission is? This is a mission given by the sect chief himself, he has no other choice but to accept it. I wonder if Fan Kun and his grandson are behind this, causing Zhou Qian to be punished like this. There's a slim chance of survival in this mission. I wonder if Zhou Qian can come back alive. Many disciples were sighing, especially those outer circle disciples who followed Zhou Qian. Their faces were filled with worry. Deep within the Black Mountain, within a secret chamber, Fan Zhongtang and his grandson were gathered together. Their faces were filled with joy. I never thought the sect chief would give Jiangchen such a dangerous mission. Jiangchen is going to die for sure. Fan Kun burst into laughter. I'm afraid the sect chief's real intention isn't to punish him, but to give Jiangchen a chance to train. He wants to train Jiangchen as the enemy of the northern and southern dynasties. Fan Zhongtang let out a cold snort. Grandpa, I've done my research. This Lord Blood Moon has reached the peak heavenly core realm, and together with his frightening Blood Devil skill, even I am no match for him. If Jiangchen fights Lord Blood Moon, he will die for sure. Fan Kun said with a sneer. Jiangchen is not someone to be underestimated. He will definitely become someone great in the future. Since we are working for the northern and southern dynasties, we should help them get rid of Jiangchen first. This is a good opportunity for us. Fan Zhongtang said with a cold look in his eyes. A mid-divine core warrior was willing to submit to the young northern and southern dynasties? If this was spread out, perhaps no one would believe it. The methods of the northern and southern dynasties were unpredictable. Dad, are you saying you want me to secretly attack Jiangchen? Fan Kun said. Oh, you can't go anywhere now. The sect chief is a smart man. If you leave the black sect now, even an idiot will know that you are going to attack Jiangchen. Fan Zhongtang said. That's true. But don't worry, Jiangchen is a man who thinks highly of himself, and he has no respect for anyone. This time he is going to kill those blood devils. He will definitely die. Fan Kun said with a proud expression. Send someone to keep a close eye on Yellowstone. If those blood devils can't kill Jiangchen, find a way to spread the news that Jiangchen is heading to Yellowstone to the Tianjin Gate. Fan Zhongtang sneered. That's right, Liang Shao wants to kill Jiangchen more than us. Fan Kun laughed out loud. Jiangchen and De Huang Dog were flying at top speed. It was late at night and they had almost arrived at Yellowstone. Kid, killing the blood demon this time is a great experience for you. It's also a great opportunity. De Huang Dog opened his mouth and said. That's right, I cultivate a special skill that gives me a strong vitality, and it is the nemesis of all evil devils. As a descendant of the dragon horse, you are also an existence that all evil devils fear. Although those blood devils are humans, they are still a type of devil and they will definitely form devil cores in their bodies. When I absorb their devil cores, the effects are even better than demon souls of demon beast. Now that I've absorbed the 5 elemental pill, my foundation has become stronger, and I can use this opportunity to break through to the heavenly core realm. Jiangchen said. Yellowstone had a circumference of 10,000 miles, and with Yellowstone City as the center, there were 2 other cities. Because Yellowstone's geographical location wasn't good, there weren't many powers in this area. Of course, any power in the Qi province couldn't be compared with Red City, which was located outside of Mount Origin. In front of them was a desolate mountain range. Even though it was late at night, they could still see a faint mist floating in the air. However, Jiangchen could smell the scent of blood coming from this mountain range. There are blood devils in this mountain range. Jiangchen's eyes lit up. How did you know? De Huang Dog looked at Jiangchen and asked. There is something called perception. De Huang, you should learn it in the future. Jiangchen said with a smile. What's there to be proud of? Daddy's perception towards treasures is way better than yours. De Huang Dog snorted disdainfully. Jiangchen immediately stopped talking. When it came to treasure hunting, perhaps no one under the heavens could compare with De Huang Dog. Arg! Suddenly, a shrill scream sounded out from a valley, piercing through the darkness of the night. The scream made one's hair stand on end, as if the person who let out the scream was suffering from an unimaginable fear. You've guessed it right, I can already feel a terrifying smell of blood and devilish energy. De Huang Dog said with a serious expression. Let's go. Chapter 138. The night was dark and the screams had disappeared. The valley was emitting a creepy atmosphere in the middle of the night, and it was quite creepy. But what was even more creepy was the tragedy that was happening in the valley. The 3 black-clothed blood demons revealed 2 blood-red fangs at the corners of their mouths. Their bloodshot eyes stared at the prey in front of them. Their appearances were very frightening, as if they were demons that had walked out of hell. On the ground there were already 2 people lying on the ground. They were 2 men and they had died very miserably. Each of their necks had 2 bloody holes, but no blood flowed out. This was because their blood had already been sucked by the blood demon. Human blood tastes so delicious. One of the blood devils let out a weird laugh. His voice was hoarse and unpleasant, and it made people's scalps go numb. He stuck out his red tongue and licked his fangs, causing people to feel terrified. In front of the 3 blood devils stood 4 people. 3 men and 1 woman. All of them were young and their cultivation levels were average. One of them was at the early mortal core realm and the other 2 were only at the peak of the Chi-Hai realm. The last one was a young girl in blue clothes who looked like she was 14 or 15 years old. Her face was pale and her body was trembling. Kaka, let's not wait any longer. Let's suck out the blood of each of these 3 men. As for the young girl, we'll sacrifice her to the chief. Another blood devil laughed out loud. We're done for, we're done for. The 4 people in front of them were terrified. These 3 blood devils were all at the mortal core realm and they were extremely cruel. There was no way they could deal with them. The 3 blood devils had cold smiles on their faces. Their red eyes were glowing as they approached their prey step by step. They stuck out their red tongues and licked their fangs. Sensing the fear of the 4 people in front of them, the smiles on the 3 blood devils' faces became even more intense. It seemed like they didn't want to kill their prey so quickly. They liked to let their prey experience fear before they drank their blood. That way they would feel a different kind of pleasure and the taste of their blood would be even more delicious. These blood devils are cruel, they killed our townspeople. Let's fight them. The mortal core young man had a vicious look in his eyes. It was an instinct to survive. When a man was facing death, even if he knew he was going to die, he still wouldn't give up hope. The 3 blood devils laughed evilly. Just as they opened their mouths and were about to attack, 2 golden beams suddenly shot down from the sky. Puchi puchi. With 2 puchi sounds, the blood of the first 2 blood demons splattered in all directions. They were directly split into 2 halves by the golden light. The 4 halves of their badly mutilated corpses fell to the ground, still wriggling. The girl had clearly never seen such a bloody scene before. She screamed in fear and sat on the ground, her whole body trembling. The scene of the blood demon biting her companion to death with its fangs had already pushed her to the brink of a mental breakdown. Now that the blood demon was suddenly split in half and its internal organs were emitting a foul stench, the girl's last line of defense collapsed on the spot. The 3 young men's faces were also pale as they resisted the urge to vomit. However, at the same time, a strong sense of joy rose in their hearts. The 2 golden lights that killed the blood devil emitted a masculine aura. It was clearly the light of justice. The 3 of them were not idiots. They knew that someone had saved them. The remaining blood demon's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed on the spot. He raised his head and saw 2 figures descending from the sky. In the blink of an eye, they landed in front of him. Although the blood demons were ferocious and had lost their humanity, they were not idiots. Like demonic beasts, they had intelligence. Moreover, before they became blood demons, they were still humans. The blood demon in front of him could feel the strength of the man and dog in front of him. The aura they emitted was enough to make his soul tremble. If this young man in front of him wanted to attack him, he wouldn't even have the thought to resist. Blood demon? Disgusting existences. Jiang Chen said faintly. His words were filled with hatred. The appearance of these blood demons was even more disgusting than a real demon. Who are you? The blood demon's voice was trembling. In front of Jiang Chen, his ferocious nature couldn't be revealed at all. Jiang Chen didn't say anything. Instead, his gaze fell on the 2 corpses that had been sucked dry. The anger in his eyes began to rise uncontrollably. The moment he saw the ferocious nature of the blood demons, Jiang Chen made a decision. He wanted to kill every single one of these disgusting existences. De Huang, give him some torture. Don't kill him. Jiang Chen said coldly. These blood demons were ferocious. Jiang Chen wanted to let De Huang show him what was more ferocious. As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, De Huang dog pounced on the blood demon. His majestic body was as heavy as a mountain. In an instant he pushed the blood demon to the ground. Crack! Accompanied by a blood-curdling scream that resounded through the valley, De Huang dog bit off one of the blood demon's hands. The white bones were exposed. Blood was like a fountain, blooming with another kind of cruel color in the darkness. De Huang dog's eyes were filled with ferocity. With another crack he bit off the other hand of the blood demon. The blood demon roared again and again, trying to resist. However, compared to De Huang Dog, he was really weak and pitiful. Under the suppression of De Huang Dog's aura, he found it extremely difficult to even move. Crack. De Huang Dog's sharp claws left 2 deep wounds on the blood demon's chest. His chest was almost torn open and his flesh was exposed. It was a terrifying scene. Crack. Crack. De Huang Dog showed his most primitive brutality. He completely revealed his hidden brutality as a demon beast. His sharp claws kept scratching the blood demon's body. In the blink of an eye, the blood demon's upper body was badly mutilated, and not a single part of his body was intact. Damn it, who asked you to suck human blood? I'll break your fangs. De Huang Dog cursed loudly. He spat out a golden beam from his mouth. The golden beam landed on the blood demon's 2 long fangs, shattering them into pieces. Blood kept gushing out from the blood demon's mouth like bubbles. Even the blood demon's screams were drowned out by the golden beam. Blarg. The 3 men who had just escaped from the gates of hell couldn't stand such a bloody scene anymore. They started vomiting. The young girl finally reacted and her face turned pale as she vomited. Only the mortal core young man had a better reaction, but everyone could see the unnatural expression on his face. Alright, don't kill him, Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. De Huang Dog finally stopped, but he didn't forget to spit at the blood demon. Jiang Chen turned his head and looked at the 4 men. With a faint smile he asked, "Where are you from? How long has it been since these blood demons appeared?" The 4 men looked at this handsome young man in front of them, and the fear in their hearts eased a little. "Benefactor, we are all from Red Sun Town. These blood demons have appeared in Yellowstone for 2 days now, and we don't know how many of them there are. Many people in our town have become their prey. We came out this time to secretly go to Yellowstone City and ask for help, but we never expected to meet these blood demons on the way. We almost lost our lives. Thank you, Benefactor, for saving our lives," the young man said. "What's your name?" Jiang Chen asked. "Benefactor, my name is Zhang Wei," the young man Zhang Wei said. His tone was filled with respect towards Jiang Chen. In his mind, this young man in front of him was no ordinary man, and those powerful blood demons were as fragile as a toy in front of him. "I'm Jiang Chen from the Black Sect. The reason I came out this time is to kill these blood demons. I'll follow you to Red Sun Town and kill them," Jiang Chen said. These blood demons had only appeared for 2 days, and no matter how many of them there were, they shouldn't have spread across the entire Yellowstone region. His first battle with these blood demons would start in Red Sun Town. Besides, Red Sun Town was in a dangerous situation and he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. "What? Someone from the Black Sect?" Zhang Wei cried out in shock. When the other 3 men heard that Jiang Chen was from the Black Sect, their faces were filled with joy. When they heard that Jiang Chen was going back to help them, they were even more excited. Currently, the entire Red Sun Town was in an unprecedented crisis, and the reason they came out this time was to seek help from Yellowstone City. However, they didn't expect to bump into a disciple from the Black Sect on their way. In their eyes, anyone from the Black Sect was a mighty existence. Having the help of a disciple from the Black Sect was much better than going back to Yellowstone City. "Benefactor, a few teenage girls went missing in our town yesterday. Just now, that blood demon said he would kill us first, then offer Shaoling to some chief as a blood sacrifice. I'm guessing those missing girls are related to the blood sacrifice." Zhang Wei seemed to be a smart person. The teenage girl named Shaoling who stood next to him had a blank expression on her face. She still hadn't recovered from her previous state. Jiang Chen nodded his head. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the blood demon who was being tortured by De Huang Dog. Then he said, "Tell me, what is the blood sacrifice? Where did those missing girls go? If you don't tell me, I'll cut off your flesh piece by piece." Jiang Chen's tone was calm, but it carried an unquestionable tone. Chief is cultivating the blood sacrifice technique. He wants to extract virgins and perform the blood sacrifice on them. It's right in the depths of this mountain range. The blood demon dared not show any hesitation. He told Jiang Chen everything he knew. "Bring me there." After saying that, Jiang Chen grabbed the blood demon and flew up into the sky. He turned around and said to De Huang Dog, "De Huang, you stay here with them, I'll be back soon." About 100 miles away, there was another quiet valley. Because there was a cliff on top of this valley, it seemed even more secluded. It was filled with eerie energy and not many people came here. In the middle of the valley there was a 3-meter-tall black altar. On top of it, a huge statue of a blood demon was constantly emitting black mist. In the center of the altar, a blood demon sat cross-legged. His entire body was filled with dense blood chi like a spider web. Below him a teenage girl was constantly trembling. The teenage girl's pupils were completely dilated and there was no light in them. The blood in her body was being extracted bit by bit. Below the altar, there were more than 10 blood demons dressed in black with solemn expressions. Beside them there were 7 or 8 weak teenage girls who were completely controlled. The teenage girls looked at the tragic scene on the altar, and the fear in their hearts had reached its peak. They kept screaming and crying. They were already in complete despair, not knowing if they would be the next one. Chapter 139. This was a horrifying scene, and anyone who was in this situation would feel their nerves tense up. The desperate girls had lost all their strength to struggle, and under the watchful eyes of dozens of blood devils, they didn't even have the courage to commit suicide. All they could do was wait for the blood sacrifice. Bam! A light sound was heard. The blood devil leader had used up the last drop of the girl's blood. He casually threw the girl who had turned into a dried corpse off the altar. Next, the blood devil leader opened his blood-red eyes and said with a hoarse voice, "Bam!" Right at this moment, a heavy object fell from the sky and landed right on the altar, right in front of the blood devil leader. The leader lowered his head and looked at it, then he immediately roared out in anger. The heavy object that fell from the sky was none other than the head of a blood devil. The head looked miserable, its face was covered with blood, and the 2 fangs on the side of its mouth were gone. Who? The blood devil leader suddenly stood up from the altar. A powerful devilish energy spread out from his body. This leader had reached the early heavenly core realm. Among all the blood devils, only those who had reached the heavenly core realm were qualified to perform the blood sacrifice, and only then would they be qualified to become the leader. Only then would they be qualified to use the blood essence of these girls to increase their own strength. The reason the blood devil leader had captured so many young girls was for him to use as a blood sacrifice. Once all these young girls were sacrificed, his cultivation level would most likely break through to the mid-heavenly core realm. What made the blood devil leader angry was that something like this had happened right after he had sacrificed one young girl. Such an evil technique is against all living beings, it's not tolerated by the heavens. He deserves to die. A cold snort sounded out from the sky. All the blood devils raised their heads and saw a young man in white clothes with a pair of blood wings on his back. His body was glowing in a golden light, and he was carrying a headless corpse in his hand. Bam! A force burst out from Jiang Chen's hand, and the blood devil's corpse in his hand shattered into pieces. It turned into a blood mist and disappeared into the night sky. "How dare you!" The blood devil leader shouted out loudly. He was furious. The blood sacrifice that he had meticulously prepared had been disrupted, and he couldn't help but be angry. In his mind, this young man who came from nowhere was simply courting death. Chua! Jiang Chen flapped his blood wings and descended from the sky. The dozens of mortal core blood devils immediately surrounded Jiang Chen. Each of them opened their fangs trying to tear Jiang Chen apart. The heavenly Tao can be defied, but the common people cannot be bullied. We cultivators can defy the heavenly Tao, we can destroy the natural laws, but we cannot lose our foundation. The common people are our foundation. Blood devils like you are not qualified to exist in this world. Jiang Chen's voice was as loud as a bell. Jiang Chen had his own Tao, his own principles. He was brutal and tyrannical and his methods were ruthless. However, he could clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges. In this world there was no hatred for no reason. These girls in front of him were weak and innocent. The blood demon had already violated the taboos of human nature. He had to be eliminated. So. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen beams of golden light shot out from Jiang Chen's body. Each beam of golden light was as sharp as a sword. Their speed was extremely fast as they pierced through each of the blood demons. Bang bang bang. After that, the dozens of blood demons turned into blood mist under the impact of the golden beams. They died on the spot. This was how Zhou Xian dealt with the blood demons. He killed them without even leaving their bodies behind. They were completely annihilated from this world. Bastard, how dare you kill us, the noble blood demons? You're courting death. The leader of the blood demons was furious. He didn't expect this young man who appeared out of nowhere to be so powerful. He could kill all the blood demons with such ease. Bang! The leader of the blood demons moved. He stretched out a huge blood-red hand and grabbed towards Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian let out a cold snort. An invisible force rushed out from his body and destroyed the powerful blood-red hand. Zhou Xian pointed his finger forward like a sword. 3 bright golden fingers suddenly appeared and struck towards the black altar. Bang! The 6 profound solar fingers were extremely powerful. Under the impact of the 6 profound solar fingers, the sturdy black altar instantly turned into stone chips and was completely destroyed. The leader of the blood demons panicked. Only now did he realize how frightening this young man was. He knew he was no match for this young man. Without wasting any more time, he flew up into the sky and started fleeing. Stay here. Zhou Xian flapped his blood-red wings and shot forward like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, he caught up to the leader of the blood demons. He swung his blood-red wings horizontally, and the early heavenly core leader let out a miserable cry before he was cut in half. Zhou Xian extended his hand and grabbed a blood-red devil core from the leader's body. The devil core was emitting an evil energy, but at the same time, it contained powerful energy and blood chi. It was much stronger than ordinary demon souls. Zhou Xian squeezed his palm and crushed the devil core. The fist-sized devil core turned into tiny blood-red dots and entered Zhou Xian's body. Dragon transformation skill. Zhou Xian let out a light shout. With the help of the dragon transformation skill, the devil core was completely absorbed in just a few breaths of time. The evil energy contained within was completely purified by the dragon transformation skill, and all that was left was pure energy and blood chi. This devil core had allowed Zhou Xian to form another 2 dragon marks, and he now had 87 dragon marks in his chi si. The blood demon leader's methods were indeed powerful, and he was much stronger than any human at the same level as him. However, in front of Zhou Xian he was still vulnerable. With Zhou Xian's current strength, he could kill any early heavenly core warrior in an instant. Zhou Xian retracted his blood-red wings and landed in the valley. Those frightened teenage girls stared at Zhou Xian. They still hadn't recovered from the shock. Are all of you from Red Sun Town? Zhou Xian asked. But when he saw the frightened teenage girls didn't say anything, Zhou Xian smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, I'm a disciple of the Black Sect and I'm here to kill these blood devils. You're safe now." Although these teenage girls were filled with fear, they could still hear the words Black Sect and safe clearly. Besides, this handsome young man in front of them looked much better than those ferocious blood devils. They knew it was this young man who suddenly appeared, killed the blood devils and saved them. "We're from Red Sun Town. There are a few of us who aren't, but we're all victims of the blood devils. Thank you, Savior, for saving us." A teenage girl bowed towards Zhou Xian and the others followed suit. Zhou Xian let out a sigh. If he had arrived just a little bit later, these teenage girls might have been killed. Red Sun Town was just an ordinary town in Yellowstone, and it was still under the jurisdiction of Yellowstone City. It was easy to imagine how weak it was, and if the blood devils invaded Red Sun Town, it would be an unimaginable disaster for this town. Zhou Xian unleashed his yuan energy and transformed it into a huge yuan energy net, wrapping all the teenage girls within it. After that, he leapt up into the sky and flew back to where he came from. In a valley about 100 miles away, De Huang Dog was calmly wagging his tail, while Zhang Wei and the others were anxiously pacing back and forth. "What the hell are you wagging for? Daddy's eyes are dizzy from the wagging. If that guy is here, I'm sure nothing will go wrong," De Huang Dog said angrily. Zhang Wei and the others immediately smiled apologetically at De Huang Dog. They had witnessed how ferocious this dog was, so they didn't dare show any disrespect towards him. "Brother Zhang Wei, look, young Master Zhang Chen is back. Look, it's Sister Xiao and the others, they are still alive." The 2 young men saw Zhang Chen flying back from the sky with a few teenage girls beside him. Some of them were from Red Sun Town. The teenage girls couldn't help but cry when they saw their friends again, as if they wanted to vent out all the grievances they had suffered for the past day. "Young Master Zhang Chen, you are our benefactor, please accept our bow." Zhang Wei and the others bowed to Jiang Chen at the same time. They couldn't express how grateful they were to Jiang Chen for saving their lives. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's appearance today, they might not be standing here anymore, and would have become dried corpses. Alright, how far is Red Sun Town from here? Jiang Chen asked. Not far, only 300 miles. The appearance of the blood devils this time started from Red Sun Town. Zhang Wei said. 300 miles, it's indeed very close. Jiang Chen nodded his head. For him, a distance of 300 miles was something he could cover in the blink of an eye. Benefactor, please help us, Red Sun Town, save us from this disaster. Now that the blood devils are wreaking havoc, and I heard that there is a powerful young Master Blood Moon behind them, I'm afraid those big powers in Yellowstone City can't even take care of themselves, let alone Red Sun Town. Zhang Wei said with a begging tone. Now Jiang Chen was Red Sun Town's only hope. Don't worry, I'm here for young Master Blood Moon. Zhang Wei, bring me to Red Sun Town. Jiang Chen said. Zhang Wei and the others immediately became overjoyed. They had witnessed Jiang Chen's abilities with their own eyes, and Jiang Chen was a disciple of the Black Sect. This name alone gave them a lot of confidence. With Jiang Chen's help, Red Sun Town would definitely be safe. With the help of Jiang Chen and De Huang, Zhang Wei and the others felt like they were soaring in the sky as they flew towards Red Sun Town. Zhang Wei, what is the cultivation level of the strongest man in Red Sun Town? Jiang Chen asked. Benefactor, Red Sun Town is just a small town in the Qi province. In the entire town, only the town mayor is an early heavenly core warrior. But the town mayor is too old, there is no way he can fight against those powerful blood devils. Zhang Wei said. Jiang Chen nodded his head. Red Sun Town was indeed a small and weak town in the Qi province, but compared to Red City and Fragrant Sky City, it was much stronger. This was the difference between different places. There was only one heavenly core warrior in Red Sun Town, and if the blood devils really wanted to attack Red Sun Town, no one would be able to fight against their leader. Luckily, the blood devils had just appeared and Jiang Chen was not too late. Jiang Chen and a Huang dog moved with incredible speed. Soon they arrived at the outskirts of Red Sun Town. Looking from afar, Red Sun Town was covered in flames, and the sky was filled with gloomy clouds. Not good, something has happened in town, the blood devils have started a massacre. Chapter 140. The entire sky above Red Sun Town was filled with a bloody mist. With Jiang Chen's strength, even though he was far away, he could still see the chaos and devastation in Red Sun Town. Zhang Wei and the others had terrible expressions on their faces. Red Sun Town was just a small town, but it was their home. They were born and raised here, and their feelings towards Red Sun Town was beyond anyone's imagination. Now that their home was being slaughtered and burned, it was hard for them to understand what they were feeling right now. It was still nighttime, but Red Sun Town was ablaze with flames, making it look like it was daytime. Rows of houses and buildings were set ablaze. This was a town with a circumference of a few dozen miles, but it was densely populated. In the town, black shadows shuttled back and forth, letting out sinister laughter from time to time. They were the cruel blood demons. Ah! A man's neck was bitten off by the fangs of the blood devils, and in the blink of an eye he was turned into a dried corpse. The same scene was happening in different places in Red Sun Town. Quick, let's go to the mayor. Everyone hurry, we'll be safe once we get to the mayor. Ah! All the mortal core warriors of Red Sun Town were shouting out loudly. Some of them were swinging their swords, but in the end they couldn't defend against the brutal blood devils and were killed on the spot. Right now in the center of Red Sun Town there was a square. The square was filled with people and all of them had serious and panicked expressions on their faces. Surrounding the crowd were warriors with weapons in their hands. All of them were at the mortal core realm, and there were even some Qi-Hai warriors standing outside the square. From time to time, people would run towards the square in panic. Quick, go inside. The mortal core warriors quickly pulled the townspeople into the square and used their own bodies to block their way. In front of the crowd, there were a few old men with serious expressions, and they were all holding combat weapons in their hands. One of them looked to be in his 50s or 60s and he had the strongest energy. He was an early heavenly core warrior and he was the mayor of Red Sun Town. Rumble, Saga. Ah! The houses were destroyed and drowned in the sea of flames. The laughter of the blood devils was getting closer and closer, and the screams of the townspeople were like needles piercing into everyone's hearts. They couldn't help but feel anger, hatred, and fear, but most of all they felt helpless. Mayor, let us go out and fight these blood devils. Mayor, we would rather die in battle. Some hot-blooded people held their swords, their faces flushed red. The town mayor shouted out loudly, "No one is allowed to leave this place. The strength of our town is too weak. We have to fight together to have a chance of fighting these blood devils. This time, I'm afraid there are dozens of blood devils, and I'm sure there is a heavenly core blood devil leader behind them. We can only ask the townspeople to gather here and protect them. All mortal core warriors and peak chi high warriors, stand outside the perimeter and protect the townspeople." The mayor's voice was loud and clear, reaching everyone's ears. Now most of the townspeople had gathered in the square. Whether the rest of them could enter depended on their luck. The mayor had no choice but to make such a decision. They had to consider the lives of the majority of the townspeople. Gathering all their strength was the only way to fight against the blood devils. If they chose to fight against the blood devils, their strength would be scattered, which would result in greater casualties. Moreover, the ordinary townspeople would become lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Many people were sighing. They hated the blood devils so much that they gnashed their teeth, but this was the helplessness of human nature. At this critical moment they had to make a decision. The decision made by a leader would affect the fate of the entire town, and the mayor was a very qualified mayor. At this critical moment he had made the best decision. Although he didn't know if Red Sun Town would survive, this was the only thing he could do. The old men, the mid and late mortal core warriors didn't choose to run away. They just stood in front of the townspeople. Even if they had to bleed to the last drop of their blood, they would still protect their families. Hee hee. Right at this moment 2 evil laughs sounded out from the sky. 2 huge blood devils appeared in the sky and looked down at the townspeople in the square. 2 heavenly core blood devils. The mayor's pupils shrank. The faces of everyone in the square instantly turned pale, and their hearts were filled with despair. The appearance of 2 heavenly core blood devils had destroyed all their hopes. Red Sun Town only had 1 heavenly core warrior, and it was already difficult for him to fight against 1 heavenly core blood devil, let alone 2 heavenly core blood devils. We're doomed. 2 heavenly core blood devils, how are we going to fight against them? The heavens want our Red Sun Town to die. All the old men in the town started crying. When they thought about thousands of townspeople becoming food for the blood devils, they felt like their hearts were being stabbed by a knife. Just like the mayor, they weren't afraid of death, but they were afraid of death. So much fresh meat. Aha, if we can suck their blood dry, our cultivation levels will improve by leaps and bounds. This is a great tonic. One of the blood devil leaders started laughing out loudly. The heavens want our Red Sun Town to die. The mayor shouted towards the sky. 2 streams of tears flowed down from his eyes. Bam! Right at this moment a loud explosion sounded out from behind. The explosion was so loud that it shook the heavens and the earth. A golden light illuminated the skies, lighting up the entire Red Sun Town. All the townspeople and the 2 blood devil leaders raised their heads at the same time and saw a young man with a pair of blood wings on his back holding a golden battle axe in his hand. With a swing of the axe he chopped 5 blood devils into pieces. At the same time, a Dahuang dog whose body was glowing with a golden light was flying towards the square while dragging dozens of men behind it. Look, it's Zhang Wei and the others, they're back. Shoot her and the others are back as well. They're still alive. Many people became excited. I'm Jiang Chen from the Black Sect. Blood Devil Scum died out. Jiang Chen's voice was like a loud bell. It resounded throughout the entire Red Sun Town. He kept swinging the battle axe in his hand, and with each swing he would kill a few blood devils. Those blood devils that were hit by the axe were instantly chopped into pieces. He's from the Black Sect. Mayor, that young man is a disciple of the Black Sect. He's so scary. Haha, the people from the Black Sect are here. We're saved. The townspeople who had lost all hope immediately became excited. In the Qi province, the Black Sect was a famous sect, and now that a disciple of the Black Sect had arrived, they would definitely be able to save them from this crisis. A shrill screams resounded through the night sky once again. But this time it wasn't the townspeople who screamed, it was those brutal blood devils. Jiang Chen's energy was too powerful, and when those mortal core blood devils collided with his energy, they would be killed instantly. Those from the black sector just courting death. One of the blood devil leaders who was about to attack the townspeople let out a cold snort. With a sway of his body he dashed towards Jiang Chen. The other blood devil leader wanted to follow him, but he was blocked by De Huang Dog. "Caca, little guy, kowtow to your grandpa or else I'll bite your head off." De Huang Dog shook his proud head. Where did this dog come from? Die. The blood devil leader was filled with killing intent. He unleashed a gigantic blood-red palm towards De Huang Dog. However, De Huang Dog didn't show any fear. His body was covered in a golden light, and with his huge head he rammed towards the gigantic blood-red palm. Rumble. De Huang Dog's head was extremely tough. When the gigantic blood-red palm collided with his head, it was as if it was just a piece of rotten wood. It couldn't even withstand a single blow. De Huang Dog's speed was extremely fast, and his attacks were extremely brutal. After breaking through the gigantic blood-red palm, he didn't slow down at all, and he continued ramming towards the blood devil leader. Bang! When the blood devil leader finally reacted, De Huang Dog's head had already rammed into his chest. Crack! The blood devil leader's chest caved in from the impact, and he kept spitting out blood from his mouth. Blood devils had strong bodies and they were comparable to demon beasts. However, they didn't expect De Huang Dog's head to be such a powerful weapon. De Huang Dog was too fast. He opened up his mouth and bit off the blood devil leader's head. With De Huang Dog's current strength, killing an early heavenly core warrior was just a piece of cake. Heavens! What did I just see? This dog is so terrifying. He just killed the blood devil leader as soon as he appeared. This dog is so brave, I can't believe it. All the townspeople of Red Sun Town were shocked, and their faces were filled with fear. Even Zhang Wei and the other men who had witnessed how brutal De Huang Dog was, they were still shocked by what they saw. That was a heavenly core blood devil leader. Kill them all. The town marshal raised the long sword in his hand and shouted out loudly. He was the first one to charge towards the outer perimeter of the square. All the mortal core warriors also charged towards the outer perimeter like ferocious tigers. Kill all the blood devils, avenge the townspeople. Hack them to death. Let them die without a complete corpse. All the townspeople became extremely excited and they started attacking crazily. On the other side, the blood devil leader had arrived in front of Jiang Chen. He unleashed a blood-red beam towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen let out a cold snort. He waved the battle axe in his hand and locked onto the blood devil leader. Flash. The battle axe was extremely sharp and merciless. The blood devil leader didn't even have the time to scream before he was cut in half, and he died on the spot. Jiang Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed a blood-red devil core from the blood devil leader's body. At the same time, De Huang Dog threw the other heavenly core devil core over. Jiang Chen caught it and absorbed both devil cores at the same time. De Huang, kill all the blood devils, don't leave a single one alive. While absorbing the devil core, Jiang Chen shouted at De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog wagged his tail and dashed towards the places where the blood devils were. His head was like a sharp weapon and none of the blood devils could withstand the force of his head. All of them died tragically. When the rest of the blood devils saw that their leader had been killed, they immediately panicked. All of them started fleeing in all directions trying to escape from Red Sun Town. However, under the relentless attacks of Big Yellow and the furious townspeople, all of them were killed in the end. Not a single one was spared. Chapter 141. The fire in Red Sun Town burned until dawn. Half of the houses and buildings in the town were destroyed, and dried corpses could be seen in many places. The townspeople were cleaning up the mess. Some of them had their family members killed and they were crying out loud. Some of them were so angry that they vented their anger on the blood devil's corpses by stabbing them with their swords. But even so, the hatred in their hearts couldn't be appeased. This was the hatred of having their families destroyed and nothing could make it go away. However, apart from being sad and angry, many people also felt extremely lucky. They felt lucky that most of the people in the Red Sun Town were still alive and well. Yesterday, when the disaster had just started, some powerful people had appeared and killed the blood devils, saving them from the disaster. At dawn, Dozens of dried corpses were placed on the square of Red Sun Town. All of them had died in the same way, 2 holes were bitten on their necks and all their blood had been sucked dry. Underneath these corpses, there was a huge pile of firewood. The mayor and the other townspeople were standing around, their faces filled with sadness and hatred. Zhang Wei was holding a torch in his hand and his arm was trembling. "Mayor." Zhang Wei looked at the mayor and said with a trembling voice. Red Sun Town had always been peaceful and united, and they had never thought that such a disaster would happen to them. "Burn it." The mayor closed his eyes in pain. Zhang Wei threw the torch into the pile of firewood and in an instant, a raging fire broke out. Soon all the corpses were engulfed by the sea of fire. Hearing the crackling sounds coming out from the sea of fire, the townspeople couldn't hide their hatred. Some of them were crying because their family members had died. It was a sad scene. Jiang Qin, who was standing aside, had mixed feelings as well. In the world of cultivation, the strong preyed on the weak. It was rare to see such a cruel scene. "Mayor, this is young Master Jiang Qin from the Black Sect. It's all thanks to young Master Jiang Qin's help this time. He killed the blood devils and saved us, and he also promised to help us out in Red Sun Town, helping us solve the crisis." Zhang Wei looked at Jiang Qin and said. After a moment of sadness, everyone regained their senses. They all looked at Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog with respect and gratitude on their faces. Last night, they had witnessed the strength of this man and dog with their own eyes. It was truly shocking. Furthermore, what Zhang Wei said was right. If it wasn't for Jiang Qin's timely arrival, there wouldn't only be dozens of dried corpses in Red Sun Town. Perhaps all the thousands of people in Red Sun Town would have been killed, and the entire town would have turned into a ghost town. It was Jiang Qin who had saved their lives. Without Jiang Qin there would be no them. This was a life-saving grace that they could never repay. "Thank you for saving me, young Master Jiang." The mayor bowed deeply to Jiang Qin and thousands of people in the square bowed to Jiang Qin at the same time. This was a great kindness and they could not repay it. They could only worship Jiang Qin as a savior in their hearts. "You don't have to do this. The reason why I've come here is to kill the blood devil." Jiang Qin waved his hand. "No, young Master Jiang Qin has given Hongyang Town a new lease of life. We can never repay this kindness. I am Zhang Zhen and I am willing to serve young Master Jiang in the future." The mayor Zhang Zhen said with a solemn expression. "Old man, you're too busy thanking him to thank Master Dog." De Huang Dog could not help but say, "Master Dog?" Zhang Zhen was startled. Although he was extremely grateful to De Huang Dog, it was still difficult for him to call a dog master. "All right, the most important thing now is to settle the townspeople. After the blood devils are killed, they will come again. The danger here is not completely resolved yet," Jiang Qin said. Hearing this, the townspeople couldn't help but feel nervous. Jiang Qin was right, the blood devils were brutal and tyrannical. Now that they had suffered a great loss in this small town, they would definitely come back for revenge. The next time they came, they would definitely be stronger than last night. The remaining residences in Hongyang Town are enough to accommodate the townspeople. But if the blood devils come again, how are we going to deal with them? Zhang Zhen said with a frown. "Don't worry, I'll stay here for now," Jiang Qin said. His original plan was to go to Yellowstone City, but judging from the current situation, there was no need for that anymore. The blood devils had appeared in Yellowstone, and Red Sun Town was the first place where they carried out a large-scale massacre. Since they had failed the first time, Red Sun Town would definitely become the main target of the blood devil leaders. With that, Red Sun Town would become the main battlefield for the blood devils, and this was what Jiang Qin wanted to see. Letting the blood devils come to Red Sun Town was much easier than searching for them in the entire Yellowstone region. Besides, once the blood devils locked onto the same target, the other places in the Yellowstone area would be relatively safe. Plus, there were still some big powers in Yellowstone City, so there was no need to worry. Hearing that Jiang Qin was going to stay, the townspeople were surprised. They had witnessed how powerful Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog were last night. As long as this man and dog were here, the safety of Hongyang Town would not be a problem. Young Master Jiang has done so much for our Hongyang Town. From now on, all warriors above the mortal core realm will fight alongside young Master Jiang. We will fight against the blood devils until the end, and we will listen to all of young Master Jiang's orders. Zhang Zhen was shocked. We will follow young Master Jiang from afar and fight. All the mortal core warriors of Hongyang Town shouted out loudly, showing their determination. They had all died once, so they were no longer afraid of death. Under the lead of Zhang Wei and the others, all the frightened townspeople were settled down. After that, Jiang Qin followed Zhang Zhen and the other old men of Hongyang Town to the center of the town where the ceremony would take place. Within the meeting hall, Jiang Qin was sitting in the main seat. He looked calm and relaxed, and his energy was much stronger than before. After absorbing the 2 heavenly core devil cores, he had formed another 3 dragon marks. Right now he had a total of 90 dragon marks in his qi, and he was one step closer to the heavenly core realm. Zhang Zhen, tell me about the current situation in Yellowstone. Jiang Qin asked. The center of Yellowstone is Yellowstone City, and it is controlled by the Yu family. The chief of the Yu family is a mid-heavenly core warrior. With Yellowstone City as the center, there are dozens of towns and cities. Our Hongyang Town can only be considered as one of the weaker towns. I never expected that the Blood Devils would make us their first target. Zhang Zhen said. Since I'm here, I need to protect the peace of Yellowstone. Jiang Qin thought to himself. Now, attracting the Blood Devils' attention to Hongyang Town was the right move for him. It had saved him a lot of trouble when fighting with the Blood Devils. Jiang Qin had a good plan. He could almost imagine that Hongyang Town would become the target of the Blood Devils in the near future, and the other towns and cities wouldn't be affected much. Therefore, Jiang Qin decided to stay in Hongyang Town and fight the Blood Devils. But at the same time, Jiang Qin wouldn't leave the other towns and cities alone. He had accepted the mission and he wanted to complete it perfectly. He couldn't allow the Blood Devils to wreak havoc in Yellowstone and kill innocent people. In order to ensure the peace of Yellowstone, Jiang Qin alone wasn't enough. After all, he was just one man and he couldn't take care of all the towns and cities in Yellowstone at the same time. Therefore, he needed to use the Yu family. Zhang Zhen, send someone to Yellowstone City immediately and ask the chief of the Yu family to come see me. Just tell him that I'm a disciple of the Black Sect and don't mention my name. Jiang Qin said. Currently, everyone in Hongyang Town was in a state of panic. The Blood Devils could attack at any time and he couldn't leave. Initially, he wanted to ask De Huang Dog to go to Yellowstone City, but De Huang Dog had just told him that he didn't want to leave, and he even gave him this idea. All right. Zhang Quan, go to Yellowstone City's Yu family immediately and tell them young Master Zhang's message. Zhang Zhen didn't ask why Jiang Qin asked the chief of the Yu family to come here, he just told an old man next to him. This old man's name was Zhang Quan, and he was a peak mortal core warrior. With his cultivation level, it would only take him 2 to 3 hours to get to Yellowstone City from here. Besides, the Blood Devils would only appear at night and they wouldn't appear during the day. Even if they did, a peak mortal core warrior would be able to handle them. I'll go now. Zhang Quan cupped his fist toward Jiang Qin, then he left with big steps. Zhang Zhen, send someone to keep an eye on the surroundings of Hongyang Town. All of you can leave now. Jiang Qin waved his hand, signaling everyone to leave. Young Master Jiang, you can rest here for a while. If the Blood Devils don't appear, I won't ask anyone to disturb you. Zhang Zhen said. After that, he brought everyone and left. Hongyang Town was in a state of panic, and as the mayor, he had a lot of things to deal with. After everyone left, Jiang Qin looked at De Huang Dog and said, De Huang, why don't you want to go to Yellowstone City? Why did you ask the chief of the Yu family to come see me? Jiang Qin was puzzled. You are the savior of Yellowstone, it's only right for the Yu family to come see you. We need to have some status, don't we? De Huang Dog shook his head and said. Jiang Qin rubbed his head. Only De Huang Dog could say this kind of reason so naturally. However, Jiang Qin did want to see the chief of the Yu family. This time he needed the help of the Yu family to kill the Blood Devils. Then why don't you go to Yellowstone City yourself? Jiang Qin asked. Because I found a treasure in this Hongyang Town. De Huang Dog lowered his voice and his eyes shone brightly. Hearing the word treasure, Jiang Qin's eyes lit up. This dog's treasure hunting ability was far beyond that of an ordinary man. Furthermore, the treasure that caught his eye must be something extraordinary. No wonder this dog didn't want to leave, it was because he found a treasure. Jiang Qin's eyes lit up. What treasure? Where is it? Jiang Qin hurriedly asked. Look at you. Let me tell you, the treasure this time is no small matter. If I'm not wrong, there should be a spirit vein hidden under Hongyang Town. De Huang Dog's words were shocking. What? Spirit vein? Chapter 142. Energy veins were formed by gathering natural essences. Not only did they contain a massive amount of energy, they could also gather natural yuan energy. The reason why the 4 big sects were able to grow stronger and become the 4 strongest sects in the Qi province was because of these energy veins. Besides, energy veins represented luck. Owning an energy vein meant that one would have luck. The reason why the 4 big sects were so powerful was because of luck. If Xianxia was able to possess a dragon vein, he would be able to establish a force. Even if he couldn't, he could still take the spiritual vein as his own and absorb the energy contained within it, which would allow his cultivation base to advance by leaps and bounds. De Huang, are you sure you didn't sense it wrongly? Xianxia asked with uncertainty. With his senses, he couldn't sense the existence of an energy vein underneath Red Sun Town. Of course, he still trusted De Huang Dog's treasure hunting ability. Of course, who do you think I am? Of course, who do you think I am? When it comes to treasure hunting, if I claim to be number 2, no one would dare to claim to be number 1. You are so knowledgeable, so you should know that before the spirit vein is opened, there will be a natural barrier around the spirit vein, preventing the energy and qi from leaking out. As long as you find the spirit vein and break the barrier, you will be able to open the spirit vein. The spirit vein in Red Sun Town is still in its original state. It has not been opened yet. Otherwise, the people in Red Sun Town wouldn't be so weak, and the Yu family of Yellowstone City wouldn't be the overlord of Yellowstone City. Of course, if the spirit vein here had been opened, it would have been occupied by the big powers. De Huang Dog said. Good, this trip to Red Sun Town was really worth it. We've got a great harvest. De Huang, can you find the exact location of the energy vein? Xianxia asked. An energy vein was definitely a great harvest. Just this alone made his trip to the Black Sect worthwhile. I haven't confirmed it yet, but I'm sure it's underground. I'll go check around Red Sun Town now, and once I find the exact location of the energy vein, we'll strike at night. De Huang said with an evil smile on his face. All right. Xianxia gave De Huang Dog a thumbs up to show his appreciation. This dog had done a great job again. Yellowstone City was the largest city in the Yellowstone region. It was majestic and grand. It was not something a small town like Red Sun Town could compare to. Even Silver Moon City was weaker than Yellowstone City. Zhang Quan ran all the way to Yellowstone City and arrived at the gate of the Yu family. Halt. Take a good look at this place. A strong man with a domineering appearance stopped Zhang Quan. I'm from Red Sun Town. I want to see your master. Zhang Quan said. He had the support of a disciple of the Black Sect that made him a lot more confident. What is Red Sun Town? You're just a small town, yet you want to meet our patriarch? Why don't you take a look at yourself first? The guard's attitude was that of a snob. I wonder if the Yu family's patriarch will be bothered by these blood devils. Last night, Red Sun Town was attacked by these blood devils and we suffered great losses. Luckily, the disciples of the Black Sect helped us. Today, the disciples of the Black Sect have sent me here to meet the Yu family's patriarch. We have something important to discuss with him. You're just a little guard dog and you've delayed the Black Sect's disciples' important matter. Do you think you can afford to be punished? Zhang Quan let out a cold snort. He pointed his finger at the guard's nose and shouted. When the guard heard about the blood devils and disciples of the Black Sect, the arrogant expression on his face immediately disappeared. During the past 2 days, there had been many blood devils roaming around Yellowstone City. Everyone was afraid of them and this guard was no exception. Besides, since this was someone sent by a disciple of the Black Sect, he didn't dare show any disrespect. Follow me. The guard thought for a moment, then he brought Zhang Quan and walked into the Yu family's gate. Within the Yu family's meeting hall there were a few men sitting there. All of them were heavenly core warriors. The man sitting in the main seat looked like he was in his 40s or 50s and he looked energetic. His energy was the strongest. He had reached the mid-heavenly core realm. This man was the Yu family's patriarch Yu Tianlong. In the hall there were 3 old men and all of them were early heavenly core warriors. They were from the Yu family and they had a respectable status. The young man sitting next to Yu Tianlong looked like he was in his 20s, but he was an early heavenly core warrior. The energy he unleashed was much stronger than the other 3 old men, and he could be considered a young genius. While these men were discussing about the blood devils, the guard brought Zhang Quan into the hall. How can you be so rude? Can't you see we're in the middle of a meeting? Yu Tianlong scolded. Chief, this is someone from Red Sun Town. He said he was sent by a disciple of the Black Sect to meet you. The guard cupped his fist and said. When they heard about the disciple of the Black Sect, everyone in the hall couldn't help but look at Zhang Quan. They didn't care about Red Sun Town and they didn't care about an old man at the peak mortal core realm. But they couldn't help but care about the Black Sect. Someone from Red Sun Town? Yu Tianlong looked at Zhang Quan. Zhang Quan from Red Sun Town greets Chief Yu. Last night Red Sun Town was attacked by the Blood Devils, but luckily, a disciple of the Black Sect killed them and the crisis was resolved. Now that the Blood Devils are wreaking havoc, that young master from the Black Sect has asked me to invite Chief Yu to Red Sun Town, and discuss how to deal with these Blood Devils. Zhang Quan said. Bastard, he's just a disciple of the Black Sect, how dare he ask our chief to pay him a visit? Don't you think he's being too arrogant? The Blood Devils aren't the only troublemaker in Red Sun Town, we're now discussing how to deal with them. Our chief has a respectable status, why would he go to your tiny Red Sun Town? Disciple of the Black Sect, don't think too highly of yourself. Our young master is a disciple of the Black Sect, and he's an inner circle disciple. The three old men were furious. It looked like they were about to kick Zhang Quan out of the hall. Right at this moment, the young man who had been talking suddenly waved his hand. He was a handsome young man and his white clothes were clean. He slowly stood up and walked next to Zhang Quan. Tell me which disciple of the Black Sect is acting so arrogant. I, Yu Zihan, am an inner circle disciple of the Black Sect. In the Black Sect there's no one I don't know. A genius had appeared in the Yu family, his name was Yu Zihan. At such a young age he had broken through to the heavenly core realm and became an inner circle disciple of the Black Sect. He was the pride of the entire Yu family. I don't know the name of that young master, but I do know that he killed the leader of the heavenly core Blood Devils, and killed all the Blood Devils who came to Red Sun Town. He is the savior of the entire Red Sun Town, and the reason I came here today is to deliver his message. Zhang Quan said. What a big mouth. If he wants to discuss something with me, I think I'll let him go to Yellowstone City himself. Yu Tianlong let out a cold snort. He was a man with a respectable status, and his son was also an inner circle disciple of the Black Sect. That's why he had to put on airs. Chief Yu, the Blood Devils suffered a setback in Red Sun Town yesterday, and I'm sure they won't let it go easily. That young master has to stay here and he can't leave. I hope Chief Yu can understand. Zhang Quan said. He wants our chief to go there because he wants to use the Yu family's strength to deal with those Blood Devils. From this, it seems like that young master has an ordinary cultivation level, and I don't think he's stronger than our young master. Since he has a favor to ask, he should go there himself. An old man let out a cold snort. Yu Zihan furrowed his brows. Just based on what Zhang Quan said, he couldn't tell who the Black Sect's disciple in Red Sun Town was. In the Black Sect's inner circle, there were many people who had the ability to kill the leader of the Blood Devils, and Yu Zihan was one of them. Dad, I'll follow him to Red Sun Town. I want to meet this disciple from the Black Sect. Yu Zihan said. He knew much more about the Black Sect than anyone else on the scene. There were many talented geniuses in the Black Sect and all of them were proud and arrogant. Before fully understanding each other's identities, it was better not to offend them. Of course, Yu Zihan had to take care of his father's dignity. Therefore he decided to go to Red Sun Town by himself. Alright, this man came here to kill those Blood Devils after all. If he's not too arrogant, we can still work together. Yu Tianlong nodded his head. Red Sun Town. Zhang Zhen walked in from outside. He bowed towards Jiang Qin and a Huang Dog and said, Young Master Jiang, the young master of Yellowstone City's Yu family, Yu Zihan is here. He is also a disciple of the Black Sect. A disciple of the Black Sect? Let him in. Jiang Qin said. Outside the meeting hall, Yu Zihan and Zhang Quan stood together. Yu Zihan was a handsome man, and his face was filled with an arrogance that couldn't be concealed. It was the arrogance of a genius. Young Master Yu, that young master has invited you in. Zhang Zhen walked towards Yu Zihan. He said. What an arrogant man. I really want to see who in the Black Sect dares to act so arrogantly. Yu Zihan let out a cold snort. his tone was filled with anger. As an inner circle disciple of the Black Sect, he had been living a good life in the Black Sect and he had made friends with many people. Also, he was the young master of Yellowstone City's Yu family. He had put down his pride and come to Red Sun Town, but this young man still didn't come out to greet him. Yu Zihan waved his sleeves and walked into the meeting hall. When he saw the young man in white, his expression immediately changed. Xianxia. Yu Zihan couldn't help but feel shocked. Who is Xianxia? He was a man who was known by everyone in the Black Sect. He had brutally beaten up a sect elder, killed Jiang Wei and caused a huge uproar in the Black Sect. But in the end he was still safe and sound. Perhaps only Xianxia could do this. If it was someone else standing next to Yu Zihan would definitely scold him. But when he saw it was Xianxia, all his anger disappeared. Yesterday when Xianxia caused a huge uproar in the Black Sect, Yu Zihan was there and he witnessed everything with his own eyes. However, after Daoist Black showed up and put an end to it, Yu Zihan received the news about blood devils appearing in Yellowstone. He immediately left the Black Sect and returned to Yellowstone City's Yu family. Therefore he didn't know that Daoist Black had assigned a mission to Xianxia. Your name is Yu Zihan. Are you from the Black Sect as well? Chapter 143. That's right, I'm an inner circle disciple from the Black Sect, Yu Zihan. I was wondering who would be so arrogant as to ask my father to come to Red Sun Town, but it's Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang has incredible talent. You're a genius that only appears once every few thousand years in the Qi province. May I know why Xianxia is here in Yellowstone? Yu Zihan cupped his fist towards Xianxia. In terms of attitude and words he dared not show any neglect. In terms of status he was an inner circle disciple and Xianxia was just an outer circle disciple. In terms of cultivation level he was at the early heavenly core realm and Xianxia was only at the peak mortal core realm. But as someone who had witnessed Xianxia's abilities, how could he dare treat Xianxia as an ordinary outer circle disciple? Although Xianxia was only at the peak mortal core realm, his combat strength was incredible. Even the mid-heavenly core Jiang Wei was killed by him. With Yu Zihan's abilities he wouldn't be able to withstand even a single strike from Xianxia. After Xianxia had caused havoc in the Black Sect yesterday, Yu Zihan had warned himself that even if he didn't have the chance to be friends with Xianxia, he shouldn't make him his enemy. Xianxia was a cruel and merciless man. He didn't even put the northern and southern dynasties and Fan Kuan in his eyes. He even dared to hang up a sect elder and beat him. A man like this, not only Yu Zihan, even the entire Yu family couldn't afford to offend him. So Brother Yu doesn't know this? I've accepted the mission from the sect chief to kill all the blood devils in Yellowstone, and my target is that Lord Blood Moon. Xianxia said. What? Brother Jiang, the sect chief only sent you here? These blood devils are brutal, and I heard that the mysterious Lord Blood Moon has reached the peak heavenly core realm. His combat strength is no weaker than Guan Yiyun and Liang Shao. Brother Jiang, if you come here you will have a slim chance of surviving. Yu Zihan was shocked. He wasn't just worried about Xianxia, he was worried about the entire Yellowstone region, he was worried about the Yu family. The blood devils were causing chaos, and Lord Blood Moon had yet to show himself. The Black Sect had only sent Xianxia here, and if he couldn't deal with Lord Blood Moon, it would be a devastating blow to the entire Yellowstone region. Brother Yu, you're looking down on me. Xianxia had a faint smile on his face. Hearing this, Yu Zihan's expression slightly changed. He immediately cupped his fist and said, I dare not. You're worried that if I can't deal with that mysterious Lord Blood Moon, not only will I lose my life, but the entire Yellowstone region will also be plunged into misery and suffering, right? Xianxia looked at Yu Zihan with a smile on his face. Yu Zihan didn't say anything, which meant that he agreed with Xianxia's words. I don't mind telling you this. Since the Patriarch asked me to come here, it means that I have the ability to deal with Lord Blood Moon. Last night, the Blood Demon attacked Red Sun Town. If I didn't arrive in time, the entire Red Sun Town would have been turned into a ghost town. The Blood Demon is cruel and brutal. I can't deal with him alone. Therefore the Yu family can't just stay out of this. Xianxia said. Of course, I wonder what kind of plan Brother Jiang has in mind. The Yu family will do everything we can to help you. Yu Zihan said. The Yu family couldn't just stay out of this. Besides, it was a fact that Xianxia had come here to kill all the blood demons. Zihan believed that the sect chief wouldn't treat all the living beings in Yellowstone as a joke. Since he had sent Xianxia here, Xianxia must have some tricks up his sleeves. Since he came here, he had seen a calm and confident expression on Xianxia's face. When he mentioned the blood demons, he didn't show any change in his expression. It was as if he didn't take them seriously at all. Besides, Zihan had never underestimated Xianxia. Ever since he heard the name Xianxia had created too many miracles. He had done so many great things that shook the entire Qi province. He even dared to challenge the northern and southern dynasties. Maybe he really did have a way to deal with Lord Blood Moon. Zihan was a smart man. He could feel that Xianxia would definitely become a great man in the future. A man like Xianxia was not someone that Fan Kun could compare with. If he could befriend Xianxia now, it would be a good thing for both him and the Yu family. It's very simple. After what happened last night, Red Sun Town will definitely become the main target of the Blood Devils. I'll stay here and wait for them to attack. I'll make sure that none of them can return. As long as the Blood Devils are injured a few times in a row, I believe all the Blood Devils will gather at Red Sun Town. Gathering all the Blood Devils together will make it much easier for us to deal with them. Xianxia paused for a second, then continued, everyone knows that the Blood Devils are brutal and cruel, and we have no way of knowing how many of them there are. If all the Blood Devils are scattered all over Yellowstone, that would be a real disaster. Therefore, by luring all the Blood Devils to Red Sun Town, we'll be able to reduce the disasters in other areas. Brother Yu, you should understand my intention now, right? Brother Jiang is a wise man. By doing this, we can indeed reduce the casualties and disasters in other areas of Yellowstone. But by doing this, Red Sun Town will become the place that will suffer the most. If Brother Jiang needs any help, just let me know. The Yu family will do everything in our power to help you. Yu Zihan said in a serious tone. Xianxia's decision was indeed the best choice for the current situation in Yellowstone. My request is very simple. Although the Blood Devils will focus their attack on Red Sun Town, it doesn't mean that they won't go to other areas to wreak havoc. I want the Yu family to spread out their forces to all the big towns in Yellowstone. First, to ensure the safety of all living beings, and second, to find out the whereabouts of the Blood Devils, especially Lord Blood Moon. This shouldn't be a problem for the Yu family, right? Xianxia said. In order to ensure the safety of Yellowstone, he needed to borrow the power of the Yu family. As long as the Yu family could ensure the safety of the other areas, he would be able to stay in Red Sun Town and fight against the Blood Devils. The brutal Blood Devils might be a nightmare for other people, but their devil cores would be a great tonic for Xianxia. To the Blood Devils, Xianxia would definitely be a nightmare for them. This is what we, the Yu family, should do. However, I can't just let Brother Jiang stay here alone to fight against the main force of the Blood Devils. I, Yu Zihan, am willing to stay in Red Sun Town and fight side by side with Brother Jiang. Yu Zihan's face lit up. Good, it's rare for Brother Yu to be so considerate. With the current combat strength of Red Sun Town, except for me, everyone else is too weak compared to the Blood Devils. Xianxia said. This was the first time he had met Yu Zihan, but he had a good impression of him. This man was not pretentious, he was not hypocritical, and he was courageous. Xianxia was willing to be friends with a man like this. If that's the case, I'll return to Yellowstone City now. Once I've settled everything, I'll meet up with Brother Jiang. Yu Zihan cupped his fist toward Xianxia, then he turned around and left. This young man is a loyal man. After Yu Zihan left, De Huang Dog said. At least he's not annoying. Xianxia shrugged his shoulders. Yu Zihan had extraordinary talent, and he was a genius inner circle disciple of the Black Sect. There was no one who could be a match for him at the same level as him, and he could even deal with ordinary Blood Devil leaders. Now that the war with the Blood Devils was coming, with Yu Zihan's help, the safety of Red Sun Town's townspeople would be guaranteed. The sky was getting darker. Xianxia made some arrangements with Zhang Zhen and the others, because there was a high chance that the Blood Devils would appear at night. Therefore, the people of Red Sun Town had to pay close attention to any movement from the Blood Devils. All the townspeople had settled down, and all the mortal core warriors were standing guard outside the town, ensuring the safety of the townspeople. Right at this moment, Xianxia and De Huang Dog sneaked to the north side of Red Sun Town. The north side of Red Sun Town was a barren land. Although it was better than the wasteland of Fragrant Sky City, not many people would come here. De Huang, are you sure the energy vein is here? Xianxia asked. When an energy vein was formed, there would always be a natural defense mechanism around it, and ordinary people would have a hard time sensing it. If it was Jiang Chen's previous life, he would definitely be able to sense it with just a single glance. But now, although his senses were sharp and his knowledge was extraordinary, his cultivation level was still limited. There shouldn't be any mistake. The Huang dog wagged his tail as he walked back and forth in the area. Jiang Chen used the Great Soul Derivation skill and unleashed his senses to the maximum. Soon, both Jiang Chen and the Huang dog's gazes landed on a slightly raised mound. It's right under here. Jiang Chen and the Huang dog said at the same time. The Huang dog was slightly surprised. He was able to sense the exact location of the energy vein because of his innate ability, but Jiang Chen was able to sense it as well. The Huang dog was surprised. But soon the Huang dog felt relieved. This was because along the way Jiang Chen had shown too many miraculous abilities. Jiang Chen couldn't sense the energy vein in Red Sun Town, but after determining its approximate location with his Great Soul Derivation skill, it wasn't hard for him to find its exact location. Kid, the energy vein is at least thousands of feet underground. If you want to find the energy vein, you will have to go deep underground. I wonder if you have the ability to travel underground? The Huang dog raised his head arrogantly. Obviously, he had the ability to do so. He wanted to take this opportunity to mock Jiang Chen. Although ordinary cultivators had the ability to crack stones and dig holes with their bare hands, very few could travel underground. Moreover, it was thousands of feet underground. It was too difficult. Damn dog, what are you so proud of? In this world, there's nothing that can stump me. Open your eyes wide and look carefully. As Jiang Chen said that, a layer of yellow light suddenly appeared around his body. He stomped his feet and half of his body went deep underground. Because of the yellow light, Jiang Chen's aura seemed to have fused with the earth. What the fuck? What kind of cultivation technique is this? The Huang dog staggered and almost fell on his face. He originally wanted to mock Jiang Chen, but he didn't expect Jiang Chen to really be able to go underground. This made the Huang dog extremely depressed. In his heart, he had completely labeled Jiang Chen as a monster. Holy shit, this kid was only 15 when he left Fragrant Sky City. Now he's 16 and I've never seen him acknowledge a master. Motherfucker, he's so good at everything. Chapter 144. Let me tell you, this is not a cultivation technique but a movement technique. Jiang Chen said. Movement technique? There is a movement technique that can travel underground? The Huang dog was stunned. This was the first time he had heard of it. This technique is called spatial shift. When cultivated to the peak, one can travel through space, escape to the sky, escape to the ground, or escape to the sky. Earth shift is just a type of spatial shift. Although I can't perfectly use Earth shift and can't travel more than 1,000 zhang, traveling underground is not a problem. Jiang Chen said. This spatial shift was obtained from a treasure in his previous life. He didn't know what level of movement technique it was, but it was definitely not weak. Jiang Chen relied on this movement technique to travel unhindered in the world and was invincible. Now his cultivation was too weak, so he couldn't exert the power of spatial shift at all. Otherwise he could travel more than 1,000 zhang underground. Spatial shift? Where did you learn such a profound movement technique? The Huang dog felt that Jiang Chen shouldn't be a 16-year-old boy. He should be an old fox that had lived for more than 1,000 years. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and go in. Take care of the spirit vein before the blood devils attack. Jiang Chen said, Can you do it? If not, I'll go down myself. I can't bring anyone with me, let alone a dog. Get lost. I'm not a dog. The Huang dog said. A layer of pale yellow light appeared on the surface of his body. Under the effect of this light, he went deeper underground like Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was amazed by De Huang dog's ability. However, no matter how miraculous De Huang dog's performance was, he wouldn't be surprised. After all, De Huang dog was a descendant of the dragon horse. He had the complete bloodline of a divine beast and could awaken all kinds of innate magical powers. A man and a dog traveled underground as if they had completely integrated with the earth. Wherever they passed, the surrounding earth didn't move much. Although a distance of 10,000 feet wasn't that far, it was different when the distance was underground. Even if Jiang Chen and De Huang dog had the ability to travel underground, It was impossible for them to reach the place in the blink of an eye as if they were on the surface. 10 minutes later, Jiang Qin and a Huang dog arrived 3 kilometers underground. Sure enough, they saw a spirit vein that emitted a dazzling bright light twisting and coiling underground, like a coiled-up giant snake. The entire body of the spirit vein was transparent like crystal. It was 300 meters long and as thick as an arm. It was covered by a layer of misty airflow. That airflow was a natural restriction that concealed the energy and spirit qi within the spirit vein. That was why the spirit vein was buried deep underground without being discovered. What an amazing energy vein! This energy vein is priceless, it's rich in energy. If I can absorb the essence from this energy vein, my cultivation will definitely improve by leaps and bounds, and it won't be a problem for me to break through to the heavenly core realm. Jiang Qin was overjoyed. Kid, what are you going to do with this spirit vein? De Huang dog asked. Energy veins can gather natural yuan energy. If we open it up, the entire Red Sun town will become a fertile land, but at the same time, it will attract the attention of those big powers. Why don't we open it up for now? We can just cut off a part of it and keep it for cultivation. Jiang Qin said. It wasn't very realistic for him to keep such a huge spiritual vein. Kid, in my opinion, we can make good use of this energy vein. De Huang dog said. What's your opinion? Jiang Qin looked at De Huang dog. Kid, your opponent is the powerful northern and southern dynasties. I'm sure those northern and southern dynasties are not ordinary people. The burning sky pavilion can't trap them, and I don't think you're willing to stay in the small black sect forever. This energy vein will be your foundation, and with it you can build your own power in the future. De Huang dog said. You're right, wherever I go, Jiang Qin, go, I'll leave my name behind. As the saying goes, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Now, I've won over all the people in Red Sun Town, and with this energy vein here I can use this town as my foundation. It might come in handy in the future. Besides, with this energy vein I'll be lucky. Jiang Qin's eyes lit up. To achieve great things, one must have a deep and far-sighted plan. But I still need to use this energy vein. I'll open up a part of the energy vein, then I'll use a formation to gather the energy and connect it to the top. After that, I'll ask the people of Red Sun Town to build me a mansion on top of it, and I'll use it as a temporary place to cultivate. Jiang Qin said. That's right, with this, you'll be able to absorb the essence of this energy vein, and it'll be many times better than cultivating in the Black Sect. The energy vein in the Black Sect is separated into many different places by a formation and defense mechanism, and the energy there is scattered everywhere. How can it compare to this place? De Huang dog said with a big smile. But it's not easy to set up a formation like this. De Huang dog said again. It's just a formation, it's not a problem for me. A confident smile emerged on Jiang Qin's face. The abilities of the once greatest saint in the world were beyond anyone's imagination. Jiang Qin pointed his finger like a sword, then a bright beam shot out from his fingertip towards the center of the energy vein. Following a popping sound, the airflow surrounding the energy vein was immediately broken, and a hole appeared on it. Natural defense mechanisms were easy to break, and they could be broken with just pure force. At this moment, a dense energy burst out from the small hole, and a buzzing sound could be heard coming from underneath the ground. Jiang Qin and De Huang dog took a deep breath, and they immediately felt refreshed and energetic. Under the circulation of the dragon transformation skill, the energy turned into pure energy and started flowing into Jiang Qin's qi. This was the essence of the energy vein. It was far more abundant than the natural energy gathered by the energy vein in Jiang Qin's place in the Black Sect. Seal it up quickly. If not, the energy will leak out and attract the attention of others. De Huang dog quickly reminded Jiang Qin. At the same time, he spat out a golden defense mechanism towards the small hole. On the other side, Jiang Qin performed a hand seal and unleashed one complicated defense mechanism after another. These defense mechanisms merged together and formed into an invisible formation, sealing the small hole. After that, Jiang Qin's body kept moving upwards, and he kept unleashing the same hand seal, connecting them together perfectly with the formation. De Huang dog, who was standing next to him, was dancing with joy. He felt so depressed that he was about to throw up blood. Damn you, is there anything you can't do? De Huang dog stared at the formation constructed by Jiang Qin, and he felt like he was about to go crazy. Jiang Qin's movements were very skillful, and each time he unleashed a hand seal, It would merge perfectly with the formation, slowly guiding the essence of the energy upwards. No matter how he looked at it, he looked like a master of formation. A 16-year-old young man, but he knew everything. Not only that, the key was that he was proficient in it. Anything that came out from Jiang Chen's hand would be at the level of a master. In the end, De Huang Dog let out a long sigh. From now on, no matter what amazing things happened to Jiang Chen, he wouldn't be surprised anymore. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog successfully crawled out from the ground. Jiang Chen's hands were still forming complicated hand seals, and at the tip of his fingers, a bright light was flickering. That was pure spiritual energy, and it could take one's soul away. Suddenly, the night became even more gloomy. The originally quiet night was suddenly filled with a demonic wind, and a vast amount of demonic energy rushed over from afar. One after another, eerie laughter could be faintly heard, and it was getting clearer and clearer. The blood devils are here. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. Sure enough, they are here. It seems like their momentum is much stronger than last night. Let's go. A cold smile appeared on the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. With a flip of his palm, he unleashed the last hand seal, temporarily sealing the spiritual energy. After that, he and De Huang Dog turned into two beams of golden light and flew out of Red Sun Town. Hurry, the blood devils are here. Hurry up and call young Master Jiang. Look, young Master Jiang is here. The number of blood devils this time is at least twice as many as last night. I'm afraid there are more than 100 of them. I wonder if young Master Jiang can handle them. Of course he can. Young Master Jiang is extremely powerful. He can kill all these blood devils with just a flick of his finger. We don't have to be afraid. Let's fight them with all our might. All the warriors of Red Sun Town were holding their weapons in their hands. Each of them had an imposing aura, and they were determined to fight to the death with the blood devils. Outside of Red Sun Town, there was a huge group of tall and muscular blood devils. They were extremely fast, and they were roaring and leaping towards Red Sun Town. These blood devils had lost their humanity. Their blood-red eyes were glowing with a bloodthirsty light, and their bodies were emitting a brutal aura. In the sky there were 4 blood devil leaders who could fly. One of them was 3 meters tall, and he looked like an iron tower. He was emitting a brutal aura, and he was holding an eerie devil weapon in his hand. His aura was much stronger than the other 3 blood devil leaders. He had actually reached the mid-heavenly core realm. Kill all the living beings in this town, leave the young girls for young master's blood sacrifice. The leader of the blood devils gave out a cruel order. He wanted to raze Red Sun Town to the ground and leave no survivors. Roar, roar, roar. Right after the leader's words left his mouth, the brutal blood devils started roaring loudly. They crazily dashed towards the town, and wherever they went, the ground would be razed to the ground. De Huang Dog, I'll deal with the leader of the blood devils. I'll leave the rest of the blood devils to you. Kill them all, don't leave a single one alive. Jiang Chen said to De Huang Dog in an imposing manner. I promise I'll complete my mission. Big Yellow let out a hearty laugh. He dragged his majestic body and emitted a dazzling golden light as he dashed toward the group of blood devils. Bam bam bam, De Huang Dog was too strong. His body was unimaginably strong, like an iron wall. Especially his dog head, it was unimaginably hard. De Huang Dog's rampage was like a huge mountain crashing into the blood devils. All the blood devils who were hit by De Huang Dog were killed instantly. It was a brutal and bloody scene. Kill them all, kill them all. Town Chief Zhang raised the combat weapon in his hand high up into the air. He led all the men of sacrifice in Red Sun Town and charged towards De Huang Dog. Zhang was a heavenly core warrior, and dealing with these mortal core blood devils was like a tiger jumping into a flock of sheep. In such a large-scale battle, the blood devils had suffered heavy casualties, and their morale was weakening. In the sky, Jiang Chen's blood wings stretched out in front of the 4 blood devil leaders. What happened last night? Was it you who did it? Chapter 145. That's right. Today, just like last night, all of you will be buried here. Jiang Chen's voice was loud like a bell, and his powerful aura was obvious. Everyone in Red Sun Town could hear his words clearly, and they became even more excited. It was as if as long as Jiang Chen was here, these blood devils would definitely die. A tiny mortal core warrior who hasn't even reached the heavenly core realm, How dare you talk big in front of me? You're courting death. You three go kill all the townspeople. I'll deal with this guy. I want to suck his blood dry. The Blood Devil leader let out a cold snort. While giving orders to the other three leaders, he stared at Zhou Xian with a bloodthirsty gaze. He stuck out his red tongue and licked his two sharp fangs. Yes. The three leaders replied and flew down at the same time. Their speed wasn't slow, but Zhou Xian was faster. Zhou Xian immediately attacked without any warning. With a sway of his body, he appeared in front of one of the Blood Devil leaders and smashed his skull with a palm strike. At the same time he dug out his devil core. The devil cores of these Blood Devil leaders were great nourishment for Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian killed one with a single strike, fast and violent. After killing one, Zhou Xian didn't slow down at all. His blood wings were as sharp as blades, cutting the other Blood Devil leader in half. At the same time he dug out the devil core of the leader. The devil cores of these Blood Devil leaders were great nourishment for Zhou Xian. What? The mid-heavenly core Blood Devil leader shouted out in shock. Only now did he regain his senses from the shock. He had never expected this young man he looked down upon to be so ruthless. He had killed two Blood Devil leaders in just a few seconds, causing them to suffer a huge loss. Daidao. The Blood Devil leader was furious. He raised the devil weapon in his hand and swung it towards Zhou Xian. Only then did he manage to save the last Blood Devil from being killed by Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian swung his arm and swung the axe of thunder towards the devil weapon. Clang! Sparks flew everywhere and the demon weapon buzzed from the impact. Under the impact of the axe of thunder, the blood demon leader was forced back more than a dozen feet before he could stabilize his body. The shock on his face became even more intense. The mid-heavenly core Blood Devil leader was no match for Zhou Xian. Although this Blood Devil leader was stronger than an ordinary mid-heavenly core warrior, when compared to the inner circle geniuses of the Black Sect he was still weaker. Even Jiang Wei was able to defeat and even kill him. Back when Zhou Xian killed Jiang Wei he only had 80 dragon marks in his qi. But now he had 90 dragon marks in his qi. His battle prowess had increased tremendously. This blood fiend leader before him could not even withstand a single blow from Zhou Xian. Out of the 4 Blood Devil leaders, 2 of them were killed by Zhou Xian in an instant, and the last early Heavenly Core leader dashed down towards the townspeople of Red Sun Town. Right at this moment, a white beam appeared from afar and blocked the path of the Blood Devil leader. It was Yu Zihan who had just arrived from Yellowstone City. "Brother Jiang, leave this Blood Devil to me." After saying that, Yu Zihan unleashed a bright and huge palm, slapping towards the leader of the Blood Devils. Roar! The Blood Devil let out a loud roar towards the sky, then he unleashed a huge blood-red palm strike as well. Bang! 2 powerful attacks collided with each other, producing a bright light that lit up the dark night sky. The Blood Devil leader was no match for Yu Zihan. He was knocked back a few hundred meters by the impact, and blood was flowing out from the corner of his mouth. So weak. Yu Zihan let out a cold snort. He took the opportunity and continued attacking. His body was covered in a bright light, and he dashed towards the Blood Devil leader once again. On the other side, Zhou Xian carried the battle axe in his hand and crazily attacked the mid-heavenly core Blood Devil leader. Bang bang bang. Every strike of the battle axe would produce a loud explosion. The Blood Devil leader kept raising the devil weapon in his hand to defend himself, but under Zhou Xian's attack his body kept being pushed back. The devil weapon in his hand had been badly damaged, and every time Zhou Xian attacked, the Blood Devil leader would spit out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, where did this monster come from? How can he be so frightening? The Blood Devil leader cursed. He had personally come here today and he had brought 3 Heavenly Core leaders with him. He thought he would be able to wipe out Red Sun Town in one fell swoop, but he had never expected to suffer such a heavy blow, and he didn't even have a chance to react. Clap of thunder, die. Zhou Xian let out a loud shout. The battle axe unleashed a bright light that descended from the skies, and in the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of the Blood Devil leader. Not good. The Blood Devil leader panicked. He could feel a strong sense of danger from the attack. However, Zhou Xian's speed was too fast, so fast that he couldn't dodge it. The only thing he could do was raise the combat weapon in his hand and defend himself. Clang! Slash! The combat weapon in the Blood Devil leader's hand couldn't withstand such a heavy blow, and it was instantly cut in half. The Blood Devil leader let out a shrill cry, and just like the combat weapon, he was also cut in half by Zhang Chen's battle axe. Blood splashed across the sky. Zhang Chen made a grabbing motion with his big hand and took out the devil core. Arg. At the same time, another blood-curdling scream came from the other side. Under Yu Zihan's attack, the leader of the Blood Devils was killed on the spot. Yu Zihan showed no mercy to the Blood Devils, he even destroyed the leader's devil core. From the moment the Blood Devils started their attack to the moment all 4 leaders were killed, only 3 minutes had passed. On the ground, under the attack of De Huang Dog and Zhang Zhen, more than half of the Blood Devils had been killed or injured. When they saw all 4 of their leaders dead, the rest of the Blood Devils lost their will to fight and they immediately ran away. I've said it before, don't let any of these Blood Devils live, kill them all. Zhang Chen let out a cold snort. He descended from the skies with the battle axe in his hand. He looked like a god of war who had just arrived, and he cut off all the Blood Devils' escape routes. Swoosh. Zhang Chen swung the battle axe in his hand. A bright axe beam streaked across the battlefield, and dozens of Blood Devils were killed on the spot, turning into blood mist. Zhang Chen swung the battle axe again and dozens more Blood Devils were killed. In front of him, these mortal core Blood Devils were just like ants. No matter how many there were, he would kill them all. Yu Zihan stared at the mighty Zhang Chen and he couldn't help but feel shocked in his heart. He has become stronger again. That's right, compared to when he killed Jiang Wei, Zhang Chen had become much stronger. This could be seen from the way he killed the Blood Devil leader just now. It had only been 2 days since he killed Jiang Wei, and this meant that Zhang Chen was constantly growing. How could Yu Zihan not be shocked? Arg. Under the cruel slaughter of De Huang Dog and Zhang Chen, the rest of the Blood Devils were all killed. The entire outer perimeter of Red Sun Town was filled with broken limbs. Over 100 Blood Devils, including the 4 Heavenly Core leaders, had all been killed. Not a single one of them was left alive. All hail Zhang Chen. Town Marshal Zhang Zhen waved his arm and shouted loudly. All hail Zhang Chen. All hail Zhang Chen. All the townspeople of Red Sun Town were shouting at the same time. Their eyes were glowing brightly as they stared at Zhang Chen. It was as if they were looking at a real god of war, their savior. This young man who was only 16 years old was the savior of Red Sun Town, their true savior. Zhang Chen's powerful methods and his domineering image had been deeply engraved into the hearts of every single townspeople. Right at this moment, Zhang Chen's image had once again been magnified in their minds. For the townspeople of Red Sun Town, tonight's battle was a joyous one. They had killed to their heart's content, and their hands were stained with the blood of the Blood Devils. They were all trying their best to avenge their dead townspeople, and most importantly, none of them were injured or killed. 4 Heavenly Core Blood Devil leaders and over 100 cruel Blood Devils had all been killed in just a few minutes. This result was something that the townspeople of Red Sun Town had never dreamed of. Zhang Chen waved his hand and the townspeople immediately stopped shouting. They all stared at Zhang Chen without blinking their eyes, waiting for Zhang Chen's next order. The battle between us and the Blood Devils has just begun, it's far from over. Therefore everyone please be extra careful. Zhang Chen said with a loud voice. He looked at Zhang Zhen and said, Mayor, burn all the dead bodies of these Blood Devils. Keep watching the situation closely, don't let your guard down. Yes, young Master Jiang. Zhang Zhen cupped his fist towards Zhang Chen. Right now he really admired Zhang Chen and his heart was filled with gratitude towards Zhang Chen. Even if Zhang Chen asked him to go through fire and water, he wouldn't even frown. Brother Zhang's methods are heaven-defying, I really admire you. Yu Zihan cupped his fist towards Zhang Chen. This admiration came from the bottom of his heart. Brother Yu, you have great talent as well, your future is limitless. Zhang Chen said with a smile on his face. I'm ashamed to be in front of Brother Jiang. Yu Zihan shook his head. After today's battle he had made up his mind. From now on he would follow behind Zhang Chen and fight for his life. Brother Yu, is there any news from the Yu family? Zhang Chen asked. It's all according to Brother Zhang's orders. My dad has already spread the Yu family's forces to every town. My dad has heard of Brother Zhang's name for a long time, and he hopes to meet you someday. Yu Zihan said. That's fine, after we kill those Blood Devils, I'll pay them a visit myself. Zhang Chen smiled and said, Alright, I'm going to take a rest now. I still need Brother Yu to take care of things in Red Sun Town. Brother Jiang, don't worry, I won't dare to neglect you. Yu Zihan said in a serious tone. Indeed, he couldn't neglect the blood devils. Jiang Chen nodded his head. With Yu Zihan around, he would have less to worry about. He turned around and looked at Zhang Zhen and said, Mayor, can you ask someone to build me a mansion in the wasteland north of Red Sun Town? I'll be cultivating there. Later, I'll ask the Huang dog to go with you and build it at the designated location. Chapter 146. When Zhang Zhen heard that Jiang Chen wanted to build a mansion in a desolate area, he was startled. For Red Sun Town, building a mansion for Jiang Chen was a piece of cake. Jiang Chen wanted to stay in Red Sun Town, and the townspeople were happy about it. But what Zhang Zhen didn't understand was why Jiang Chen wanted to build a mansion in a desolate area. Young Master Jiang, that place is desolate. I think I should find a better place for you to build a mansion. It will suit young Master Jiang's status better. Zhang Zhen said. That's right, young Master Jiang. You have given the entire Red Sun Town a new lease of life, and all of us townspeople will never forget it. From now on we will be young Master Jiang's people, so building a mansion for you is what we should do, but you have to find a better place for it. Zhang Quan said. The desolate area was remote and there was no one around. Building a mansion for Jiang Chen there was really inappropriate. Just do as I say, build a mansion as you like. Just make it simple, I don't have too many requirements. After saying that, Jiang Chen walked away with big steps. Only he himself knew why he wanted to build a mansion in a desolate area. Young Master Jiang is really a strange man. Why would he choose a desolate area when there is a better place for him to live? Zhang Quan couldn't help but say. Brother Jiang only cares about his cultivation, he doesn't have any requirements for the environment, just do as he says. Yu Zihan said. Yes, young Master Yu. Zhang Zhen and the others bowed towards Yu Zihan. Not only was this young master an inner circle disciple of the Black Sect, he was also a young master of the Yu family. None of them dared disrespect Yu Zihan's words. Jiang Chen returned to his residence and started absorbing the 3 devil cores in his hand. 2 early heavenly core and 1 mid-heavenly core. This was a big harvest. As the dragon transformation skill became stronger, Jiang Chen's speed of absorbing the devil cores and demon souls became faster and faster. Soon, all 3 devil cores were completely absorbed by him. Although it got harder and harder to form dragon marks, these 3 heavenly core devil cores still helped Jiang Chen form 6 new dragon marks. I've formed 96 dragon marks in my Qi Si, and I still need 4 more to reach 100. Even if I don't kill those blood devils once the mansion is built, I'll be able to break through to the heavenly core realm with the help of the energy vein essence. A bright light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. He had killed so many enemies and finally he was about to break through to the heavenly core realm. As long as he broke through to the heavenly core realm, Jiang Chen's combat strength would skyrocket, and at that point of time, even late heavenly core warriors would be no match for him. That night, the blood devils didn't attack again. The mortal core warriors of Red Sun Town were standing guard outside the town. Within Red Sun Town, the desolate north side of the town was bustling with activity. When the townspeople who were being protected heard that they were going to build a mansion for Jiang Chen, they all came to help. The next day, Black Sect's outer circle. In Jiang Chen's residence, Yan Qinyu's clothes were fluttering in the wind. She stood at the peak of a mountain and gazed into the distance. A trace of worry could be seen on her delicate face. Brother Qin has already been gone for 2 days. I wonder if he's in any danger. No, Brother Qin is very strong. Those blood devils are definitely not a match for him. Yan Qinyu murmured to herself. Right at this moment, a man flew across the sky, then he turned around and landed not far away from Yan Qinyu. This man had a handsome face and he had a handsome face. It was Fan Kuan. The reason why Fan Kuan landed was because he had seen Yan Qinyu's face. A few days ago he had heard from Jiang Wei that Yan Qinyu was extremely beautiful, just like a fairy. But he hadn't had the chance to see her in person. Today he had finally seen her and he was shocked by her beauty. Even with Fan Kuan's pride he couldn't help but admire Yan Qinyu's beauty. Who are you? Yan Qinyu looked at Fan Kuan. When she noticed Fan Kuan's evil gaze she couldn't help but furrow her brows. My name is Fan Kuan and this must be junior disciple Yan Qinyu. I've been in love with Junior Disciple Yen for a long time, and now that I've seen her in person, Junior Disciple Yen is indeed a goddess. There are very few beauties like Junior Disciple Yen in this world. Fan Kun kept staring at Yen Qinyu. Even with his strong willpower, he couldn't help but have some lustful thoughts. Besides, there was enmity between him and Jiang Chen. So, you're the Fan Kun who wants to kill Chen Gij? Hearing Fan Kun's name, Yen Qinyu's expression became startled, and then it became filled with disgust. The words Chen Gij made Fan Kun jealous. In his mind, such a beautiful girl should have belonged to him, Fan Kun. What did Jiang Chen do to deserve such a blessing? Junior Disciple Yen, what's so good about following Jiang Chen? Why don't you follow me? I, Fan Kun, am the strongest person in the Black Sect's inner circle, and soon, I'll break through to the divine core realm and become a true core disciple. Besides, my grandfather is a founding elder of the Black Sect. If you follow me, you'll be able to enjoy all the resources in the Black Sect. Fan Kun said with an evil smile on his face. Get lost. Yen Qinyu said in a daze. She turned her head around and didn't bother to look at Fan Kun. Seeing this, Fan Kun's expression became cold. Yen Qinyu's behavior had deeply hurt his arrogant pride. Not only in the Black Sect, even in the entire Qi province, with his cultivation level and talent, he could get any girl he wanted. Women had always surrounded him, and he thought he had already lowered himself to talk to Yen Qinyu. But not only did she not appreciate it, she even offended him. Yen Qinyu, let me tell you, your Chen Gij is going to kill those blood devils and he won't be able to return. Following me is your best choice. Fan Kun let out a cold snort. Chen Gij will never die. Who do you think you are? You don't deserve to be mentioned in the same breath as Chen Gij. Yen Qinyu argued back. In her heart, Jiang Chen's position was irreplaceable, and this Fan Kun dared to curse Jiang Chen's death in front of her. This had touched Yen Qinyu's reverse scale, and it made her hate Fan Kun reach its peak. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I gave you face, but you don't want it. Fan Kun was furious. Right at this moment, a man came from afar and stood next to Yen Qinyu. It was Sect Elder Guishan. Fan Kun, what are you doing here? Guishan stared at Fan Kun and asked with a cold tone. Sect Elder Gua, I was just passing by, so I wanted to say hello to Junior Disciple Yen. Fan Kun cupped his fist towards Guishan. Guishan was the #1 alchemist in the Black Sect, and his status was no weaker than his own grandfather. Fan Kun didn't dare show any disrespect. You're not welcome here. Get lost and don't ever come here again. Guishan waved his sleeves and said without any politeness. If it wasn't for the fact that Fan Kun had a grandfather behind him, Guishan would have slapped Fan Kun and sent him flying away. Understood. Fan Kun smiled, then he turned around and left. Right after he turned around, Fan Kun's face changed into a vicious expression. Jiang Chen will definitely die in Yellowstone, and this bitch still dares to act like she's a virtuous person? She refused to toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Your father will definitely teach her a lesson. Fan Kun's face was filled with a vicious expression. As the saying goes, don't be afraid of thieves stealing, but be afraid of thieves remembering. Yen Qinyu had been targeted by Fan Kun, and she would be in big trouble. Retsun Town. The townspeople had spent the entire day building Jiang Chen's mansion, and by dusk they had finished building it. They had also arranged all the necessary furniture. When Jiang Chen arrived in front of the mansion, he couldn't help but nod his head. The mansion wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. It was luxuriously decorated, and it really suited Jiang Chen's style. It was extremely domineering. There were a total of 6 exquisite rooms in the mansion, and there was a grand hall in the middle. The townspeople had really put in a lot of effort. Young Master Jiang, are you satisfied with this mansion? Zhang Xian asked with a smile on his face. It's not bad. Mayor, thank you for your hard work. Jiang Chen replied with a smile on his face. As long as young Master Jiang likes it. If there's anything you need in the future, just let me know, we'll do our best to prepare it for young Master Jiang. Zhang Xian said. On the same night, Jiang Chen set up a cushion in one of the rooms in the mansion, connecting the formation with the energy vein. Jiang Chen sat on the cushion and he could directly absorb the energy vein's essence. That night the townspeople were extremely nervous. They all knew that the third attack from the Blood Devils would be much bigger than the previous 2 attacks, and there might even be a stronger blood devil leader. But what puzzled them was that it was a peaceful night, and the blood devils didn't do anything. This situation made the townspeople feel puzzled. Brother Jiang, the blood devils suddenly became quiet. Something must be wrong. Yuzihan said. That's right, this doesn't fit the blood devil's style. I guess they are preparing for a bigger attack and they want to wipe out Red Sun Town in one fell swoop. I'm afraid a late Heavenly Core Blood Devil leader will appear in the next attack, and it might even be Lord Blood Moon. Jiang Chen said with a frown on his face. I'm worried about this as well. If that's the case, I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to deal with them. Yuzihan said worriedly. Zihan, you keep monitoring the situation, make sure the townspeople are safe. I'm going to enter secluded cultivation and break through to the Heavenly Core Realm. As long as I can break through to the Heavenly Core Realm, even if a late Heavenly Core Blood Devil leader appears, it won't be a problem. Jiang Chen said with a serious expression. The war with the Blood Devils would become more and more intense, so Jiang Chen had to break through to the Heavenly Core Realm in order to be able to handle the upcoming war. What? You're going to break through to the Heavenly Core Realm? Yuzihan shouted out in shock. He stared at Jiang Chen with disbelief. Jiang Chen had been improving all this time. He had only joined the Black Sect for a short period of time, and he was about to break through to the Heavenly Core Realm. That's right. Jiang Chen said. Brother Jiang is really a monster when it comes to cultivation. I really admire you. I hope Brother Jiang can break through to the Heavenly Core Realm and kill all these blood devils. After saying that, Yuzihan turned around and left. Jiang Chen was going to enter secluded cultivation, so he would have to take care of everything in Red Sun Town. After Yuzihan left, Jiang Chen closed the door behind him. He was going to use the energy vein essence to break through to the Heavenly Core Realm. Da Huang Dog, I'm going to break through to the Heavenly Core Realm now. I need you to protect me. Jiang Chen said. Protect my ass, Daddy is tired, I'm going to sleep. Da Huang Dog let out a big yawn, then he turned around and went to another room. Jiang Chen was startled. When this dog felt sleepy and wanted to sleep, it meant he was about to break through. Damn it, how many days has it been since this dog broke through? Chapter 147. Jiang Chen walked into his room, closed the door and sat down on a cushion with his legs crossed. Da Huang Dog had gone to sleep and in fact he had gone to break through. If nothing unexpected happened when Da Huang Dog woke up, he would break through to the Heavenly Core Realm. The cushion Jiang Chen placed on was directly connected to the energy vein, and the defense mechanism of the energy vein was only slightly activated. That meant Jiang Chen could use the cushion to absorb the essence of the energy vein at will. With a completed energy vein, it was a huge treasure. Jiang Chen had a treasure all to himself, and his cultivation speed could only be described as fast. Right now he had formed 96 dragon marks and he only needed 4 more before he could break through to the Heavenly Core Realm. For Jiang Chen, forming 4 dragon marks with the essence of the energy vein wasn't a problem at all. Since he arrived in Red Sun Town, he had fought 2 battles with these blood devils, and both times he had killed all of them. This third time the blood devils would be much stronger than the previous 2 battles. With the lessons learned from the previous 2 battles, if nothing unexpected happened, there would definitely be late Heavenly Core blood devils in the third battle. With Jiang Chen's current cultivation level and combat strength, he could kill mid-Heavenly Core warriors, but if he met a late Heavenly Core warrior, he would be no match for them. Therefore, Jiang Chen had to break through to the Heavenly Core realm as soon as possible. Once he reached the early Heavenly Core realm, he would be able to kill late Heavenly Core blood devils, and at that point of time he would have the strength to fight Lord Blood Moon. Activate the defense mechanism, let me absorb. Jiang Chen activated the defense mechanism of the energy vein. Under the control of the formation, a huge amount of energy started gushing into Jiang Chen's body like a tidal wave. Hiss, such a powerful energy impact made Jiang Chen feel so comfortable that he couldn't help but let out a moan. He immediately started circulating the dragon transformation skill, and under the control of the skill, the energy that entered his body was quickly transformed into pure energy and rushed into his Qi. Within his Qi, numerous blood-red dragon marks were flowing out from his mortal core. They kept swimming around like blood dragons, looking extremely mystical. At the same time, some of the dragon marks turned into shadows of dragons and circled around Jiang Chen's body, making him look like the son of heaven. Buzz buzz. The impact of the spiritual energy was too strong, causing Jiang Chen's entire body to produce a buzzing sound. Accompanied by the vibrations of the buzzing sound, the 97th dragon mark began to gradually form. The essence of a complete spiritual vein is simply too powerful. Its purity is far above that of a demon spirit or a devil core. Jiang Chen absorbed the essence of a spiritual vein. Not only could he condense dragon marks to increase his cultivation, he could also use the spiritual qi to refine his body. Under the dragon transformation skill, his body became even more sturdy. Buzz buzz. The buzzing sound was endless. Dragon shadows danced around Jiang Chen's body. 2 hours later, Jiang Chen finally condensed 100 dragon marks. At this time, a dull dragon roar came from his body. The entire movement made Jiang Chen look like an ancient beast that was about to awaken. The dragon transformation art was too frightening, and it would become even more frightening in the future. Sooner or later, Jiang Chen would become a real dragon and soar into the sky. I've finally condensed 100 dragon marks. I'm going to break through to the heavenly core realm now. Jiang Chen laughed out loudly. If it was any ordinary peak mortal core warrior who wanted to break through to the heavenly core realm, even if he had enough energy, he wouldn't be able to break through immediately. He would need to control the natural energy, and there was a huge bottleneck between the mortal core realm and the heavenly core realm. But this kind of bottleneck didn't exist for Jiang Chen. He had the cultivation experience of a saint, so all bottlenecks were nothing to him. He cultivated the dragon transformation skill, and all he needed was energy. As long as he had enough energy, he would be able to break through without any bottlenecks. Jiang Chen took out a huge amount of human elixir and put it into his mouth. The human elixir was absorbed as if it didn't cost any money. Roar! Jiang Chen raised his head and let out a loud roar. It sounded like a dragon's roar, and it resounded throughout the entire Red Sun Town. Everyone in Red Sun Town could feel the powerful energy coming from Jiang Chen's mansion. A powerful pressure spread out in all directions, shocking everyone. He broke through in such a short time. Yu Zihan murmured as he stared at the shockwave that shot up into the sky. He really couldn't find any words to describe such a freak. Look, what a powerful energy. That's young Master Jiang breaking through to the heavenly core realm. Great, this is great. Young Master Jiang Chen is a peerless genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. When he was at the peak mortal core realm, he was able to kill heavenly core blood devils. And now that he has broken through to the heavenly core realm, those blood devils are no match for him. This is great. Young Master Jiang has broken through to the heavenly core realm, and his combat strength has increased tremendously. This is a good thing for the entire Red Sun Town. All the townspeople of Red Sun Town were extremely excited, especially Zhang Zhen and the other elders. Now Red Sun Town had become the main target of the blood devils, and their biggest and only hope was Jiang Chen. The stronger Jiang Chen became, the more excited they became. Within the mansion, the golden mortal core in Jiang Chen's Qi Si was beating rapidly. It was surrounded by countless blood-red dragon marks, and the mortal core kept changing. It had doubled in size, and it had become glossier and smoother. Right at this moment, the mortal core had evolved into a heavenly core. Jiang Chen casually waved both of his hands, and the natural energies immediately started gathering towards him like a tidal wave. With the help of the natural energies, Jiang Chen's body slowly left the ground. This time he didn't rely on his blood-red wings, he just controlled the natural energies and flew into the sky. Jiang Chen was laughing out loudly. He had finally broken through to the heavenly core realm, and he had once again found the feeling of controlling the natural energies. Above his head, there was a dragon-shaped blood-red qi that was dancing around, and it carried a pure yang energy. The formation of 100 dragon marks had brought a tremendous change to Jiang Chen's combat strength. His overall strength had increased by a lot. The mortal core realm and the heavenly core realm were like heaven and earth. The gap between them was like night and day. Jiang Chen clenched his fists tightly, and cracking sounds could be heard from his joints. His eyes were shining brightly, and he was filled with confidence. With his current combat strength, he wouldn't need to worry about any ordinary late heavenly core warriors. Finally, I've broken through to the heavenly core realm. But the dragon transformation skill is getting more and more difficult to cultivate. According to the dragon transformation skill, from the early heavenly core realm to the mid-heavenly core realm, I'll need to form 200 dragon marks, And in order to break through to the late heavenly core realm, I'll need to form another 100 dragon marks. Jiang Chen let out a long sigh. Although the dragon transformation skill was incredibly powerful, it was extremely difficult to cultivate. Let alone the future, just the current breakthrough from the early heavenly core realm would require him to form another 100 dragon marks before he could reach the 200 dragon marks mark. 100 dragon marks, how much energy would that require? But in the next moment, a determined expression emerged on Jiang Chen's face. Cultivating the dragon transformation skill is destined to be a path of slaughter and plunder. The journey of 100,000 dragon marks. I'll kill anyone who stands in my way. After adjusting his energy, Jiang Chen didn't leave the room right away. He continued sitting on the cushion and absorbing the energy vein. It was late at night and the blood devils hadn't shown up yet. It looked like they wouldn't show up tonight either. When Jiang Chen was still in the black sect, he had consumed the 5 elemental pill, and it had given him a solid foundation. In a short period of time he didn't have to worry about breaking through. Therefore, Jiang Chen decided to continue forming more dragon marks with the help of the energy vein, and stabilize his cultivation base at the early heavenly core realm. In the blink of an eye, another day had passed. In just one day, Jiang Chen had formed another 8 dragon marks, and the total number of dragon marks in his Qi Si had reached 108. His combat strength had increased once again. Right at this moment, Jiang Chen finally stopped absorbing. The impact of the energy vein on his body had reached its limit, and he had to stop and sort out the newly formed dragon marks, stabilizing his cultivation base. That night the blood devils still didn't show up. Even when dawn arrived they still didn't show up. For the next 3 days the blood devils seemed to have calmed down. Although there were still a few blood devils appearing in other towns around Yellowstone, under the control of the Yu family, they couldn't do anything. Young Master Yu, the blood devils are behaving strangely. It's been 3 days but they haven't shown up at all. Zhang Xian said worriedly. I have no idea what the blood devils are planning, but don't worry everyone, Brother Jiang has broken through to the heavenly core realm. Even if a powerful leader appears, Brother Jiang will be able to handle it. Yu Zihan said. He was very confident in Jiang Chen now and he had never had such confidence before. Bang! Right after Yu Zihan's words left his mouth, a loud explosion sounded out from afar. After that, a devilish wind started howling, and a huge group of blood devils suddenly appeared. They were charging towards Red Sun Town with extreme speed. They're here. Zhang Zhen's expression changed. It was already dawn, and these blood devils had chosen this time to attack Red Sun Town. I think there are at least 200 blood devils. Everyone get ready, a bloody battle is coming. Yu Zihan's expression turned serious. Kaka. The laughter of the blood devils came from afar. In the sky above, 6 blood devil leaders were flying in the sky. Yu Zihan looked over and saw that the leader was a late heavenly core warrior. Other than that, there were 2 mid-heavenly core and 3 early heavenly core leaders. A total of 6 divine core warriors. It was a huge force. Yu Zihan's expression turned ugly. The enemies were too strong, and even if Jiang Chen had the ability to handle the late heavenly core leader, who would be able to handle the other 2 mid-heavenly core leaders? With his combat strength he might be able to handle one of them, but he still wouldn't be able to handle them. Yu Zihan and the townspeople couldn't help but worry. Although they were worried, there was someone who wasn't worried at all. Jiang Chen leapt out from the mansion. At the same time, a golden figure dashed out from a room below and caught up to Jiang Chen. It was De Huang Dog. Buddy, you've broken through? De Huang Dog asked while wagging his head. Damn you, you damn dog, you have broken through to the heavenly core realm? You broke through just by sleeping? Damn it, don't tell anyone I know you from now on. Jiang Chen almost vomited blood. This dog was the real weirdo. Chapter 148. Although he felt depressed, the fact that De Huang Dog was able to break through to the heavenly core realm at this time still made Jiang Chen very excited. Others might not know De Huang Dog's combat strength, but he knew it very well. Now that the blood devils had finally attacked again with the help of De Huang Dog, killing them would be a piece of cake. Buddy, it looks like the blood devils are not small. I can already sense the aura of a late heavenly core blood devil. De Huang Dog said. No matter how many come, they'll all die. De Huang, follow me, let's kill all the blood devils, don't leave a single one alive. Jiang Chen let out a cold snort. With extreme speed he arrived outside of Red Sun Town in the blink of an eye. De Huang Dog followed closely behind him, his face filled with excitement. All demon beasts had their own ferocious nature, let alone a dragon horse that possessed the bloodline of a divine beast. Its ferocious nature was even more ferocious and it was good at fighting. This kind of life-and-death battle with blood devils was what De Huang Dog loved the most. Congratulations on breaking through to the heavenly core realm, Brother Jiang. Yu Zihan said with a smile. Young Master Jiang, the blood devils are here. Zhang Zhen was holding the combat weapon in his hand and he looked nervous. Don't worry, today we'll let them be the same as before. No matter how many come, they'll all die. Kill them all, don't let any blood devils step into the town. Jiang Chen's body was glowing in a golden light, and he looked like a mighty god of war giving out orders. All the townspeople of Red Sun Town were inside the town, so they had to fight outside. Swoosh swoosh. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog immediately flew up into the sky, blocking in front of the 6 blood devil leaders. Just when Yu Zihan was about to make a move, Jiang Chen stopped him and said, Zihan, you and the mayor will deal with those blood devils together. Don't show any mercy, kill as many as you can. Leave the leaders to me and De Huang. Jiang Chen had to make sure that Yu Zihan stayed behind. There were too many blood devils, there were more than 200 of them, and there were only 30 mortal core warriors in Red Sun Town. The difference in numbers was huge and it would be hard for Jiang Chen to kill all these blood devils by himself. If Yu Zihan didn't join the fight, then these blood devils would definitely cause harm to all the warriors in Red Sun Town. This was something Jiang Chen didn't want to see. All right. Yu Zihan nodded, turned around and flew down. He unleashed a gigantic golden palm and slapped down towards the blood devils. Along with the shrill screams, Yu Zihan's attack had killed 6 mortal core blood devils. Kill them all. Don't leave a single one alive. Yu Zihan shouted out loudly. He took the lead and killed his way into the blood devils' camp. Kill! Shouts and yells shook the skies. At dawn, outside of Red Sun Town, a most primitive and cruel battle was taking place. In the sky, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were standing in front of 6 blood devil leaders. On the opposite side, the late heavenly core leader had a cruel expression. He stared at the man and dog in front of him with a bloodthirsty look in his eyes. Kill them all. The blood devil leader Lung Lung ordered. Right after he finished speaking, the other 5 blood devil leaders immediately formed a circle and dashed towards Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog looked at each other and grinned. Almost at the same time, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog moved. De Huang Dog aimed his head at one of the early heavenly core blood devil leaders and rammed it with lightning speed. Fast, too fast. The blood devil leader didn't even have the chance to react before he was smashed into a blood mist by De Huang Dog, and he died on the spot. On the other side, Jiang Chen had smashed the head of an early heavenly core blood devil leader with a single punch, and the leader didn't even have the chance to scream. Everything happened too fast. They never expected their opponents to be so strong, because the previous 2 attacks had resulted in complete annihilation. These blood devils didn't know what was going on, and they thought their leaders had died in a bloody battle. Who would have thought that they would be killed so easily by their opponents? Because of a moment of carelessness, 2 of their leaders were killed. Right when the other 3 blood devil leaders were stunned, De Huang Dog rammed his head onto the last early heavenly core blood devil leader. The leader let out a shrill cry before he died again. Jiang Chen's speed was even faster. With lightning speed, a golden battle axe appeared in his hand, and in the blink of an eye he chopped a mid-heavenly core blood devil leader in half. Even the devil core was taken by Jiang Chen. As for the other 3 early heavenly core blood devils and devil cores, Jiang Chen didn't bother collecting them. Demon souls and devil cores of the same level wouldn't have much effect on him. He was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, and the amount of energy he needed was unimaginable. He had to absorb demon souls and devil cores that were higher than his cultivation level. What? The mid-heavenly core blood devil leader who had only unleashed half of his attack cried out in shock. He was so scared that his soul almost left his body. He hurriedly backed away and only then did he barely manage to survive. Right at this moment, the late heavenly core blood devil leader couldn't remain calm anymore. He stared at what was happening in front of him with his eyes wide open, and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. He had brought 5 Blood Devil leaders with him, and the battle hadn't even started yet, but 4 of them had been killed by their opponents. They were all Heavenly Core Blood Devils and their combat strength was incredibly strong. This man and dog in front of him were just too abnormal. A Heavenly Core Blood Devil leader had been killed in an instant. How could they still fight? Let me handle them. The Blood Devil leader took a step forward. He unleashed his powerful energy and locked onto Zhou Xian and Daoist dog. Although the strength displayed by this man and dog had shocked him, he had a strong cultivation level so he didn't really care. He was confident that he could kill this man and dog. Bring it on. After saying that, Zhou Xian swung the battle axe towards the Blood Devil leader. Rumble the thunderclap slash was extremely powerful. The axe beam shot up into the sky and arrived in front of the Blood Devil leader in the blink of an eye. The powerful energy pressed down like a huge mountain, causing the Blood Devil leader's expression to change dramatically. This young man's attack had given him a huge pressure, and the shock in his heart had reached an extreme level. Dai Tao. The Blood Devil leader shouted out loudly. In his hand, a devilish blade that was completely condensed from evil devilish energy appeared, and he swung it towards Zhou Xian. Rumble. A loud explosion sounded out and the devilish blade was instantly shattered. The Blood Devil leader was knocked back a few hundred meters before he could stabilize his body. He felt his blood and chi were tumbling and he couldn't help but feel an unbearable pain. Zhou Xian was laughing out loudly. He was unleashing a powerful energy from all over his body. His combat strength was incredible, and even a late Heavenly Core Blood Devil was no match for him. This was Zhou Qian's current combat strength. Ordinary late Heavenly Core warriors were no match for him. Only geniuses like Fan Kuan would have a chance of defending against Zhou Qian's mighty strength. Only geniuses like Guan Yiyun and Liang Shao could suppress Zhou Qian. Young Master Zhang is so strong. Blood Devils aren't scary at all. Young Master Zhang can kill all of them by himself and that Daoist dog is just as scary. Kill all these Blood Devils. When the townspeople of Red Sun Town witnessed the mighty strength of Zhou Qian and Daoist dog, they were all extremely excited, and their morale was extremely high. This was the power of influence. If the fight with the Blood Devils was compared to a war, then Zhou Qian and Daoist dog would be the generals leading the army. A general would have a huge impact on the morale of the entire army. This is terrifying. With the 1-year promise he might really be able to fight against the northern and southern dynasties. Yu Zihan couldn't calm himself down. Zhou Qian was definitely the biggest genius he had ever seen. Kaka the Daoist dog was laughing out loudly. With his head raised he rammed into the mid-Heavenly Core Blood Devil leader. Now that Daoist dog had broken through to the Heavenly Core realm, with his abnormal strength, it would be a piece of cake for him to deal with these mid-Heavenly Core Blood Devils. When Daoist dog attacked, Zhou Qian moved as well. With a sway of his body he arrived next to the Blood Devil leader and said 2 words with Lung Lung's voice, "One strike." After saying that, 9 identical Zhou Qians suddenly surrounded the Blood Devil leader. If Zhou Qian wanted to kill him he didn't need to use the 9 phantom wolves, but Zhou Qian didn't want to waste any time on these Blood Devils. What? The Blood Devil leader cried out in shock. The 9 Zhou Qians made him dizzy and he couldn't tell which one was the real one. But Zhou Qian didn't give him any chance to react. Under Zhou Qian's control, the 9 Zhou Qians raised their battle axes at the same time and swung them towards the Blood Devil leader. The Blood Devil leader knew that only one of the 9 Zhou Qian's attacks was real, and the other 8's attacks were useless. But too bad the Blood Devil leader couldn't tell which one was the real one. Besides, Zhou Qian's speed was too fast so he had to make a decision and block the attack. This was the frightening power of the 9 phantom wolves. Arg! The Blood Devil leader let out a loud cry, then he leapt towards one of the Zhou Qians. Right now he could only rely on his luck. Puff! The Zhou Qian's body was shattered and it turned out to be just a phantom. The Blood Devil leader immediately felt something was wrong, but it was too late for him to block the attack. Zhou Qian's battle axe swung down and split the Blood Devil leader in half from head to toe, then he grabbed his devil core. Arg! At the same time the last mid-Heavenly Core Blood Devil leader couldn't withstand Daoist dog's powerful attack, and he was killed by smashing his head against the wall. It was a tragic and miserable death. The Blood Devils had spent a few days preparing for this war, and they came here with the goal of annihilating Red Sun Town. But they didn't expect that in just a few minutes all the Blood Devil leaders would be killed. The rest of the Blood Devils immediately panicked and they started screaming and yelling. "Kill them all, don't leave a single one alive." Zhou Xian was a cruel and merciless man. He and a Huang dog flew down from the sky and entered the group of Blood Devils. To them, these Blood Devils were like ants and killing them was as easy as chopping vegetables. In the end, all 200 Blood Devils were killed once again. None of them managed to escape. The Blood Devils had planned to attack Red Sun Town first, but unexpectedly, it had become their graveyard. Chapter 149. The Blood Devils, who had won so many battles and were feared by many people, had suddenly become so weak in people's hearts. The appearance of Zhou Xian had caused an unimaginable amount of damage and losses to the Blood Devils. Zhou Xian, on the other hand, had killed all the Blood Devils 3 times in a row, which had made his reputation unparalleled. Not to mention anything else, in the hearts of the Red Sun Town's residents, Zhou Xian was like a god, a holy and mighty being. Zhou Xian was in high spirits. The reason why he was able to inflict such heavy losses on the Blood Devils was because of the existence of the Red Sun Town. Zhou Xian had made the Red Sun Town a target for the Blood Devils, which was undoubtedly a good move. Firstly, it had saved the other towns a lot of trouble, and secondly, it had saved him a lot of trouble as he didn't need to go around killing Blood Devils. After 3 battles, the hatred between the Blood Devils and the Red Sun Town had been completely formed. Although Zhou Xian had never seen this so-called Lord Blood Moon, he could imagine that someone like this Lord Blood Moon would definitely launch an even more ferocious attack, and he would not stop until the entire Red Sun Town was destroyed. In the following 2 days, the situation that Zhou Xian had expected to see with Lord Blood Moon did not happen, but the Blood Devils had launched 2 more large-scale attacks, and the result was the same as the previous 3 times. No matter how powerful the Blood Devil leaders were, they all died tragically in the Red Sun Town, and every single one of them was annihilated. In the continuous battles, the one who had gained the most benefits was obviously Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian was using the energy vein to cultivate, and at the same time he was also absorbing the demonic pellets that he had obtained. His fighting power had once again increased by leaps and bounds, and he had already condensed 120 dragon marks. In the past few days, the news of the battles in the Red Sun Town had spread across the entire Yellowstone area, and Zhou Qian's reputation had also spread across the entire Yellowstone area. When Zhou Qian was mentioned, everyone was full of admiration towards him. Everyone in Yellowstone, including the Yu family, knew very well that Zhou Qian's appearance seemed to have saved Red Sun Town, but in fact he had saved the entire Yellowstone. Without Zhou Qian, there were so many Blood Devils and Yellowstone would have been in chaos. Therefore, Zhou Qian was the benefactor of all the people in the Yellowstone region. Everyone had to remember this friendship and be deeply grateful to Zhou Qian. Brother Zhang's means are heaven-defying. You killed the Blood Devils one after another. Now the entire Yellowstone region is filled with gratitude towards you. Yu Zihan's face was filled with joy. The few times he fought alongside Zhou Qian against the Blood Devils, he had truly felt what it meant to be hot-blooded. He truly felt that a man could be so domineering. Through these few battles, Yu Zihan's admiration for Zhou Qian had grown to the point of prostrating himself before Zhou Qian. The battle with the Blood Devils has yet to end, and Lord Blood Moon has yet to appear. Logically speaking, this doesn't seem to be his style. I'm afraid that he will appear for real next time. Therefore we must not be careless," said Zhou Qian. "That's right. Even though I have yet to see this Lord Blood Moon, the ferocious name of the Blood Moon Elder from a few decades ago is well known by everyone. I believe that this Lord Blood Moon is as ferocious as the Blood Moon Elder," Yu Zihan said with a serious expression. "Pay close attention to Lord Blood Moon's movements," said Zhou Qian. However, things didn't turn out as Zhou Qian had expected. Lord Blood Moon still didn't show up. For the next 3 days, everything was calm and peaceful. Not a single Blood Devil showed up near Red Sun Town. However, this seemingly peaceful situation made the people in Red Sun Town feel very uneasy. There must be a reason behind this abnormal situation. This was not the style of the Blood Devils. Early in the morning of the 4th day, Yu Zihan ran to Zhang Chen's mansion in a panic. "Brother Zhang, please save my sister." When Yu Zihan saw Zhang Chen, he immediately cupped his fist and spoke in a very serious tone. He looked panicked and worried. Zihan, what's the matter? Tell me slowly. Jiang Chen said. After spending a few days together, Jiang Chen had a good impression of Yu Zihan, and he had started treating Yu Zihan as one of his own. Brother Jiang, my dad has found the whereabouts of Lord Blood Moon. My sister Yu Ziyan was kidnapped by him. I hope Brother Jiang can lend me a hand and save my sister. Yu Zihan said in a worried tone. He couldn't help but worry about his sister. Now that she was in the hands of Lord Blood Moon, there was no way she would have a good ending. What happened? Tell me slowly. Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. With his mentality, he had reached a state where he could remain calm in the face of danger. My sister went missing a few days ago. My dad had sent some men to investigate, and finally they found out that Lord Blood Moon has been secretly capturing young girls, and tonight he is going to carry out a blood sacrifice in the Valley of Een Spirits. Lord Blood Moon is trying to break through to the divine core realm with this blood sacrifice, and once he succeeds, all lives in Yellowstone will be wiped out. Yu Zihan said. I see, no wonder Lord Blood Moon hasn't shown up yet. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. This wasn't good news, but for Jiang Chen, news about Lord Blood Moon was better than no news at all. Brother Jiang, my sister is among these young girls. My dad has brought a few heavenly core warriors from the Yu family and is preparing to rescue her in the Valley of Een Spirits. I hope Brother Jiang can lend us a hand. Yu Zihan cupped his fist once again. They had to save Yu Ziyan, but Yu Zihan knew that with the Yu family's strength, it would be impossible for them to save Yu Ziyan from Lord Blood Moon. With just a few heavenly core warriors from the Yu family, when they arrived at the Valley of Een Spirits, they wouldn't even be enough to fill the gap between Lord Blood Moon's teeth. Therefore, in this rescue mission they needed Jiang Chen's help. Where is the Valley of Een Spirits? Jiang Chen asked. The Valley of Een Spirits is located in a remote area of Yellowstone. Many years ago, Blood Moon Shaman was killed by the warriors from the 4 big sects, and he died in the Valley of Een Spirits. Before he died, Blood Moon Shaman used a ruthless method and turned the place into a land of Een Spirits. The place is filled with Een Spirits all year round and no one lives there. Yu Zihan said. Tell your dad not to act on his own. We'll enter the Valley of Een Spirits together in the evening, and we'll act according to the situation. Tonight we'll settle the score with Lord Blood Moon. Jiang Chen said that they had been out on a mission for many days, and it was time for him to meet this Lord Blood Moon. Alright, Brother Jiang has done a great favor for the Yu family and we will never forget it. Yu Zihan cupped his fist towards Jiang Chen once again, then he turned around and left. With Jiang Chen's help, the Yu family would have a chance to fight the Blood Devils and save Yu Ziyan. Without Jiang Chen's help, even if the Yu family sent all their men into the Valley of Een Spirits, not only would they not be able to save Yu Ziyan, they would also end up as food for the Blood Devils. At the same time, the Black Sect. Fan Kuan walked out from the inner circle with a sneer on his face. He stopped at Guishan's mountain peak and said, Guishan, you've finally entered secluded cultivation. I've been waiting for this day. Now that sect chief is in secluded cultivation, and Guishan is studying alchemy, Yenchen Yu, let's see who can save you today. Let's see how you can escape from my palm. Fan Kuan let out a loud laugh, then he turned around and started walking towards Jiang Chen's residence. Within the courtyard, Yenchen Yu was in secluded cultivation. Suddenly she heard footsteps coming from the courtyard. She scanned the area with her divine sense and found out that it was Fan Kuan. Her pretty face immediately turned cold. Zoosh. Yenchen Yu walked out from her room and shouted, Fan Kuan, what are you doing here? Didn't Sect Elder Guishan ask you to get lost? Junior disciple Yen, please don't be angry. I wonder what you've thought about it for the past few days. Fan Kuan smiled. Thought about what? Yenchen Yu couldn't hide the disgust in her eyes. Junior disciple Yen, aren't you asking the obvious? Of course you want to follow me from now on. Let me tell you, Jiang Chen will definitely be killed by Lord Blood Moon during his trip to Yellowstone. If you follow me from now on, as long as you serve me well, I can guarantee you that you'll be above everyone else in the Black Sect. Fan Kuan had an obscene smile on his face. Get lost. Yenchen Yu's tone was extremely cold. It was as cold as the cold energy emitted from her body. Yenchen Yu, my patience is limited. Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. If you don't obey me today, don't blame me for being rude. Fan Kuan's expression changed. It looked like if Yan Qinyu didn't obey him he would have to use force. How dare you? Yan Qinyu's expression changed as well, and the cold energy emitted from her body became even stronger. Do you really think that old fool Guishan will help you out? Don't even think about it. Today the sect chief is in secluded cultivation, and that old fool Guishan is also in secluded cultivation studying alchemy. Now my grandfather is the acting sect chief of the black sect. This black sect belongs to me, Fan Kun, and no one dares to go against me. Fan Kun had a proud expression on his face. In the black sect he did have the right to be proud. In his mind, no matter how much of a genius Jiang Chen was, he would still be killed by Lord Blood Moon. Even if he had Yan Qinyu with him with his grandfather's support he would still be safe. Besides, the sect chief wouldn't hold him responsible for what happened to 4 people. Bastard! Yan Qinyu was furious. She immediately unleashed an ice arrow towards Fan Kun. When Yan Qinyu unleashed her attack, the temperature in the courtyard suddenly dropped. Even the air was frozen. Such a cold energy, I didn't expect you to have such a special body. Too bad you're too weak. In front of me you can only surrender. Fan Kun waved his hand and unleashed a golden beam, shattering Yan Qinyu's ice arrow. After that he waved his hand and unleashed an energy wave towards Yan Qinyu. Yan Qinyu didn't want to be outdone, she immediately unleashed an ice screen. But too bad. There was no way to make up for the gap between their cultivation levels. In the end, Yan Qinyu was no match for Fan Kun. Under the pressure from Fan Kun's energy, Yan Qinyu spat out a mouthful of blood, and her face instantly turned pale. Jie Junior Disciple Yan, you're so attractive. Fan Kun's lust was aroused and he walked towards Yan Qinyu step by step. Right at this moment, in the outer circle of the black sect, a man walked out from his secluded cultivation room. This man was wearing blue clothes and he had an imposing appearance. He was the little devil king Han Yan. He had been cultivating for a long time this time, and he had managed to control the awakened Gu Tianma's bloodline in his body. He had broken through to the heavenly core realm, and the energy he was unleashing was extremely powerful. Chapter 150. Han Yan's energy was very strong. The moment he came out from his cultivation, it had shocked everyone in the outer circle. It was early in the morning and many disciples were doing their morning exercises in the training grounds. Some of them saw Han Yan walking out from his cultivation room. What a powerful energy! Senior disciple Han has finally broken through to the heavenly core realm. He is going to become an inner circle disciple soon. Did you guys feel it? Senior disciple Han's energy is so strong. Looks like the Gu Tianma bloodline in his body has awakened. Another abnormal monster has appeared in the black sect. That's right, the title of Little Devil King is not just for show. I heard that Gu Tianma's bloodline is really powerful. Although senior disciple Han has just broken through to the early heavenly core realm, ordinary mid-heavenly core warriors are no match for senior disciple Han. Many people looked at the high-spirited Han Yan, and their words were filled with respect. In this world people only respected the strong, and among all the disciples of the black sect Han Yan was the strongest. Han Yan stretched his arms and stretched his body. He raised his head and looked at the morning sun. Finally, I'm out from my cultivation. Little Qinzi should have arrived at the black sect by now. I wonder what he is doing right now. I need to find him for a drink or two. Han Yan had a faint smile on his face. Right at this moment Wang Yun and Huang Jing walked towards him. Congratulations senior disciple Han for breaking through to the heavenly core realm. Wang Yun and Huang Jing congratulated him. And let me ask you guys, Jiang Qin has arrived at the black sect, right? Where's he now? Han Yan asked. Ever since the Qi province competition he had been in secluded cultivation. That was why he had no idea what was happening in the black sect. Senior disciple Han has been in secluded cultivation, so you don't know. Senior disciple Jiang has been punished by the sect chief. He has been sent to Yellowstone to kill those blood devils. Wang Yun said. What? Blood devils have appeared again? You said Little Qinzi was punished by the sect chief. What is going on? Han Yan's expression changed. Right after he came out from his cultivation he heard the news about Jiang Qin being punished. His happy mood immediately turned sour. Jiang Qin had saved his life before and both of them were brothers. Now that something had happened to Jiangchen, Han Yan had to take care of him. It's like this. Using his divine sense, Wang Yun quickly explained what had happened in the Black Sect during this period of time. What? Han Yan cried out in shock. Even with his mental fortitude, he didn't expect such a big event to happen in the Black Sect during this period of time. Little Qinzi, aren't you a little too daring? I really don't know what you don't dare to do. Han Yan shook his head and let out a bitter smile. Beating up an outer circle sect elder and inner circle disciple, killing a mid-heavenly core inner circle disciple, and confronting Shang Fan Kun and his granddaughter. Even Han Yan wouldn't dare to do something like this. Senior Martial Brother Han, Sect Master sent Senior Martial Brother Jiang to Yellowstone alone to kill blood devils. Will it be dangerous? Wang Yun had a worried expression on his face. He and Huang Jing now knew that the reason Jiangchen created such a huge mess in the Black Sect was because he wanted to help them vent their anger. When they woke up, Wang Dinyo and the other outer circle disciples had told them everything, and Jiangchen had even asked for a revival pill for them. Both of them were really grateful, and now that Jiangchen was being punished, they didn't feel good about it. And these blood devils are brutal and cruel. I've broken through to the heavenly core realm. I'll go to Yellowstone and help little Qinzi now. Han Yan nodded his head. Although it was the sect chief who had ordered Jiangchen to go to Yellowstone alone, Han Yan didn't care about that. He only cared about his brothers, and he didn't care about the rules. Alright, with Senior Martial Brother Han's help, I'm sure it will be of great help to Senior Martial Brother Jiang. Wang Yun and Huang Jing immediately became overjoyed. Bang! Right at this moment, a loud explosion sounded out from the mountain behind the dormitory area. Han Yan and the other two looked towards the direction of the explosion, and they immediately saw an icy cold energy leaking out from the mountain peak. There was also a faint layer of golden light. These two different energies obviously came from two different people. Icy cold energy, that's Yan Qinyu's energy. I've seen it before, it's a strong ripple from a battle. Han Yan's expression changed. Not good, Senior Martial Sister Yan is fighting with someone. Wang Yun also turned pale with fright. Swoosh. Han Yan leapt into the sky and turned into a trail of light as he flew towards Jiang Chen's residence. Wang Yun and Huang Jing didn't know how to fly, but their speed was still extremely fast. They followed closely behind Han Yan. When Han Yan arrived, he saw Yan Qinyu lying on the ground in the courtyard, not moving at all. Her face was as pale as a piece of paper, and her white dress was covered with blood. She looked extremely miserable. Bitch, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Even if I kill you, the sect won't blame me. Fan Kun let out a cold snort as he walked towards Yan Qinyu, who was lying on the ground. Right now, Yan Qinyu was severely injured and her life force was extremely weak. An obscene look emerged in Fan Kun's eyes. It looked like he wasn't going to let go of Yan Qinyu even in her current condition. Stop! Han Yan shouted out loudly. He unleashed his devilish energy and stood in front of Yan Qinyu. His eyes were filled with anger. Fan Kun, what are you doing? Han Yan shouted out loudly. Gu Tianma's energy was circulating around his body. He had heard about the grudge between Jiangchen and Fan Kun from Wang Yun and Huang Jing, and this made him have no good feelings towards Fan Kun. Now he saw Fan Kun targeting Yan Qinyu. Yan Qinyu was severely injured and it was unknown whether she was dead or alive. Han Yan would never let Fan Kun get close to Yan Qinyu. Han Yan knew how important Yan Qinyu was to Jiangchen, and with Jiangchen's character, if something bad happened to Yan Qinyu in the Black Sect, it would be a huge problem and the entire Black Sect would change. You're that little devil king Han Yan, right? I didn't expect you to break through to the heavenly core realm so quickly. But I advise you to get the hell out of my sight, you can't interfere with my business. Fan Kun looked at Han Yan Lung with an arrogant expression on his face. Now that his grandfather was the acting sect chief, he could do whatever he wanted in the Black Sect and he didn't care about anyone. Fan Kun, if you're a man, then fight Jiangchen face to face. Bullying women is nothing. Let me tell you, with me here today, don't even think about touching Yan Qinyu. Han Yan was really angry. An eerie devilish flame burst out from his body, and Gu Tianma's energy was unleashed. It was an ancient and overbearing energy, and it sent chills down the spines of those who looked at it. Han Yan's voice was loud and many people in the outer circle heard it. Together with the powerful energy he unleashed, It was impossible for people not to notice what was happening. What? Fan Kun is targeting Yan Qinyu? This is too shameless. That's right, this is too shameless. Han Yen tried to stop him, but Han Yen has just broken through to the heavenly core realm. I don't think he's a match for Fan Kun. Let's go and have a look. Now that Jiang Qin isn't here, Fan Kun is targeting Yan Qinyu. This is really shameless. The commotion was huge and many people were rushing towards the scene. They wanted to see what was happening. Within the courtyard, Wang Yun and Huang Jing had arrived as well. But facing the powerful Fan Kun, they could only watch. Fan Kun squinted his eyes. The Gu Tianma's energy unleashed by Han Yen actually made his heart beat faster. Gu Tianma's blood devil's pressure was no joke. This guy has Gu Tianma's bloodline in his body and it has awakened now. If he grows up, he will be a peerless monster. Since he has a good relationship with Jiang Qin, that means he is our enemy. Today is the perfect opportunity to kill him, if not, he will be a huge threat in the future. Fan Kun thought to himself. He had the intention to kill Han Yen. Han Yen, you have Gu Tianma's bloodline in your body, that means you belong to the evil path. You are a true evil demon. The Black Sect is a righteous sect. How can we allow an evil demon like you to stay here? Today I will kill you and help the Black Sect get rid of a tumor. A cold killing intent emerged from Fan Kun's body. He used the same tone he used to deal with Jiang Qin. He wanted to kill Han Yen. Look, Fan Kun is going to kill Han Yen, and Yan Qinyu is lying on the ground with severe injuries. This is going to be a big problem. What should we do? Senior disciple Yen is senior disciple Zhang's fiancée. If something bad happens to her, senior disciple Jiang will definitely not let this matter go when he returns. Damn it, Fan Kun is relying on his powerful background to do whatever he wants. Senior disciple Han has just broken through to the heavenly core realm. He is definitely not Fan Kun's match. If he fights head-on, senior disciple Han's life will be in danger. Huang Jing, hurry and find sect elder Guishan, let him handle this. Wang Yun couldn't help but curse. I heard that sect elder Guishan has entered secluded cultivation to study alchemy. Huang Zheng's face darkened. No matter what, we have to get sect elder Guishan here. Except for sect elder Guishan, no one can defeat Fan Kun. Wang Yun said. All right. Huang Jing turned around and left with great speed towards sect elder Guishan's mountain peak. Seeing that Fan Kun was going to kill him, a serious expression emerged on Han Yan's face. This was the Black Sect and he didn't expect Fan Kun to really kill a fellow disciple. Bang! An energy wave burst out from Han Yan's body. Behind his back, a huge shadow of Gu Tianma appeared. It was 3 meters tall and its face was blurry. It was impossible to see its face clearly, but one could still feel its ferocious energy. You really are an evil devil, Dai Dao. Fan Kun shouted out loudly. He unleashed a huge golden palm with his bare hands and slapped towards Han Yen. Han Yen let out a cold snort. The huge shadow of Gu Tianma took advantage of the momentum and dashed towards Fan Kun's golden palm. Bang! 2 powerful forces collided with each other, and the shockwaves created by the collision instantly destroyed all the houses in the courtyard. Although Gu Tianma was strong, Han Yen had just broken through to the heavenly core realm. There was no way he could be a match for Fan Kun, who was at the peak of the heavenly core realm. Gu Tianma's huge shadow was torn apart by the shockwaves, and Han Yen was severely injured. He spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot and his body was pushed back continuously. Even so, Han Yen still managed to spare some of his attention. He unleashed his Yuan energy and pushed Yan Qinyu far away to safety. Wang Yun and the other men who followed Jiang Qin quickly surrounded Yan Qinyu and moved her to the side. Chapter 151. The stronger Han Yan's performance was, the more determined Fan Kun was to kill him. For the sake of the Northern and Southern dynasties' ambitions, he wanted to help the Northern and Southern dynasties get rid of all obstacles. More importantly, with Fan Kun's current status in the Black Sect, no one dared to offend him. He liked the feeling of being arrogant, suppressing whoever he wanted, killing whoever he wanted. The feeling of being in a superior position, being able to control people's lives, it was a wonderful feeling and he enjoyed it. On the other side, Wang Yun placed his hand on Yan Qinyu's wrist. All the surrounding people had serious expressions on their faces, But Wang Yun had an even more serious expression on his face. Han Yan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Wang Yun. "How is it?" Han Yan asked. "Senior disciple Yan's pulse is very weak, she has fallen into a deep coma. Furthermore, her life force is very weak and it's slowly fading away. Her situation is not looking good." Wang Yun shook his head and said. Roar. Right after Wang Yun's words left his mouth, Han Yan threw his head back and let out a furious roar. The sound of the roar echoed throughout the entire Black Mountain. Han Yan's fury had turned into a tangible form, and the ancient divine devil behind his back began burning. "Fan Kuan, if anything happens to Yan Qingyu, I can guarantee you that Jiang Chen will cut you into 1,000 pieces." Han Yan's voice became hoarse. "Ah, what a joke. It's hard to say if Jiang Chen can come back or not. Han Yan, you and Jiang Chen are both demons. Killing you today is the same as killing the evil for the Black Sect." Fan Kun burst into laughter. He didn't take Han Yan's threat seriously at all. Han Yan unleashed a ferocious devilish dragon and attacked towards Fan Kun. "You're courting death. Prison of one." Fan Kun had a sneer on his face. He formed a seal with both of his hands and drew out a character. In an instant, it transformed into a golden prison. Not only did it destroy Han Yan's devilish dragon, it also trapped Han Yan within it. Fan Kun attacked with all his strength. He unleashed a vast amount of yuan energy, making the prison even stronger. Han Yan kept roaring furiously, but he couldn't break the prison at all. This was a powerful combat skill that could imprison the enemy in a short period of time, turning them into lambs at his mercy. "Han Yan, don't waste your energy. You won't be able to break out of my single-word prison. Today I'll kill you in front of everyone." Fan Kun's chi soared to the sky and he suddenly struck out with his palm. This palm strike landed squarely on Han Yan's chest. Everyone could hear a cracking sound. That was the sound of bones breaking. Han Yan's entire chest caved in. Puff! Han Yan violently spat out a mouthful of blood. What came out of his mouth were pieces of his internal organs. Because Fan Kun's strength was too great, Han Yan's body smashed into the already broken house behind him, turning it into ruins. "Senior brother Han." Wang Yun shouted out in shock. Fan Kun's palm strike was too powerful. If it was an ordinary mid-heavenly core warrior, the combination of the single-word prison and this palm strike would have killed him instantly. Roar. Han Yan didn't die. He let out another furious roar and crawled out from the ruins. His pupils had turned pitch black and on his body ancient devilish scales could be seen. There were many ancient runes engraved on them. "An evil devil is an evil devil. Killing you is the right thing to do." Fan Kun moved his body and dashed forward like an agile snake. He was extremely fast and he moved in a straight line. Once again he struck out with all his strength onto Han Yan's chest. With this strike, the devilish flames in Han Yan's body immediately disappeared, and he returned to his original state. However, he was still lying on the ground after being hit by Fan Kun, and it looked like he was in the same situation as Yan Qingyu. Swoosh! A sharp sword that was glowing with a cold light appeared in Fan Kun's hand. He walked towards Han Yan step by step. "Evil devil, death is the final path for you." Fan Kun's killing intent soared into the sky. It looked like he was going to chop off Han Yan's head with the sword in his hand. Seeing this, Wang Yun and the others became nervous. Their eyes were filled with hatred as they stared at Fan Kun. Fan Kun was a representative of the inner circle disciples, but he had killed a fellow disciple in the Black Sect. He didn't respect the rules of the Black Sect at all. He kept saying that Han Yan was an evil devil, but everyone knew that it was just an excuse. The Gu Tianma bloodline in Han Yan's body was under his control. That meant he had the power of Gu Tianma, but he didn't have the heart of a devil. From the fact that he was willing to risk everything to save Yan Qingyu, one could easily tell that Han Yan was a man who valued friendship and justice. However, Wang Yun and the others didn't dare step forward and stop Han Yan. They didn't even have the guts to say anything, because they knew that if they dared to say anything, Fan Kun's sword would immediately chop off their heads. With their status, if they were killed by Fan Kun, they would die in vain and they wouldn't even have a chance to seek justice. At this point, Wang Yun could only hope that Sect Elder Guishan would show up soon. If not, Han Yan would be finished. "Stop." Right at this moment, a loud shout came from afar. A figure appeared in front of Fan Kun like a ghost, blocking his path. It was Guishan. After Guishan appeared, he immediately threw his glance at Yan Qinyu. With his identity as an alchemist, he could instantly sense how bad Yan Qinyu's condition was. He then looked at Han Yan's condition, and it seemed like he wasn't any better than Yan Qinyu. Seeing this, Guishan's anger immediately rose. His eyes became bloodshot and he stared at Fan Kun like a hungry wolf. Sensing the killing intent coming from Guishan, Fan Kun's expression immediately changed. In the Black Sect, Guishan was the only person he was afraid of. Damn it, I thought that old man was in secluded cultivation? Why did he come out so quickly? Someone must have informed me. Fan Kun cursed in his mind. Fan Kun, what have you done? Guishan shouted out. He was filled with regret right now. He had made a promise to Jiang Qin. When Jiang Qin left, he had promised to keep Yan Qinyu safe. But now Yan Qinyu had been killed by some scoundrel, and even Jiang Qin's good brother Han Yan had been killed. Once Jiang Qin came back, how was Guishan going to explain this to Jiang Qin? How was he going to face Jiang Qin again? Thinking up to this point, Guishan couldn't help but become furious. Fan Kun, you've killed a fellow disciple. I, the sect elder, will kill you in front of everyone. Guishan unleashed the energy of a divine core warrior. He stretched out his hand and formed a gigantic palm with his yuan energy, then he threw it towards Fan Kun. Under the pressure of a divine core warrior, Fan Kun couldn't even move. Grandpa, save me! Fan Kun shouted out loudly. Right at this moment, a golden beam shot towards Guishan from afar. The golden beam was like a sharp sword, and it struck Guishan's attack, shattering it into pieces. Guishan, you're a sect elder, how could you attack a disciple? Don't you think this is beneath your status? Fan Zhongtang appeared and stood in front of his grandson. Fan Zhongtang, I want an end to what happened today. Guishan was furious. He had never been so furious before. He wished he could tear Fan Kun into pieces. If it wasn't for Fan Zhongtang stopping him, he would have killed Fan Kun at all costs. I know what happened today. This is a competition between disciples. We sect elders shouldn't interfere too much. Fan Kun did something inappropriate today. I'll punish him when I get back. After saying that, Fan Zhongtang brought Fan Kun and flew into the sky, flying towards the Black Sect. Stop right there. Guishan blocked their path and said, Fan Zhongtang, Fan Kun killed a fellow disciple. I want to punish him. Guishan, remember your place. Even if Fan Kun did something wrong, it's not your place to punish him. I'm the acting sect chief now. I'll punish Fan Kun myself. You don't have to worry about that. Fan Zhongtang let out a cold snort, then he brought Fan Kun and left. Good. Fan Kun, Jiang Qin will never forgive you. Both of you, grandpa and grandson, just wait to face the wrath of Jiang Qin. The entire Black Sect, just wait to face the wrath of Jiang Qin. Ah! Guishan suddenly burst into laughter. He knew Jiang Qin too well. Jiang Qin was a true king. He was born with the aura of a king. He was a true dragon, and every dragon had a reverse scale. Anyone who touched it would die. Yan Qinyu and Han Yan were Jiang Qin's reverse scales. Guishan knew something big was about to happen. The Black Sect wouldn't have many peaceful days left. Once Jiang Qin returned, the Black Sect would be turned upside down. Guishan didn't continue arguing with Fan Zhongtang, because he knew it wouldn't do him any good. Fan Zhongtang was now the acting sect chief and he was stronger than Guishan. Guishan couldn't do anything to this grandpa and grandson. Besides, Guishan was worried about Yan Qinyu and Han Yan's injuries. Right now, the most important thing was to find a way to save their lives. Guishan carried Yan Qinyu with one hand and Han Yan with the other. Then he flew towards his own mountain peak. Next, he was going to use all of his cultivation, all of his abilities, and try his best to save the lives of these two. Right now, Guishan's heart was filled with endless regret. He had failed Jiang Qin's trust, and he didn't know how he would be able to face Jiang Qin in the future. He hated himself for cultivating in secluded cultivation. The great soul derivation skill was too tempting. Guishan had focused all of his attention on this skill, and he didn't expect Fan Kun to be so daring as to attack Yan Qinyu. Brother, I'm sorry. I'll try everything I can to save their lives. Once you come back, I'll let you do whatever you want to me. Guishan's vision became blurry as he stared towards the north. He couldn't imagine what would happen when Jiang Qin returned. This incident had thrown the outer circle into chaos. especially those disciples who had witnessed how Zhou Xian had caused a huge commotion in the outer circle. In their minds, Zhou Xian was a lawless man, and there was no way he would be able to resolve this peacefully. The words Zhou Xian said before he left were still lingering in everyone's ears. The Black Sect wouldn't have many peaceful days left. Chapter 152. Zhou Xian furrowed his brows. He had a bad feeling about this. He had lived 2 lives, and in his past life he was the greatest saint in the world. His mind was as firm as a rock, and no ordinary man could compare with him. Even if he was faced with a life-or-death situation, he would be able to face it calmly, and his mind wouldn't be disturbed at all. But just now, Zhou Qian's heart that was as calm as still water actually showed signs of restlessness. Zhou Qian didn't know how long it had been since he felt this way. "I hate this feeling." A cold light emerged from Zhou Qian's eyes. He was ready to deal with Lord Blood Moon tonight, but now his mood had become extremely bad. The restless mood made him wonder if something bad had just happened, or if something bad was about to happen. "Buddy, what's wrong?" The Huang dog could sense the change in Zhou Qian. He had been following Zhou Qian for a long time, but he had never seen Zhou Qian act like this. In his mind, Zhou Qian was a cunning old fox, and no matter how dangerous the situation was, he would always be able to face it calmly. But today Zhou Qian had suddenly become restless, and this really puzzled him. "Nothing, I just felt restless all of a sudden." Zhou Qian shook his head. "Are you worried about that Lord Blood Moon?" "I don't think this Lord Blood Moon is easy to deal with, and the Valley of Yin spirits was left behind by Blood Moon Shaman. If I'm not mistaken, Lord Blood Moon must have obtained the inheritance left behind by Blood Moon Shaman. In the Valley of Yin spirits, Lord Blood Moon must be like a fish in water, and he will be very difficult to deal with." The Huang dog said. "No matter what, I have to meet Lord Blood Moon tonight. If not, I won't have the chance to do so." Zhou Qian and Leng Leng said. Lord Blood Moon hadn't attacked anyone for the past few days, and obviously he was waiting for tonight's blood sacrifice ceremony. Once the blood sacrifice ceremony was successful, he would most likely break through to the divine core realm, and at that point of time, there was no way Zhou Qian could defeat him. The entire Yellowstone region would become Lord Blood Moon's slaughterhouse, and tonight was Zhou Qian's only chance. However, Zhou Qian's mind was still in a mess, making it hard for him to calm down. This was definitely not the pressure from Lord Blood Moon, as Zhou Qian had never been afraid of his enemies being powerful. However, that feeling of irritation did not dissipate at all. "I, Zhou Qian, have never been afraid of anything. This time is no exception." A ruthless glint appeared in Zhou Qian's eyes. He used the Great Soul Derivation technique to forcibly get rid of the agitation in his heart, and put all of his attention on dealing with Lord Blood Moon at night. Zhou Qian would never have thought that something big had happened in the Black Sect. The irritation in his heart was because of Yan Qinyu and Han Yan, who he didn't even know were dead or alive. At dusk, Zhou Qian and a Huang dog followed Yu Zihan and flew towards Yellowstone City. With their speed, it would only take them 15 minutes to travel from Red Sun Town to Yellowstone City. Yellowstone City, the Yu family Yu Tianlong was pacing back and forth in the main hall. His face was gloomy and he was waiting anxiously. The 2 heavenly core old men next to him were restless as well. "Chief, young master is back and he brought someone with him." Right at this moment, a guard walked in from outside. "It must be young master Zhou Qian, please come in." Yu Tianlong's eyes lit up. He didn't dare show any hesitation. During this period of time, Zhou Qian's name had spread across the entire Yellowstone region. His achievements in killing blood devils were unparalleled. Now if the Yu family wanted to save Yu Ziyan, they would have to rely on Zhou Qian. Not long after that, Yu Zihan brought Zhou Qian and a Huang dog into the main hall. Yu Tianlong and the 2 old men quickly stood up and welcomed them. "Dad, this is Zhou Qian and this is De Huang." Yu Zihan introduced them. "I've long heard about both of you." Yu Tianlong greets young master Zhou Qian. Yu Tianlong cupped his fist and bowed toward Zhou Qian. With his status, it was rare for him to show such respect to a young man. However, Yu Tianlong knew how frightening Zhou Qian was. In the world of cultivation, age and seniority didn't matter. All that mattered was strength. Yu Zihan had told Yu Tianlong everything about Zhou Qian. Apart from killing blood devils, he also told Yu Tianlong about what happened in the Black Sect. Besides, the news of Zhou Xian becoming the champion of the Qi province competition and challenging the northern and southern dynasties had spread across the entire Qi province. Yu Tianlong had indeed heard about Zhou Qian's name. The dog beside Zhou Qian was also someone who couldn't be underestimated. In the information Yu Zihan had given him about the battle between Red Sun Town and the Blood Devils, this dog was mentioned in detail. Therefore Yu Tianlong didn't dare show any neglect. "Chief Yu, you're welcome. Can the Yu family confirm the news about Lord Blood Moon?" Zhou Qian asked. "Yes, I've confirmed it. Lord Blood Moon is going to perform a blood sacrifice in the Valley of Yin Spirits tonight, and my daughter Ziyan is among them. I sincerely hope young Master Zhou Qian can save her. If you can save my daughter's life, the entire Yu family will be grateful to young Master, and will be at your disposal in the future." Yu Tianlong said with a serious tone. He was worried about his daughter's safety, and he couldn't wait to leave for the Valley of Yin Spirits. He didn't know if Zhou Qian could defeat Lord Blood Moon, but with the current situation, Zhou Qian was his only hope. "I don't think there are too many blood devils this time. I've killed quite a lot of them in Red Sun Town, and it looks like all the remaining blood devils are in the Valley of Yin Spirits. Let's head to the Valley of Yin Spirits now. I want to meet that Lord Blood Moon and kill all these blood devils." Zhou Qian released his energy. Yu Tianlong and the two old men could sense the faint aura of a king that was being emitted from Zhou Qian's body. They couldn't help but feel shocked. This young man who looked so young had such an aura. "All right, we'll listen to young Master Zhang's arrangement. Let's depart now." Yu Tianlong couldn't wait any longer. The sky was now completely dark, and if they left for the Valley of Yin Spirits now, it would be night time. No one knew when Lord Blood Moon's blood sacrifice ceremony would begin, and Yu Ziyan was in Lord Blood Moon's hands right now, and her life would be in danger at any moment. In this Yellowstone region, Yu Tianlong was obviously very familiar with the terrain. Under Yu Tianlong's lead, the group started flying towards the direction of the Valley of Yin Spirits. Zhou Qian, De Huang Dog, Yu Zihan, Yu Tianlong, and 2 men from the Yu family. A total of 6 Heavenly Core warriors. Going to the Valley of Yin Spirits with such a lineup was basically no different than going there to die. But with Zhou Qian and De Huang Dog here, there was still hope. The Valley of Yin Spirits was located at the border of Yellowstone region. The Valley of Yin Spirits had a circumference of a few hundred miles. The terrain here was dangerous, and it was filled with Yin spirits all day long. No birds or beasts could live in this place, and it had become a forbidden place. Normally, no one would be able to withstand the corrosion of the Yin spirits in the Valley of Yin Spirits. That's why no one dared to approach this place. When Zhou Qian and the group arrived at the Valley of Yin Spirits, it was already nighttime. The darker it was, the stronger the Yin spirits in the Valley of Yin Spirits became. Even though they were far away from it, they could still feel the gloominess coming from it. This was a barren land, no plants, no birds or beasts could live here. The only sign of this place was the gloomy and cold Yin spirits. Young Master Zhang, the Yin spirits in this place are very strong, and the deeper you go, the stronger the Yin spirits will be. I heard that the Yin spirits in the inner part of the Valley of Yin Spirits are so strong that even late Heavenly Core warriors can't withstand it. Yu Tianlong said. His tone was filled with fear towards the Valley of Yin Spirits. Zhou Qian gazed into the distance. This was indeed a dangerous place. The murderous aura was like a haze, and if any ordinary warrior went too deep into this place, the Yin spirits would immediately corrode his body, and all his internal organs would be corroded. But Zhou Qian didn't care about this Yin spirits at all. He was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, and his blood and qi were like dragons. Every single muscle and energy in his body was filled with the purest yang energy. In other words, Zhou Qian was the nemesis of these Yin spirits. De Huang, go in and check out the situation first. Zhou Qian said. Today was the big day of Lord Blood Moon's blood sacrifice ceremony, and the entire Valley of Yin Spirits would be filled with blood devils. This place could be considered as the center of the blood devils, and with De Huang Dog's abilities, it was the perfect place for him to check out the situation. Swoosh. As soon as Zhou Qian finished speaking, De Huang Dog turned into a beam of light and disappeared into the Valley of Yin Spirits. Yu Tianlong and the others widened their eyes. They saw that De Huang Dog didn't use any yuan energy to resist the corrosion of the Yin spirits when he entered the Valley of Yin Spirits. It was as if the Yin spirits that everyone feared had no effect on him at all. Magical indeed. Yu Tianlong couldn't help but let out a sigh. There were some existences in this world that couldn't be judged with common sense. Big Yellow possessed the bloodline of a divine beast, and just like Jiangchen, he was in existence with the purest yang energy. He was the bane of all yin energies. De Huang Dog entered the Valley of Yin Spirits for half an hour and then he came back. How is it? What's the situation inside? Jiangchen asked. There is a black altar in the center of the Valley of Yin Spirits, and Lord Blood Moon is on top of it. There are at least thousands of blood demons around the altar, and they are worshipping the altar. Beside the altar, there are a total of 99 girls who are tied up. The blood sacrifice hasn't started yet. De Huang Dog said. Although he had only used half an hour, he had already grasped the situation inside the Valley of Yin Spirits very clearly. Moreover, he didn't want to be discovered by the blood demons. Just this ability alone was enough to make people give him a thumbs up. Are there any blood demons keeping watch outside? Jiangchen asked. Yes, but I have bitten all of them to death. You guys follow me, we can go straight to the altar. De Huang Dog said. Good, well done. Let's go. Jiangchen revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Under the lead of De Huang Dog, the group of people quickly ran into the Valley of Yin Spirits. Master, the Yin Spirits are getting more and more powerful, we can't hold on much longer. Yeah, if this continues, I'm afraid we won't be able to reach the center of the Valley of Yin Spirits, and we will fall early. Moreover, if we encounter the blood demons in this situation, we can only wait to be killed. Chapter 153. Falling down before encountering any enemies, this was the biggest tragedy. The murderous aura of the Valley of Yin Spirits lived up to its name. Even Yu Tianlong and Yu Zihan were having a hard time resisting the murderous aura. If they were to reach the center of the Valley of Yin Spirits, even they would fall. I've heard that the Yin Spirits in the Valley of Yin Spirits are terrifying. I finally witnessed it today. I heard that even late Heavenly Core warriors couldn't resist the Yin Spirits in the center of the Valley of Yin Spirits. I'm afraid we won't even have the ability to reach the altar. Yu Tianlong had a bitter smile on his face. When they looked at Jiangchen and Big Yellow, who had relaxed expressions on their faces, they couldn't help but feel gloomy. Comparisons were odious, the gap between them was just too big. Brother Jiang, what should we do now? It seems like we've become your burden. Yu Zihan looked at Jiangchen. Among them, Jiangchen was definitely the center of attention. Jiangchen had a calm expression, he didn't show any signs of panic. He flipped his palm and took out a jade bottle from his storage ring. The energy spring water in this bottle can help you resist the Yin Spirits. Take it, when you feel like you can't hold it anymore, just take a sip. Jiangchen handed the jade bottle to Yu Zihan. Energy spring water? Yu Zihan and Yu Tianlong shouted out at the same time. They stared at the jade bottle in disbelief. There was so much energy spring water in it. It was an eye-opening experience. The energy spring water was a pure yang item. It could help them resist the Yin Spirits, and it would bring them great benefits as well. I've dripped a drop of my blood into the energy spring water just now. My blood is the purest yang energy in the world. It's the nemesis of the Yin Spirits. After you drink it, you won't need to fear the Yin Spirits for a short period of time. Jiangchen said. The shocked expressions on Yu Tianlong and the other three men's faces became even more obvious. In their minds, Jiangchen was a peerless monster. Young Master Jiang, this energy spring water is too precious, but we won't reject it. If I, Yu Tianlong, can walk out of this Valley of Yin Spirits alive, everyone in the Yu family will follow young Master Jiang's orders, even if it means death. Yu Tianlong said solemnly. Such an expensive gift, if it was any other time, it would be hard for him to accept it. But now was a special situation, it was not the time to be pretentious. Yu Zihan opened the jade bottle and drank a mouthful of energy spring water. After that, Yu Tianlong and the other two also took a mouthful of energy spring water. As the spiritual spring water entered their bodies, the four of them instantly felt a scorching stream of air spreading throughout their bodies. Under the effect of this scorching stream of air, the baleful Yin energy was directly repelled. The four of them felt an indescribable sense of comfort. The effects of the baleful Yin energy from before had unexpectedly disappeared. The four of them were horrified. Even the spirit spring water could not have such an effect. It was simply heaven-defying. The spirit spring was a pure yang-attributed object. After adding in Jiang Chen's blood, its quality rose significantly. It was no longer a problem for it to resist the baleful yin qi. The group continued to move forward. The blood demons guarding the path that De Huang Dog had chosen had already been killed by De Huang Dog. Therefore, the group's journey was uneventful as they directly arrived at the center of Dark Fiend Valley. Do you see that? There's a small mountain up ahead, and behind that mountain is a valley. The altar is right there. De Huang Dog said. It's so quiet, it seems like the blood sacrifice ceremony hasn't started yet. Yu Zihan said. Midnight is the time when the baleful yin energy is the densest. If I'm not mistaken, I'm afraid that Lord Blood Moon will choose to start the blood sacrifice ceremony at midnight. Jiang Chen said. The few of them completely concealed their aura and walked step by step towards the direction of the small mountain. When they reached the top of the small mountain, they each stuck their head out and looked down at the valley. The entire valley was filled with darkness. There were blood demons everywhere. The blood demons were kneeling on the ground according to their cultivation level. None of them dared to raise their heads. In front of them was a black altar. It was completely made out of human skeletons. It looked extremely eerie and terrifying. On top of the altar, a young man wearing a blood-red robe was sitting cross-legged with both of his eyes closed. He looked extremely demonic. His black lips and the black light that was emitting from his body made this young man look like he had just walked out from hell. The young man's eyes were closed, and there was a mysterious rune between his eyebrows. Beside the altar, there were 99 young girls standing side by side. All of them seemed to be in a trance, as if they had been greatly stimulated. There was a faint layer of black fog surrounding their bodies. It was blocking the baleful yin energy outside, protecting the young girls from being affected. Ziyan. Little sister. Yu Tianlong and Yu Zihan both saw the young girl standing at the front of the group. The young girl was wearing a long blue dress. Her body was slim, and her delicate face made her look more beautiful than the other young girls. Her big eyes, which were supposed to be full of life, looked dull and lifeless at the moment. When they saw Yu Zihan, Yu Tianlong and his son's emotions immediately fluctuated violently. Luckily, they were not ordinary people, so they didn't do anything out of line. Young Master Jiang, when are we going to make our move? Yu Tianlong stared at Yu Ziyan without blinking his eyes. Looking at his beloved daughter's current state, he felt like his heart was being stabbed by a sharp knife. However, Jiang Chen was looking at Lord Blood Moon. With his eyesight and the great soul derivation skill, he could immediately see through Lord Blood Moon's cultivation level. This Lord Blood Moon had a very strong aura, and his cultivation level had reached the peak of the heavenly core realm. Besides, it was obvious that Lord Blood Moon had obtained the inheritance from Blood Moon Shaman, and he had mastered the Blood Devil skill. Although he might not be as strong as the northern and southern dynasties, he was definitely at the same level as Guan Yiyun and Liang Shao. Comparing Fan Kun and Lord Blood Moon, the gap between them was huge. A man like this, Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to handle. Lord Blood Moon isn't easy to deal with. Besides, I don't know what kind of powerful trump card he has obtained from Blood Moon Shaman's inheritance. If I attack him recklessly, even I won't be his match. That's why we have to wait. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He had formed 120 dragon marks now, and with his current combat strength he could easily kill any ordinary late heavenly core warrior. He could also handle geniuses like Fan Kun, but if he were to encounter someone like Guan Yiyun, it would still not be enough. Besides, this was the Valley of Yin Spirits, the territory of Lord Blood Moon. Jiang Chen wouldn't believe that Lord Blood Moon didn't have any trump cards other than his cultivation level. How long do we have to wait? Yu Zihan asked. I know all of you are worried about Yu Ziyan, but if we attack now, not only will we not be able to save her, none of you will be able to leave this place alive. Even if I can deal with Lord Blood Moon, how are you going to deal with thousands of blood devils? Jiang Chen glanced at Yu Tianlong and Yu Zihan, then he continued, I have to wait until midnight for Lord Blood Moon to start the blood sacrifice ceremony. A blood sacrifice ceremony like this can't be completed in one go, it will take a long time, and once the process is interrupted, even Lord Blood Moon won't feel good. I'll wait until he is fully immersed in the blood sacrifice ceremony, then I'll strike and give him a fatal blow. Jiang Chen had a sneer on his face. A true warrior, Not only did he have extraordinary combat strength, he also needed to have extraordinary intelligence, courage, and strategy. This was the true quality of a real man. Jiang Chen's combat strength was very strong, but he never lacked strategies. He would use different methods to deal with different enemies. Only by doing this could he have the confidence to win. Even if he had to risk his life, he had to do it with confidence. He, Jiang Chen, would never do anything that he wasn't confident about. Master, what young Master Jiang said is right. It's useless for us to panic now. If we strike now, Lord Blood Moon will be at his peak condition. We won't be able to deal with him. One of the Yu family's guests said. Yu Tianlong took a deep breath and nodded his head. He knew that Jiang Chen's decision was correct. Only by doing this would they have a chance. However, he suddenly thought of something he couldn't help but say. Young Master Jiang, you said that we have to wait until Lord Blood Moon is fully immersed in the blood sacrifice ceremony. Doesn't that mean we have to wait until the ceremony begins before we strike? I've said it before, this blood sacrifice ceremony requires a long time. All 99 girls will be sacrificed one by one, not at the same time. You just have to pray that Lord Blood Moon won't sacrifice Yu Ziyan first. Jiang Chen said with an indifferent face. Brother Jiang, if that's the case, then one of those girls will have to sacrifice themselves. Yu Zihan said. Someone has to sacrifice themselves. One person's sacrifice is better than all of them dying. It's not that I don't want to save her, it's because I want to save more people. Jiang Chen's face was as calm as still water. It was hard to imagine that a 16-year-old young man could view life so lightly. However, what Jiang Chen said was right. Sometimes, someone had to sacrifice themselves even if it was their life. Jiang Chen had to wait until Lord Blood Moon's blood sacrifice ceremony began before he could strike. This was the only chance he had to deal with Lord Blood Moon. Once he succeeded, he would be able to save the others by sacrificing one of them. Other than that, there was no other way, or else, everyone would have to die. I'll listen to young Master Jiang. Yu Tianlong's breathing quickened. He was very worried, because Yu Ziyan was currently standing at the closest spot to the altar, which meant that if Lord Blood Moon decided to start the blood sacrifice ceremony, Yu Ziyan would most likely be the first one to start. Little sister, your fate will depend on your luck. Yu Zihan clenched his fists tightly. Yu Tianlong's eyes had turned red. To them, every second was a torture. The feeling of watching someone struggling in a pit of fire, while they could only watch helplessly, was something that no one could imagine. Jiang Chen sighed in his heart. This kind of family love made him feel warm, but at the same time, it also made him feel helpless. Life was like this. There would always be a lot of helpless situations, and you would always have to make all kinds of choices. Sometimes, you would have to choose between life and death. Even if you didn't have a choice, you still had to make a choice. Chapter 154. Swoosh. The moment Lord Blood Moon opened his eyes, an eerie gust of wind swept across the entire valley. The gust of wind formed into a dark cloud, hovering above Lord Blood Moon's head, making him look even more eerie and creepy. Blood Moon, Blood Moon, Blood Moon. The thousands of blood devils who were lying on the ground started cheering. Their voices resonated throughout the entire valley of Yin spirits. The dense Yin chi in this place was deadly to outsiders, but to these blood devils, it was a great nourishment. Suddenly, Lord Blood Moon let out a loud laugh. His voice was extremely high-pitched, just like a woman's. He shook both of his arms, and a dark gust of wind rushed out from his body, merging with the dark cloud above his head. Gradually, the dark cloud turned into a creepy huge black face. Swoosh. The gust of wind became even stronger. Those teenage girls suddenly woke up from their dispirited state. They raised their heads and saw the huge black face of the blood devils. They immediately screamed out in fear. The teenage girls were in a daze before, so they were able to keep quiet. But now that they had woken up, they had never seen anything like this before. They were so scared that they hugged each other and shivered. Seeing this, Yu Tianlong and Yu Zihan, who were standing behind the short hill, suddenly had a joyful look on their faces, because when the 99 teenage girls hugged each other and pushed each other, the order in which they were standing had changed. Yu Ziyan, who was standing at the first position and was the closest to the altar, had been pushed to the center. The center position was undoubtedly the best position. No matter which side Lord Blood Moon wanted to start the blood sacrifice, Yu Ziyan would be safe for the time being. unless Lord Blood Moon wanted her to be the first one to be sacrificed. If that was the case, her luck would be really bad. The blood sacrifice begins now, young Master Blood Moon said in an enigmatic tone. Those blood devils who were cheering immediately stopped. Their facial expressions became extremely solemn, as if they were welcoming a sacred being. Puff. After that, all the thousands of blood devils let out a light shout at the same time, and each of them spat out a dark red ball of blood essence towards the huge black face above Lord Blood Moon's head. Pop pop. The blood that had been spurted out by the blood demon gathered together, turning the originally black face into a blood-red color. Under Lord Blood Moon's control, drops of blood rained down from above. When the blood rained on Lord Blood Moon's body, it was immediately absorbed into his body. When the blood rained down on the altar, the entire altar was dyed in a blood-red color, which made it look extremely terrifying. The blood sacrifice is about to begin. Jiang Chen's gaze was as sharp as a sword, and he stared at Lord Blood Moon, who was standing on the altar without blinking his eyes. With his eyesight, he could tell that this was an extremely cruel method of blood sacrifice, and it was 100 times crueler than the real demon races. A blood sacrifice like this is way too cruel. If we don't get rid of this blood demon, the entire Qi province will never have peace. Yu Zihan's face turned extremely gloomy. The way that Lord Blood Moon used living people as a blood sacrifice could only be described as insane. The entire valley was covered by the chilly wind. A scene like this could make anyone's heart tremble in fear. When the blood rained down on the entire altar, Lord Blood Moon started to move as well. Lord Blood Moon extended his huge hand towards a teenage girl who was the closest to him. The teenage girl immediately let out a miserable shriek, and her body flew uncontrollably onto the altar. The teenage girl's face turned pale with fright and she kept screaming in fear. When the blood rained down on her body, the teenage girl immediately let out a miserable shriek. Under the horrified gazes of the 98 teenage girls, the teenage girl who was grabbed onto the altar was instantly covered in blood. Her body started rotting bit by bit, and in just the time of 3 breaths, the teenage girl's miserable shriek stopped, and her entire body turned into a pile of bloody flesh, dripping onto the altar. Lord Blood Moon put his hand into the bloody flesh and absorbed its essence, and his face was filled with enjoyment. No. When the remaining teenage girls saw this, they all let out miserable shrieks. This scene was way too horrifying, and to them they would never have imagined that they would experience something like this. Behind the short hill, Yu Tianlong and Yu Zihan were secretly sweating. If it wasn't for that chilly wind, the one who would be sacrificed would be Yu Ziyan. All of their gazes fell onto Jiang Chen at the same time. Jiang Chen's face was filled with indifference and he didn't seem to be nervous at all. His calm demeanor, as if even a mountain was collapsing right in front of him, was truly admirable. In Jiang Chen's eyes, other than indifference, there was only calmness. The miserable shrieks of the teenage girls couldn't shake his mind at all, and the horrifying scene of the blood sacrifice was just like nothing to him. Jiang Chen stared at Lord Blood Moon's face with his sharp gaze. The blood sacrifice had just begun, and it was still not the best time for him to strike. The expression of enjoyment on Lord Blood Moon's face was getting more and more intense. Soon Lord Blood Moon was completely immersed in the enjoyment and gradually he closed his eyes. Right at this moment, the altar was letting out a buzzing sound, and the huge red face on top of it was still dripping blood. The teenage girls were about to be completely sacrificed, and the whole scene seemed to be resonating with each other. Thousands of blood demons were kneeling on the ground and murmuring something. Now you guys go and save the girls, I'll go straight for Lord Blood Moon. Jiang Chen's aura stopped for a second, then he turned into a beam of light and dashed out. In a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the altar, and swung the battle axe in his hand towards Lord Blood Moon. Lord Blood Moon, prepare to die. Jiang Chen's Qi let out a loud roar, and his powerful Yuan energy was like a raging ocean. He had unleashed the thunderstrike to its limit. He was sure that Lord Blood Moon had already fallen into the blood sacrifice, and he couldn't spare any time to deal with him. Once the blood sacrifice had started, it couldn't be stopped in the middle, and if it was interrupted by force, Lord Blood Moon would be severely injured. Therefore, this was the only way for Jiang Chen to deal with Lord Blood Moon. Swoosh. Sensing the sudden and powerful attack, Lord Blood Moon suddenly opened his eyes, and two beams of blood-red light shot out from his eyes like two sharp swords. The blood sacrifice had been interrupted by someone, and his eyes were obviously filled with anger. "How dare you interrupt my blood sacrifice? You're courting death." Lord Blood Moon suddenly threw out a palm attack, and a huge blood-red palm print, which was like a bloody mountain, rushed towards Jiang Chen from all directions. Rumble. The battle axe and the huge blood-red palm print collided with each other, producing a deafening sound. The battle axe had shattered the huge palm print into pieces, and Jiang Chen had also received a great shock, and his body had been pushed back by 100 feet. Lord Blood Moon is really terrifying, and with my current battle power, I'm still not his match. However, the blood sacrifice has restricted him completely, and as the saying goes, take advantage of his weakness and kill him. Jiang Chen's aura was like a rainbow, and he turned into a beam of light. He carried the golden battle axe and dashed towards Lord Blood Moon once again. "Stop him!" Lord Blood Moon shouted out coldly. In an instant, 3 powerful Blood Devil leaders dashed forward and blocked in front of Jiang Chen. All 3 of them were late Heavenly Core leaders, and they were the only 3 late Heavenly Core Blood Devils among the group of Blood Devils. "Those who stand in my way will die." Jiang Chen waved his battle axe in the air, and all 120 dragon marks were circulating within his body. With his current combat strength, ordinary late Heavenly Core warriors were no match for him. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen had slashed a late Heavenly Core Blood Devil leader in half. "Kill!" Yu Tianlong shouted out loudly. The combat weapon in his hand drew a bright arc in the air, and he was the first one to dash forward. De Huang Dog was the most ferocious of them all. With his muscular body, he dashed into the group of blood devils in an instant. Wherever he went, blood and flesh would fly in all directions. All of this happened too quickly and too suddenly. Not to mention these blood devils, even Lord Blood Moon didn't expect that someone would come here to cause trouble. It should be known that this was the center of the Valley of Yin Spirits, where the dark evil energy was extremely dense. If an ordinary person came here, he or she would be courting death. Yu Zihan and the others had also dashed into the group of blood devils, and they immediately started killing. These brutal blood devils were devoutly worshipping the altar, and when they were attacked by the sudden attacks, they would definitely be severely injured. Kill them all. How dare they disturb young master's blood sacrifice? You're courting death. Suck their blood dry. All the blood devils were shouting out loudly. The stronger blood devil leaders took out their devil weapons and started attacking the group. Among them, there were more than a dozen Heavenly Core Blood Devil leaders. In terms of numbers, Yu Zihan and the others were no match for them, and they were easily drowned by these blood devils. However, the 3 strongest late Heavenly Core Blood Devil leaders had gone to stop Jiang Chen. The rest of the Blood Devil leaders were under the lead of De Huang Dog, and it was very difficult for them to cause any real harm to Yu Zihan and the others. De Huang Dog was too frightening. He was like an ancient beast, and those Blood Devil leaders were no match for him. If they dared to attack, they would be killed by De Huang Dog, let alone those ordinary mortal core blood devils. "Zihan, go and save your sister." Yu Tianlong shouted out loudly. Then Yu Zihan flew towards the group of teenage girls. "Brother!" When Yu Ziyan saw her brother, she immediately screamed out. Tears of joy flowed down from her face. Her heart that was filled with despair had once again been filled with hope. "Sister, calm them down, tell them not to be afraid, we'll get you out of here," Yu Zihan said to Yu Ziyan. He wanted Yu Ziyan to take care of the teenage girls. He still had to fight the blood devils himself. Arg. On the other side, a shrill scream pierced through the night sky. The last late Heavenly Core Blood Devil had been killed by Jiang Chen's battle axe. In just a few breaths' time, all 3 Heavenly Core Blood Devil leaders had been killed by Jiang Chen's battle axe. Jiang Chen's overbearing and ferocious methods had completely frightened Yu Tianlong and the other 2 men. They had witnessed Jiang Chen's performance and they were extremely shocked. They had never seen a man who could be so overbearing. Chapter 155. A horrible shriek sounded out from the Valley of Yin Spirits. Blood splashed everywhere. Although the men from the Yu family were surrounded by blood devils, with the help of the abnormal De Huang Dog, They hadn't suffered any injuries yet. But the blood devils had suffered serious injuries. Not to mention the 3 late Heavenly Corps leaders who were killed by Zhou Xian. De Huang Dog's attack on the rest of the blood devils was a deadly blow to them as well. Normally, Zhou Xian and his men coming here to attack the Valley of Yin Spirits was no different from seeking death. But the situation was different now. Lord Blood Moon's blood sacrifice ceremony had begun, and he couldn't attack at all. This gave Zhou Xian and his men the opportunity to kill all the blood devils. Lord Blood Moon was the only mission Zhou Xian had to worry about. As long as Lord Blood Moon was kept busy, no matter how many blood devils there were, they would end up just like those in Red Sun Town. The captured teenage girls huddled together. Their faces were pale. This scene, this experience, it was destined to leave an unforgettable scar in their hearts. Such a bloody and brutal scene had made them realize the dark side of the world. Fear filled their hearts. The only thing that made them feel lucky was that the shadow of death was slowly disappearing. The sudden appearance of these few men had given them hope of surviving. Wuxia was born in a big family, so her temperament was much stronger than the other teenage girls. After seeing her father and brother, she had calmed down, and she was comforting the frightened teenage girls. Wuxia stood in front of the teenage girls, killing the blood devils who kept attacking them. Lord Blood Moon, face your death. After killing the 3 late Heavenly Corps leaders, Zhou Qian's energy had become even stronger. He swung the axe in his hand towards Lord Blood Moon, who was sitting cross-legged on the altar. You're just a small fry, you're overestimating yourself. Die now. Lord Blood Moon let out a cold snort. He waved his hand again and unleashed a huge blood-red palm towards the axe. Bang! The intense collision caused the entire Valley of Yin Spirits to shake. Lord Blood Moon's attack was powerful. He had once again forced Zhou Qian back. However, Lord Blood Moon had attacked twice in a row, and it had already affected the condition of his blood sacrifice. His complexion started to turn pale and his aura started to become chaotic. Moreover, the flesh and blood of the girl from before were about to be used up, so he had to capture the second girl to continue. Lord Blood Moon, you are finished. Zhou Qian laughed heartily and completely released his powerful aura. His entire body was surrounded by blood-colored dragon shadows. He took a step forward and 9 identical Zhou Qian appeared in the void. The 9 Zhou Qians surrounded the blood-red sacrificial altar, all of them dashing toward Lord Blood Moon at the same time. Zhou Qian had already seen through this blood sacrifice. He was certain that Lord Blood Moon would not be able to stop halfway through the blood sacrifice. Therefore there was a limit to what he could do. Otherwise, not only would the blood sacrifice fail, Lord Blood Moon himself would also receive a powerful backlash and be severely injured. Therefore, when Zhou Qian used the 9 phantom wolves to confuse his opponent, not only did he manage to dazzle Lord Blood Moon for a short period of time, he also managed to distract him. Such a strange movement skill. Lord Blood Moon's complexion changed. Even with his eyesight, he couldn't tell which one was the real one from the movement skill Zhou Qian had used. However, even though Zhou Qian's speed was fast, Lord Blood Moon's movement was even faster. He waved his hand and coldly shouted, "You idiots, how dare you disturb my blood sacrifice? You are seeking death. I will kill you first, then I will take care of them." Blood banner. A huge blood-colored banner shot out from Lord Blood Moon's body. It was 100 zhang-long blood-colored banner. Once the huge blood-colored banner appeared, it immediately enveloped all 9 Zhou Qians and sucked Zhou Qians into the blood banner. Swoosh swoosh. The chilly wind whistled and waves of heart-wrenching screams came from the blood banner. The dense blood-colored light filled the entire sky above the Valley of Yin Spirits. The chilly wind whistled and the ghostly wails and howls could be heard. The blood banner was too terrifying, and one after another hideous ghostly faces could be seen on it. Just by looking at the blood banner, it would make one's heart tremble with fear, and it would make one's soul feel like it had fallen into hell. Oh my God, that's the blood banner. Lord Blood Moon has actually obtained the blood banner. He has obtained the inheritance of the Blood Moon Shaman. When Yu Tianlong, who was fighting against the blood demons, saw the appearance of the blood banner, he immediately let out a cry. A few decades ago, the Blood Moon Shaman slaughtered hundreds of thousands of living beings and used their souls to create the blood banner. With this banner, the Blood Moon Shaman wreaked havoc in the Qi province, killing countless powerful warriors and plunging the entire Qi province into misery and suffering. Even the strongest warriors of the four big sects were no match for him. In the end, the four of them had to work together to kill the Blood Moon Shaman. I heard that the sect masters of the four big sects did not have a glorious victory. I never thought this Lord Blood Moon would have obtained the inheritance of the Blood Moon Shaman, and he even obtained the blood banner that had disappeared without a trace. There are 100,000 ferocious souls contained within the banner, and it's filled with ferocious energy. Even a divine core warrior can't withstand it. Lord Xianxia has been sucked into the blood banner and he's probably going to die soon. The two guest masters from the Yu family had worried expressions on their faces. Yu Tianlong and Yu Zihan had dark expressions on their faces as well. Initially they wanted to attack Lord Blood Moon during the blood sacrifice ceremony, and kill him and all the blood demons in one fell swoop, then save these innocent girls. But they never expected Lord Blood Moon to have such a powerful weapon. Now that Xianxia was being controlled by the blood banner, he had a slim chance of survival. Once you've been sucked into the blood banner, even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms, you'll still die a horrible death and become one of the ferocious souls. This is the consequence of offending me. Lord Blood Moon's voice was sharp and he had a sneer on his face. The blood banner kept fluttering in the sky, and the ferocious soul's roars could send shivers down one's spine. Lord Blood Moon let out a cold snort. He stretched out his hand and forcefully broke through Yu Zihan's defense. Then he grabbed 3 young girls. When the young girls stepped onto the fighting stage, they immediately became covered in blood, and were sacrificed by Lord Blood Moon. At the same time, Lord Blood Moon threw his glance at Yu Tianlong and the other men. Lord Blood Moon's face was filled with a sneer. He didn't attack these people, all he needed to do was to remember their faces. He didn't even need to remember them. Once he successfully sacrificed them, the entire Yellowstone region would become his food. As for now, the blood sacrifice was the most important thing. Lord Blood Moon had to spare some of his attention to control the blood banner to fight against Xianxia, so he wouldn't have the chance to attack Yu Tianlong and the other men. That was the real reason why he didn't attack them. In Lord Blood Moon's eyes, among all the people in front of him, only Xianxia alone could pose a threat to him. As for the others, he didn't take them seriously at all. Right at this moment, countless ferocious souls inside the blood banner were fiercely pouncing towards Xianxia. They were trying to tear Xianxia into pieces. The ferocious energy released by the 100,000 ferocious souls had condensed into a solid form, and it had directly formed into a ferocious storm. The countless ferocious energies were like countless sharp blades, and Xianxia felt like he was in the center of the storm, which was formed by the sharp blades, like a small boat in the middle of a vast ocean. If an ordinary person entered the blood banner, he or she would immediately be devoured by the countless ferocious souls. Even without the attacks from the ferocious souls, just the influence of the ferocious energies would be enough to make a person's mind collapse. However, at this moment the person who was sucked into the blood banner was Xianxia, the world's greatest saint. Xianxia let out a light shout and released the sonic hawk cry. Countless rays of golden yuan power shot out from his mouth and turned into a sound wave that swept forward. His body was surrounded by illusionary dragon shadows, and the golden light illuminated the pitch-black blood banner. Roar! Those ferocious souls, after coming into contact with the golden light from Xianxia's body, let out heart-wrenching screams. Their faces were filled with fear as if they had seen their natural enemy. I have the might of a saint, and I am the incarnation of a true dragon. I'm not someone you can threaten. Xianxia let out a cold snort. His entire body was emitting a superior aura. He stood there like a god of war, like an immovable mountain. Those ferocious souls and ferocious energies couldn't even get close to his body. Xianxia had the mind of a great saint, and he had experienced death and rebirth. It was very difficult for ordinary evil beings to affect his mind. He cultivated the dragon transformation skill, and his body contained the bloodline of several kinds of strange beasts. Every drop of blood essence and qi in his body contained the purest yang energy, which was the nemesis of all evil beings. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Xianxia was the incarnation of a true dragon. He cultivated the dragon transformation art and he was slowly transforming into a true dragon. Sooner or later he would become a true dragon and soar in the sky. Xianxia raised the gigantic axe in his hand and swung it toward the blood banner. A golden beam pierced through the darkness like a rainbow. But too bad, the axe was like a rock sinking into the ocean. It didn't cause any damage to the blood banner. This banner is formed by ferocious souls and ferocious energies. It is extremely frightening. It is a true evil spirit. Even though the Axe of Thunder is an earth combat weapon, it can't break this blood banner. Although I'm not afraid of the ferocious souls and ferocious energies in this place, it won't be easy for me to leave the blood banner unless I can control it. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. But the blood banner has been completely absorbed by Lord Blood Moon, and it's connected to his bloodline. It's impossible for me to control it. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. He couldn't keep staying in the blood banner, as Lord Blood Moon was at the critical moment of the blood sacrifice ceremony. Now that something like this had happened, Lord Blood Moon would definitely speed up the blood sacrifice ceremony. Once Lord Blood Moon completed the blood sacrifice ceremony and broke through to the divine core realm, he would turn around and focus on Jiang Chen. At that point of time, not only would Jiang Chen's life be in danger, the entire Qi province would once again be filled with blood devils. Lord Blood Moon's talent wasn't any weaker than Blood Moon shamans. His methods and style were exactly the same as Blood Moon shamans. Now that he had the blood banner, once he broke through to the divine core realm, he would become a huge threat to Jiang Chen. With the help of the blood devil's skill, Lord Blood Moon would quickly grow and become the second Blood Moon shaman. Chapter 156. Rumble. Continuous rumbling sounds kept coming out from the blood banner. The shock waves from Jiang Chen's attacks were getting stronger and stronger, and some golden lights were leaking out from the blood banner. Look, the blood banner is shaking violently. Young Master Jiang Chen is attacking it. One of the guests from the Yu family said in surprise. Young Master Jiang Chen is really powerful. He is emitting the purest yang energy from all over his body, and the evil energy from the blood banner can't do anything to him. However, with young Master Zhang's abilities, I'm afraid it won't be easy for him to break out from the blood banner. Although Yu Tianlong was shocked as well, since Jiang Chen could still attack, it meant that Jiang Chen was still safe for now. This was good news for him. Chief, what should we do now? If young Master Jiang can't break the blood banner, we won't be able to stop Lord Blood Moon's blood sacrifice. Another guest said with a worried tone. Up until now, De Huang Dog had killed all the blood devil leaders. Although there were still a lot of blood devils left, they were all mortal core blood devils, so they weren't a big threat to them. But the real threat was still Lord Blood Moon. As long as Lord Blood Moon was alive, he would be able to raise thousands of blood devils. Therefore, even if these blood devils were killed, Lord Blood Moon wouldn't feel sad at all. Looking at the current situation, Yu Tianlong and the others had fallen into a dilemma. These blood devils weren't a big threat to them, but they couldn't stop Lord Blood Moon from carrying out the blood sacrifice either. Once Lord Blood Moon's blood sacrifice was over, everyone here would die a horrible death. The only thing they could do now was to bring all the girls away with them. But this was impossible. Lord Blood Moon would never allow this to happen. If they tried to do this, Lord Blood Moon would definitely stop them, even if it meant risking his life. At that point of time, Lord Blood Moon would be completely enraged, and what awaited them would be Lord Blood Moon's greatest killing intent. I have an idea. De Huang Dog suddenly said. What is it? Yu Tianlong looked at De Huang Dog in surprise. This dog was incomparably mystical. At this time, perhaps only by relying on De Huang Dog would there be hope. De Huang Dog didn't say anything. All of a sudden, his expression turned incomparably solemn. An invisible divine will shot out from his mind. De Huang Dog's divine will was extremely mystical. It actually passed through the blood banner and entered Jiang Chen's ears. Brat, don't waste your energy. With your current strength, it is impossible for you to break the blood banner. Right now there is only one way, and that is to temporarily cut off the connection between the blood banner and Lord Blood Moon. Then you can quickly take control of the blood banner. Once you lose control of the blood banner, Lord Blood Moon will suffer a huge backlash and become a fish on the chopping block. De Huang Dog said. Do you have a way to cut off the connection between the blood banner and Lord Blood Moon? Jiang Chen was startled. The blood banner had already been completely refined by Lord Blood Moon, and their origins were connected. It would be extremely difficult to forcefully cut off the connection between the two. Let's give it a try. After saying that, De Huang Dog opened his mouth and spat out a huge broken sword. The broken sword fell onto the ground and made a clanging sound. It was the broken sword fragment that he had obtained from the wasteland of the whirling sun city. De Huang Dog's expression turned solemn. He spat out a mouthful of blood. It was the blood essence of the dragon horse. When the blood essence fell onto the broken sword that was originally like a piece of scrap metal suddenly started shaking violently. The shaking of the broken sword became more and more intense. After obtaining the blood essence of De Huang Dog, it was like a piece of land that had been dry for a long time had suddenly been moisturized by rain. As the shaking of the broken sword became more and more intense, under the control of De Huang Dog, the broken sword flew up into the sky. Roar! De Huang Dog suddenly let out a loud roar. Countless rays of light rushed out from his body and all of them went into the broken sword. For a moment, the broken sword was dancing in the air and slashing towards the blood-red altar. What is that? What a powerful pressure. It's a holy aura. It makes me feel like I'm facing a god. It's too scary. Yu Tianlong and the others looked at the golden broken sword in the sky in shock. That holy aura made them want to worship it. That kind of aura was so high and mighty that it seemed to have surpassed the heavens and the earth. Swoosh! The broken sword slashed out a golden curtain of light, which rushed toward the altar. Lord Blood Moon, who was in the middle of the blood sacrifice, had a drastic change in his expression. He could actually sense an extreme danger from the golden curtain of light. What kind of treasure is that? Lord Blood Moon was shocked. He quickly moved his body sideways and dodged the attack of the golden light screen. Damn it, I can't even unleash the slightest bit of its power. Otherwise, I would have killed Lord Blood Moon in an instant. However, it's enough to cut off the connection between him and the blood banner. De Huang Dog cursed. The golden light screen that was slashed out by the broken sword formed a barrier between Lord Blood Moon and the blood banner. Lord Blood Moon's expression changed drastically in an instant, because at this moment he was actually unable to feel the connection between him and the blood banner. That golden barrier contained an indescribable sacred aura. It was like a world barrier that could cut off everything. Inside the blood banner, Jiang Chen could clearly feel the change of the blood banner. The aura that was being controlled by someone had disappeared. With Jiang Chen's experience, he instantly understood that De Huang Dog had succeeded in cutting off the connection between Lord Blood Moon and the blood banner. This dog is indeed powerful. Lord Blood Moon, you're finished. Blood banner, take control of it. With Jiang Chen's abilities, even if he was only given an instantaneous skill, he would still be able to win the battle by surprise. With the help of the Great Soul Derivation skill, he instantly found the source of the blood banner. His divine sense was like a sharp sword. It shattered the last bit of divine sense that Lord Blood Moon had left in the blood banner. After that, he forcefully took control of the blood banner and completely took control of it. It was very easy for Jiang Chen to control the blood banner. With the help of the Great Soul Derivation skill, it was extremely easy for him to obtain a combat weapon. Besides, all the ferocious spirits in the blood banner were afraid of Jiang Chen's aura. Once they lost Lord Blood Moon's control, they would immediately be subdued by Jiang Chen. Swoosh! At this moment, the golden light screen disappeared as well. The old broken sword fell onto the ground with a clang, and returned to its original broken state. At this moment, De Huang Dog's vision darkened and he fell onto the ground. De Huang! Yu Zihan cried out in fear. He immediately rushed to De Huang Dog's side and protected De Huang Dog. Right at this moment, Jiang Chen walked out from the blood banner. The huge blood banner was now completely under his control, and he kept it into his storage ring. No! Lord Blood Moon, who was in the middle of the blood sacrifice, let out a scream. He couldn't accept losing the blood banner. The blood banner was his foundation and it was his most powerful skill. He never thought that he would fail miserably today. Pooh! Lord Blood Moon coughed out a mouthful of blood. He held his head with both of his hands and let out a scream. His face was filled with pain and one after another ugly blood marks covered his face. After losing the blood banner and having his blood sacrifice interrupted, Lord Blood Moon had become an arrow at the end of its flight. Lord Blood Moon, prepare to die. Jiang Chen took a step forward and arrived on top of the altar. He grabbed Lord Blood Moon's head with one of his golden palms, and forcefully twisted Lord Blood Moon's head off his body, along with the demonic core in his body. Ah, young master. Seeing that Lord Blood Moon had been killed, all the other blood devils started roaring out. For them, Lord Blood Moon was their spiritual pillar and he was their god. Now even their god had been killed, how could they accept this? Blood devils are insane, they are a freak in this world, they shouldn't even exist. All of you die now. Xianxia took out the blood banner. The huge blood banner opened up and it looked like a huge mouth of a devil. Countless chilly winds started blowing out from it, and the remaining few hundred blood devils were all absorbed by Xianxia. With their mortal core cultivation level, if they were to enter the blood banner they would be killed by Xianxia. Now that Lord Blood Moon had been killed, all the blood devils in Yellowstone had been killed, and not a single one was left alive. For Lord Blood Moon this was no doubt an irony. He had obtained Blood Moon Shaman's inheritance, and he was planning to create a huge wave in the Qi province. His goal was to spread the name of the blood devils across the world, but he had bumped into Xianxia. Not only did he lose his life, the blood banner had also changed its owner. For Xianxia, this trip to Yellowstone to kill all the blood devils had brought him a lot of benefits. Not only had he broken through to the heavenly core realm, just this blood banner alone was already an unimaginable reward. Although this banner was an evil item, it could still be considered as a life-saving skill and a powerful trump card. The restless valley of Yin spirits suddenly quieted down. Yu Tianlong, Yu Zihan and the others raised their heads and looked at Xianxia who was floating in the sky. He was wearing a clean white robe and his body was glowing in a faint golden light. His eyes were bright like stars and his black hair was dancing in the wind. He looked like a real god of war and his body was emitting an aura of superiority that could make anyone submit to him. The current Xianxia had a magical charm to him. Even those frightened teenage girls were mesmerized by him. Out of the 99 teenage girls, 8 had been sacrificed by Lord Blood Moon, and there was only one left. Nothing was perfect in life and sometimes, someone had to be sacrificed. This was something that couldn't be helped and Xianxia had tried his best. He really killed Lord Blood Moon and he killed all the blood devils. An old man from the Yu family murmured. This is what you call a true genius. He has a great destiny, he is a natural-born king. His future achievements are limitless. From now on, the Yu family will follow young Master Zhang's lead, and we will follow young Master Zhang's orders. Yu Tianlong had made up his mind. He wasn't an idiot, he could see Xianxia's potential. A genius like this, no one could predict his future. He was a rare genius that only appeared once every 10,000 years. I, Yu Zihan, consider myself a genius, but compared to him I'm not even worth mentioning. I believe 1 year later the duel between him and the northern and southern dynasties will be very exciting. Chapter 157. Lord Blood Moon had been killed and all the blood devils had been eliminated. It could be said that the Blood Devil riot had been completely stopped by Xianxia before it even started. Lord Blood Moon had even helped Xianxia. Not only did he help Xianxia break through to the heavenly core realm with the help of the blood devils, he had also obtained a powerful treasure like the blood banner. Xianxia punched out and unleashed a huge golden beam, destroying the blood-red altar. After that he landed next to De Huang Dog. He could feel how tired De Huang Dog was right now and he had fallen into a coma. De Huang Dog had been following Xianxia for quite some time. He was a true descendant of the dragon horse, and he possessed the complete bloodline of a divine beast. He was an abnormal monster amongst all abnormal monsters, but now he had fallen into a coma due to exhaustion. How could Xianxia not be shocked? What happened? Xianxia asked. When De Huang Dog attacked just now he was inside the blood banner so he didn't see what happened outside. Brother Jiang, it's this broken sword. Yu Zihan pointed his finger at the broken sword that fell next to Big Yellow, then he told Xianxia everything that happened just now. Xianxia's eyes lit up. He looked at the broken sword, he knew exactly where it came from. Back in the Whirling Sun City, De Huang Dog didn't want anything except this broken sword. It can actually cut off the connection between Lord Blood Moon and the Blood Banner. With De Huang Dog's strength he could barely control this broken sword, and he fell into a coma due to exhaustion. What kind of treasure is this? Xianxia was shocked. With his vision as the greatest saint in the world, Even if an invincible peerless saint weapon was placed in front of him, he would still be able to see through it. But this broken sword in front of him, he couldn't see anything special about it. It was just an ordinary piece of scrap iron. Jiang Qin extended his hand and grabbed the broken sword. He circulated his yuan energy and injected it into the broken sword. But too bad the broken sword didn't move at all. Jiang Chen's yuan energy couldn't affect the broken sword at all. If this broken sword isn't just an ordinary piece of scrap iron, then it must be something beyond a saint weapon. It must be something from the realm of immortals. Jiang Qin sighed in his heart. De Huang Dog had proven that this broken sword wasn't just a piece of scrap iron, but Jiang Qin couldn't see anything special about it. The only explanation was that this broken sword had surpassed a saint weapon. As for why De Huang Dog was able to unleash the power of this broken sword, but Jiang Qin couldn't, it was because of his bloodline. Young Master Jiang, will De Huang be all right? Yu Tianlong asked worriedly. They were very grateful to De Huang Dog. In today's battle, if it wasn't for De Huang Dog, they would have died here. They couldn't even withstand the Gorfiend's attack. He'll be fine. He's just too tired because his energy has been sucked dry. Jiang Qin said. He knew very well how strong De Huang Dog was. Right now De Huang Dog was only sleeping. No one knew how long this sleep would last, but once he woke up, his cultivation would probably increase by another level. This was the most enviable and also the most speechless part. The bloodline of a divine beast might be nothing in the beginning, but as one's cultivation continued to increase, the power of the bloodline would gradually reveal itself. Just like De Huang Dog, his future cultivation would definitely become more and more terrifying. But we need to replenish his energy immediately. If not, he might fall into a deep sleep and that would be bad. After saying that, Jiang Qin took out a jade bottle from his storage ring. This was a storage container, and it contained all the remaining energy spring water he had. Jiang Qin squatted down, opened De Huang's big mouth, and poured all the energy spring water into De Huang Dog's mouth. After devouring so much energy spring water, although De Huang Dog hadn't woken up yet, his condition was obviously much better than before. A faint golden light had started leaking out from his body, and the golden light enveloped De Huang Dog. Let's go, we need to leave this place as soon as possible. Jiang Qin said. He carried De Huang Dog on his shoulder, and under the control of a few heavenly core warriors, all the teenage girls were lifted into the air. Soon the group left the Valley of Yin Spirits and headed towards Yellowstone City. Along the way, everyone had happy expressions on their faces, especially the people from the Yu family. Yu Ziyan had returned safely, and this gave them no reason to be unhappy. Besides, they had never thought that the Blood Devil Rebellion would be settled so easily. Everyone's eyes fell onto Jiang Qin. They looked at this handsome young man and their hearts were filled with gratitude. Jiang Qin's image in their hearts had become extremely high. Not only them, everyone in Yellowstone wanted to thank Jiang Qin. Not only was Jiang Qin the benefactor of Red Sun Town and the Yu family, he was also the benefactor of the entire Yellowstone region. He was the benefactor of their lives. The way the teenage girls looked at Jiang Qin, aside from gratitude, there were also shyness and admiration. A man like Jiang Qin who was filled with a domineering and masculine aura was simply a girl killer, a man that countless girls yearned for. Yellowstone City Yu family. Jiang Qin was sitting in the main seat of the Yu family's main hall. Besides Yu Tianlong, this was the first time an outsider had sat in this seat. However, no one felt that it was inappropriate. Yu Tianlong and Yu Zihan looked at each other and nodded their heads at the same time. After that, they stood up at the same time and bowed deeply towards Jiang Qin. What are the two of you doing? Jiang Qin said with a smile on his face. The kindness that young Master Jiang has done for the Yu family and the entire Yellowstone region is beyond words. From now on, the Yu family will represent the entire Yellowstone region and will follow young Master Jiang's orders without hesitation. In the future, as long as young Master Jiang Qin gives the order, the Yu family will not hesitate to go through boiling water and tread on fire. Yu Tianlong said in a serious manner. The Yu family and even the entire Yellowstone region had to surrender to Jiang Qin. Besides, Yu Tianlong wasn't an idiot, he could see the potential of Jiang Qin. Following a peerless genius like this was definitely a good thing. After all, not everyone had the ability to kill Lord Blood Moon. Brother Jiang, my dad is going to build a statue for you in the center of Yellowstone City, so that the future generations will remember the great kindness that you have done for Yellowstone. Yu Zihan said. In the Saint Origin realm, it was rare to see someone build a statue for you. Only people of virtue and prestige would receive such treatment. However, Jiang Qin had given the entire Yellowstone region a new lease of life. To put it bluntly, without Jiang Qin, Yellowstone wouldn't be as peaceful as it was today. Therefore, it was reasonable for Jiang Qin to receive such treatment. This was a supreme honor that was destined to be praised for generations to come. It's just a small matter, there's no need to make such a big fuss. Jiang Qin shrugged his shoulder, he didn't seem to mind. Young Master Jiang, please don't decline. I've already decided, you are qualified to receive such treatment. Yu Tianlong said. At this moment, a young girl in purple clothes walked in. She had a delicate face and a dignified body, she looked to be around 14 to 15 years old. She had a graceful body, bright eyes and white teeth and a pair of thin red lips. She was indeed a beautiful girl. This young girl was none other than Yu Ziyan. Right now, Yu Ziyan was no longer panicking like last night. She had regained the appearance of a young lady from a wealthy family. Yu Ziyan held a cup of tea in her hand and walked to the side of Jiang Qin. She raised her head and looked at Jiang Qin, her face showed a trace of shyness. She said, "Thank you, young Master Jiang, for saving me last night." Ziyan offers young master a cup of tea. Miss Ziyan, you're welcome. Jiang Qin took the cup of tea, took a sip and put it back on the table. Seeing this, Yu Tianlong and the others couldn't help but let out a sigh. Obviously, Jiang Chen's heroic action yesterday had left an unforgettable impression in Yu Ziyan's heart. As the saying goes, young girls yearn for love, who wouldn't fall in love with a man like Jiang Chen? Unfortunately, the falling flower wants to follow the flowing water, but the flowing water doesn't love the falling flower. All of them could see that although Yu Ziyan had feelings for Jiang Chen's heart was as firm as a rock. He didn't seem to have any other thoughts. Ziyan, you can go and have a rest. Take care of those girls who were frightened yesterday. Yu Tianlong said. Yes, Dad. Yu Ziyan left the main hall. She couldn't help but feel disappointed. Chief Yu, the blood devils have been dealt with. I'll return to the Black Sect tomorrow to report on my mission. I'll be taking my leave now. After saying that, Jiang Qin stood up from his seat. Great, I'll be returning to the Black Sect tomorrow as well. Why don't Brother Jiang stay at the Yu family's place today, and we'll return to the Black Sect together tomorrow? Yu Zihan said. I'll return to Red Sun Town first. I have a mansion there, so I won't bother you anymore. Tomorrow you can come find me in Red Sun Town and we'll return to the Black Sect together. Jiang Qin said. That's a good idea. Yu Tianlong nodded his head and didn't try to persuade him to stay. He knew that Jiang Qin was a man with his own mind and he wouldn't easily change his mind. Jiang Qin brought the sleeping De Huang dog and left. The reason why he wanted to return to Red Sun Town was because of De Huang dog. De Huang dog had consumed a huge amount of energy to activate the broken sword, and even with all the energy spring water he still couldn't wake up. Therefore Jiang Qin decided to let De Huang dog stay in Red Sun Town to absorb the energy vein, and help him wake up and recover. Besides, he had gained a lot this time and he needed some time to digest it. Zihan, you have to befriend young Master Jiang in the future. A man like him is rare and he will definitely become someone great in the future. Yu Tianlong told his son. Of course, Brother Jiang is my idol. Alright, Dad, I think you should tell Ziyan to stop thinking about Brother Jiang. He already has someone in his heart and she's also a peerless genius. Yu Zihan reminded. Everyone in the Black Sect knew about the relationship between Jiang Qin and Yan Qinyu. In Yu Zihan's mind, the main reason why Jiang Qin didn't want to talk to Yu Ziyan was because of Yan Qinyu. It's hard to persuade her when it comes to love, just let nature take its course. Yu Tianlong shook his head. In the middle of the night, Yu Tianlong spread the news about the extinction of all blood devils to every single place in Yellowstone. When Jiang Qin returned to Red Sun Town, he was greeted by a joyous celebration. Chapter 158. Jiang Qin didn't accept the townspeople's invitation. He brought the sleeping De Huang dog back to his mansion. The townspeople knew that De Huang dog had fallen into a coma because of the battle with Lord Blood Moon, and all of them were praying for De Huang dog. Within a room in Jiang Chen's mansion, Jiang Chen placed a huang dog on a cushion, allowing him to absorb the energies from the energy vein. With the help of the energy spring, the huang dog's recovery would be much faster. Jiang Chen chose to enter secluded cultivation as well. He had gained a lot from this trip to the Valley of Yin Spirits. Aside from the Blood Banner, he also had 4 powerful devil cores. One of them was from Lord Blood Moon, and the other 3 were from late Heavenly Core warriors. Devil cores of this level were very useful to Jiang Chen, especially the devil core from Lord Blood Moon. It contained a huge amount of energy, and if Jiang Chen absorbed it, he would be able to form a lot of dragon marks in his chi. Besides absorbing the devil cores, Jiang Chen also needed to cultivate to stabilize his cultivation. Early the next morning, Jiang Chen woke up from his cultivation. Right now his energy was much stronger than before. 4 late Heavenly Core devil cores had given him a huge impact, especially the one from Lord Blood Moon. All 4 of them combined had helped Jiang Chen form 30 dragon marks. Before absorbing the devil cores, Jiang Chen had 120 dragon marks. Now he had 150 dragon marks, and his combat strength had increased tremendously. He was now 1 step closer to the mid-Heavenly Core realm. As long as he could form 200 dragon marks, he would be able to break through to the mid-Heavenly Core realm, and his combat strength would increase further. When Jiang Chen walked out from the mansion, Yu Zihan had been waiting for him. Jiang Chen told Zhang Zhen to take care of the huang dog, and no one was allowed to step into the mansion. After everything was settled, Jiang Chen and Yu Zihan flew up into the sky and started flying towards the Black Sect. Brother Jiang, you've killed the Blood Devil and Lord Blood Moon this time. When we return to the faction leader will definitely reward you. Yu Zihan said with a smile on his face. Jiang Chen came to Yellowstone because he accepted the mission given by the sect chief. Now that he had completed the mission, Jiang Chen's reputation had once again risen to another level, and he had become the #1 genius in the Black Sect. Jiang Chen just smiled and didn't say anything. Right now he just wanted to get back to the Black Sect as soon as possible, because when he was on his way back, the restlessness in his heart had once again emerged. This was a rare occurrence for him, and he had a feeling that something bad had happened. When Yu Zihan saw that Jiang Chen seemed to have something on his mind, he didn't say anything and just kept on walking. Whoosh! When both of them arrived in the sky above a desolate mountain range, a bright figure suddenly appeared in front of them and blocked their way. The man wore a gray robe, and his face carried a domineering expression that couldn't be hidden. He was Liang Xiao from the Tianjin Gate. Jiang Chen and Yu Zihan steadied themselves. Liang Xiao was no stranger to them, and Jiang Chen's enmity with the Tianjin Gate wasn't something new. As for Yu Zihan, as an inner circle disciple of the Black Sect, how could he not know one of the top 4 geniuses of the Qi province, Liang Xiao? Liang Xiao suddenly appeared here, even an idiot could figure out why. Everyone knew about the enmity between Jiang Chen and the Tianjin Gate, and Liang Xiao's appearance was obviously because of Jiang Chen. I never expected that Lord Blood Moon to be so weak. He was actually killed by you. What a disappointment. Liang Xiao stared at Jiang Chen with his sharp eyes, and a shocked expression could be seen on his face. What surprised me even more was, from the Qi province competition until now, you've actually grown so much in such a short period of time. After sensing Jiang Chen's energy with his own eyes, Liang Xiao couldn't help but feel shocked. From the Qi province competition until now it had only been a month, but in just a short month Jiang Chen had broken through from the early mortal core realm to the early heavenly core realm, and he had even killed Lord Blood Moon. How could anyone not be shocked by this? Did Fan Kun tell you that I'm here? Jiang Chen said with a sneer on his face. Yellowstone was under the jurisdiction of the Black Sect, and it was very far away from the Tianjin Gate. The incident with the Blood Devils had just started, and it hadn't spread across the entire Qi province yet. Since Liang Xiao was waiting for him here, it was obvious that someone had told him about it. This person must be someone from the Tianjin Gate. Besides Fan Kun, Jiang Chen couldn't think of anyone else. That's not important. What's important is that today will be the day you die. Once I, Liang Xiao, attack, you will die for sure. I suggest you don't fight a pointless battle, just give yourself up and maybe you will die a quick death. Liang Xiao said casually. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was already a dead man. Brother Jiang, what should we do now? Liang Xiao is not easy to deal with. Yu Zihan's expression darkened. Liang Xiao was not someone that Fan Kun could compare with. As one of the top 4 geniuses, he was someone who was at the same level as Guan Yun. Although Jiang Qin had killed Lord Blood Moon, Jiang Qin knew the reason behind it. If it wasn't for Lord Blood Moon's blood sacrifice, Jiang Qin would have been no match for him. Perfect, I also want to see how strong Liang Xiao really is. A faint smile emerged on Jiang Qin's face. The current him was no longer the same person who had just broken through to the heavenly core realm. 150 dragon marks had given him enough confidence. With his current combat strength, it would be hard for him to find a match in the heavenly core realm. The appearance of Liang Xiao was the perfect opportunity for him to test his true combat strength. Yu Zihan's heart trembled. He stared at the confident Jiang Qin in disbelief. This man was really daring, he wasn't even afraid of Liang Xiao. Zihan, step aside for now, Jiang Qin said to Yu Zihan. With a sway of his body he arrived not far away from Liang Xiao. His body was glowing in a golden light and he was filled with fighting spirit. Good Jiang Qin. How dare you show your fighting spirit in front of me, Liang Xiao. If that's the case, I'll kill you now. Liang Xiao unleashed his energy. It was obvious that he didn't want to waste any more time. He immediately stretched out his hand and grabbed towards Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin let out a cold snort. He clenched his fist tightly and his fist was glowing in a golden light. With an energy that could even lift a mountain, he punched towards Liang Xiao. Bang! The violent collision between two mighty warriors created a massive shockwave that shook the heavens and earth. The shockwave turned into colorful ripples that spread in all directions, and even the small hill underneath them was shattered into pieces. Jiang Qin took 3 steps back. When he looked at Liang Xiao again, he saw that he hadn't moved at all. In this fight, Liang Xiao had the upper hand, but the advantage Liang Xiao had shown wasn't obvious. This result had really shocked Liang Xiao. What a strong guy. He's just an early heavenly core warrior, but he can fight me to this extent. This is unbelievable. This man has incredible talent. I have to kill him as soon as possible, if not he will become a huge threat in the future. The light emitted from Liang Xiao's eyes was getting colder and colder. His entire body was filled with killing intent. It was a desire to kill. Today was a rare opportunity, he had to get rid of this threat. If Jiang Qin returned to the Black Sect, it would be difficult for him to kill him again. However, Jiang Qin wasn't too surprised by the result of the fight. Although his combat strength had improved a lot, Liang Xiao was still one of the top 4 geniuses of the Qi province, and he was the representative of the Tianjian Gate. No ordinary late heavenly core warrior could compare with him. There was a gap of 2 stages between Jiang Qin and Liang Xiao, so it was normal for him to be suppressed in terms of combat strength. Jiang Qin, you really are a peerless genius. I have no choice but to kill you today. Liang Xiao's killing intent skyrocketed. He shouted out loudly, "Great Fist of Destruction." Bang! Following Liang Xiao's shout, he unleashed countless beams of light from his fist, causing the air to tremble. The beams of light quickly condensed into a huge golden fist. The fist was more than 30 meters long, and it carried an energy that could destroy everything. It enveloped Jiang Qin's energy and dashed towards Jiang Qin. 6 solar fingers. Jiang Qin shouted out loudly, then he unleashed the 6 solar fingers. This time he unleashed 4 huge golden fingers. With Jiang Qin's current cultivation level, being able to unleash the 4 solar fingers was an incredible feat. Bang! The 2 powerful attacks collided once again, and the shockwave that was unleashed from the collision was at least 3 times stronger than before. Facing such a powerful shockwave, even Yu Zihan, who was standing far away, had his face turned pale. With his current strength, if he were to join the battle, he would most likely be killed in an instant. Both the Great Fist of Destruction and the 6 solar fingers were Earth Realm combat skills, but no matter their grade or power, the 6 solar fingers was incomparable to the Great Fist of Destruction. During the collision, both Jiang Qin and Liang Xiao were shaken violently. Jiang Qin's combat strength was as vast as the ocean, and with his powerful combat skills he was able to close the gap between him and Liang Xiao. For example, in this collision both of them were equally matched. In other words, the current Jiang Qin was no longer someone that Liang Xiao could kill. Even if he could slightly suppress Jiang Qin, it was still impossible for him to kill Jiang Qin. How could it be so powerful? That combat skill just now, it's even stronger than my Great Fist of Destruction. Liang Xiao was shocked. The Great Fist of Destruction was his most powerful combat skill, and he thought that he could defeat Jiang Qin in an instant, But he never expected that his opponent would have such a powerful skill as well. Xianxia, it's still uncertain who will die today. 9 Phantom Wolves. Jiang Chen was also filled with killing intent. Xianxia wanted to kill him and he also wanted to kill Xianxia. With the addition of another 30 dragon marks, plus Jiang Chen's hidden skills, he was confident that he could kill Xianxia. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. In the blink of an eye, 9 Jiang Chens appeared at the same time. At this moment, Xiao's expression changed. What a strange movement skill, he can actually release so many phantoms. Facing such a powerful Jiang Chen, Xiao lost his initial calmness and confidence. With 9 Jiang Chens appearing, even he could not instantly tell which one was Jiang Chen's real body. 9 Jiang Chens extended their palms at the same time attacking Xiao. The dazzled Xiao used the Great Fist of Destruction again and destroyed 5 of Jiang Chen's phantoms. Moreover, Xiao's reaction was extremely fast. At the last moment he found Jiang Chen's phantoms and punched at Jiang Chen's hand. Chapter 159. Both of them had unleashed their strongest attacks. Although Jiang Chen's 9 Phantom Wolves didn't really confuse Xiao, it still managed to make Xiao panic. Just like now, when Xiao struck out with his Great Fist of Destruction, he attacked Jiang Chen with his fist, but he didn't notice the green light on Jiang Chen's palm. If it was any other time with Xiao's reaction speed, he would definitely be able to notice the existence of the green light, but because of the 9 Phantom Wolves, Xiao didn't notice it at all. Bang! Both of them collided with each other once again. When it came to physical attacks, Jiang Chen definitely had the upper hand. Ever since he started cultivating the dragon transformation skill, every time he formed a new dragon mark, his body would become stronger. Now, the strength of his body was not something that Xiao could compare with. Under such a powerful counterforce, both of them were forced back at the same time. Jiang Chen was calm, but Xiao was different. He felt that Jiang Chen's body was as strong as a diamond, and the counterforce made his arm feel numb and sore. This guy is really abnormal. I wonder what kind of powerful skill he has cultivated. His body is so strong. I didn't kill him that day and now I've left him with such a huge threat. Not good. Xiao's expression suddenly changed because he could feel that his arm wasn't just numb and sore anymore. He lowered his head and saw that his entire palm had turned green, and the green air currents were like snakes that were corroding his palm. He was poisoned. Xiao wasn't an idiot. He immediately knew that he had been poisoned. He wasn't paying attention just now and he had fallen into Jiang Chen's trap. He immediately circulated his yuan energy in an attempt to expel the poison from his body, but he realized that it was useless. The poison was like a tarsal bone, it could even corrode his yuan energy. The green hellish python's poison was no joke. Besides, Jiang Chen's poison had been mixed with the poison from the silent poisonous needle. If a heavenly core warrior was poisoned by this poison, he would definitely die. Even with Xiao's abilities, it would be impossible for him to get rid of the poison in a short period of time. Shameless, you actually used poison. Xiao was furious. Xiao, when facing an enemy you have to do whatever it takes. To tell you the truth, this poison of mine is a combination of the green hellish python and the silent poisonous needle. If a late heavenly core warrior is poisoned by this poison, his entire body will rot and die. Even you, Xiao, will need at least a month to get rid of this poison, and your cultivation might even suffer a great loss. Of course, I won't give you the time to get rid of the poison. Jiang Chen let out a loud laugh. He unleashed his energy and once again dashed towards Xiao. Now that Xiao was poisoned, even if he didn't die, his combat strength would be greatly reduced. This was the perfect opportunity for Jiang Chen to kill him. In the Qi province, Xiao was a rare genius. He had reached the peak heavenly core realm and he might break through to the divine core realm at any time. Once Xiao broke through to the divine core realm, it would be extremely difficult for Jiang Chen to kill him. Therefore, since Xiao was here to stop Jiang Chen, it was the perfect opportunity for Jiang Chen to kill him. Swoosh! Jiang Chen transformed into a hawk and flew above Xiao. He opened his mouth and let out a hawk cry. Layers of powerful sound waves spread out like ripples towards Xiao. The sonic hawk cry was the blood-winged hawk's innate ability. Since Jiang Chen had obtained the blood-winged hawk's bloodline, this ability would continue to grow with him, and his cultivation level would also become stronger. Besides, sound wave attacks were the hardest to defend against. Liang Zhao's expression changed dramatically. Right now he had to split half of his focus to fight against the poison in his body, so it was a bit too much for him to defend against Jiang Chen's sonic hawk cry. Plang. Liang Zhao swung his arm and a golden longsword appeared in his hand. The sword energy that was unleashing from the longsword carried a threatening aura that made it hard for anyone to defend against. A high-ranked combat weapon. Zihan, who was watching the fight from afar, had a change in expression. Liang Zhao actually had a high-ranked combat weapon. Even ordinary divine core warriors didn't have a high-ranked combat weapon. Liang Zhao was indeed the #1 genius of the Tianjian Gate. He had a fortuitous encounter and he even had a high-ranked combat weapon. However, Zihan wasn't worried at all. He had seen the battle axe in Jiang Chen's hand before, and it was also a high-ranked combat weapon. Besides, right now Zihan was still in a state of shock. He had never thought that the battle between Jiang Chen and Liang Zhao would reach this stage. Although Jiang Chen's cultivation level and combat strength were weaker than Liang Zhao's, Jiang Chen had some unimaginable abilities. These abilities had given him the upper hand and he was showing signs of killing Liang Zhao. If Jiang Chen really killed Liang Zhao today, it would be a shocking event. Great Slash of Destruction. Liang Zhao shouted out loudly as he unleashed the Great Slash of Destruction sword skill. The long sword in his hand unleashed a golden barrier that blocked Jiang Chen's sound waves. At the same time, Liang Zhao cut off Jiang Chen's barrier and flew far away. Liang Zhao had run away. Just this alone would be enough to ruin Liang Zhao's reputation, and he would never be able to raise his head again. However, Liang Zhao had no choice but to run away. He was in a very bad condition right now, and if he didn't run away as soon as possible, he might really die here. He had to find a way to get rid of the poison in his body so he could still control it before it reached his heart. Want to run? Stay here. Jiang Chen shouted out loudly. The blood-red wings spread out from his back. Now that he had broken through to the heavenly core realm, the blood-red wings and the dimensional shift had increased his speed to the maximum. Swoosh. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen had caught up with Liang Zhao, who was running away. In Jiang Chen's hand a battle axe appeared. Jiang Chen was as ferocious as a dragon. The battle axe was glowing with symbols and he swung it towards Liang Zhao. If he was in his prime, Liang Zhao wouldn't be afraid of Jiang Chen at all. Even if he didn't fight, he would still be able to run away easily. But too bad, Liang Zhao had fallen into Jiang Chen's trap, and the poison had invaded his body. His combat strength had been greatly reduced and he was no longer a match for Jiang Chen. Great Slash of Destruction. Liang Zhao had no choice but to unleash the Great Slash of Destruction once again in order to block Jiang Chen's attack. Plang. The longsword and battle axe collided violently. The collision between the two high-ranked combat weapons created a huge amount of sparks and turned into a sea of flames. Liang Zhao's body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Feeling his condition getting worse and worse, Liang Zhao spat out another mouthful of blood. This mouthful of blood was because he was extremely angry. Liang Zhao felt really gloomy right now. His original plan was to kill Jiang Chen, but he didn't expect himself to end up like this. He didn't even know if he could escape alive. Liang Zhao died. Jiang Chen didn't show any mercy after gaining the upper hand. He raised the battle axe in his hand high up, and in the blink of an eye he arrived in front of Liang Zhao. The sky-piercing axe light turned into a beam of light and pressed down towards Liang Zhao's head. Arg! Liang Zhao let out a loud roar. He was really angry now. He circulated all his combat strength and wielded the long sword in his hand, blocking Jiang Chen's battle axe. Clang! Liang Zhao was once again sent flying away. Ah! Clang clang clang. Following that, Jiang Chen kept letting out wild laughter and kept attacking Liang Zhao with his battle axe. Liang Zhao was pushed back 100 miles in a row, and eventually, Liang Zhao couldn't withstand Jiang Chen's fierce attacks anymore. His entire body was covered with blood and his aura was in a mess. The poisonous gas was attacking his heart, and he was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Swoosh! With a leap, Jiang Chen arrived in front of Liang Zhao, and placed the battle axe on Liang Zhao's neck. The sharp axe light kept glowing, and as long as Jiang Chen pushed forward, he would be able to chop off Liang Zhao's head. Yu Zihan, who had been following closely behind the battle, was shocked to the extreme. His heart was in turmoil, and Jiang Chen's position in his heart had once again risen to an insurmountable height. Yu Zihan knew that Liang Shao was finished. The genius who had once shaken the entire Qi province would fall today. With Jiang Chen's methods, he would never give Liang Shao the chance to live. And from the battle just now, Yu Zihan had witnessed Jiang Chen's methods. This man was meticulous and had a rich combat experience. Throughout the entire battle, every single step was carried out according to Jiang Chen's plan. This kind of combat experience shouldn't be possessed by a 16-year-old young man. This was the experience of someone who had been through hundreds of battles, thousands of battles, and even tens of thousands of battles. Jiang Chen's cultivation and combat strength were obviously weaker than Liang Zhao's, but he was able to turn the tables and turn the tables, forcing Liang Shao into a hopeless situation. A battle like this, if Yu Zihan didn't witness it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Liang Shao, who was forced into a hopeless situation, spat out another mouthful of blood. The poisonous gas had penetrated into his internal organs. Even if Jiang Chen didn't kill him, Liang Shao wouldn't be able to be saved. Liang Shao, I'm going to kill you now. Do you surrender? Brother Zhang's voice was cold. The axe had already cut open the skin on Liang Zhao's neck and blood was oozing out. I never thought that I, Liang Shao, with my illustrious reputation, would be ruined by you, Jiang Chen. Today, although I was careless and underestimated my opponent, I still surrender. Come kill me. Liang Zhao's laughter was filled with bitterness and unwillingness. But today he was defeated by Jiang Chen. He didn't feel the slightest bit of unwillingness. This was the way of life and death battles. There was no victory or defeat, only life and death. If Jiang Chen was in his place, he would kill Jiang Chen without hesitation. Fine, Liang Shao, you're a man after all. I'll give you a quick death. Jiang Chen nodded his head. At the last moment of life and death, Liang Shao didn't kneel down and beg for mercy. He was actually very tough. But Jiang Chen had to kill him no matter what. Zhoosh. The sharp axe slashed across Liang Zhao's neck. Blood sprayed out like a fountain, and under the reflection of the morning sun, it looked extremely enchanting. Yu Zihan, who was standing not far away, had his mouth wide open. Liang Shao was killed by Jiang Chen. If this news were to be spread out, it would definitely shake the entire Qi province. And today's battle would definitely solidify Jiang Chen's position in the younger generation, and he would become a tycoon like Guan Yiyun. In the one-year war with the northern and southern dynasties, it was hard to tell who would win or lose. Chapter 160. Liang Zhao's death represented the fall of a genius, and he died in this nameless place. Before he came here, Liang Shao would never have thought this would happen. He had never thought that he would die in a place like this, and he would die in the hands of Jiang Chen. Impermanence in the world. The fight between Jiang Chen and Liang Shao had taught Yu Zihan another lesson. Never underestimate your opponent. If you did, the consequences would be dire. With a thought, Jiang Chen opened Liang Zhao's storage ring. When a man died, his consciousness would dissipate, and the will that Liang Shao left in his storage ring would disappear as well. Anyone who obtained his storage ring would be able to open it. Jiang Chen sent his will into Liang Zhao's storage ring, and he found out that it was filled with human elixir. The amount of wealth shocked Jiang Chen. Besides, the space inside Liang Zhao's storage ring was at least 5 times bigger than Jiang Chen's storage ring. Jiang Chen did a rough calculation and found out that there were 200,000 human elixir in Liang Zhao's storage ring, and there were also 10 earth elixir. 10 earth elixir was equal to 100,000 human elixir. In other words, there was a total of 300,000 human elixir in this storage ring. For a heavenly core warrior, this was an unimaginable amount of wealth. Liang Shao is indeed the #1 genius of the Tianjian Gate. His wealth is amazing, but it's all mine now. Jiang Chen laughed heartily and kept the wealth as his own with a clear conscience. He had to do this kind of shady business of killing people. It was intolerable for him to leave such a huge amount of wealth behind. Jiang Chen took out his own storage ring and put it into Liang Zhao's storage ring. With this, the storage space was much bigger. Besides the 300,000, there were dozens of precious herbs in Liang Zhao's storage ring. Each of them was at least 100 years old, and they were worth a fortune. Besides that, there was also a small golden book in the storage ring. Jiang Chen took it out with his will, and he saw the words Great Destruction Combat Skill written on it. This combat skill carried an aura of destruction. Although it was only a low-rank earth combat skill, it was still extraordinary. It was not easy for a heavenly core warrior to possess an earth combat skill. Yu Zihan walked up to Jiang Chen, calmed himself down and said, "Brother Jiang is really powerful, you even killed Liang Xiao. In the entire Qi province's younger generation, I'm afraid only one man from the northern and southern dynasties can fight Brother Jiang. I don't take Liang Xiao seriously at all, but the northern and southern dynasties can't be underestimated. This man has a great destiny and Liang Xiao can't compare with him. With my current strength, if I were to fight with the northern and southern dynasties, I would be no match for them." As the once greatest saint in the world, Jiang Chen had a prideful temperament. The fact that he paid so much attention to someone like that was enough to prove how powerful the northern and southern dynasties were. "That's nothing. Brother Jiang's speed of growth is really amazing, and it has reached an unimaginable level. When the duel is held in a year's time, it will be hard to tell who is stronger between you and the northern and southern dynasties," Yu Zihan said. He now admired Jiang Chen from the bottom of his heart. This was the most powerful and abnormal genius he had ever met. The northern and southern dynasties are all geniuses, they are not ordinary people. He has the aura of a king and a man like him will never bow down to anyone, Jiang Chen said. He was a man who could see through people. The northern and southern dynasties were all real geniuses, and they didn't even put the entire Qi province in their eyes. A man like this had the aura of a king and no matter where he went he would be the king. According to Jiang Chen's estimation, the Qi province would sooner or later be in turmoil because of the northern and southern dynasties. Thinking about this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel his blood boiling. With a man like this as his enemy, not only was he not afraid, he felt excited and excited. With such a powerful enemy, he wouldn't feel lonely anymore. "Zihan, what do you think about this Great Destruction technique?" Jiang Chen handed the Great Destruction technique to Yu Zihan. "This belongs to Brother Jiang, I don't dare to accept it." Yu Zihan hurriedly declined. "Just take it. This Great Destruction technique is useless to me, but Liang Xiao was able to rely on this technique to get to where he is now. That means this technique is really amazing. Also, this sword, I'll give it to you as well." Jiang Chen took out the sword he took from Liang Xiao and the Great Destruction technique and handed it to Yu Zihan. Yu Zihan's expression instantly changed. This was too precious. Putting aside the Great Destruction technique, just the high-ranked combat weapon itself was a priceless treasure. Even ordinary Divine Core sect elders in the Black Sect couldn't get their hands on a high-ranked combat weapon. "Brother Jiang, this..." Yu Zihan wanted to decline again, but he was interrupted by Jiang Chen. "Zihan, I'm giving you these things because I treat you as one of my own. As long as you work hard for me in the future, you'll get even more benefits. If you don't accept them, that means you're treating me, Jiang Chen, as an outsider." "Alright, if that's the case, it would be impolite of me to refuse. From now on, as long as Brother Jiang gives the word, I, Yu Zihan, will do anything for you without any hesitation." Yu Zihan immediately accepted the Great Destruction technique and the high-ranked combat sword. He knew Jiang Chen's character, he was a man of his word, and if he didn't accept it, it would make him look like a coward. Besides, what Jiang Chen said was right, this technique and combat weapon were useless to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's methods were much more powerful than this. "Let's go back to the sect," Jiang Chen said. Both men flew up into the sky and flew back to the Black Sect. "Brother Jiang, you've killed Liang Xiao, the Tianjin Gate won't let this go easily," Yu Zihan worriedly said. "So what? It's their misfortune that the Tianjin Gate offended me. I have the blood banner with me now, even if a divine core warrior wants to kill me, it won't be an easy task." Jiang Chen let out a cold snort. His goal was the divine continent. Not to mention the small Qi province, even the entire eastern continent was nothing in his eyes. In his mind, the eastern continent was just a springboard for him, and anyone who tried to stop him would never have a good ending. Yu Zihan gasped. He could sense an unprecedented, overbearing aura from Jiang Chen. This was a man who was on the same level as those in the northern and southern dynasties. With these two men in the Qi province, sooner or later the Qi province would be overturned. Who could have thought that the dark horse who appeared out of nowhere during the Qi province competition would grow to such a level in just a month's time? Zihan didn't dare imagine how strong Jiang Qin would become when the year comes. The Black Sect was in an uproar right now. The news of Jiang Qin killing Lord Blood Moon and eliminating all Blood Devils had spread to the Black Sect, and everyone in the Black Sect knew about it. Everyone was shocked. Jiang Qin had just completed an impossible mission and once again created a miracle. This was an exciting piece of news, but no one felt excited at all. Everyone knew that the Black Sect was going to be turned upside down again. With Jiang Qin's character, once he returned to the Black Sect and found out about Yan Qinyu and Han Yan, no one knew what he would do. In such a short period of time he killed all the Blood Devils and even killed Lord Blood Moon. This Jiang Qin is really incredible. He has now broken through to the Heavenly Core Realm. I wonder how strong he will become. He is a rare monster that only appears once every 10,000 years. Killing all the Blood Devils, this is a top priority mission. Once the sect chief comes out from his secluded cultivation, I'm sure he will reward Jiang Qin with a huge amount of money. After all, this mission is related to the stability of the Qi province, and Jiang Qin's contribution can't go unnoticed. Let's not talk about the reward for now. Yan Qinyu and Han Yan are both severely injured, and we don't even know if they are still alive. With Jiang Qin's character, once he returns he will definitely not let this matter go. That's right, once Jiang Qin hears about his return he will definitely explode, and the Black Sect will once again fall into chaos. Jiang Qin has the credit of killing all the Blood Devils. The sect chief will definitely give him an explanation. But Fan Kuan has a powerful grandfather behind him. This is going to be a tough problem. Everyone were talking about Jiang Qin's triumphant return after killing all the Blood Devils was supposed to be a joyous occasion for the Black Sect. But now, this joyous occasion might turn into a huge problem that would be hard to resolve. On Guishan's mountain peak, Guishan stared at the two men who were lying on the bed. He couldn't help but shake his head and let out a sigh. I've tried my best. I've used up all the herbs I've collected throughout my life and concocted 3 types of pills that can help with the quenching of the source, but that was all I could do to save their lives. Guishan looked like he had aged a few hundred years. During this period of time he had been concocting pills and living in regret every single day. He had no idea how he was going to face Jiang Qin when he returned. Yan Qinyu and Han Yan's injuries were too severe. That day, Yan Qinyu had chosen to cut off her own heart in order to escape from Fan Kuan's torture. Even with Guishan's ability he could only temporarily keep the last thread of life from dying. However, it was impossible for them to wake up. Fan Kuan, Fan Zhongtang, get ready to face Jiang Qin's wrath. Guishan's eyes were about to burst into flames. He was clenching his fists so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. No one knew better than him how frightening Jiang Qin was. Those who went against Jiang Qin would never have a good ending. This was a miraculous young man. Guishan firmly believed in this. Being able to kill Lord Blood Moon was enough to prove Jiang Qin's abilities. At the same time, deep within the inner circle of the Black Sect within Fan Zhongtang's residence. I never expected that guy to be so tough. Not even Lord Blood Moon was able to kill him and he was killed by him. Fan Zhongtang's expression turned cold. Don't worry, Grandpa. It was just an accident that Jiang Qin killed Lord Blood Moon. Jiang Qin is at most an early Heavenly Core warrior now, and Liang Xiao from Tianjian Gate is on his way back to the Black Sect. With Liang Xiao's abilities, even if there were 10 Jiang Qins he still wouldn't be able to survive. I'm sure he won't be able to return to the Black Sect alive. Fan Kuan had a confident expression on his face. An evil smile could be seen on his face. Maybe he didn't know much about Lord Blood Moon, but he did know Liang Xiao. As the #1 genius of Tianjian Gate and one of the 4 most powerful men of the younger generation, killing Jiang Qin was a piece of cake for him. Right when Fan Kuan was certain that Jiang Qin was going to die, 2 figures appeared outside the Black Sect's main gate. Chapter 161. Look, that's Jiang Qin and Yu Zihan from the inner circle. Jiang Qin is back. Heavens, he's back so soon. Something big is going to happen. Something big is going to happen today. Last time only a few outer circle disciples were beaten up, and Jiang Qin caused such a huge commotion. Now Yan Qinyu and Han Yan are still missing, I'm afraid Jiang Chen is going to cause a huge commotion. The Black Sect is going to be in chaos. Jiang Chen has even killed Lord Blood Moon, and his cultivation has improved tremendously. I'm afraid even Fan Kun is no match for him now. Everyone were shocked. Jiang Chen's return was like a huge mountain crashing into the ocean, creating huge waves. Jiang Chen and Yu Zihan were flying in the sky above the Black Sect. Jiang Chen couldn't help but furrow his brows. He felt that the atmosphere in the Black Sect was a bit unusual today, and the uneasy feeling in his heart had become even stronger. Without saying anything, Jiang Chen flew towards his own residence. Yu Zihan also felt the unusual atmosphere, so he followed behind Jiang Chen. Outside Jiang Chen's courtyard there were a few men standing there. The two in front were Wang Yun and Huang Zheng. After being taught by Jiang Chen, Wang Yun had broken through to the early heavenly core realm, and was now an inner circle warrior. Ever since Yan Qinyu and Han Yan were killed, the few of them had been waiting here every day. They believed that Jiang Chen would definitely come back. When they saw Jiang Chen return, the few of them immediately greeted him. What happened? Jiang Chen couldn't help but furrow his brows when he saw the panicked expressions on these men's faces. Normally, when he returned after completing his mission, everyone should be celebrating. Even if these men weren't happy to see him, they shouldn't be frowning. Furthermore, Jiang Chen didn't see Yan Qinyu anywhere. Senior disciple Jiang, something bad has happened. Huang Zheng said with a sobbing tone. Speak. Jiang Chen's face turned cold as he said in a deep voice. His entire body was emitting an aura that no one dared to defy, causing people to be terrified. The hearts of Wang Yun and the rest trembled, and they did not dare to hide anything. After all, this kind of matter was something that could not be hidden. Wang Yun took a deep breath and said, Senior brother Jiang, something happened to senior sister Yan and senior brother Han. Something happened? What happened? Where are they? Jiang Chen's heart trembled. Sure enough, something had happened. It was not without reason that he had been feeling restless these past few days. Senior disciple Jiang, a few days ago Fan Kun tried to violate senior disciple Yan, but senior disciple Yan resisted. She was attacked by Fan Kun and she was severely injured. At the same time, senior disciple Han Yan came out from his secluded cultivation and broke through to the heavenly core realm. He couldn't defeat Fan Kun and he was severely injured as well. Both of them were severely injured and we don't know if they are still alive or not. They were brought away by sect elder Guishan. Not daring to hide anything, Wang Yun recounted everything that happened that day. Senior disciple Jiang, Fan Kun. Before Huang Zheng could finish his words, Jiang Chen had already disappeared from their sight. He was flying towards the direction of Guishan's mountain peak. All of them could see a raging flame burning on Jiang Chen's body. It was the flame of anger. Are Yan Qinyu and Han Yan in danger? Yu Zihan asked with a worried expression. I don't know. I checked senior disciple Yan's pulse that day, and her vital signs are very weak. Senior disciple Han Yan is in a similar situation. Sect elder Guishan is a divine core warrior and he is also a great alchemist. I think he should be able to save their lives. Wang Yun said. Sigh, something big is going to happen. Yu Zihan let out a long sigh. After spending some time with Jiang Chen, he had a thorough understanding of Jiang Chen's character. Jiang Chen would never show any mercy to his enemies. Besides, what Fan Kun did this time had crossed the line with Jiang Chen's bottom line. Even if Sect Chief Daoist Black were here today, he wouldn't be able to resolve this peacefully. Everyone looked at each other. The atmosphere was extremely tense. They all knew Jiang Chen's temper very well, and after what had happened, Jiang Chen wouldn't let this matter rest. On top of Guishan's mountain peak, Jiang Chen appeared with lightning speed. When Guishan saw Jiang Chen, a happy expression emerged on his face. Brother, you're back. Where are they? Jiang Chen's tone was extremely cold. He was worried about Yan Qinyu and Han Yan's safety, so he wasn't in a good mood. Here. Guishan brought Jiang Chen into the room. Jiang Chen walked up to Yan Qinyu and Han Yan. He reached out both of his hands and placed them on their wrists. A stream of energy flowed into their bodies through their arms. In an instant, Jiang Chen's expression changed dramatically. How could this happen? The color of Jiang Chen's eyes changed from a calm look to a faint red color. Both Yan Qinyu and Han Yan's condition was really bad. Both their internal organs had stopped beating, and only a tiny bit of life force was left in the deepest part of their souls. It was simply too difficult to fully awaken their life force. Besides, if it wasn't for Guishan's help, both of them might have died by now. Little Yu is a stubborn girl. She was afraid that Fan Kuan would do something to her, so she cut off her own meridians at the last moment. It's going to be extremely difficult for her to wake up. Han Yen has Gu Tianma's bloodline and power in his body, so he shouldn't have any problems. However, because of the severe injuries he suffered, all of his internal organs have been dislocated. It will be extremely difficult for him to fully recover. Guishan told Jiang Chen about their situation. He didn't even dare look into Jiang Chen's eyes. Good, very good. Guishan, what the fuck are you doing? What did you promise me before I left? Jiang Chen was extremely furious. His body was covered in blazing flames, and the aura of a supreme being that came from the source of his being had turned into an invisible pressure. Under this pressure, even Guishan was forced to take 2 steps back. A frightened expression emerged on his face. At this moment he felt like he wasn't facing a young heavenly core warrior, but a saint. Brother, Guishan failed to protect little Yu and I've failed you. Guishan is willing to die as an apology. Guishan bowed deeply towards Jiang Chen. He had been prepared to face Jiang Chen's anger. Regarding this matter, he didn't explain anything. Sometimes when something was wrong, it was wrong. The consequences had already been seen, and no matter how good an explanation was, it was useless. Then you can go and die. Scram, where are you going to die? Jiang Chen roared at Guishan. No matter what, Guishan had to bear some responsibility for this. He could guess that Guishan must have been influenced by the great soul derivation skill and couldn't help himself. If Guishan had paid more attention, this wouldn't have happened. Guishan accepted Jiang Chen's anger. He stood there without moving, and he didn't choose to die like he said. He still wanted to atone for his mistake. Jiang Chen turned around and looked at Yen Qingyu and Han Yen, who were lying motionless on the bed. Then he said with an indifferent tone, "You should know that little Yu has the 9 yin meridians, and she has been suffering from the cold since she was 6 years old. When I brought her out, I promised her father and I promised myself that I would never let anyone touch a single hair on her. She is the treasure in my heart, my reverse scale, and my bottom line. No one, no matter who, dares to touch her will have to die. Han Yen is the first brother of mine, and he was willing to stand up for little Yu, and he didn't hesitate to give up his own life for her. My brother Jiang Chen, no one can touch him either. You Guishan, I treated you as a brother, but you've disappointed me." "Brother." Guishan's voice was choked with sobs. Jiang Chen's words had made him feel ashamed. Tears were rolling down his cheeks and he wished he could kill Fan Kun right now. "Little Yu, brother Yen, just you wait, I'll avenge you right now, then I'll bring you away from this disgusting place." After saying that, Jiang Chen turned around and walked towards the door. When he walked out of the room, a powerful energy wave burst out from Jiang Chen's body. Roar. Jiang Chen let out a furious roar towards the sky. It sounded like a dragon's roar. His hair stood up on their ends and he was extremely furious. He took a step forward and flew up into the sky, heading towards the depths of the inner circle. Today Jiang Chen had unleashed his fury for the sake of his beloved woman. At this moment, the Black Sect, the Black Mountain, the Mission, Daoist Black, all of them were just bullshit. Right now, there was only hatred in Jiang Chen's heart, a raging flame that could pierce the heavens. Buzz. This was the first time Jiang Chen was really angry since his reincarnation. The anger came from the source of his anger. Under the influence of this anger, the dragon transformation skill started circulating by itself, and a buzzing sound could be heard from within his chi. Jiang Chen's anger had actually stimulated the nature of the dragon transformation skill, causing it to become extremely restless. In an instant, Jiang Chen's entire body was resonating with the dragon transformation skill. This was a state that only happened once in 100 years, and the nature of the dragon transformation skill had changed. Under the influence of the dragon transformation skill, the dragon marks within Jiang Chen's chi started increasing one by one. 1, 2, 5, 10. In the blink of an eye, 20 dragon marks had formed within Jiang Chen's chi, making it a total of 170 dragon marks. As Jiang Chen's anger continued to burn, more and more dragon marks were forming. Jiang Chen was in a completely furious state. He didn't even notice that the dragon marks in his chi had increased drastically. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Fan Kun. Rumble. Every time Zhang Chen took a step forward, the air would tremble and the ground would tremble. Fan Kun, get your ass out here. Jiang Chen's anger soared into the sky, and his powerful energy shook the entire black sect. Everyone started rushing towards him, even the outer circle disciples. At this moment, everyone in the black sect could feel Jiang Chen's anger that could burn the sky. Oh heavens, Jiang Chen is really angry. Such a powerful anger. What a powerful energy. I feel like he is a god of war. This is too frightening. His energy is still increasing, and it seems like there are shadows of dragons flashing around his body. Looking at him, I'm afraid only the sect chief can solve this problem today. Even if the sect chief comes, he will have to give Jiang Chen an explanation. This time is different from the last time. We don't even know if Yan Qinyu and Han Yan are still alive, and Jiang Chen has just returned from killing Lord Blood Moon. His energy is at its peak. How can he let this matter go? Chapter 162. Waves of energy swept across the sky, and flames of fury danced in the air. Jiang Chen had transformed into a mighty god of war, and he walked step by step towards the inner circle. A dragon had a reverse scale, and touching it would result in death. A dragon had a divine aura, and it was inviolable. Yan Qinyu and Han Yan were Jiang Chen's reverse scale. The fury of a dragon could overturn the seas and rivers, destroy the heavens and destroy everything. Jiang Chen's fury was still rising. His eyes had turned blood red, and with every step he took, his energy would become stronger. Within his chi, more and more dragon marks were forming. 180 dragon marks, 190 dragon marks, 200 dragon marks. Roar. Jiang Chen let out a furious roar towards the sky. Sounds of firecrackers could be heard coming out from his body. It sounded like countless stars were shattering at the same time. Countless dragon marks emerged and surrounded Jiang Chen. It was an extremely mystical scene. Energy was rolling around like an ocean, and the entire black sect was shaking violently. Right at this moment, under the transformation of the dragon transformation skill, Jiang Chen had broken through the barrier and broken through to the mid-heavenly core realm. Oh heavens, his energy is so strong. In just a few breaths' time he has broken through to the next stage. This is terrifying. This is the result of a heart attack caused by fury. Jiang Chen has turned his fury into energy, and unknowingly he has broken through to the mid-heavenly core realm. Everyone were shocked. Yu Zihan had an infatuated look in his eyes. He knew that today the black sect would lose a peerless genius like Jiang Chen, and this was an immeasurable loss. Brother Jiang has shocked the entire history. He is a rare genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. It will be a blessing for the black sect to have him, but if we lose him it will be a great loss. Yu Zihan sighed and shook his head. With his understanding of Jiang Chen from today onwards, Jiang Chen would definitely not stay in the black sect. Bang bang bang. The energy waves that were unleashed from Jiang Chen's body were like a tsunami, one layer after another, each stronger than the previous. Jiang Chen's energy was rising rapidly. Within his body, the human elixir was burning like it was free, and in the blink of an eye 50,000 dragon marks were being formed. 210, 220, this was a rare opportunity. Jiang Chen's fury had stimulated the true meaning of the dragon transformation skill. Under the influence of the skill, Jiang Chen had experienced an unimaginable transformation. The true meaning of the dragon transformation art was to transform into a dragon. A dragon was a divine beast of the heavens and earth, the king of all beasts, a supreme existence. The rage of a dragon could burn the heavens and earth, and the dignity of a dragon could not be violated. Once it was provoked, it had to be destroyed. The true meaning of the dragon transformation skill was to transform into a dragon. If he couldn't kill Fan Kun today, he would suffer a backlash from the dragon transformation skill, and from then on he would never be able to obtain the recognition of the dragon transformation skill. Besides, Jiang Chen had to kill Fan Kun today. If he couldn't, he would suffer a backlash from the dragon transformation skill, and from then on he would never be able to obtain the recognition of the dragon transformation skill. This was a peerless skill. Only those who possessed the domineering aura of the heavens and earth were qualified to cultivate it, and only those who possessed the courage to slaughter were qualified to cultivate it. Every dragon had a reverse scale and those who touched it would die. Right now, Xianxia was like a real dragon whose reverse scale had been cruelly torn off by someone. He had to kill the person who tore off his reverse scale. Only by killing that person would he be able to form a perfect fusion with the dragon transformation skill. Fan Kun, come out. Come out. Come out. Jiang Chen's voice shook the skies, and his voice echoed throughout the entire Black Mountain. Many Inner Circle disciples who had just rushed out immediately turned pale when they sensed Jiang Chen's energy. They quickly moved to the side, afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire. Right at this moment, an Inner Circle disciple flew up. He had a handsome face and he was a late Heavenly Core warrior. He had some responsibilities in the Inner Circle, and he usually helped the sect elders deal with the Inner Circle affairs. Junior Disciple Jiang, we need to think about this carefully, don't act recklessly. This man was used to being a busybody in the Inner Circle and he didn't know how to react. What good would it do to offend Jiang Chen at this moment? Get lost. Jiang Chen shouted out loudly. This shout carried the power of an eagle's cry, and the powerful sound wave covered the Inner Circle disciple. Arg! The Inner Circle disciple let out a shrill scream. His body was covered in wounds caused by the sound wave, and in the blink of an eye he had turned into a bloody man. He fell down from the sky and died on the spot. Those who stand in my way will die. Jiang Chen was like an enraged devil king. In his eyes all living beings were nothing but dogs. Anyone who stood in his way would only have one ending, and that was the might of a dragon. Heavens, this is terrifying. He killed a late Heavenly Core warrior with just a roar. How strong is he? This is huge, this is going to be huge. Everyone, don't get close to Jiang Chen right now, he is in a state of extreme rage, whoever dares to offend him will die. This is terrifying, he really is a peerless devil king. He will kill anyone who stands in his way. I wonder how Fan Kun is going to deal with this. Everyone were terrified. Jiang Chen was too frightening. The disciple could be said to have died unjustly, but no one felt sorry for him. Even under such circumstances he still dared to fight back. He was just an idiot, he was just courting death. Behind them, Guishan was following from afar. His eyes looked gloomy. He had made up his mind today he would fight alongside Jiang Chen. Even if he had to risk his life he would avenge Jiang Chen. Fan Kun, come out and face your death. Jiang Chen's voice was like a huge bell that shook the entire Black Mountain. Within his body the number of dragon marks had reached 250. Furthermore, along with the dragon transformation skill circulating at high speed, a golden flame was slowly leaking out from Jiang Chen's body. This flame appeared in a very strange way, as if it had appeared out of nowhere. Jiang Chen's expression changed and a strange message appeared in his mind. True Dragon Flame. That's right, this golden flame was the true dragon flame. The true dragon flame was the source flame of a dragon, and it was comparable to the cleansing flame of the heavens and earth. It was not something any ordinary beast flame could compare with. Right when the true dragon flame appeared, the flaming tiger's flame within Jiang Chen's body was immediately devoured. Today Jiang Chen's entire body was covered with flames of anger. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill and avenge his enemies. Because of this, the dragon transformation skill had evolved and awakened the true dragon flame. However, the awakening of the true dragon flame was far from over. When Jiang Chen's entire body was covered with the true dragon flame, the number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body had increased to 280. Right at this moment, another message appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. That's right, this was a combat skill exclusive to dragons, a powerful innate ability. When this strange message appeared in Jiang Chen's mind, Jiang Chen didn't even need to think about it or cultivate it. It was as if this innate ability had already been deeply rooted in his body, and he could immediately unleash it. Crack! Jiang Chen's palm trembled. On his palm, pieces of blood-red dragon scales started forming. They were real dragon scales and each of them was as hard as diamond. Right at this moment Jiang Chen felt like he had never felt so powerful before. It was an indescribable feeling. When Zhou Xian was about to reach the inner circle, he had already formed 300 dragon marks in his body. With his current combat strength and condition, he could easily kill any heavenly core warrior with a single blow. With the true dragon palm and the true dragon flame, even an ordinary early divine core warrior would be killed by him. If he also had the blood banner, he could even fight a mid-divine core warrior. This was really frightening. It had reached a heaven-defying level. Look, Zhou Qian's energy is getting stronger and stronger. Look at his hand, it's changing. What is that thing? It looks like a dragon scale. Oh heavens, the skill he is cultivating can actually evolve into a dragon. This is really frightening. Dragons are the legendary gods, the true kings of all beasts. Since the ancient times, there hasn't been a true dragon in the Saint Origin realm. Everyone were terrified, even Guishan and Yu Zihan couldn't keep their calm anymore, especially Yu Zihan. He had followed Zhou Qian back to the inner circle, and he had witnessed how frightening Zhou Qian was. But right now Zhou Qian was at least 10 times stronger than when he first came back, and the aura he unleashed was enough to suffocate anyone who looked at him. Deep within the inner circle, Fan Kun couldn't sit still any longer. His expression changed dramatically and he panicked. "Grandpa, what should we do now? That Liang Xiao didn't kill Zhou Qian, he just let him come back." "Don't worry, Grandpa is the acting sect chief now, I can make all the decisions. If Zhou Qian goes too far, I can kill him myself. With Grandpa here, you will be safe and sound." Fan Zhongtang let out a cold snort. He was a mid-divine core warrior, that's why he didn't take Zhou Qian seriously. Bam bam bam, Zhou Qian continued walking deeper into the inner circle. Every step he took would cause the air to tremble and the mountains to crack. All the inner circle disciples stood far away from him, not daring to get any closer. "Zhou Qian, this is the inner circle, don't be presumptuous." Right at this moment, a deep voice sounded out. Two figures appeared in front of Zhou Qian, blocking his path. They were two old men and both of them had powerful auras. Both of them were early divine core warriors. An inner circle sect elder is here to stop him. I wonder how Zhou Qian is going to deal with this. Let's wait and see. Zhou Qian won't give up so easily. But since a divine core warrior is here, I'm sure he won't be able to deal with it. Everyone was terrified, the situation was getting out of hand. Even an inner circle sect elder had appeared, but no one knew what to do. "Zhou Qian, although you've broken through to the heavenly core realm, you're still not an official inner circle disciple. You can't behave atrociously in the inner circle." The other old man shouted out loudly. Zhou Qian sneered. He knew these two men were sent here by Fan Zhongtang to stop him. "Ah, you two old bastards better stay far away from me. Look at what this is." Zhou Qian let out a loud laugh. He flipped his palm and took out a head. "Look carefully, this is the head of Lord Blood Moon. I've done a great deed by killing all these blood devils, and now I'm going to use this merit in exchange for Fan Kun's life. Anyone who tries to stop me will die, and you two are no exception. Get lost." Chapter 163. Wild, domineering and extremely arrogant. He didn't even put the divine core sect elders in his eyes. In the entire black sect, perhaps only Zhou Qian had such courage and boldness. It's the head of Lord Blood Moon. Zhou Qian has killed Lord Blood Moon and all the blood devils in Yellowstone. He has completed an impossible mission. For the entire Qi province, he has done a great deed. Lord Blood Moon's head is in our hands. It's definitely a great deed. Right now, Zhou Qian only wants to kill Fan Kun. Anyone who tries to stop him will be his enemy. Fan Kun deserves to die. He took advantage of Zhou Qian's absence and attacked Yan Qinyu and Han Yan. What he did has violated the rules of the Black Sect. It's just that the sect chief is in secluded cultivation, and his grandfather is the acting sect chief. That's why Fan Kun can do whatever he wants. Everyone were shocked. Zhou Qian was too domineering. Even when facing two divine core sect elders, he didn't show any signs of backing down. He was holding the head of Lord Blood Moon in his hand, and this was a great deed. Even if the sect chief were here, he would still give Zhou Qian a great reward. A great deed like this was enough for Zhou Qian to ask for anything. The expressions of the two divine core sect elders changed slightly. Zhou Qian had taken out Lord Blood Moon's head. It was a great deed, and it seemed like they couldn't stop him. However, they were ordered by Fan Zhongtang and they were inner circle sect elders. If they just backed down like this, it would be too shameful. Jiangchen, calm down first. You've killed all the blood devils in Lord Blood Moon. This is a great deed that no one can compare to. Once the sect chief comes out from his secluded cultivation, he will definitely reward you handsomely. As for the grudge between you and Fan Kuan, I'm sure the sect chief will give you an explanation when he comes out from his secluded cultivation. One of the sect elders said. Haha, what bullshit reward. Daddy doesn't care about it. Jiangchen let out a hysterical laugh, and with a wave of his origin power he directly shattered Lord Blood Moon's head. Jiangchen was enraged. His black hair stood on end, and his fists were clenched so tightly that cracking sounds could be heard. A cold light flickered in his eyes, and his entire pupils had turned blood red. He was like a bloodthirsty primordial beast that was on the verge of going berserk. I've said it before, I'll kill whoever gets in my way. You two old farts, go and die together. Jiangchen went berserk to the extreme, his big hand grabbed the air towards an elder, and displayed the newly awakened true dragon palm. Rumble. A loud boom rang out in the air, and a blood-red dragon claw the size of a house suddenly descended from the sky. The true dragon palm directly locked onto the old man's aura and fiercely clawed down. Daring to attack an elder, this is a great disrespect. Jiangchen, you are courting death. The elder was also furious. He waved his hand and shot out a resplendent brilliance towards Jiangchen's dragon claw. Rumble. The true dragon palm was a true dragon combat skill. It wasn't something that could be easily dealt with. Besides, Jiangchen now had 300 dragon marks. He could easily unleash a force of 5 million kilograms. Ordinary divine core warriors wouldn't be able to withstand it. The true dragon palm smashed down with tremendous force, shattering the attack unleashed by the old man. The gigantic dragon claw grabbed onto the old man. Jiangchen, how dare you attack me? The elder's expression changed. He never expected Jiangchen to be so powerful, and he, a divine core warrior, was no match for him. True dragon flame, burn for me. Jiangchen didn't give him any chance to escape from the dragon claw. In an instant, the blood-red dragon claw was engulfed by a sea of flames. The intense flames pierced through the old man's body like an awl, tearing his body apart. This was the true dragon flames, the king of myriad bestial flames. Now that it was unleashed by Jiangchen together with the true dragon palm, it wasn't something that anyone could withstand. Furthermore, the old man was severely injured and he had underestimated Jiangchen. Furthermore, he was certain that Jiangchen wouldn't dare kill him. That's why he was trapped by the true dragon flames. If not, with his divine core cultivation base, even if he couldn't defeat Jiangchen, he wouldn't have fallen into Jiangchen's hands so easily. A miserable shriek resounded throughout the entire Black Mountain range. In just 3 breaths of time, the old man's shriek disappeared. Under the burning of the true dragon flames, the old man was burned into ashes. Not even a single strand of his hair was left. Swoosh, this scene had frightened everyone. Right at this moment, everyone had their eyes wide open, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. A divine core inner circle elder had been killed by Jiangchen in such a simple manner. If they didn't witness this with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it even if they were beaten to death. Oh heavens, what kind of flame is that? It's so terrifying. An early divine core warrior was burned to ashes in just an instant. Guys, look at the combat skill Jiangchen used. It's a gigantic dragon claw covered in dragon scales, and it's emitting a mighty pressure. It's really frightening. Also, that frightening flame, it's as if it can burn anything under the heavens. How long has it been since he joined the Black Sect? It's been at most a month, but now he can kill a divine core sect elder. Everyone thought he would definitely lose the 1-year war with the northern and southern dynasties, but looking at it now, it's hard to say who will win. More importantly, he actually killed a divine core sect elder. This is unbelievable. That was a divine core sect elder. In the history of the Black Sect, no disciple has ever killed a divine core sect elder. Jiangchen is the first one. This shows how much he hates Fan Kuan. He swore he wouldn't stop until he killed Fan Kuan today. Everyone were shocked. Jiangchen had even killed a divine core sect elder. He had killed 2 men in a row, an inner circle disciple and an inner circle sect elder. This clearly showed how determined he was to kill Fan Kun. Zhang Chen, how dare you kill a sect elder? This is outrageous. Another divine core sect elder was so angry that his body was trembling. He pointed his finger at Zhang Chen and shouted out loudly. However, everyone could hear the trembling in his voice. Obviously, he didn't have enough energy to speak. Zhang Chen was swift and decisive, and he was ruthless. He had killed a divine core sect elder with ease, and this had left a shadow in his heart that he couldn't get rid of. Get the hell out of here if you don't want to die. Zhang Chen glanced at the sect elder Leng Leng. The sect elder's heart trembled and he couldn't help but take 2 steps back. This man was really frightening. What an eye-opener for me today. Yu Zihan took a deep breath. He couldn't describe what he was feeling right now. Jiang Chen's growth was really unbearable. Good brother. Guishan had an excited expression on his face. Jiang Chen's performance today had gone far beyond his imagination. He had never seen anyone who could grow to such a level in such a short amount of time. It was like a sudden clap of thunder. Fan Kun, come out and face your death. Jiang Chen took another step forward. His voice was loud and clear and it resounded throughout the skies. He walked past the sect elder, completely ignoring him. Although the sect elder was furious, he didn't dare step forward and stop Jiang Chen. He had no doubt that if he tried to stop Jiang Chen, he would end up like the sect elder just now. Pressing forward with an unstoppable force. The dragon transformation skill's transformation had ended, and it had brought Jiang Chen huge benefits. 300 dragon marks, the true dragon flames, the true dragon palm, all of these were unimaginable gains. Now as long as Jiang Chen could overcome all the obstacles and kill Fan Kun, he would be able to completely merge with the dragon transformation skill. Up until now, no one dared to stop Jiang Chen anymore. This man was unstoppable, and only a mid-divine core sect elder or above could stop Jiang Chen. Right at this moment, a cold snort sounded out from deep within the inner circle. After that, 2 men flew out from the inner circle. They were Fan Zhongtang and Fan Kun. Fan Zhongtang had a cruel expression on his face, and his gaze was like a poisonous snake as he stared at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, how dare you kill an inner circle sect elder? This is a heinous crime, and as the acting sect chief I'm going to kill you. Fan Zhongtang said in a righteous manner. Zoosh. A man appeared next to Jiang Chen. It was Guishan. When Guishan saw the sudden appearance of the grandfather and grandson, he immediately recalled what happened that day and he became extremely furious. Fan Zhongtang, Fan Kun made a huge mistake and Jiang Chen just wants justice. If you're the acting sect chief, you should be fair and let Jiang Chen and Fan Kun fight on the deathmatch stage. Life and death are determined by fate, wealth and honor are determined by the heavens. Guishan said in a righteous manner. Hearing what Guishan said, the others nodded their heads in agreement. They had to admit that this was a fair solution. Of course, everyone knew that Fan Zhongtang would never agree with Guishan's suggestion. Letting Fan Kun and Jiang Chen fight a deathmatch was no different than sending Fan Kun to his death. Jiang Chen could even kill a divine core warrior, and Fan Kun was just too weak in front of him. Killing a sect elder is a crime punishable by death. It can't be compared. Fan Zhongtang Leng said. Guishan wanted to say something else, but Jiang Chen waved his hand and interrupted him. Jiang Chen didn't want to argue with him. He wanted to kill Fan Kun today and no one could stop him. You grandfather and grandson have framed me multiple times trying to kill me. This time when I was killing all the blood devils in Yellowstone, you even informed Liang Shao from the Tianjin Gate and asked him to kill me on the way back. Too bad you don't understand what I, Jiang Chen, am capable of. Someone like Liang Shao wants to kill me? After saying that, Jiang Chen took out a human head from his storage ring. When the crowd saw the human head, they immediately burst into an uproar. It really is Liang Shao. Jiang Chen killed Liang Shao from the Tianjin Gate. Heavens, this is so frightening. All 4 geniuses of the Qi province have fallen. But Jiang Chen can even kill a divine core warrior now, so killing Liang Shao isn't a big deal for him. If what Jiang Chen said is true, then Fan Kun and his grandson have really crossed the line. They are just traitors. Everyone had recognized Liang Shao. Even Fan Zhongtang and Fan Kun's expressions changed. They had never thought that Xianxia would be killed by Zhou Xian. All the plans they had set up beforehand had been destroyed by Zhou Xian. Fan Kun, you killed Yanqin Yu and Han Yan. You have created a deep hatred between us. Today I will kill you. Zhou Xian threw his glance at Fan Kun. Chapter 164. Zhou Xian forcefully tossed Liang Zhao's head into the air, then it turned into a beam of light and flew towards the Fan family's grandfather and grandson. When the head got close to the grandfather and grandson, it exploded and turned into a blood mist. Fan Kun's face turned pale and he no longer had the arrogant look he used to have. Even Liang Xiao was killed by Zhou Xian, so if he were to fight Zhou Xian he would definitely die. There was no way he could survive. Right at this moment Fan Kun had truly become a tortoise, and all he could do was hide behind his grandfather's back. Even so, when facing Zhou Xian, who was as ferocious as a dragon, he was still scared. He had no doubt that as long as he took a step forward, Zhou Xian would tear him into pieces. Presumptuous! Fan Zhongtang shouted out loudly. Anger could be seen on his face. Zhou Xian's actions were an insult to him. No matter what, he was a respectable sect elder and also the acting sect chief. But now he was being humiliated in front of all the disciples of the Black Sect. How could he still have any face left? Ha! Zhou Xian let out a wild laugh. He was using his actions to tell Fan Zhongtang that there was something even more presumptuous than this. In an overbearing manner, Zhou Xian looked like a god of war descending from the heavens. Once again he unleashed the true dragon palm toward Fan Kun. How dare you! Fan Zhongtang was extremely furious. He waved his sleeve and unleashed a bright beam. The beam was extremely powerful. It contained the attack of a mid-divine core warrior. It collided with the true dragon palm, producing a loud explosion that shook the heavens and earth. Tap tap tap. Fan Zhongtang was a mid-divine core warrior after all. He was much stronger than that early divine core sect elder. The attack had pushed Zhou Xian a few steps back. Of course it was just a slight push. Fan Zhongtang's attack didn't even harm a single hair on Zhou Xian's body. Zhou Xian, you're a traitor, you have no respect for your seniors, you killed our sect elders, you've been doing whatever you want, you've never taken the Black Sect seriously. Today I, the acting sect chief, will kill you. Fan Zhongtang's killing intent soared to the heavens. His face was filled with a malevolent smile. He wanted to take advantage of this great opportunity to kill Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian had killed inner sect disciples and elders, giving Fan Zhongtang a very good excuse. Fan Zhongtang took a step forward, arriving in front of Zhou Xian. His robes fluttered in the wind and his entire body was filled with killing intent. He struck out with his palm and the golden palm transformed into a cage, pouncing towards Zhou Xian. Fan Zhongtang, you dare? Guishan let out a loud shout, his body flashed and appeared in front of Zhou Xian, blocking Fan Zhongtang's attack. His yuan energy surged and he pushed both of his palms forward, unleashing a bright light that collided with Fan Zhongtang's attack. Bang! A fight between two divine core warriors. Just the impact alone was beyond anyone's imagination. Two great warriors, one of them was determined to kill, and the other was filled with regret and hatred. Both of them had unleashed their ultimate attacks. Bam! Although Guishan was the #1 alchemist in the Black Sect, he was only an early divine core warrior. He was no match for Fan Zhongtang, and he was instantly sent flying away by Fan Zhongtang's palm. Zhou Xian reacted quickly. With a sway of his body, he arrived behind Guishan, then he stretched out his hand and grabbed Guishan's body. Brother. Guishan stared at Zhou Xian, then he wiped the blood from his mouth with his hand. Let me handle this, you don't have to interfere. Zhou Xian said to Leng Leng. After that he took a step forward and arrived in front of Fan Zhongtang. Fan Zhongtang, I'm going to kill Fan Kun today, and there's nothing you can do to stop me. Damn it, there are hundreds of thousands of souls in that blood banner. If Zhou Xian unleashes all of them due to his anger, the entire Black Sect will turn into hell. Everyone were shocked, even Guishan was shocked. Who would have thought that Zhou Xian would use a magical weapon like the blood banner at the last moment? Bang! The blood banner and Fan Zhongtong's dark gold shield collided with each other. Dark mists and devilish energies filled the air, and the huge blood banner kept vibrating. It turned into a huge black mouth trying to suck Fan Zhongtong into it. Bang! Fan Zhongtong let out a loud shout and unleashed 2 runes, blocking the suction force from the blood banner. He was pushed back dozens of meters and a serious expression could finally be seen on his face. This was the blood banner that could make anyone tremble in fear. It was an item that had caused a huge storm in the Qi province, and even Fan Zhongtong had to be afraid of it. The blood banner was in Zhou Qian's hands. Zhou Qian wasn't a demonic cultivator, and if Blood Moon Shaman was the one controlling the blood banner, he would have been devoured by it. The cries of ghosts and howls of wolves could be heard. The chilly wind was blowing and even the sky had changed colors. Zhou Qian held the blood banner with one hand, and he looked like a peerless devil. Zhou Qian, how could you use such an evil weapon like the blood banner? You're insane. Fan Zhongtong scolded with a loud voice. You've killed my lover and my brother. Zhou Qian will definitely kill you. Not to mention this blood banner, even if I have to use the most vicious methods in the world, I'll still kill Fan Kun today and no one can stop me. Don't bullshit about your so-called righteous morals and don't tell Daddy about the Black Sect's rules. Believe it or not, I'll release all those ferocious souls and turn the Black Sect into hell. Zhou Qian let out a wild laugh. He had completely transformed into a peerless madman. This was the unyielding nature of a man. If a man couldn't even protect his lover and brother, then what kind of man would he be? If he couldn't avenge this, then what kind of man would he be? Zhou Qian's words caused everyone's expressions to change. No one dared doubt the authenticity of Zhou Qian's words. With Zhou Qian's unyielding nature and his unbridled courage, it was highly possible that he would release all those ferocious souls from the blood banner. If he really did release them, although it wouldn't cause a complete disaster to the Black Sect, it would definitely cause a huge loss. Besides, if all those ferocious souls were able to escape, even if they could only survive for a short period of time after being released from the blood banner, with such a huge number of ferocious souls, it would still be more than enough to destroy a huge area. How dare you? Fan Zhongtong's expression changed as well. He had never seen such a ferocious man. It's not up to you to decide whether I dare or not. I'm going to kill Fan Kun today, and I'd like to see if you have the ability to stop me. After saying that, Zhou Qian shook the blood banner once again. Hundreds of ferocious souls were released from the banner. These ferocious souls were ferocious and they leapt towards Fan Zhongtong. After that, the blood banner was pushed forward as well. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. At the same time Zhou Qian unleashed the 9 phantom wolves. At this moment there were 9 Zhou Qian's 9 blood banners and all those ferocious souls. Even Fan Zhongtong was dazzled by this and he couldn't tell which one was real and which one was fake. Not good. Fan Zhongtong was surrounded by the ferocious souls and 9 Zhou Qians. He had a bad feeling about this, but it was too late. Break for me. Fan Zhongtang let out a furious roar. A shining golden blade appeared in his hand. He unleashed all his abilities and killed hundreds of ferocious souls in just a blink of an eye. At the same time he shattered all of Zhou Qian's phantoms. At the same time, Zhou Qian's real body had already arrived in front of Fan Kun. A blood-red dragon claw transformed into a sturdy cage and tightly restrained Fan Kun. Only then did Fan Kun wake up. He realized that he had fallen into Zhou Qian's hands. He was so scared that his soul almost left his body. Cold sweat dripped down his back. He tried his best to resist, trying to break free from Zhou Qian's dragon claw. However, to his horror he realized that he was so weak in front of Zhou Qian. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move the dragon claw at all. "Grandpa, save me!" Fan Kun shouted. He was scared. He could already feel the aura of death looming over him. This feeling was something he had never felt before. "Zhou Qian, let go of my grandson." Fan Zhongtong's expression changed. He had underestimated Zhou Qian's abilities. Even under his heavy protection, Fan Kun was still being controlled. In this situation with Zhou Qian's killing intent, how could Fan Kun survive? Chapter 165. Jiang Chen's performance was really frightening. It made everyone in the Black Sect feel like they were suffocating. With just a mid-heavenly core cultivation base, he had forcefully broken through the defense of a mid-divine core warrior and controlled Fan Kun. Such a heaven-defying ability, if they didn't witness it with their own eyes, no one would believe it. In this world, perhaps only Jiang Chen could do this. Is he really just a mid-heavenly core warrior? How can a heavenly core warrior be so frightening? The skills he cultivates, the combat skills and the weapons he has, they are all beyond what a heavenly core warrior can possess. It's really frightening to be enemies with a man like him. Fan Kun is going to die for sure. With his current situation, let alone his grandfather, even the sect chief wouldn't be able to save him. He deserves it. If he didn't target Jiang Chen first, if he didn't take advantage of Jiang Chen's absence to attack Yan Chenyu, he wouldn't have ended up like this. No matter how powerful he is in the Black Sect and how he can do whatever he wants, there are still some people who can't be messed with. Everyone were terrified. All eyes were on Fan Kun, who was being controlled by Jiang Chen. When they saw the frightened expression on Fan Kun's face and his trembling body, they couldn't help but feel pity for him. Of course, it was only pity. No one thought it was inappropriate for Jiang Chen to kill Fan Kun. There was a saying, an eye for an eye, an eye for an eye. Fan Kun only had himself to blame for what he had done. Jiang Chen completely ignored Fan Zhongtang's anger. He stared at Fan Kun, and with just a glance, Fan Kun felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. It was a gaze of judgment, as if he could kill Fan Kun with just a single glance. Grandpa. Fan Kun's voice was trembling. Right at this moment, everyone could see the fear on his face, the fear he had never felt before. No one was not afraid of death, especially when it came. Jiang Chen, let's talk this out. Let Fan Kun go first. Fan Zhongtang's tone softened. Now that his grandson had become a fish on the chopping block, he had no choice but to soften his stance. Let him go? Jiang Chen looked at Fan Zhongtang as if he was looking at an idiot, and then burst into laughter. Fan Zhongtang, have you really gone senile, or have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? It is impossible for me to let him go, but I can give Fan Kun 2 ways to die. The first way, I will put him into the blood banner and let 100,000 evil spirits tear him apart. The second way, I will use fire to burn him until he turns into ashes. Fan Kun, choose one. Jiang Chen sneered as he looked at Fan Kun. Fan Kun almost fainted when he heard Jiang Chen's words. Let alone Fan Kun, even those who were watching the fight from the Black Sect were trembling in fear. Besides, no one doubted the authenticity of Jiang Chen's words. If he could do both of them, then Jiang Chen would definitely do it. However, these 2 ways of dying were too cruel. Putting one into the blood demon banner and enduring the bites of 100,000 ferocious spirits, that feeling of slowly dying under endless fear and pain, was not as satisfying as being killed with a saber. As for the second way, Jiang Chen had already used it, and the crowd had witnessed Jiang Chen's flames. Not long ago he had burned an early Divine Core Sect elder to ashes. Even a Divine Core Sect elder was burned to ashes, let alone Fan Kun. Jiang Chen, how dare you? Fan Zhongtang was furious. Ugh. Too bad Fan Zhongtang's threat was useless against Jiang Chen. Before he could finish his words, Fan Kun's miserable shriek resounded throughout the entire Black Sect. Many people could see golden flames coming out from the dragon claw. The flames were like a parasite and they were drilling into Fan Kun's body. In the blink of an eye, Fan Kun was completely engulfed by the sea of flames. Ugh! The miserable shriek didn't sound like it was coming from a human, and it sent chills down the spines of those who heard it. Jiang Chen was obviously controlling the temperature of the flames on purpose. He didn't want Fan Kun to die so easily. Countless people gasped. They couldn't imagine what kind of pain Fan Kun was suffering right now, but from the miserable shriek, they could tell that Fan Kun wasn't feeling well. This was an extremely cruel torture, using flames to burn someone to death bit by bit. Jiang Chen had purposely controlled the temperature of the flames to the point where Fan Kun couldn't bear it, and then slowly burn him to death. With this method of burning, Fan Kun wouldn't lose his sense of pain until he was burned to ashes. This was Jiang Chen's method. He had to settle the score with Yan Chenyu and Han Yan, and he had to make Fan Kun pay 10 times the price and suffer 100 times the pain. Arg. Bastard. Fan Zhongtang's pupils dilated and he let out a furious roar. Watching his own grandson being burned alive, the feeling and the anger he felt was something that no one could imagine or understand. Bang! Fan Zhongtang was really angry now. The golden blade in his hand produced a buzzing sound as he swung it toward Jiang Chen. The gigantic golden blade flew across the sky and transformed into a 300-meter-long golden blade beam. It was bright and dazzling and its attack was incredibly powerful. This attack contained the full force of a mid-divine core warrior. It was incredibly powerful. Fan Zhongtang could tell that his grandson was beyond saving. Now that he was in Jiang Chen's hands, Fan Kun was going to die for sure. Bearing the pain of losing his grandson, the only thing Fan Zhongtang could do was kill the murderer, and make Jiang Chen pay for Fan Kun's life. Right at this moment, everyone held their breaths. A full-force attack from a mid-divine core warrior, not many people could withstand it. Facing such a powerful attack, Jiang Chen's expression didn't change. He raised his head slightly and a sneer emerged on his face. "Old dog, I wonder how you'll feel when I ask you to kill your grandson with your own hands." Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Right when the golden blade beam was about to reach him, Jiang Chen suddenly retracted the true dragon flames. Then he casually threw Fan Kun, who was burnt beyond recognition, away. No. Fan Kun's eyes were filled with fear and he let out his last miserable scream. Jiang Chen threw him away, sending him flying toward the golden blade beam unleashed by Fan Zhongtang. Flash. Blood splashed all over the place and Fan Kun's miserable screams stopped abruptly. His body was sliced in half by the golden blade beam and he fell down from the sky. The golden blade beam didn't stop after killing Fan Kun. It continued flying toward Jiang Chen. However, Jiang Chen was prepared for it, and with the help of Fan Kun's defense, Jiang Chen unleashed a pair of blood-red wings from his back. With the help of the dimensional shift, Jiang Chen dodged Fan Zhongtang's attack with lightning speed. As for the shockwaves unleashed by the golden blade beam, they couldn't cause any harm to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, you little bastard!" Fan Zhongtang roared out. He felt like he was going crazy and his body was violently trembling. He had killed his own grandson with his own hands. Although Fan Zhongtang knew that his grandson wouldn't be able to escape today, it was a completely different feeling for his grandson to die in the hands of others and to die in his own hands. To Fan Zhongtang it was a completely different feeling. Old dog Fan, you're worse than a beast. You even killed your own grandson. You're such a lunatic and you still keep saying that you're an evil man? Pooey. Jiang Chen laughed out loud and didn't forget to ridicule Fan Zhongtang. This is too scary. This man's schemes are too deep. Fan Kun's death is the cruelest and most humiliating way to die. Jiang Chen is extremely shrewd and he has a lot of battle experience. Today he wanted to take revenge on Fan Kun and his grandson. Now he used some tricks to make Fan Kun die by his own grandfather's hands. In this way not only did Jiang Chen kill Fan Kun and avenge Yan Chen Yu and Han Yan, he also left a deep scar in Fan Zhongtang's heart that will never be erased. Yeah, the difference between Fan Kun dying by Jiang Chen's hands and Fan Zhongtang's hands is too big. If Jiang Chen killed Fan Kun with his own hands, Fan Zhongtang would at most be enraged and want to kill Jiang Chen to avenge his grandson. However, Jiang Chen used a borrowed knife to kill Fan Zhongtang, and made Fan Zhongtang kill his grandson with his own hands. This will definitely leave a shadow in Fan Zhongtang's heart. Scary. We can't afford to offend such a person. Everyone were shocked, from the elders to the disciples. All of them were sighing. The way they looked at Jiang Chen was like they were looking at a little devil king. The consequences of offending a man like him were unimaginable. His revenge wasn't something that ordinary people could withstand. Kun. Fan Zhongtang looked at Fan Kun's broken body that fell to the ground and he roared even louder. Suddenly he raised his head and his eyes fell on Jiang Chen like a venomous snake. Jiang Chen, you and I are irreconcilable. Today I will let you accompany my grandson in death. Fan Zhongtang's anger soared to the sky, and the golden blade in his hand transformed into countless golden blade lights. The blade lights interweaved into a huge net, and it flew towards Jiang Chen. Right at that moment, a massive illusory hand descended from the skies. As soon as the massive hand struck out, it instantly shattered Fan Zhongtang's golden net of sabers into smithereens. A mighty warrior had attacked. The crowd were shocked once again, but Xianxia didn't mind it at all. He didn't even need to guess to know who it was. In the entire black sect, there weren't many people who could shatter Fan Zhongtang's full-force attack with just a single strike. Stop! A cold shout sounded out. After that, a man wearing a Daoist robe appeared in the skies, standing between Fan Zhongtang and Xianxia. Behind him, a few divine core sect elders appeared. These were the top echelons of the black sect, and each of them was a highly respected sect elder. The man wearing the Daoist robe was none other than Daoist Black. Daoist Black was in secluded cultivation, and now that he had appeared at this critical moment, it was obvious that some sect elders had summoned him. Today's situation had gone too far, and only Daoist Black himself could suppress it. Sect Chief. When they saw Daoist Black, everyone bowed and greeted him. He was the #1 man in the black sect, and he was the person in charge of the entire black sect. No one dared show him any disrespect. Sect Chief, this guy killed his fellow disciples, and he even killed an inner circle sect elder. He has entered the path of evil. Let me kill him. Fan Zhongtang was still very agitated. Chapter 166. The scene immediately quieted down. Everyone threw their gazes onto Daoist Black. What Daoist Black decided next would determine Xianxia's fate. Looking at Fan Zhongtang's expression, there was no way he would let Xianxia go. Furthermore, Xianxia had killed an inner circle sect elder and a disciple. He had indeed violated the black sect's taboo. In the history of the black sect, no disciple had ever dared to be so presumptuous. As the black sect's chief, it was reasonable for Daoist Black to punish Xianxia. However, Xianxia had killed Lord Bloodmoon. He had done a great deed for the black sect. No matter how big of a sin he had committed, it would still be enough to offset his punishment. Besides, Xianxia was a peerless genius. He had the potential to look down on the entire world, and he had the ability to defy all rules. To put it bluntly, he was the black sect's future hope. From this point of view, even if Daoist Black didn't punish Xianxia, it would still be reasonable. In other words, whether Daoist Black wanted to punish Xianxia or not, it would still be reasonable. It all depended on his decision. Daoist Black gazed at the furious Fan Zhongtang with an indifferent expression, then he turned around and looked at Xianxia. Xianxia let out a cold snort. With one hand placed behind his back, he stared at Daoist Black with a pair of bottomless eyes. His expression was extremely unfriendly. In his mind, Guoshan and Daoist Black had to bear some responsibility for their injuries. Daoist Black had met him before, and he had promised to provide him with everything he needed. But now, as the sect chief, he couldn't even protect Xianxia's women and brothers. This made Xianxia really angry. Daoist Black's heart trembled. He narrowed his eyes, trying to see through Xianxia, but he was disappointed. In his eyes, this young man in front of him was emitting a mighty aura. It was the aura of a superior being. The pride that came from deep within his bones could not be faked at all. Moreover, Xianxia's cultivation was clearly far below his, but it gave him the feeling of looking up to a great mountain. That kind of natural aura made Xianxia feel like a god descending to the mortal world, looking down on the world. For Daoist Black, this was an unbelievable feeling, but it was happening right in his heart. Sect Master, please give the order to eliminate this person. Fan Zhongtang continued speaking. Only now did Daoist Black move his gaze away from Xianxia. He took a deep breath, then with a clear voice he said, I know what happened. Fan Kuan is the one at fault. He was lawless, he bullied his fellow disciples, he deserved to die. Xianxia's revenge is a matter of course. However, Xianxia killed an inner circle disciple and a sect elder. This is an unforgivable crime. But considering that he killed Lord Bloodmoon and all the blood devils in Yellowstone, this is a great merit. We will not pursue this matter any further. Daoist Black's words immediately caused an uproar among the crowd. Such a decision clearly showed that he was siding with Xianxia. Killing a divine core sect elder was a huge mistake, and he could easily overlook it. This showed how much Daoist Black cared about Xianxia. He was willing to offend a highly respected sect elder like Fan Zhongtang. Did you see that? This is what true ability looks like. This is the capital of a genius. That's right, sect chief is obviously siding with Xianxia. Think about it, if Xianxia wasn't a peerless genius and didn't have such monstrous talent, sect chief would definitely kill him without hesitation. It's not a big deal for sect chief to make such a decision. A genius like Xianxia, he would be an idiot if he didn't cherish him. Besides, Fan Kun deserved to die. Both grandfather and grandson didn't put anyone in their eyes because they were powerful in the black sect, but they never expected to bump into a tough guy like Xianxia. Many people were whispering among themselves, but most of them felt that it was reasonable for Daoist Black to make such a decision. This was his capital, Xianxia's capital. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak and everything depended on one's strength. The strength Xianxia had shown was something that even Daoist Black had to pay attention to. The appearance of the northern and southern dynasties in the Qi province was like a dazzling star. If no other stars came to stop him with the talents of the northern and southern dynasties, in just a few years, the entire Qi province's structure would be completely changed. The appearance of Xianxia was the only hope of stopping the northern and southern dynasties. Daoist Black had realized this, and that's why he valued Xianxia so much. Sect Chief. Fan Zhongtong's expression changed dramatically. He didn't expect Daoist Black to make such a decision. If Daoist Black protected Xianxia, he wouldn't even have the chance to get his revenge. Say no more. Sect Elder Fan, during your time as the acting sect chief, you've allowed something like this to happen to the sect, causing the sect to suffer a great loss. I'll punish you to face the wall for 1 month, and after 1 month, you'll return to your position as a sect elder. Daoist Black said. He was unleashing a dignified aura from his body. This was the aura of a sect chief. No one would dare disobey the sect chief's order. Sect chief. Fan Zhongtong's eyes widened. He felt like throwing up blood. What was going on? His grandson was killed and the murderer didn't get punished at all, but he, the one who lost his grandson, was punished to face the wall and reflect on his mistakes. Sect Elder Fan, how dare you question my order? Daoist Black's expression turned cold. As the sect chief, he had to have a dignified aura. Except for himself, no one was allowed to offend him, not even the highly respected sect elders. You don't dare? Fan Zhongtong cupped his fist and bowed down. No matter how unwilling he was, he didn't dare disobey Daoist Black. Daoist Black's strength was far greater than his, and if they were to fight now, he wouldn't be able to gain any benefits. Go now, face the wall at the Cliff of Reflection. Daoist Black waved his sleeves, signaling Fan Zhongtong to leave. Fan Zhongtong fiercely glared at Xianxia. The meaning behind his glare was clear. He would never let what happened today go so easily. Xianxia hated this kind of glare, and it made Xianxia make up his mind. Once he had the ability to kill Fan Zhongtong, he would be the first one to do so. Fan Zhongtong turned around and left towards the direction of the Cliff of Reflection. His eyes were filled with viciousness. What happened today was like a sharp thorn piercing into his heart, and he couldn't let it go. His entire being was filled with hatred. Xianxia, I'll definitely tear you into 1,000,000 pieces. Daoist Black, just you wait, one day I'll kill you as well. When the northern and southern dynasties unify the Qi province, that will be the day you die, and the black sect will be mine. Fan Zhongtong's mind was filled with viciousness. What happened today had made him hate Daoist Black even more. It was obvious that Daoist Black was biased towards Xianxia, and he didn't care about the pain of losing his grandson at all. Xianxia, come with me. After saying this, Daoist Black disappeared in an instant. With a sway of his body, Xianxia flew towards Palace Black. What happened to Yanqin Yu and Han Yan had really disappointed him. However, Daoist Black was after all the sect chief of a sect, and he rarely cared about the fights between disciples. Besides, Daoist Black's performance today had satisfied Xianxia. Originally, Xianxia planned to bring Yanqin Yu and Han Yan out of the Black Sect and return to Red Sun Town. However, after considering their injuries, he decided to stay in the Black Sect. The conditions here were not something Yellowstone could compare with. Besides, Daoist Black really valued Xianxia a lot, and he had completely regarded Xianxia as the Black Sect's hope. Most importantly, Xianxia had too many enemies. Fan Zhongtong was one of them. He believed that once he left the Black Sect's territory, Fan Zhongtong would do everything in his power to hunt him down. Also, the Tianjin Gate and the Burning Sky Pavilion were his enemies as well, especially the Tianjin Gate. He had just killed Liang Shao, and the news of this would soon spread to the Tianjin Gate. Once he left the Black Sect, he would immediately become the enemy of the entire world. Of course, he wasn't afraid of that, but he needed to find a good place for Yan Qinyu and Han Yan to rest. Therefore, Jiang Qin had decided to stay in the Black Sect. With Daoist Black's help, Jiang Qin now had a solid foundation in the Black Sect, so he couldn't just abandon it. Inside Palace Black. Jiang Qin, are you blaming me? Daoist Black asked. I'm not blaming you, I'm just disappointed. I went to kill those blood devils but my woman and brother were killed. Jiang Qin said with a cold voice. Facing Daoist Black, he didn't show any politeness. In the entire Black Sect, perhaps only Jiang Qin had the courage to talk to Daoist Black like this. This is indeed my fault, but I don't want to explain too much. You've killed those blood devils and Lord Blood Moon, you've completed an impossible mission. You've exceeded my expectations and I'm very pleased with that. The speed of your growth has caught me by surprise as well. I have to admit you are indeed a peerless genius. In the entire Qi province, only you have the ability to fight against the northern and southern dynasties in the future. This is also the reason why I didn't punish you today. Daoist Black's words were very straightforward. The reason why he didn't punish Jiang Qin was because Jiang Qin had a strong foundation. As a sect chief, Daoist Black's cultivation level and vision were much better than ordinary people. Naturally, he could see the potential and ambition of the northern and southern dynasties. The reason why he was loyal to Jiang Qin now was because he wanted to find a genius who could fight against the northern and southern dynasties in the future. In other words, Daoist Black was thinking about the future of the Black Sect. I'll deal with the northern and southern dynasties. However, Yan Qinyu and Han Yan are severely injured and they need some time to recover. I'll leave them on Guishan's mountain peak. As for Fan Zhongtang, I don't want to see something like this happen again. Jiang Qin said. Don't worry, something like this will never happen again. Just focus on your cultivation and focus on dealing with the northern and southern dynasties. As for Yan Qinyu and Han Yan's injuries, just leave them to Guishan. Guishan is one of the top alchemists in the Qi province, and he's in charge of most of the herbs in the Black Sect. If you need anything, just look for him. Chapter 167. With regards to Daoist Black's guarantee, Jiang Qin had no worries. He believed that Daoist Black wouldn't make the same mistake twice. Let me remind you, pay more attention to Fan Zhongtang. Jiang Qin said. There must be a reason why Fan Zhongtang and his grandson wanted to kill him. He didn't know this grandfather and grandson, so there was no hatred between them. However, this man was trying his best to kill him. Jiang Qin guessed that this man might have joined the northern and southern dynasties. He had seen people from the northern and southern dynasties, and he knew that these men had the aura of a king. They were extremely ambitious and they would never be willing to be mediocre. No matter where they went, they would want to be like a king. Fan Zhongtang is a highly respected sect elder of the Black Sect, and he is loyal to the sect. There is no way he would betray us. Although there was some unhappiness between the two of you, I'm sure of this. Daoist Black said. Fan Zhongtang was a founding elder of the Black Sect, and Daoist Black would never believe that Fan Zhongtang would do anything that would harm the sect. In his mind, the reason why Jiang Qin said that was because he wanted revenge. Of course, with the grudge between the two of them, it was reasonable for Jiang Qin to want revenge. Whatever. After saying that, Jiang Qin turned around and left. He understood what Daoist Black was thinking, but if he wanted to kill Fan Zhongtang, he didn't need Daoist Black's help. Sooner or later he would take Fan Zhongtang's life by himself. Jiang Qin's judgment of people was never wrong. If he didn't get rid of Fan Zhongtang, he would sooner or later become a malignant tumor of the Black Sect, and he would bring an unimaginable loss to the Black Sect. But right now, Jiang Qin didn't have the time to think about all this. He had reminded Daoist Black of everything he needed to do, and now he had something more important to do. He needed to deal with Yan Qinyu and Han Yan's injuries. After Jiang Qin left Palace Black, he flew straight towards Guishan's mountain peak. Today's battle had completely established Jiang Qin's status and position in the Black Sect. He had killed Lord Blood Moon Liang Shao, and even inner circle disciples and sect elders. Jiang Chen's achievements had made everyone pay more attention to him. From now on, no one in the Black Sect would dare cause trouble for Jiang Chen. Even those divine core inner circle sect elders would have to treat Jiang Chen politely. At the foot of Guishan's mountain peak, there were a few dozen people gathered. The one leading the group was Yu Zihan, and behind him were Wang Yun, Huang Zheng and a few others. The reason why they were waiting here was because they were waiting for Jiang Chen. Seeing Jiang Chen appear in the sky, everyone's faces immediately lit up. "Brother Jiang, how was it? Did sect chief make things difficult for you?" Yu Zihan quickly asked. "No, don't worry." A rare smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face. These people had followed him wholeheartedly and Jiang Chen knew what they were thinking. Senior disciple Jiang has shown his mighty strength today, he killed that bastard Fan Kun, this is really satisfying. That's right, that bastard should have died long ago. He actually took advantage of senior disciple Jiang's absence and tried to kill senior disciple Yan. Senior disciple Jiang is a peerless genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. With just a heavenly core cultivation base he was able to kill a divine core warrior. This is really rare. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement. During the days when Jiang Chen was away, they weren't in high spirits at all. But now Jiang Chen had returned, wreaked havoc in the Black Sect, killed Fan Kun, and established a mighty reputation. In the future perhaps no one would dare offend the Black Sect anymore. Alright, all of you can leave now and focus on your cultivation. I need to check on little Yu and brother Yan's injuries. Jiang Chen casually waved his hand, then he turned around and walked up the mountain peak. He really didn't have the mood to enjoy these flattering words. "Zihan, come with me," Jiang Chen said. Yu Zihan followed behind Jiang Chen and walked up the mountain peak. Wang Yun and the others left as well. After today's battle Fan Kun was killed, and Fan Zhongtang was grounded for a month. In the coming period of time, the Black Sect would finally have a peaceful time. On top of the mountain peak, Guishan had been waiting for quite some time. "Brother little Yu and brother Yan's injuries are very serious, I can't do anything for them. Brother, you're a powerful man, can you help me find a way to wake them up?" Within the room Guishan said with a frown on his face. Even now his heart was filled with guilt. When he looked at Jiang Chen, aside from guilt, there was also a slight fear. This young man was growing too fast, and what he had done today had overturned many people's minds. Although Guishan was an early divine core warrior, he could still feel a slight pressure from Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen nodded his head, then he waved his hand and unleashed two golden beams. The beams flew into the center of Yan Qinyu and Han Yan's brows. After the beams circulated within their bodies, they came out from the center of their brows and returned to Jiang Chen's palm. "How is it?" Guishan and Yu Zihan looked at Jiang Chen anxiously. Both of their injuries are very serious and their source is directly injured. All of brother Yan's internal organs are shattered, and if it wasn't for Gu Tianma's bloodline supporting him he would be dead by now. However, because his life force is too weak, Gu Tianma's energy has stopped circulating as well. In order to save brother Yan, we have to find a way to activate Gu Tianma's energy, allowing it to circulate again. With that, brother Yan can rely on Gu Tianma's energy to recover by himself. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows and said, "Little Yu's condition is even worse than brother Yan's. She cut off her own heart meridian and there's almost no way she could survive. If it wasn't for her 9 yin meridians supporting her she would be dead by now. However, because she cut off her own heart meridian, her 9 yin meridians have completely quieted down, and it's extremely difficult to wake them up." Both men's condition was much worse than what Jiang Chen had imagined. To put it bluntly, if it wasn't for their special physique, they would have been dead by now. If it was any other ordinary man there was no way they could be saved. 9 yin meridians. Guishan and Yu Zihan exclaimed at the same time. They had heard about this ancient physique before, but they never thought that they would actually see it in real life, especially when it appeared in Yan Qinyu's body. No wonder little Yu's body has such a cold aura. It's the legendary 9 yin meridians. Guishan was shocked. "Brother Jiang, if that's the case, is there any way to save her?" Yu Zihan asked. After spending some time with Jiang Chen, in his mind Jiang Chen had become an omnipotent existence. Of course there is a way to save her, but it's extremely difficult. If Brother Yan wants to awaken Gu Tianma's power, there's only one way. Gu Tianma is an ancient great devil, his demonic nature is deep and his bloodline is noble. If you want to awaken him, you'll need to find an ancient and powerful devil origin. If you can get your hands on the Earth Devil's demon soul, you'll definitely be able to awaken him, and it'll also help Brother Yan's cultivation improve greatly. The Earth Devil is a beast with a strong demonic heritage. It's the king of all demonic beasts, and its devil origin is deep and powerful. However, an existence like this is extremely rare. I'm afraid we don't have it in the Qi province. Jiang Qin frowned. Earth Devil. Guishan and Yu Zihan were shocked at the same time. They had only heard of such a powerful demonic beast, but they had never seen one before. They had never heard of it in the Qi province. Brother, it's true that the Earth Devil doesn't exist in the Qi province, but there's a place where it might exist. Guishan said. What place? Jiang Chen's eyes brightened up. Inferno Hell. Guishan said with a serious expression, Inferno Hell is a special dimension. 100 years ago, the greatest saint in the world sliced open the gate to the realm of immortals with his sword, causing the barrier of the saint origin world to slacken, and many special dimensions appeared. That's how Inferno Hell came to be. According to rumors, there are all kinds of rare demons and ghosts in Inferno Hell, and at the same time there are all kinds of rare treasures. It's a place where opportunities and dangers coexist. Hearing this, Jiang Qin couldn't help but shiver. He had heard about the existence of Inferno Hell from Guaniyun, but he never thought that the origin of Inferno Hell was related to him. It seemed like when he sliced open the gate to the realm of immortals 100 years ago, the structure of the saint origin world had changed. Looks like I'll have to pay a visit to Inferno Hell if I have the chance. Jiang Qin was very interested in Inferno Hell. He wanted to see for himself what kind of place it was. The appearance of this strange dimension meant that he had destroyed the structure of the saint origin world. Entering Inferno Hell has a slim chance of survival. Brother, you have to think carefully before you go. Guishan reminded Jiang Qin out of kindness. I have to go to Inferno Hell, I have to find the Earth Devil. If not, I don't know how long Ayen will have to sleep. Of course, I won't go now, I have to solve Little Yu's problem first. I'll leave the blood banner here and put Ayen inside it. I'll use the demonic nature of the banner to attack him, and it will help him maintain his life. Jiang Qin said. He had to go to Inferno Hell but not now. Brother, how do you want to solve Little Yu's problem? Guishan asked. Just like Ayen, if you want to save Little Yu, you have to activate the 9 Yin meridians. As long as the 9 Yin meridians are reactivated, Little Yu will wake up. However, the 9 Yin meridians are the coldest physique in the world, no matter what kind of Yin energy is used to affect the 9 Yin meridians. Therefore, if you want to revive the 9 Yin meridians, you have to attack them from the opposite direction. If you can concoct a profound 9 Yang pill, you can use the extreme Yang energy in the pill to stimulate the 9 Yin meridians in her body. Jiang Qin said. Profound 9 Yang pill? Guishan exclaimed. As an alchemist, he had heard of the legendary profound 9 Yang pill. He knew better than anyone else how precious and difficult it was to concoct this pill. Brother, it's impossible to concoct the profound 9 Yang pill. I do have a lot of pure Yang herbs here, I wonder if they can help Little Yu. Guishan said. No, if it's just a pure Yang herb it will cause the Yin and Yang to clash, which will kill Little Yu instantly. The profound 9 Yang pill requires 49 different herbs to be concocted. The ingredients of these herbs can be used to adjust the Yin and Yang in critical moments, so that Little Yu won't be harmed. Jiang Qin said. He knew much more about the study of herbs than Guishan, and he knew the best way to save Yan Qinyu's life. Chapter 168. But as far as I know, in order to concoct the mystical 9 solar pellet, there is one thing that is absolutely necessary, and that is the holy water of the 9 solar. The holy water of the 9 solar is a true treasure of the heavens and earth. Not just in the Qi province, even in the super powerful clans of the eastern continent, the holy water of the 9 solar is the most precious of treasures. I, Guishan, have spent my entire life studying alchemy. On this mountain peak there are all kinds of herbs and herbs. Even most of the herbs needed to concoct the mystical 9 solar pellet can be found here, but the holy water of the 9 solar is nowhere to be found. Zhou Xian said with a frown on his face. The pellet that Zhang Chen wanted to concoct was way too precious. Concocting it would be as difficult as climbing up to the heavens. Of course I know how precious the holy water of the 9 solar is. Zhang Chen smiled. He felt a little bitter in his heart. In his past life he could drink the holy water of the 9 solar like it was wine. But now, getting even a little bit of it would be as difficult as climbing up to the heavens. In his past life the holy water of the 9 solar might be a treasure of the heavens and earth to others, but Zhang Chen was cultivating the art of 9 solar. He could absorb the pure yang qi from the sky and convert it into holy water of the 9 solar with ease. However, the art of 9 solar was a top-tier saint-level skill. With his current level of cultivation, there was no way he could absorb the purest pure yang qi. Pure yang qi was also divided into different levels. The amount of pure yang qi that Zhang Chen absorbed now could only be converted into holy water of the 6 solar, which was far from the level of holy water of the 9 solar. I can't concoct the mystical 9 solar pellet in a short period of time, but Xiao Yu's condition cannot be delayed. Therefore I plan to concoct a mystical 6 solar pellet to ensure that her life force will not disappear. When I get the holy water of the 9 solar in the future, I'll give it to her directly. Zhang Chen said. He had no other choice. With his current level of cultivation, there was no way he could concoct the mystical 9 solar pellet. Therefore he could only try to concoct the mystical 6 solar pellet. Mystical 6 solar pellet? Zhou Xian was startled. That's right, the mystical 6 solar pellet and the mystical 9 solar pellet both require the same ingredients. The only difference is the holy water of the 9 solar and the holy water of the 9 solar. Later I will write down the ingredients I need. I hope Brother Guo can find them. Zhang Chen said. Brother, don't worry. Even if I have to sell everything I have, I will gather the medicinal ingredients for you. Zhou Xian patted his chest and promised. In fact, both he and Yu Zihan were extremely shocked. After all, even the 6 solar holy water wasn't easy to find. However, Zhang Chen had always been a confident person. Since he said that he would have a way to find the 6 solar holy water, they knew very well what kind of person Zhang Chen was. However, in order to concoct the profound 6 solar pill or the profound 9 solar pill, aside from the 6 solar holy water and the 9 solar holy water, you will need another very important treasure, and that is the demon soul of the Firethorn Savage. The Firethorn Savage is a pure young beast. Its demon soul is very helpful when concocting pills. Do you know if there is a Firethorn Savage in the Qi province? Zhang Chen looked at Zhou Xian and Yu Zihan. In order to concoct a high-quality pill he would need a lot of treasures. It was not an easy process to save the two of them, and one could imagine how difficult it would be. However, he had to save them no matter what. No matter how difficult it would be, he had to bring them back to life. Besides, this was also Zhang Chen's path of cultivation. He was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, which meant that he had to defy the natural order. Therefore his journey was destined to be filled with difficulties. The process of saving the two of them was also a training for himself. Although the Firethorn Savage was a rare beast compared to the Earth Devil, it was still much more common. At least it had not reached the point where it had become extinct. I know there is a Firethorn Savage in the Misty Mountain. Yu Zihan's eyes lit up. Misty Mountain? Where is it? Zhang Chen was shocked. He had been in the Qi province for quite some time, and he had a basic understanding of the geography of the Qi province. However, he had never heard of the Misty Mountain. The Misty Mountain isn't located in the Qi province. It's located in the neighboring Qian province. There is indeed a Firethorn Savage in the Misty Mountain, but... Zhou Xian furrowed his brows. But what? Zhang Chen said. Brother Jiang, Yellowstone is located at the border of the Qi province. Therefore, the Misty Mountain isn't too far away from Yellowstone. The Firethorn Savage in the Misty Mountain has a very powerful cultivation level. It is the true king of the Misty Mountain. I heard that it has reached the peak mid-divine core realm, and with the strength of the beast itself, even a late divine core warrior wouldn't be able to defeat it. Therefore, if Brother Jiang wants to obtain its demon soul, I'm afraid it's impossible. Yu Zihan said. It was because of Yellowstone's geographical location that he had such a clear understanding of the Misty Mountain. That's right. For a beast like the Firethorn Savage to be able to stay safely in a place like this, there must be something powerful about it. Ordinary big sects in the Qian province don't want to offend this Firethorn Savage. Brother, although you are strong and can kill early Divine Core warriors, I'm afraid you have no chance of winning against this Firethorn Savage. Guishan reminded Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin nodded his head in his mind. He knew these two men weren't just trying to scare him. Jiang Qin had a much better understanding of Firethorn Savage than these two men. He knew how terrifying this kind of demon beast was. A peak mid-divine core Firethorn Savage, even if Daoist Black were to fight it himself, he would still be defeated. I don't have time to think too much, I'm going to Misty Mountain now. A determined look emerged in Jiang Chen's eyes. He was never afraid of powerful enemies. The stronger his enemies were, the more challenging they would be for him. He liked challenges. Brother, you have to think twice. A peak mid-divine core Firethorn Savage is really frightening. If you insist on going there, you will most likely die. Guishan's expression changed. Don't worry, I'll act according to the situation. I won't act recklessly. Before I leave, there's something I need to tell you. Jiang Qin waved his hand and interrupted Guishan. He wouldn't change his mind once he made up his mind. He was going to Misty Mountain no matter what, but with what happened in the past he had to solve all his problems before he left. Please tell me, brother. Guishan nodded his head. He knew Jiang Chen's temper very well, that's why he didn't try to stop him. Besides, Jiang Chen had created too many miracles and he might be able to create another one during his trip to Misty Mountain. The one I'm most worried about is Fan Zhongtong. Although he has been grounded for a month, we still have to be careful. Older brother Gua, you've reached the peak early divine core realm and you're no match for Fan Zhongtong. I'll teach you the 6 profound solar energies. It's a high-ranked earth skill. It can help you improve your cultivation. As Jiang Chen spoke, a message was transmitted into Guishan's divine sense. Guishan's expression changed. He carefully sensed the chant of the 6 profound solar energies, and an excited expression emerged on his face. What a great skill, what a mystical skill. Guishan was extremely excited. There's more to this skill. Once you've mastered it, I'll teach you the rest of the skills according to the situation. Besides that, I need to tell you a big secret and it's very important, you have to keep it a secret. Jiang Qin had a serious expression on his face. Brother, what is it? Guishan and Yu Zihan looked at Jiang Qin at the same time. During my trip to Yellowstone, I found an underground energy vein that hasn't been opened yet. I'll bring you 2 to Red Sun Town now, and you can use the source of the energy vein to cultivate. With the help of the 6 profound solar energy skill, in less than 3 days, you'll be able to break through to the mid-divine core realm. At that point of time, you'll have the strength to fight Fan Zhongtong, and I'll be able to travel to Misty Mountain without any worries. Jiang Qin said. What? An underground energy vein? Both men exclaimed at the same time, especially Yu Zihan. He almost jumped up from the ground. An energy vein. If this news were to spread, the entire Qi province would be in an uproar, especially the 4 big sections. If any of them could get their hands on another energy vein, it wouldn't take them many years to surpass the other 3 big sections. Using the source energy of an energy vein to cultivate, just thinking about it was enough to make anyone excited. There was only one energy vein under the entire Black Sect, and tens of thousands of disciples and sect elders had to use it. The source energy of the energy vein had long since been dispersed. This was simply incomparable. Brother Jiang, you've told me such a big secret, it shows that you trust me. I'll definitely keep this secret. Yu Zihan said in a serious manner. Yu Zihan said in a serious manner. His heart was filled with gratitude and gratitude. Since Jiang Qin had told him this secret, it meant he didn't treat him as an outsider. Being able to be treated as one of his own was a form of affirmation. Besides, both he and Guishan knew how important an energy vein was. If this news were to spread with their current strength, there was no way they could keep it. Alright, I'll put Brother Yen into the blood banner, then I'll bring you 2 there. Jiang Qin said that they had to use the energy vein. In the Qi province, it was time for Jiang Qin to start building his own forces. These 2 men in front of him were trustworthy, and the stronger they became, the more help they would be to him. Guishan was an early divine core warrior and he was also an alchemist. In the future he would be able to provide a lot of help to Jiang Qin. Most importantly, he would be able to help Jiang Qin fight against Fan Zhongtang for a short period of time, and also protect Yan Qinyu and Han Yan. As for Yu Zihan, he had great potential. He had broken through to the heavenly core realm at such a young age. This proved that he was a man with great potential. All right. Guishan and Yu Zihan tried their best to suppress their excitement, especially Guishan. When he thought about how he was going to break through to the mid-divine core realm very soon, he became extremely excited. Alchemists spent most of their time and energy on concocting pills, and that was why their cultivation levels couldn't compare with others. The fact that Guishan was able to reach his current level proved that he had extraordinary talent. But after breaking through to the divine core realm, it was extremely difficult to break through to the next level. Therefore, Guishan couldn't help but feel excited. Swoosh! Jiang Qin immediately took out the blood banner and put Han Yan into it. He had used a formation to control the devilish energy coming from the blood banner, and he had placed it in a secret place so no one would be able to sense it. Chapter 169. Red Sun Town was bustling with noise and excitement. Under Zhang Zhen's lead, the townspeople were working hard to build a statue for Jiang Qin. The huge statue was built right in the center of Red Sun Town. When Jiang Qin and the other two arrived, they saw the bustling scene. Young Master Jiang is back. Someone saw Jiang Qin and shouted out loudly. At this moment, thousands of townspeople bowed deeply towards Jiang Qin, as if they were worshipping their own god. Although it had only been half a day since Jiang Qin left, Jiang Qin's image and status had been deeply rooted in the hearts of the townspeople, and it was impossible to change it. Brother, I didn't expect you to be so popular in Red Sun Town. Even if the sect chief were here, he wouldn't be as popular as you. But this is normal. You killed the blood devil, so you're their savior. This is a great favor that the townspeople will never forget for the rest of their lives. Guishan nodded his head and said. Guishan had a rough idea of how Jiang Qin killed the blood devil. If it wasn't for Jiang Qin, everyone in Red Sun Town would have died a horrible death. Such a great favor was more than enough for the townspeople to worship Jiang Qin like a god. The blood devil is a cruel man, everyone has the right to kill him. Jiang Qin waved his hand at the townspeople of Red Sun Town, then he flew towards his own mansion. After Jiang Qin left, Zhang Zhen gave an order that no one was allowed to get close to Jiang Qin's mansion. This was the first time Guishan had entered Jiang Qin's mansion, so he wasn't too surprised. Aside from the exquisite design of the mansion, there was nothing special about it. Compared to those courtyards in the Black Sect, it was still lacking. Jiang Qin pushed open the door. The three of them immediately saw the Huang dog quietly lying on a cushion. There was a faint golden glow around his body. Seeing this, Jiang Qin's eyes lit up. This damn monster. Jiang Qin was speechless because he realized that he had only been gone for half a day, but De Huang dog's aura had at least doubled compared to before. I heard that De Huang contributed a lot in killing Lord Bloodmoon this time. Seems like he has suffered quite serious injuries. Guishan was shocked when he saw the De Huang dog lying on the ground. At this point, anyone who wasn't an idiot would be able to sense how miraculous this dog was. That's right, De Huang is an incredibly brave man. Although he suffered a huge backlash this time, it was a blessing in disguise. When he wakes up next time, I'm afraid he will break through to the late heavenly core realm. Jiang Qin sighed. The method of advancement of the De Huang dog couldn't be estimated with common sense at all. The complete bloodline of a divine beast was not something that could be compared with ordinary demonic beasts. Brother, where is the spirit vein you mentioned? Guishan asked. The underground spirit vein was sealed by Jiang Qin with a formation. Without Jiang Qin's help, no one would be able to sense the energy of the spirit vein even if they were standing on a cushion. De Huang's body is connected to the spirit vein. De Huang is currently absorbing the source energy from the spirit vein. With the help of the source energy, De Huang should be able to wake up soon. I'll need his help during my trip to Misty Mountain. Jiang Qin said, Older brother Gua Zihan, there are quite a lot of rooms here. You two can choose any 2 rooms and I'll help you connect to the spirit vein. I hope you two can make good use of this opportunity and break through as soon as possible. All right. Guishan and Yu Zihan looked at each other. They could see the excitement in each other's eyes. The difference between sharing an energy vein with 3 men and sharing an energy vein with tens of thousands of people was unimaginable, and the benefits they could get from it were unimaginable as well. After that, Zhou Xian and Zihan didn't waste any more time. They found 2 rooms respectively, then Jiang Qin used the dimensional shift and went back underground. He then used the formation to connect 2 nodes of the energy vein to the 2 rooms. Zhou Xian and Zihan sat on cushions. When they sensed the pure energy coming from underground, they immediately became excited. What a pure energy! Not only is it rich, the quality is not something the Black Sect can compare with. I never thought there would be an energy vein hidden in this small red sun town, and it wasn't discovered by the 4 big sections. Brother Jiang is indeed a man with great luck. Only a man like him could discover such a huge treasure. Zhou Xian was shocked. In his mind, Jiang Qin was an omnipotent existence. Although it was De Huangdog who discovered the energy vein, but since De Huangdog was following Jiang Qin, they were a team. De Huangdog was also Jiang Qin's luck. On the other side, Zihan's eyes lit up. He was shocked as well. Red Sun Town is under the jurisdiction of our Yu family, but we didn't know there was such an energy vein hidden here. If we can get our hands on this energy vein, our overall strength will definitely increase by a huge margin. Of course, with our Yu family's current strength, not only will we not be able to use this energy vein, we might even get ourselves killed. I'll follow Brother Jiang wholeheartedly from now on, so I'll definitely keep this energy vein a secret. Zihan said with mixed emotions. After you break through to the next realm, return to the Black Sect as soon as possible. Jiang Qin left a thread of his divine sense in Zhou Xian and Zihan's hands, and at the same time he left a thread of his divine sense in De Huangdog's hands. After that he flew up into the sky and returned to the Black Sect. He dared not neglect the safety of Yanqin Yu and Han Yan. More importantly, Jiang Qin needed some time to enter secluded cultivation as well. Because he killed Fan Kuan, the dragon transformation skill had evolved, and he had obtained a lot of benefits. Now he needed to go back and digest all these benefits, especially the True Dragon Flame and True Dragon Palm. The inherited True Dragon Flame and True Dragon Combat skill had given Jiang Qin a powerful boost. Back at the Black Sect, Jiang Qin returned to Guishan's mountain. After settling Yanqin Yu and Han Yan down, he chose to enter secluded cultivation. Buzz. A buzzing sound could be heard coming out from Jiang Qin's body. Streams of golden flames emerged from his body like snakes, causing the air around him to produce crackling sounds, and the temperature around him had risen. What an amazing true dragon flame! This is the king of myriad beasts flame, it can burn anything in this world. With this flame I'll be able to concoct pills in the future. Too bad, with my current strength I'm still far from being able to unleash the full power of the true dragon flame. However, this dragon transformation skill actually allowed me to obtain the True Dragon Flame, and the combat skill of True Dragon Palm. Judging from this, I'm afraid this dragon transformation skill isn't just a simple skill. If my guess is correct, this skill most likely contains the inheritance of a powerful true dragon. As the dragon transformation skill continues to evolve, I'll be able to obtain even more benefits in the future. Jiang Qin was secretly shocked. He had the cultivation experience of a saint, and his ability to search for things was not something ordinary people could compare with. Initially he thought the dragon transformation skill was just a simple skill, but judging from the current situation that was not the case at all. It was highly possible that this skill contained the inheritance of a true dragon. Once the person who cultivated this skill was recognized by the skill and achieved the highest degree of compatibility with the skill, he would be able to obtain the inheritance from the skill. This was the most frightening part of the dragon transformation skill. According to Jiang Qin's estimation, if he cultivated this skill to the end, along with the continuous evolution of the dragon transformation skill, his bloodline would also undergo a real transformation. With a thought in Jiang Qin's mind, a gigantic blood-red dragon claw appeared out of nowhere. At the same time, his palm had undergone a complete transformation. It was now covered with blood-red dragon scales and it was glowing brightly. When unleashing the true dragon palm, the 300 dragon marks in Jiang Qin's body were constantly vibrating. Jiang Qin's entire body was unleashing a massive amount of blood energy, making him look like an ancient barbaric beast. The energy he unleashed was enough to frighten anyone. The True Dragon Palm is a true dragon combat skill. It was passed down from the ancient era, and it is a true secret skill. With the True Dragon Palm in my hand, my combat strength will be like a tiger that has grown wings, and it will become even more powerful. With the support of my 300 dragon marks, the force unleashed by the True Dragon Palm is more than enough to kill any ordinary early divine core warrior. Jiang Chen's eyes were glowing brightly. With 300 dragon marks, just his body alone would be able to unleash a force of 1.5 million jin. Such a tremendous force was more than enough to tear a mountain apart. I wonder if the northern and southern dynasties have broken through to the divine core realm. If they haven't, I can kill them right away. Jiang Chen let out a cold snort. The northern and southern dynasties did have some peerless geniuses, but Jiang Chen didn't believe they could be stronger than him. He was the reincarnation of a great saint, and with the help of the ancient dragon transformation skill, he was a peerless genius that had never been seen before. He was an existence that could shock the entire world. If the northern and southern dynasties' geniuses were still at the peak heavenly core realm, Jiang Chen was confident he could kill them. But he had a 1-year agreement with the northern and southern dynasties, so he wasn't in a hurry right now. He was in a period of rising and all he needed was time. Besides, with the potential of the northern and southern dynasties, they might have broken through to the divine core realm by now. Besides, Jiang Chen's mind wasn't on the northern and southern dynasties right now. His next target was the Misty Mountain in the Qian province. The peak mid-divine core Firethorn Savage was enough to give him a headache. With his current mid-heavenly core strength, there was no way he could be a match for the peak mid-divine core Firethorn Savage. 3 days later, 2 figures suddenly appeared on top of the mountain. They were Guishan and Daoist Dog. At the same time, Jiang Chen had woken up from his secluded cultivation. In these 3 days he had completely mastered the True Dragon Flame and True Dragon Palm, and his combat strength had stabilized. When Jiang Chen saw Daoist Dog and Guishan, he found out that Guishan had broken through to the mid-divine core realm, and Daoist Dog had broken through to the late heavenly core realm. Their cultivation levels were even higher than Jiang Chen's. Jiang Chen didn't feel surprised about this. With the help of the 6 profound solar energies and the energy vein, if Guishan still couldn't break through, he would be better off dead. As for Daoist Dog, Jiang Chen wouldn't feel surprised no matter how hard he broke through. Daoist Dog was able to break through to the late heavenly core realm, and Jiang Chen was really excited about it. The stronger Daoist Dog was, the more help he would be to Jiang Chen. This was without a doubt. Damn it. Buddy, I heard that while Daddy was in a coma, you did something amazing in the Black Sect. But Daoist Dog didn't participate in that scene. This is really infuriating. Your daddy lost the chance to show my prowess. If not, I would have been in the limelight. Sigh, what a pity, what a pity. Daoist Dog started talking non-stop. Chapter 170. Daoist Dog had a sad expression on his face. Obviously, Guishan had told him everything that had happened 3 days ago. Daoist Dog had broken through to the late heavenly core realm. Initially he thought he would be able to suppress Jiang Chen, but when he heard from Guishan that Jiang Chen could even kill an early divine core warrior, he immediately became dispirited. However, with Daoist Dog's current abilities, he was more than enough to deal with an ordinary early divine core warrior. After all, he possessed the complete bloodline of a divine beast, so fighting someone with a higher cultivation realm wasn't a problem for him. Daoist, it's easy for you to show off, you'll have plenty of chances in the future. Jiang Chen said with a grin on his face. Without Daoist Dog by his side he had lost a lot of fun. Besides, now that Daoist Dog had broken through to the late heavenly core realm, it would be a great help to him during this trip to Misty Mountain. I heard little Yu is severely injured. Damn it, luckily that Fan Kun is dead. If not, Daddy would definitely tear him into pieces to avenge little Yu. How dare he bully my little Yu? Damn it. Daoist Dog said angrily. When he heard about Yan Qinyu's injuries he was extremely worried. Along the way he and Yan Qinyu had built a deep relationship, and now that Yan Qinyu was severely injured and in a critical condition, Daoist Dog was furious. Fan Kun is dead but Fan Zhongtang is still alive. This man will be killed sooner or later. When Fan Zhongtang was mentioned, A cold light emerged in Jiang Chen's eyes. After that he turned to Guishan and said, "Older brother Gua, you've broken through to the mid-divine core realm, and with the help of the 6 profound solar energy skill, it shouldn't be a problem for you to stop Fan Zhong Tang. De Huang Dog and I are going to Misty Mountain in the Qian province now. I'll leave this place to you. Don't worry brother, I'll risk my life to protect little you. I won't make the same mistake twice," Guishan said in a serious manner. For him, Yan Qinyu and Han Yan's situation was the greatest shame of his life, and it was a knot in his heart. What he needed to do now was to make up for his mistake and get rid of the guilt in his heart. Besides, Jiang Qin was Guishan's benefactor. He could even be considered as his teacher. From Jiang Qin, Guishan had learned a lot of alchemy principles, and he had also obtained the Great Soul Derivation skill and the Profound Solar Yang skill. Either one of these 2 skills was a priceless treasure. "Little brat, this time you are going to kill Firethorn Savage and obtain its demon soul. This is not an easy task. I heard that you left the blood banner behind to help Han Yan. In my opinion, you should bring the banner with you. Although I don't know the details of your trip to the Qian province, the blood banner is a very powerful magical weapon. It might come in handy during a critical moment. At least it can be considered as a trump card," De Huang Dog reminded. He already knew what Jiang Qin was going to do from Guishan. "No need, I have the True Dragon Flame and True Dragon Palm now. I can kill ordinary early Divine Core warriors without the blood banner. Brother Yen needs the environment inside the blood banner, and if I seal him inside it and use it to fight my enemies, it will have a huge impact on him. I think I should just leave him here." Jiang Qin waved his hand. He didn't plan to take the blood banner with him. Han Yan was sealed inside the banner, and if he used it to fight his enemies, it would affect Han Yan's strength greatly. Furthermore, their opponent this time was the mighty Firethorn Savage. If the blood banner was destroyed, Han Yan's life might be in danger. Furthermore, no matter if it was Yan Qinyu or Han Yan, staying in the Black Sect would be much safer than staying with him. He had no idea what would happen during his trip to the Qian province, so bringing Han Yan with him was not a wise decision. In fact, since Jiang Qin had mastered the True Dragon Flame and the True Dragon Palm, his battle prowess had increased by more than 1 level, which filled him with confidence. "Suit yourself." De Huang Dog wagged his tail. "Let's not waste any more time, let's go to the Qian province now." After saying that, Jiang Qin flew up into the sky and flew towards the exit of the Black Sect. This trip to the Qian province was not going to be an easy one. Their enemies were too strong, and if they wanted to obtain Firethorn Savage's demon soul, they would have to use their wits. De Huang Dog let out a loud howl, then he turned into a golden beam and chased after Jiang Qin. This dog was a restless person, and if he had nothing to do he might go crazy. Just thinking about the trip to Misty Mountain with Jiang Qin to deal with Firethorn Savage was enough to make him feel excited. "Buddy, where's my broken sword?" Not long after they left the Black Sect, De Huang Dog immediately asked for the broken sword from Jiang Qin. This showed how much he valued the broken sword. "De Huang, tell me, what kind of treasure is that broken sword?" Jiang Qin's eyes lit up. He was very interested in this broken sword as well. Since it was a treasure that even he could tell what it was, of course he would be interested in it. "I don't know either, but with my innate ability I can sense the nature of the treasure. This broken sword shouldn't be something that belongs to this world. Although it's broken, it still shouldn't be underestimated. I have the bloodline of a divine beast in my body, that's why I can barely control it." De Huang Dog didn't hide anything this time. He told Jiang Qin everything he knew. However, it seemed like he didn't know much about the origin of the broken sword. Treasure hunting was De Huang Dog's innate ability. As long as it was a treasure, he would be able to sense it. Furthermore, he could use the intensity of his senses to determine how precious the treasure was. An innate ability like this was really abnormal. If it's not something that belongs to this world, then it might have fallen from the realm of immortals. Jiang Qin murmured. He didn't doubt De Huang Dog's words. If it was a treasure that belonged to Saint Origin World, with his eyesight Jiang Qin would definitely be able to identify it. If the broken sword fell from the realm of immortals, then it would be too rare. Jiang Qin yearned for the realm of immortals from the bottom of his heart. Saint Origin World was just a lower plane. Since the ancient times, all the nodes connecting to the realm of immortals had been sealed. This had cut off the path of the saints of Saint Origin World. Every saint who had reached the pinnacle had the most fundamental yearning for the realm of immortals. Zhou Xian was one of them. That was why he slashed the heavens with his sword and opened the door to the realm of immortals. Unfortunately, he didn't have the chance to enter the realm of immortals. This was the biggest regret of Zhou Xian's previous life. In this life he must enter the door of the realm of immortals to make up for his regret. Brat, quickly give the broken sword to me. That thing is temporarily useless in your hands. De Huang Dog urged. Here you go, stingy bastard. After that, Zhou Xian threw the broken sword to De Huang Dog. He had tried many times but he couldn't activate it. This meant that his cultivation level was not high enough. Therefore, the broken sword was still useful in De Huang Dog's hands. De Huang Dog opened his big mouth and swallowed the broken sword. It was as if this guy's stomach was a huge storage space. He could swallow anything. Brat, I heard that Firethorn Savage has a very strong cultivation level. It has reached the peak mid-divine core realm. That's why he's the king of this mountain and no one dares to offend him. Do you have any good ideas on how to deal with him? De Huang Dog asked. We can only defeat Firethorn Savage with our wits. We can't fight him with brute force. With our current strength, even if we join forces and fight him head-on, we still won't have any chance of winning, we'll just die. But I don't have any good ideas either, we can only take it one step at a time. Let's get to the Qian province first. Zhou Xian shrugged his shoulders. He knew nothing about the Qian province and Misty Mountain right now, and he knew nothing about Firethorn Savage as well. There was no way he could come up with a way to deal with this beast right now. The Qian province and the Qi province were neighbors. Among all the big provinces in the eastern continent, the Qian province was one of the weakest. Therefore, there was almost no difference between the two provinces. Although they were neighbors, there was still a vast wasteland between the Qian province and the Qi province. It took Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog an entire day to fly across the wasteland and arrive at the territory of the Qian province. Don't waste any more time, let's go straight to Misty Mountain. After saying that, Zhou Xian flew straight towards the direction of Misty Mountain. Misty Mountain had a circumference of over 10,000 miles. It was a very vast mountain range. The huge mountain range looked like a coiling dragon, and the sky was always covered by a thin layer of fog. That was why it was called Misty Mountain. Powerful demons roamed the mountain. It was a truly fertile land. When Zhou Xian and De Huang Dog arrived at the outer area of Misty Mountain, it was already evening. With their eyesight, even though they were flying in the air, they could still see the crowds of people walking around Misty Mountain. There are quite a lot of people coming and going. Let's go down and have a look and also check out the situation in Misty Mountain. Zhou Xian said. He and De Huang Dog descended from the sky and arrived at the outer area of Misty Mountain. Zhou Xian saw a lot of people returning from the direction of Misty Mountain. Many of them were cursing and their faces were filled with dissatisfaction. Damn it, I'm so pissed off. The Green Sanctuary sect is so arrogant just because they are powerful. How can they let small powers like us survive? Misty Mountain is a common mountain range in the Qian province. Since when did it become the exclusive property of the Green Sanctuary sect? How dare they seal it off just like that and seal it off for a few days? This is so infuriating. That's right. The disciples of the Green Sanctuary sect have to train every month, and every time they train they have to seal off the entire Misty Mountain, not allowing outsiders to enter. Many caravans have been kicked out. These people's faces were filled with anger and dissatisfaction, but their voices were not loud. It was obvious that they were deeply afraid of the Green Sanctuary sect. Zhou Xian heard most of it, but he didn't really understand, so he called out to a muscular man. Big brother, please wait a moment. Zhou Xian walked in front of the muscular man. The muscular man was already in a bad mood. Seeing a young man standing in front of him, he waved his hand and said, Get lost, I'm still angry. Big brother, I've just arrived in Qian province and I want to ask for some information. As Zhou Xian said that, he took out 20 human elixir pills and put them in the muscular man's hand. When the muscular man saw the human elixir pills, his eyes immediately lit up. Little brother, it's your first time in Qian province. If you have any questions, just ask me. There's no information that I don't know. But you're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.